without any adverse implications. To validate the correctness of one's choices, I wield the formidable power of the strongest glass slashing system, cleaving through the horde of monsters with unparalleled might, even causing the retreat of the voracious guinea pig horde. With no detrimental influences, it is solely due to the unparalleled /S system that I shall stand invincible. It has persisted for a full 2 years. The Jiangnan neighborhood has transformed into an ocean of malevolent creatures. Ye has been engaged in battle for 3 consecutive days and nights, devoid of any detrimental influences. His physical capabilities have long been exhausted, akin to a lamp that has burned out its last flicker of oil. Perhaps it is merely the last vestige of obstinacy that compels him to relentlessly wield the long spear in his grasp, reaping the souls of the monsters. A result emerged, a half-human, half-rodent creature. A severed head soared into the sky, followed by a splatter of dark crimson blood that erupted, drenching him from head to toe. However, Ye felt nothing at all. His body swayed gently, already enveloped by the blood of the monstrous creature. Beside her, no malevolent influence. Another piercing cry echoed. It was S. Ye instinctively veered to the left. A shadow surged forth with a fierce wind, striking where he once stood. The tremendous force caused the ground to fracture, creating numerous cracks, without any negative implications. Once again, a voracious guinea pig emerges. The demise of its companion did not deter it. Instead, it only fueled its ferocity further. It turned its head, its bloodthirsty eyes glinting with a fierce light as it gazed at Ye. Before it could make a move, Ye Changdi swiftly released his grip, instantly pinning it to the ground. Without any adverse influence, he retreated 2 steps backward. Indeed, 2 shadows sprang forth from the side, their claws leaving 4 pale scratches on the concrete ruins. The number of guinea pigs that have succumbed remains unknown to Ye. Nevertheless, the herd shows no signs of retreat. The 3 days of combat have allowed Ye to discern the attack patterns of these beasts. They strike collectively, exhibiting a fearlessness akin to madness. It is evident that they possess a nascent form of intelligence, recognizing how to exploit the demise of their comrades to forge opportunities for assault. Had the other 2 gluttonous guinea pigs not come to the rescue, Ye could have charged forward, uprooting the long D from the ground while sweeping across. In an instant, several voracious guinea pigs in front were severed. Yet at this moment, there were no weapons left in hand. Without any negative influences, the encirclement of the monsters is gradually closing in. Ye can only retreat back into the corridor. In this manner, the chances of breaking through become even more elusive. Speaking of which, Ye can indeed be considered a time traveler. However, in contrast to the majority who find themselves transformed into the wealthy and prosperous, he is, unfortunately, exceedingly unfortunate. On the very first day of my traversal, I encountered the onset of the apocalypse. Not only did some individuals transform into undead creatures, but various monstrous beings also descended from the heavens. Their physique, strength, and agility have magnified countless times beyond the ordinary. Initially, humanity could still contend with firearms. However, as the emergence of sentient monsters and various enigmatic ancient races unfolded, humanity faced significant losses. Vast cities fell into desolation, transformed into ghost towns, while the monstrous entities advanced relentlessly, prompting a frenzied retreat among the remnants of humankind. Ultimately, people can only achieve their aims by relinquishing the majority of their strongholds and concentrating their firepower on several key central cities. Through a more concentrated barrage of fire, you manage to survive against all odds, without any negative influences. These key cities are referred to as the Central Security Zone. However, the area where Ye resides, the first layer of the abyss, serves as the origin of the rampant demonic entities, and is currently the farthest from the Central Security Zone. The abyss is categorized from the first layer to the 81st layer. The fallen zone is also categorized from the first layer to the 81st layer. The 81st layer serves as the outermost perimeter of the discussion zone, positioned nearest to the central safe domain, and represents the foremost front line of the encroaching demonic entities. In that place, countless individuals meet their demise each day, while innumerable creatures of darkness perish under the onslaught of humanity's artillery. Perhaps it is because the majority of formidable monsters invariably target major cities, launching assaults upon humanity, that the closer one approaches the first layer, the power of the monstrous beings diminishes, and it is precisely for this reason that Ye has managed to survive until now. Brother, you should walk alone. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. At the end of the corridor, a man, his arms swathed in bandages and faintly exuding an aura of vulnerability, spoke weakly. He leaned against the wall, his arm hanging limply at his side. Though they are but fleeting acquaintances, they are comrades in arms, and thus ought to be regarded as brothers, despite the fact that they remain unaware of each other's names. Behind him, a small girl timidly lifted her dirt-streaked face. Without any negative implications. The man smiled as he gently patted her head. May you be reborn into a fortunate life. And live well in the days to come. More elderly individuals and children raised their heads. All of them bearing wounds. In his gaze lingered despair, yet it was infused with hope. Ye suddenly roared, "Allow me to S once more this time, I shall surely carve a path to X." Suddenly turning around, he picked up the iron from the ground. Rushing towards the gluttonous guinea pigs. If one must perish, let it be together. In a nest overturned, how can there be unbroken eggs? Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each sweeping strike, several gluttonous guinea pigs are sent flying. With every blow, the brain matter of a single guinea pig bursts forth. However, the number of guinea pigs is simply overwhelming. Without any detrimental influence. When one is eliminated, several more take its place. Even if he exhausts his body in the struggle, he gradually feels a sense of weakness. The rodents engulf him. As the voracious guinea pigs emit excited chattering sounds. The iron G has bent, its arm twisted. He cannot fathom why the once tranquil Jiangnan community has suddenly been besieged by a horde of insatiable guinea pigs. The fabric of clothing was torn apart by sharp claws. Flesh obscured. A powerful blow from a long appendage. A ravenous guinea pig was sent flying through the air. Without any negative influences, he found himself trailing behind, nearly losing his balance. Suddenly, 2 guinea pigs charged at him, yet he was unable to retreat even a single step. Only the iron G can be placed horizontally before the body. When the iron G clashes with its sharp claws, sparks fly. The leaves are sent flying, and in an instant, one finds oneself surrounded by several guinea pigs. Without any negative influences. Ye feels a bitterness within. He is merely an ordinary individual. Not an awakened one. To have persevered for so long is nothing short of miraculous. Ye has never encountered an awakened being, and even questions the very existence of such entities. Yet he has heard that awakened ones are also transformed from ordinary humans, possessing formidable individual combat prowess, sufficient to contend against monstrous entities. The awakened individuals were originally destined to become humanity's vanguard in the battle against these fiends. In truth, there are no harmful influences. Humanity regards them merely as the final embers, for they are indeed exceedingly rare. Among 10,000 individuals, only one may awaken. Typically, they concentrate within the central domain, acting as a valiant force to assist human legions, rendering it even less likely for them to venture deep into the heart of the besieged territory to rescue the surviving members of humanity. Without any detrimental influence, thus, Ye and the others could only rely on themselves. Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind pierced through the air. Ye intended to evade, yet, regrettably, his injuries were too severe, rendering him utterly immobile. With effortless precision, for talons tore through his chest, plunging directly into his lobes of lung. Under the excruciating pain, Ye rose fiercely. A projectile struck a guinea pig, causing its brain to splatter and its bones to shatter. The unfortunate creature met its demise on the spot. Without any malice, yet Ye had exhausted his final ounce of strength, while the claw of another guinea pig had already pierced his heart. Ye closed his eyes. In this world of sea eggs, the final images that flickered in his mind were of his parents who had departed, and his long-lost sister, Wang Yin. A sudden voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated S million of the insatiable X guinea pigs. No negative influences. Unwavering belief. Acquisition. The most formidable class simulation system. Enhancing the sound. Countless pieces of information flooded into Ye's mind. A luminous screen materialized in his consciousness. Host. Realm. Beginner martial artist. Manifestation ability. Weapon. Alloy iron G. Enhancement value. A thought stirred within Ye. I have awakened. The realms are categorized into warriors, non-consumers, martial masters, lords, and the extraordinary. Although the realm of the good is the lowest tier, it still surpasses ordinary individuals by several fold. It is not an awakening, master. What you have acquired is the most formidable/S simulation system, far surpassing that of the awakened by countless magnitudes. The master can acquire the ability to embody magical creatures and simultaneously gain enhancement values by vanquishing strength monsters without any adverse consequences. The reinforcement points can be applied to enhance the capacity for simulation, thereby amplifying the potency of simulation skills. There are no adverse effects. For instance, by striking the S and indulging in X with the guinea pig, one can acquire the speed of the guinea pig, while simultaneously consuming enhancement points to further elevate that speed. If one strikes down S, one may acquire the formidable power of S. If the master possesses multiple simulation abilities, they may freely choose to allocate enhancement points to a specific simulation capability, without any negative implications. Listen to this. Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Was the recent strike on this glass guinea pig effective? Ding. Host. Realm. Beginner warrior. Phantom of this class. Weapon. Alloy iron G. Enhancement value. Ye done felt as light as a swallow, yet this speed was insufficient within the realm of the voracious guinea pigs. He proclaimed, enhanced the phantom of the insatiable. Congratulations, master. Enough. Without any negative influence. Ye suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze radiating brilliance. His long spear swept forth, creating a phantasm, and directly pierced the heart of another voracious guinea pig. With a vigorous tug, the long G plummets down. A cascade of crimson spills forth. Entrails cascade and tumble to the ground. Central security zone. No malicious intent. Central square. Everyone's gaze is fixed upon the large screen, broadcasting the news. The periphery of the central zone is engulfed in a fierce battle. The conflict has persisted for a day and a night. Every individual's nerves are taut to the utmost. The cannonade resonates in unison. Countless soldiers wield submachine guns, while heavy artillery stands resolutely upon the city walls. Flames lapping hungrily. In contemporary times, humanity has relinquished its dominance in the skies. Even the most advanced aircraft are rendered vulnerable, destined to be swiftly torn apart by aerial monstrosities. Without any adverse influence, only the ground-based air defense shelters can provide a certain degree of protective function. Beneath the city walls, monstrous creatures swarm across the landscape, with gigantic beasts towering at 3 to 4 meters in height being a common sight. Each assault inflicts tremendous pressure upon the human legion. Even a single monstrous creature can withstand dozens of bullets without faltering. Without any malicious intent. Guarding steadfastly. The awakener is imminent. As the words fell, amidst the cries of despair, a soldier was seized from the ground by a mutated sparrow nearly 1 meter long, soaring into the sky. In an instant, dozens of arrows pierced the air, striking down like a tempest. Feathers and entrails were drenched in wine, as the warriors found themselves ensnared within the throngs of mutated beasts beneath the city walls. Without any negative influences. Torn to shreds in an instant alongside the mutated sparrow's body. Only a select few managed to seize the flesh. More of the unclaimed monsters gazed with their crimson eyes, frenziedly launching an assault upon the human city walls. Open fire. All mortars aim at the 6 o'clock direction, the area where the monsters are most concentrated. Strike with utmost ferocity. No malevolent force. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles detonated, causing the monstrous beasts to be torn asunder. Yet, an even greater multitude of these creatures instantaneously filled the void. In the distance, a vast expanse of dark clouds rapidly approaches, causing the crowd to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Soon, a voice rises above the murmurs, declaring, it is a swarm of flying magical creatures. With a piercing gaze, the Legion commander exclaimed, what a sight! Those are not mere clouds, they are countless mutated sparrows congregating densely together. The sparrow I just saw was merely a vanguard, this is the true main force. Despite the warriors' fearless demeanor towards the a sense of futility began to rise within their hearts. While they still possessed the strength to confront the foes on the ground, how were they to contend with the creatures of the skies? Never retreat. The X battles against S. The Legion commander raises his D, pointing towards the heavens. With a fierce roar. We cannot withdraw. Behind us lies the human citadel. If we falter here, the heartland of humanity shall be in peril. At this moment, a figure streaked by, untainted by malevolence. The awakened one, wielding a long weapon, leapt from the city walls, plunging into the throng of monstrous beings. With every glimmer of cold light, at least 3 or 4 of the fiends met their demise. After vanquishing over a dozen monsters, a vast expanse emerged beneath the city. However, the awakened ones had also exhausted their strength, panting heavily as they leapt back to the city walls. 2 figures swiftly flashed by, unaccompanied by any malicious intent. Once again, 2 awakened ones emerged. The monsters surged momentarily, only to gradually retreat. The mutated sparrow swarm is now soaring through the air, no longer launching attacks. Everyone breathes a temporary sigh of relief. In the atmosphere, an unsettling presence lingers, evoking a sense of nausea. A time devoid of malevolence. This is an era shrouded in darkness. A period in which humanity clings to existence. The first layer of the discourse entrapment. Ye wiped the crimson from his face, unleashing the phantasm of desire. The swift and formidable G launched an onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. 3 insatiable guinea pigs were sent flying by a single strike from Ye. Their skulls shattered. Along the way, several guinea pigs were struck aside. However, immediately after, 4 insatiable guinea pigs came rushing forth. No malevolent influences. A claw, the size of a palm, obstructs Ye's path of retreat. A prompt sound resonates. Host. Ye. Realm. Novice martial artist. Simulation ability. Weapon. Alloy iron G. Enhancement value. Ye let out a mighty roar. Enhancing his obsession with the phantom, his speed surged to new heights. With sudden force, Ye propelled his legs, moving in synchrony with G, transforming into a fleeting shadow. He deftly maneuvered through the perilous intersection of the razor-sharp claws. With a swift upward motion, no malicious intent, a soft sound escapes. 2 gluttonous guinea pigs have a significant dent in their backs, their spines completely broken. They fall to the ground, struggling in agony. Every second is of utmost importance. Once again, it swiftly darted through the cracks between the guinea pigs, shattering their skulls with precision. There are no negative indications. Fresh brain matter splattered. Ye randomly touched the substance on his face. He stepped back to examine his thoughts. A new collection of enhancement points has been gathered. All enhancements are directed towards the phantom of desire. Mysterious forces intertwine within the veins of the X. Ye's speed accelerates exponentially, weaving through the herd of guinea pigs. Each swing of the iron G conjures a trail of dark energy. The sound of clapping echoes as the X guinea pig screams incessantly, its crimson eyes unable to discern the trace of the leaf. No detrimental impact. Repeated assaults have resulted in emptiness. Instead, inadvertently harming other guinea pigs. The iron G has long since bent. Yeso X seizes the concave area, creating a gracefully curved arc. With a powerful thrust, both sides bloom simultaneously, gaining 10 enhancement points. Ding! Acquired 15 enhancement points. An increasing amount of enhancement value is being utilized by Ye in the Phantom of Devouring. Ye's speed is accelerating rapidly. No negative influences. Fresh droplets cascade. Rain showers the sky. Typically, before a single guinea pig touches the ground, several others soar into the heavens. At last, the warmth has arrived. Ye's entire being has been thoroughly soaked in vibrant hues, resembling a vivid figure. The pungent odor is overwhelming, yet he is consumed solely by exhilaration. Only S can extinguish the flames of fury within his heart. A solitary being, resembling a demon of insatiable desire. With each strike, he reaps the lives of numerous hapless guinea pigs. Until now, he still does not comprehend why the gluttonous guinea pigs have congregated here. However, pondering this mystery is a luxury he cannot afford. The speed of the X-Phantom was maximized in his hands. With each sweep of his presence, he left behind an exceptionally wide corridor, filled with shattered remnants of the mice. How is this possible? In the corridor, the man with a severed arm stands up unsteadily, incredibly gazing ahead, unhindered by any malevolent force. Within the depths of the mouse sea, rats are incessantly propelled into the sky, while others are shattered midair. The scene is profoundly harrowing. A fleeting shadow darted incessantly within the confines of the mouse's realm. Only in the fleeting moment of hesitation could one discern its visage, which, astonishingly, was that of Ye. Without any negative influence, all the elderly and women stood up, gazing ahead in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a newfound glimmer of hope. The herd of zloving guinea pigs, beneath the iron canopy of leaves, finally came to a halt in their forward march. Without any negative implications, the girl peeked out from beneath the armpit of the man with a severed arm. Is this the big brother from earlier? Have we been saved? The man with a severed arm gently caresses the girl's head, his gaze solemnly directed ahead. Uncertain, one wonders, is he an awakened one? It seems likely, for only an awakened individual possesses such extraordinary abilities. Indeed, the awakened ones are real. The awakened have truly come to our rescue. We are saved. No ill intentions. Several elderly individuals weep profusely, finding themselves ensnared in the first layer of the debate, much like Ye. They once doubted that the awakened ones were merely a myth. If there truly exists a human warrior powerful enough to rival the formidable mutated beasts, why has a year passed without any sign of their arrival to rescue them? At this moment, Ye is wholly immersed in the benefits bestowed by the most formidable/S simulation system, free from any detrimental influences. The application of each enhancement point allows for a palpable increase in speed. At this moment, the velocity has reached several times that of an average individual. There are no detrimental influences, and this enhancement is ongoing. However, he subsequently became aware of an issue. Once the reinforcement value accumulated to a certain extent on the phantasm of desire, the acceleration of enhancement noticeably slowed. Furthermore, he sensed a faint membrane within his body. As long as he could break through this membrane, the phantasm of desire would transcend its limitations and ascend to a new echelon. Is it due to the realm? System, please check my current state of enlightenment. Yes, Master. You are currently at the pinnacle of the novice warrior level. Once you vanquish 72 of the insatiable guinea pigs, you shall ascend to the intermediate warrior tier. Indeed, it is as such. Ye gazed skyward, letting out a long, resonant cry. With a swift motion, he executed a graceful spiral, sending dozens of ravenous guinea pigs scattering away. As the queue surged forward in a straight line, the G shadow trembled with great speed, leaving a trail of shattered innards of the voracious guinea pigs in its wake. Once again, dozens of guinea pigs have met their demise, intensifying the obsession with phantom desires. Ye is undeterred, connecting one point after another, as S plunges into darkness. In the realm devoid of malevolence, the only entities within my sight are the gluttonous guinea pigs. Gradually, the once impenetrable horde of these creatures has thinned. The once ferocious gazes now exhibit a hint of retreat. System, how much longer must I endure? Just one more. My master need only slay a single gluttonous guinea pig to ascend to the intermediate level of martial prowess. Ye Taiji swept across, once more clearing a vast expanse. Ahead, an abrupt emptiness emerged. As a creature, twice the size of an ordinary guinea pig, stared wide-eyed at Ye. Those eyes, a deep abyss of black, lacking any hint of light, yet astonishingly glimmer with the spark of contemplation. It is you. Without any malice. Ye had no other thoughts. With fervor, the Phantom of X was unleashed in full force. Advancing boldly, the iron G came crashing down upon the head. The colossal capybara emitted a sound, only to be struck with such force that its brain was splattered. Its four legs gave way, and it collapsed limply to the ground. All the guinea pigs serve as witnesses, no longer concerning themselves with anything else. Swiftly they retreat. In a mere minute, they have vanished entirely. In the corridor, the hallway lies desolate. Only mountains of vermin remain. Fresh blood flows across the floor. The suffocating stench informs all of the recent events that transpired. No adverse influences lingered. Ye did not pursue. After a fierce battle, both hands and feet trembled. The phantasm of gluttony enhanced Ye's speed. Yet it did not augment his strength. It appears that, in the future, he must seek out strength-oriented magical creatures. Otherwise, no matter how swift the phantasm of gluttony may be, without sufficient strength to sustain him, he risks swiftly exhausting his stamina and finding himself in dire straits. System. Master. Please verify whether all enhancement points have been allocated to the phantasm of desire, and whether the boundary has been transcended. Confirmation. Without adverse indications. Ding. Host. Advanced martial artist. Simulation ability. Weapon. Alloy iron G. Enhancement value. Ye furrowed his brow. Indeed. Congratulations, Master. You have ultimately defeated the Sklas, the king of the ex-guinea pigs, gaining 500 enhancement points. Your realm has ascended directly to a higher echelon. It was then that you realized that the guinea pig, which was twice the size of an ordinary one, was in fact the guinea pig king. Without any malevolent intentions, it is likely that this individual's offensive capability is several times greater than that of an ordinary guinea pig. Had it not been for Ye's swift movements, the outcome regarding the dear SS hand remains uncertain. Master, it has been detected that the brain of the gluttonous guinea pig king contains magic crystals, which can be utilized for the conversion into enhancement points. Ye turned her gaze, and within the brain matter of the gluttonous guinea pig king, there truly lay a dark red orb. No negative influences. Upon picking it up, one can sense a peculiar energy emanating from within. Gazing at it for an extended period can lead to a state of trance. Is it possible to convert it into 200 enhancement points? Conversion. The magic crystal dissipates like sand in the wind. A strange power surges into the body. System. Enhancement value. Shall we enhance the phantasm of desire? Without any negative implications. Ye contemplated for a moment. Let's keep it for now. The allure of the phantom is already sufficient. At this juncture, the paramount objective is to enhance one's strength. These enhancement points shall be reserved for what lies ahead. The power-oriented simulation skills are quite commendable as well. System. Is it possible to check for nearby creatures capable of granting strength-based simulation skills? Initiating detection. The system has detected the presence of humanoid monsters on the top floor of the Master's building. Their power is classified as X, which is relatively considerable. If the Master defeats them, he may acquire a power-type mimicry skill. Without any negative implications. Ye furrowed her brows slightly. It seems that the system is not infallible. One can only wait for Ye to embark on her own exploration. Yet, harboring hope is always a positive sentiment. The sound of footsteps approached, pulling Ye back to reality. He beheld a man with a severed arm, leading a little girl, as they walked toward him alongside the others. The gratitude for their salvation weighed heavily upon him, for he had no means to repay such a debt. From this moment forth, his life would belong to his benefactor. Several elderly individuals expressed their gratitude, stating that had it not been for your efforts outside, we. No ill intent. Ye waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Born in the twilight of the world. As a member of humanity, one must strive to the utmost. A little girl peered out. Big brother. Are you an awakened one? Without hesitation, Ye was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the system's response, he mused that it could not be true. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words to elucidate the situation. Perhaps only the awakened could provide clarity on the events that had just transpired. Without any negative influence. Ye touched his nose. I suppose so. The little girl suddenly leaped with joy, rushing out to grasp Ye's hand. Indeed, the elder brother is an awakened one. Now we are saved. The man with the severed arm pulled the little girl back, for one must not be disrespectful to a benefactor. No malicious intent. Ye Xiao. A girl is, after all, a girl. Even in the face of the apocalypse, a child's innocence cannot be suppressed. It is this untainted exuberance that the oppressive end of days lacks. Ultimately, the baton of the future must be passed into the hands of these children. The man with the severed arm takes a step back, standing alongside the elderly men and women. He bows at a 90-degree angle to Ye, expressing his gratitude to the awakened for safeguarding humanity. Ye hastened forward, with no ill intentions. It is impermissible. But please rest assured. It remains as I have stated. As long as we are human, we shall undoubtedly fight for humanity until the very last moment. Then Ye stepped forward to assist the man with the severed arm. Do you know why the gluttonous guinea pig has behaved so unusually this time? The man with the severed arm remarked. I surmise they are heading towards the second layer of the discussion zone. And our neighborhood conveniently lies along the essential route. Do you see in the distance? Yet, as for the precise reason, I am at a loss. Ye raised her gaze, and indeed, without any elopement, she beheld in the distance the city where structures were incessantly collapsing, clouds of dust swirling so thickly that even this far away, the scene was vividly clear. In the realm of dust-laden vision, shadows of gray, the phantoms of malevolence rise and fall. These entities possess strength far surpassing that of the gluttonous rodents, with many wielding power that reaches the level of human martial masters. Journey to the second layer of controversy. No adverse indications. What could be the reason for this? Ye gazed intently. To unravel the secrets within, one must possess commensurate strength. The guinea pig sea has been withdrawn. The guinea pig king has been defeated by Ye Zhan's. It is unlikely that they will reappear in the near future. Ye Guanzhou preserves the severed arm of a man here, ensuring that nothing goes to waste. The guinea pig is meticulously sliced and air-dried for long-term storage. By rationing the portions, one could sustain themselves for at least 6 months without issue. He set forth towards the rooftop. Before departing, Ye retrieved the long D, contemplating for a moment before fastening the iron G around his waist. This building comprises a total of 31 stories. There are no negative influences. After the departure of the ex-guinea pigs, the stairwell became desolate and vacant. Occasionally, a few ordinary zombies roam aimlessly in the corridors. These individuals do not even qualify as novice warriors. Ye effortlessly resolved the matter with a mere flick of his hand. I have defeated about 10 zombies, without any adverse effects, and thus acquired a little over 10 enhancement points. Utterly devoid of utility, Ye Ming decided to merge his essence with the 200 enhancement points acquired from vanquishing the bloodthirsty guinea pig king. He harbored no trepidation regarding the potential infection from the zombie's bodily fluids. Over the course of a year, humanity had reached a precise understanding of the nature of the undead. The transmission of the zombie virus was not akin to the sensationalized portrayals seen on television, where a mere bite or contact with the infected fluids would lead to contagion. Instead, on the day the apocalypse commenced, those destined to become zombies transformed instantaneously, while those who were not seemed to have developed a form of viral immunity. Even consuming the blood of a zombie would not lead to infection. The same principle applied to mutated creatures. Unleashing the full force of his bloodthirsty mirage, Ye Ming surged into the corridor like a tempest, silently dispatching numerous zombies. Even those who sensed his presence found their frail bodies vulnerable before the enhanced blade imbued with the bloodthirsty mirage. As he approached the 3rd floor, his pace slackened. For he detected a sound distinct from the typical moans of zombies, deep and menacing. It was likely a strength-based zombie. Although Ye Ming could easily cut his way through with the bloodthirsty mirage, he remained cautious, uncertain of the situation above. The zombies seemed to sense Ye Ming as well. Their noises grew more guttural, and their footsteps quickened, as if they were hunting for him. Holding his breath, Ye Ming tilted his head slightly, peering through a crevice in the stone. Indeed, he observed at least 5 colossal zombies, each towering over 2 meters, meandering about the rooftop. Ye Ming could deftly navigate and eliminate these formidable foes with his speed. However, his view was obstructed, and after a brief wait without sighting additional giants, he prepared to charge forth. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Humph, coming here with you is utterly lacking in challenge. A disgrace to our Earth Demon clan." Another voice chuckled, "The second layer of the Fallen Zone? Do you truly believe it remains as it once was? With your strength, you are courting death." The sharp voice seemed incensed. "Why not test it?" "Test it? Are you aware that the second layer is now teeming with ancient clans far mightier than us? Enough idle chatter, let us hasten to search for any survivors nearby. By consuming their life essence, we may augment our own powers, perhaps even enabling us to contend with the ancient clans of the second layer. Indeed, let us proceed swiftly. I sensed the fragrance of blood sustenance moments ago, it must be in this vicinity. Earth Demon Clan? Ancient alien races? Ye Ming turned towards the source of the voices and beheld two figures, clad in armor resembling withered leaves, standing at the edge of the rooftop. The zombies paid them no heed, as if the Earth Demon Clan and the undead were intrinsically linked. A closer inspection revealed that these beings emitted an aura akin to that of zombies and mutated creatures, albeit more subdued. These two members of the Earth Demon Clan were undoubtedly connected to the outbreak of monstrosities. He could not allow them to escape unchallenged. With a sudden jolt, Ye Ming propelled himself upward, lunging at the two Earth Demons. Blood sustenance? The Earth Demons momentarily faltered, then their expressions brightened with delight. Ye Ming soared through the air, unleashing the full might of the bloodthirsty mirage, a whirlwind of lethal intent. A flicker of cold light flashed, and a member of the Earth Demon Clan found its head severed from its body. Ding! You have gained 200 enhancement points. A mysterious force surged into Ye Ming's body. No transformation ability? Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Indeed, Master, the transformation ability can only target creatures with relatively refined skills. This Earth Demon's proficiency is too low to provide such an ability. So it was merely a low-level adversary. No wonder it could only meander within the first layer of the Fallen Zone. Should I merge the enhancement points? I'll hold off for now. At that moment, a howling wind rushed in, prompting Ye Ming to swiftly sidestep, narrowly avoiding a shadowy punch. Another Earth Demon darted to the opposite side, halting at the edge of the platform, gazing at its fallen comrade with a look of astonishment. Seemingly caught off guard by the fact that this bloodthirsty creature could retaliate against its ally, Ye Ming activated Bloodthirsty Phantom, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward the Earth Demon, his long blade glinting with a frigid light. Bang! The Earth Demon attempted to retreat, but Ye Ming's speed was simply too overwhelming. It barely managed to cross its arms before being struck by Ye Ming's long blade. With a crash, the Earth Demon was sent flying, crashing through a considerable section of the wall. Ye Ming was somewhat surprised. This creature had not been slain by a single blow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a flicker of gray light between its hands, indicating that this object had absorbed the impact of his strike. Activating Bloodthirsty Phantom once more, another blade of light surged toward the Earth Demon. Boom! This time, Ye Ming observed closely. At the moment of impact, the creature's arm extended, revealing armor. It was this very armor that had blocked his long blade. Impossible! How can a human possess such strength? The Earth Demon bellowed. What treasure do you possess? Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. Ye Ming extended his hand. Just then, a colossal zombie slowly turned and approached Ye Ming. Ha! This is the Earth Demon shield, forged from the essence of my clan's bodies. How could I possibly give it to you? As for your attempt on my life, that is out of the question. The Earth Demon began to retreat slowly. Not a treasure? Ye Ming felt a slight disappointment, originally hoping to acquire this object to bolster his own strength. However, since it was unattainable, it mattered little. He resolved to eliminate it instead. Ye Ming activated Bloodthirsty Phantom again, moving in tandem with his blade, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Ha! It's futile. The gray light flickered, and the Earth Demon shield materialized. Yet this time, Ye Ming did not attack the Earth Demon, but instead appeared beside the colossal zombie. Clang! With two swift strikes, his long blade pierced through the zombie's neck defenses, driving deep within, black blood erupting and splattering across Ye Ming's face and head. Ding! You have gained 150 enhancement points, transformation skill, strength enhancement. Current enhancement points, 472. Shall I merge all? Merging all into strength enhancement. As his muscles restructured, veins surfaced upon his skin, and Ye Ming felt his physical power surge exponentially. Now, when combined with Bloodthirsty Phantom, he would unleash a force several times greater than before. The Earth Demon, witnessing Ye Ming's sudden assault on the colossal zombie, felt a twinge of surprise, yet the Earth Demon shield continued to shimmer. Ye Ming pivoted his blade, slicing toward the Earth Demon shield like a streaking rainbow. The Earth Demon's expression of disdain instantly shifted to one of terror. No. Slicing sounds echoed as the Earth Demon shield was cleaved in two, the blade vibrating violently, hovering ominously above the Earth Demon's head. Speak! What is the cause of this monstrous uprising, and who are you, the Earth Demons? Ha ha ha! Your kind is on the verge of annihilation. The Earth Demons cackled. If you wish to know the truth, descend to the underground and await further news. Ye Ming snorted coldly, and with a sudden swing of his long blade, the creatures were cleaved in twain, their innards splattering forth. Ding! Acquired 500 enhancement points, obtained Earth Demon Shield. The luminous screen unfurled. Host, Ye Ming Realm, Peak Advanced Warrior Transformation Abilities, Bloodthirsty Phantom, Earth Demon Shield Weapon, Alloy Long Blade Enhancement Points, 500. Ye Ming furrowed his brow. System. What about the Strength Enhancement? The Earth Demon Shield is also a physical enhancement skill and serves as a high-level skill for strength enhancement. The system has automatically transferred the strength enhancement to the Earth Demon Shield. So that is how it is, the system possesses the ability for automatic optimization. Quite impressive. Ye Ming concentrated, and his skin immediately took on the dark, armor-like hue reminiscent of the Earth Demons. The blade's back resonating with a metallic echo as he lightly tapped it. He allocated all remaining enhancement points to fortify the Earth Demon Shield. The platform cleared, his strength was bolstered, and the objective of this endeavor was achieved. Ye Ming returned to the corridor. But the bloodthirsty guinea pig swarm had yet to return. Everyone was busy processing the meat, threading it with fine strings and hanging it in the windows to dry. Initially, the crowd had thought an enemy was approaching, but they relaxed upon seeing Ye Ming. The one-armed man spoke. Are you leaving? Ye Ming nodded. I am going to find my sister, regardless of whether she is alive or dead. I must ascertain her fate. Ye Ming's sister attended Dongfang University in Hanjing City, situated in the 42nd area of the Fallen Zones. Although he was aware that the chances of her survival amidst the rampant monsters were slim, he was resolved to visit. Empowered now where he once lacked the ability. A little girl approached. Big brother, you are an awakened one, but please be cautious. Ye Ming smiled and ruffled her hair. Do not worry, you have already called me an awakened one. What is there to fear? The one-armed man leaned closer and whispered. A message just came from the central domain. An awakened one has already perished, and numerous flying monsters have appeared in the central domain. Flying monsters. Ye Ming pondered. The news was transmitted via the radio, the survivors relying on it to acquire information from the outside world. Coupled with the conversation of the Earth Demons, Ye Ming sensed that the crisis facing humanity this time was graver than ever. These rampaging monsters were likely making their way towards the central domain. The one-armed man continued. Brother, this journey will be arduous, so take great care. Moreover, each level of the Fallen Zones has a watchtower. Our first level should be in the southeast direction. Before you depart, you might want to check there. Very well, but first, allow me to perform one final task for you. What task? Eliminate all the zombies in this building. Without further ado, Ye Ming descended the stairs, wielding his alloy long blade. With the prowess of a peak advanced warrior. Dispatching the lowly zombies, who were not even at the level of junior warriors, proved to be effortless. Within a mere 5 minutes, Ye Ming reappeared before the group. Having spent most of that time searching for the zombies. After a successful harvest, I acquired nearly 200 enhancement points, which Ye Ming judiciously allocated to Bloodthirsty Phantom and Earth Demon Shield. Is this the end? Ye Ming nodded. Remember to close the iron gate at the bottom, as this will essentially ensure our safety. The one-armed man exclaimed excitedly, that is truly wonderful, it will greatly expand our range of activity. With the food reserves in the other rooms, we stand a good chance of surviving for another 6 months. The little girl peeked out. Big brother, you are so amazing. Can I go with you? Ye Ming smiled and shook his head. It would be best for you to stay here, once we are outside. I won't be able to look after you. The one-armed man gently patted the girl's head. Do not worry. I will risk my life to protect her and safeguard this place. Chapter 4, Under the Apocalypse, those who betray their kin deserve death. Ye Ming strode towards the entrance. Resolute in his mission, once I locate my sister, I shall return with her to this place. The 42nd Fallen District, where his sister Yili resided. was a considerable distance from the central safe zone, and the closer one approached the central domain, the more perilous the journey became. Thus, returning to this first fallen district seemed far more pragmatic. I am Li Zhengrong. If you return and do not find me, I hope you will remember my name, called the man with the severed arm, watching Ye Ming's retreating figure. Ye Ming, he waves dismissively, that won't happen, I am counting on your welcome. His voice faded into the distance as he vanished at the speed of the bloodthirsty specter. Li Zhengrong stood there, dazed, alongside the others, gazing in the direction Ye Ming had departed, his fists clenched. Ye Ming, rest assured, I will survive. If fate is unjust towards our kind, then we, the human race, shall resist destiny to the bitter end. However, Ye Ming did not directly depart from the complex, instead, he hastened towards the west side, where he recalled there was a supermarket. The duration of this endeavor was uncertain, thus he must adequately prepare sufficient supplies. The complex still harbored numerous zombies, the lowest of the low, barely a challenge for Ye Ming. The cold gleam of his long blade flashed as he unleashed a flurry of slashes, the zombies unable to react before being reduced to mere fragments. Strangely, he encountered no bloodthirsty guinea pigs, but instead dealt with a few mutated cats and dogs with ease. Along the way, he rescued several ordinary individuals locked in a standoff with mutated beasts, his formidable actions leaving them in astonishment. Without pausing, he quickly arrived at the supermarket's entrance. To his astonishment, a cluster of zombies was gathered at the entrance, ravenously devouring something. In an apocalypse, such a sight was not unusual. However, what struck him as peculiar was the bright crimson of the corpse and unmistakably fresh body. In the span of a year, the damned had perished, and those who could not die had hidden themselves away. With the limited intellect of the lowly zombies, it was nearly impossible for them to discover deliberately concealed survivors. This was also why Ye Ming felt secure leaving Li Zhengrong and the others in the complex. But this was perplexing. Could there truly be a survivor foolish enough to approach the zombies? At that moment, a warning bell rang in his mind. His body reacted before his brain could process, activating his phantasmic shield, his form instantly transforming into a texture akin to withered tree bark, as unyielding as steel. Bang! A bullet struck from the side, the searing projectile slamming into Ye Ming's chest. He staggered slightly, a small hole torn in his shirt, a sharp pain blossoming in his chest, a streak of blood appearing. A sniper rifle. At this stage, high-caliber firearms still posed a significant threat to Ye Ming. His pupils constricted as he abruptly focused on the front. A shadow darted past the rubble, heading towards the supermarket's back door. Activating the bloodthirsty specter, he transformed into an afterimage, traversing the 50 meters in mere seconds. The sniper, however, did not truly return to the supermarket. Instead, he shifted positions, re-aiming his rifle. Where did he go? The scope revealed only emptiness. Yet, in the next moment, a large face appeared within the crosshairs. The man momentarily froze, then quickly regained his composure, immediately pulling the trigger before abandoning his weapon and fleeing. Bang! Another line of fire erupted, but Ye Ming slightly shifted, and the bullet merely pierced through the afterimage. With a powerful grasp, Ye Ming seized the man's shoulder, his fingertips applying pressure. Crack! The enhanced strength of the Earth Demon shield crushed the man's shoulder. A howl of agony escaped the man as he collapsed to the ground, retreating in sheer terror as if he had seen a ghost. Yet, Ye Ming showed no mercy, advancing forward and forcefully stomping down with his right leg. Crack! His right leg shattered, followed by the left. The man writhed in pain, his lower body a mangled mess of flesh and blood, unable to flee, let alone move a single finger. In this apocalyptic world, humanity must unite and strengthen itself to secure a place for survival. However, this man dared to attack him, igniting Ye Ming's fury. He swung his long knife, positioning it against the man's neck, the blade glinting ominously as a line of blood trickled down. Please, don't kill me. I wasn't the one who wanted to shoot you. The man struggled to utter those words through gritted teeth. Who ordered you? Ye Ming asked coldly. It was our boss's command, stating that anyone approaching this area should be shot on sight. He even gave me this gun. Your boss is in the supermarket? Yes. This is his territory. Oh, Ye Ming replied dismissively. In a swift motion, he executed a fatal strike, the man's head soaring into the air, eyes wide in disbelief. Ye Ming had no intention of sparing such a person. In a time when humanity faced extinction, internal conflict was utterly unforgivable. He would thwart any actions detrimental to the future of humanity. With another sweep of his blade, for ravenous zombies also met their demise. His gaze swept upward, a murderous glint igniting in Ye Ming's eyes. At that moment, a voice called from above, "Hey, boss, where did those zombies go?" A languid male voice responded. "What does it matter? Just throw a person down, and the zombies will come." "Understood, boss." Then, a figure was tossed from the window. It was a girl. Bound with ropes, her clothes torn to shreds, her body covered in scars, eyes tightly shut, yet her chest faintly rose and fell, indicating she was still alive. Ye Ming darted forward, catching the girl and gently laying her on the grass. Perhaps she did not feel the impact, her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Once filled with clarity, her gaze now brimmed with fear and despair. Perhaps in her heart, she believed that Ye Ming had saved her merely for his own desires. "Rest assured, I will eliminate each one of these scum," Ye Ming stated calmly. He then turned, the earth demon shield beneath his feet, and with a powerful thrust, he leaped 2 meters high, activating the bloodthirsty phantom to unleash a whirlwind that shattered the window. This was a spacious room of 200 square meters, transformed from a supermarket into a series of small compartments by someone using shelves. Most of the compartments stood open, save for the one in the middle, which was concealed by a curtain, from which faint, seductive melodies emerged. Several battered women, nailed to the wall, appeared to be on the brink of death, their bodies marred by wounds. This scene even startled Ye Ming. It was a living hell. These women were mere playthings for the tyrant of this place. Perhaps just moments ago, they had been acquiescing within the compartments, and now they had become the half-dead souls adorning the wall. Outside, a few men brandished firearms, facing the entrance, evidently unprepared for my abrupt intrusion through the window. By the time they redirected their weapons, a glimmer of cold steel flashed, and several heads soared into the air. Blood gushed forth as submachine guns clattered to the ground, and headless bodies slowly collapsed. "Who goes there?" More individuals reacted, rushing forth from various directions, armed with an assortment of weapons. Ye Ming deftly parried a kitchen knife with his hand, sparks flying as the blade grazed his arm before being deflected. He swiftly seized an iron rod, exerting such force that it bent under his grip. With a resounding clang, the rod was hurled aside, and with a powerful kick, one assailant was sent hurtling away, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. A clear sign that he was on the brink of death. Turning, he swept his right leg upward, toppling several more adversaries, their cervical bones fracturing, heads twisted unnaturally. None could withstand Ye Ming's prowess. The sound of guns being loaded echoed ominously. In the distance, 2 figures raised submachine guns, aiming directly at him. At this stage, Ye Ming could easily withstand small-caliber gunfire, yet he was disinclined to waste time. Activating his bloodthirsty phantasm, he dashed before them in the blink of an eye. A flash of cold steel, and blood sprayed forth as fingers, along with triggers, were neatly severed. "Who goes there?" The curtain was abruptly lifted, revealing a towering tattooed man, glistening and muscular, clutching the body of a woman. A sideways glance from Ye Ming revealed that this was likely the tyrant mentioned by the sniper. "Ha!" The tyrant, upon witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback. A horrific wail erupted from several individuals, writhing on the ground in desperate struggle. Ye Ming launched a kick, sending 4 or 5 men flying, the sound of their spines cracking sending chills down the spine, their screams abruptly silenced. With that, all of the tyrant's minions had been eradicated. Ye Ming cracked his knuckles, producing a series of unsettling sounds, and approached the tyrant. "Who are you?" The tyrant's voice trembled with a hint of retreat. In this apocalyptic world, the fear of humanity was magnified. "What do you think?" Ye Ming grinned. An awakener?" The tyrant's eyes widened in terror, collapsing to his knees. Even when kneeling, his towering figure reached Ye Ming's chest height, creating a disconcerting contrast against Ye Ming's relatively slender form. Ye Ming, disinterested in explanation, flicked his knife, and the tyrant's head fell to the ground. Even in death, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. An awakener, a powerful entity tasked with safeguarding the front line against monstrous incursions. How could such a being appear in this first layer of the fallen zone? Ding. Gained 2 enhancement points, skill mimicry, none. Ye Ming shook his head. The worth of these ordinary people was scarcely greater than that of a few bloodthirsty guinea pigs. Were it not for the stubborn resolve within him, he would have been disinclined to squander his time. The enhancement of bloodthirsty phantom and earth demon shield was hardly worth mentioning, let alone the elevation of his realm. Just then, a gunshot echoed from below. Ye Ming's heart sank. The little girl was still down there. What if she encountered some misfortune? Activating bloodthirsty phantom. Ye Ming leaped from the window and landed with a resounding thud. His first glance was towards the girl, and to his relief, she was unharmed by the zombies. Clutching a sniper rifle, she aimed at several zombies a mere 10 meters away, one of which now bore a bloody hole in its forehead. The barrel emitted a faint wisp of smoke. The earlier gunshot had indeed originated from her. Yet, it seemed the weapon had jammed, as her finger desperately pulled the trigger, producing only a series of clicking sounds, while a few zombies growled and approached her ominously. Ye Ming's entrance drew the attention of both the girl and the zombies. 2 of the 4 zombies diverted their course toward him. Without hesitation, he unleashed 4 swift flashes of cold light, and the zombies were instantly dismembered. The girl gazed at Ye Ming in astonishment and delight, her previous wariness dissipating entirely. Moreover, the agility he displayed was something she had never witnessed before. Hold on tight, Ye Ming commanded. The girl, still bewildered, did not grasp what was happening as Ye Ming swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. With a powerful stomp of his feet, he activated bloodthirsty phantom and gracefully leapt through the window. Upon entering the supermarket, the girl recalled the terrifying scene from earlier and cried out in terror, "No!" However, once inside, she was immediately struck dumb by the sight of the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. This is Qian Shan, Boss Qian. These are his mercenaries. How could they all be dead? The girl incredulously raised her gaze. Did you do all of this? Chapter 5, The Dark Demon Clan's Scheme, Crisis at the Outpost. You are safe now, Ye Ming affirmed with a nod. The girl gazed at him with incredulity. How did you manage that? Are you an awakened? Ye Ming hesitated momentarily. I possess a somewhat different kind of awakening than what you are familiar with. Yet it is similar in essence. The explanation of the most formidable slaying simulation system would be laborious and perhaps incomprehensible, thus, it was more prudent to embrace the title of an awakened for clarity and simplicity. The girl, oblivious to the nuances of Ye Ming's words, exclaimed with delight, "An awakened. Truly an awakened. At last, I have awaited the arrival of an awakened to rescue us. We are saved." Her excitement came too abruptly, causing her to cough. Ye Ming gently patted her back. "Do not rush, we are now safe." "I am Ye Ming. May I know your name?" "Shin Xiaoxiao," she replied. "I am a survivor from this area. There were over a dozen girls who once sheltered with me. We initially sought refuge in a supermarket, believing we could evade the zombies, but before long, this place was discovered by Qian Shan. Some disobedient girls were tossed out to feed the zombies, while those who complied could only cling to life for a while, until Qian Shan grew tired of them, and they met the same fate." Her eyes glistened with tears. Ye Ming's fury ignited at the thought of Qian Shan's cruelty towards so many women. He was truly the scourge of humanity. Just then, a faint voice reached their ears. "Shen! Xiaoxiao, hurry!" They turned to see a woman on the wall. "Sister Dong? You are still alive?" "Xiaoxiao, hurry," the woman urged, her fingers twitching as her eyelids drooped like swollen bubbles, her lips barely moving to form sounds. Ye Ming felt a pang of regret, realizing he had assumed all the women on the wall were dead. He rushed to the wall and carefully lowered Sister Dong. Shin Xiaoxiao tumbled toward Sister Dong, already in tears. A glance at the other women pinned to the wall revealed they had long since perished. Inspecting Sister Dong's body, he noted severe external injuries, though thankfully her internal organs seemed largely unharmed. With the supplies available in the supermarket, she should be able to recover with time. Shin Xiaoxiao informed Ye Ming that these were the women whom Qian Shan had grown weary of, falsely claiming to allow them a little longer to live, only to subject them to such a fate. She then told Sister Dong that Qian Shan had been slain, and the benefactor was the man before them. Sister Dong gasped in surprise, struggling to kneel, but Ye Ming supported her. He surveyed the vast supermarket, now reduced to only Shin Xiaoxiao and Sister Dong. In his heart, He acknowledged that utilizing the supermarket's resources, the two could likely survive for a considerable duration if they exercised caution. Ye Ming inquired of Xin Xiaoxiao. Do you know how to use a firearm? He recalled that the recent sniper shot had been fired by her. A little, she admitted. I secretly observed Qian Shan and the others. And Sister Dong? Sister Dong shook her head weakly. I do not. Then, once Sister Dong has recovered, you shall teach her how to use a submachine gun, Ye Ming instructed, handing the sniper rifle to Xin Xiaoxiao. You will cover close range and long range. For now, settle here. Xin Xiaoxiao grasped Ye Ming's arm. Are you leaving? Ye Ming gazed out the window, remarking, I still have matters to attend to. Before Xin Xiaoxiao could utter another word, Dong Jia propped herself up and said with difficulty, Our benefactor is an awakened one, his path is beyond our comprehension. Rest assured, benefactor, we can manage on our own. Cough, cough. Dong Jia had barely spoken a few sentences before succumbing to a violent fit of coughing. Ye Ming supported her gently, urging, Remember my words, live well. Yes. Wait a moment, benefactor. Xin Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. As Ye Ming turned, a fragrant breeze brushed against him. Xin Xiaoxiao lightly kissed his cheek and, blushing, dashed to the back. After bidding farewell to Xin Xiaoxiao and Dong Jia, Ye Ming embarked on his journey towards the first layer of the Fallen Zone's watchtower. At the border between the first and second layers of the Fallen Zone, within the temporary encampment of the Earth Demon clan, a demon clad entirely in Earth Demon armor glanced toward the center of the first layer. Strange, why haven't Peng Dang and Shen Ho arrived yet? Another demon, draped in a robe, chuckled, Xiao Tong, you know well that with their strength, how could they breach the second layer? The demon named Xiao Tong shook his head. While Shen Ho may lack the strength, Peng Dang is relatively more capable and quite aggressive. He could still make an attempt to share in the spoils of the thick ancient golden cave. Besides, even if they don't acquire the Lu Jin sand, there are plenty of other treasures nearby to be found. Finders keepers? They might be risking their lives for it. We are not the only ones eyeing the thick ancient golden cave, Xiao Tong scoffed. True, other ancient clans are indeed watching. But our Earth Demon clan is the most prepared. It is said that even Lord Shen Hu is involved this time. Lord Shen Hu. Indeed. He is a renowned general of our Earth Demon clan, having attained the pinnacle of martial mastery, easily dispatching the lowly creatures of the first layer. Another demon sighed. It seems our Earth Demon clan is determined to secure the thick ancient golden cave this time. Xiao Tong replied with pride, naturally, do you know why? Why? The Lu Jin sand from the thick ancient golden cave is tailor-made for our Earth Demon clan. It can be directly integrated into our innate skill, the Earth Demon Shield. For other ancient clans, even if they obtain the Lu Jin sand, it holds little value, at best allowing for the forging of a decent weapon. Xiao Tong whispered. The information about the thick ancient golden cave was intentionally leaked by Lord Shen Hu to attract other ancient clans, to create distractions. When the time comes, with so many ancient clans present, who would know that the Lu Jin sand has fallen into the hands of our Earth Demon clan? Another demon gasped, then chuckled softly, so? Is it true that Lord Shen Hu has already predetermined the acquisition of the Lu Jin sand? Xiao Tong grinned, should we obtain the Lu Jin sand? Lord Shen Hu will undoubtedly break through the pinnacle of the martial master realm and ascend to the Lord level. Compared to Lord Shen Hu's ambitions, Peng Dang and Shen Ho are insignificant. We should focus on guarding this place. At that moment, two figures darted swiftly from a distance, prompting Xiao Tong to murmur. The Ice Demon clan has arrived. The Zombie clan is here too. The lowly humans have mutated into a new race, destined to be easily slaughtered. No. There are also the Cyclopes. What? It seems that the allure of the ancient gold cavern is quite significant for them. But enough of that, let us proceed to investigate. Ye Ming held his sword at his side and dashed through the first level of the Fallen Zone, advancing towards the southeast. At this moment, he remained unaware of the undercurrents swirling nearby. It was eerily quiet, extremely quiet. Aside from a few solitary zombies, there were scarcely any sizable enemy clusters. And even the mutated beasts were nowhere to be seen. Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Were it not for the sight of crumbling ruins all around? One might mistake this place for a year prior, before the apocalypse descended. His instincts told him that something was amiss. Where had all the creatures gone? He unleashed his bloodthirsty phantoms, his body transforming into a flurry of afterimages as he sped forth. Occasionally, a zombie by the roadside sensed something, raising its head just as a glint of cold light flashed, and it was cleaved in two by Ye Ming's blade, green ichor splattering forth like a burst watermelon. Approximately 20 minutes later, a white structure came into view ahead. Judging by its appearance, it was likely a cinema prior to the apocalypse, situated in a once bustling commercial district, now reduced to mere ruins. Advancing further led him to the second level of the fallen zone. If there were any outpost, it must be here. Such outposts were typically well concealed. Ye Ming halted to scrutinize his surroundings. Soon, he located the outpost, not due to keen eyesight, but because he overheard the sounds of creatures and the clash of weapons, the gunfire, and the anguished cries of humans. Outpost locations were chosen for their defensibility. Generally inaccessible to most creatures, especially since the creatures in the first level of the fallen zone were relatively weak. A sense of foreboding settled in Ye Ming's heart. Could something have gone awry? He hurried towards the source of the sounds. At that moment, a gray shadow lunged at him from above. Without a glance, Ye Ming retaliated with a swift upward slash of his long knife. A piercing shriek of a bird of prey assaulted his eardrums. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the creature's abdomen, emerging from its back, and with a downward tug, its foul entrails mixed with blood spilled forth. Simultaneously, two more gray shadows approached from the sides. Ye Ming activated his Earth Demon shield, his body as unyielding as steel, bracing against the bird's claws, which struck with the sound of clashing metal. Then, with a flash of cold light, he executed consecutive horizontal slashes. Crack! Crack! The two birds of prey were cleaved in half. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. And only then did the viscera and blood of the first creature drench him. Ye Ming finally discerned that these were three mutated vultures, each nearly 2 meters long, with talons spanning at least a dozen centimeters. Were it not for the Earth Demon shield, an ordinary body would have been effortlessly torn apart. What astonished Ye Ming was not merely the presence of flying creatures, but rather that such beings had emerged in the first level of the fallen zone. It was known that flying creatures typically manifested only in levels 20 and above. Ye Ming once again sensed the complexity of the situation. Ding! Acquired 2,000 enhancement points. Indeed. It is no surprise that the creatures beyond level 20 possess such formidable enhancement points, considering the ordinary zombies slain along the way. Ye Ming has accumulated nearly 1,000 enhancement points. All enhancements are devoted to the Earth Demon shield. System enhancement successful. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring passive enhancement. Passive enhancement is an advanced form of strength enhancement. Henceforth, during combat, the Master will not need to actively manipulate the Phantasm ability. The passive enhancement will automatically strengthen the corresponding areas of the body based on the direction of the attack. Excellent. This renders the system significantly more intelligent. Consequently, in future confrontations, Ye Ming need not be distracted by controlling the Earth Demon shield but can focus entirely on offense. Ahead. The anguished cries of humanity grow increasingly intense. There is no time for further contemplation. Ye Ming employs bloodthirsty mirage, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dashes forward. Upon rounding a corner, he discovers three individuals backed against the wall, one wielding a knife in the center, its blade already glistening with menace. Flanked by two others armed with firearms, the ground littered with spent casings. The knife wielder appears to be slightly older, around 40. While the two beside him are in their 20s. Flames of gunfire continue to erupt, albeit with a focus on precise shots, revealing that their ammunition is nearly depleted, as evidenced by their empty holsters. The knife-wielding individual's left arm hangs limply, dislocated, and his shirt is stained crimson with blood. The two armed men exhibit varying degrees of injury on their legs, clearly unable to endure for much longer. The outpost is under siege. Chapter 6, The invasion of monstrous beasts. A ferocious assault was underway, as massive mutated vultures, aberrant wild boars, and zombies encircled their prey. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Ming discerned that the mutated vultures and wild boars possessed the formidable strength of advanced martial artists, coordinating their attacks while the ordinary zombies served as fodder, capable of contending with even beginner martial masters. Among the humans, only the central figure wielding a blade exhibited peak martial prowess. while the others were at most mid-tier martial artists. Were it not for their advantageous terrain, these individuals would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. The blade-wielding man, spotting Ye Ming, shouted urgently, "Flee! This place is far too perilous." With a swift stroke, he severed half of a vulture's wing, inciting a vicious retaliation. The vulture's talons struck true, piercing the man's shoulder and sending blood gushing forth. In the ensuing chaos, a mutated wild boar lunged, its sharp tusks poised to impale the blade wielder's chest. The two armed individuals nearby, disregarding their dwindling ammunition, began firing wildly. Nevertheless, the wild boar, with its thick hide, charged forth undeterred by the bullets. Meanwhile, two zombies turned their bloodthirsty gaze towards Ye Ming, slowly shifting their focus. "Get lost!" Ye Ming exclaimed, transforming into a mere blur. With a flash of white light, he cleaved the two zombies in half. Leaping high, he descended with a single stroke, bisecting the bloodthirsty vulture, which subsequently fell apart, its innards and blood raining down like a torrential downpour. Without sheathing his blade, he pressed forward, using the human form as a shield against the oncoming mutated boar, which was nearly 3 meters tall and charged with ferocity. "Watch out!" the blade-wielding man yelled. In that instant, the Earth Demon's shield activated defensively, and with a thunderous crash, the massive shadow of the boar was sent reeling backward. However, Ye Ming remained steadfast as a rock. In his peripheral vision, he spotted another boar charging from the side. He deftly swung his long blade. The blade pierced the creature's skull, pinning it to the ground. The weapon trembled as the boar let out a pained howl, its crimson eyes dimming. Ye Ming had no time to linger. As he flung his blade, the bloodthirsty phantasm surged forth once more. He pursued the boar that had been struck, seizing its hind legs and tearing them apart with brutal force. The boar was rent asunder, a deluge of crimson cascading down, staining the earth. Turning, Ye Ming fixed his gaze upon the remaining two mutated vultures. Though devoid of intellect, the vultures sensed the impending dread and attempted to take flight. Ye Ming would not allow them such an escape. With a powerful leap, enhanced by the bloodthirsty phantasm, he rapidly closed the distance to the nearest vulture and, with a mighty fist, crushed its head as if it were a watermelon. With a forceful stomp, he used the vulture as a springboard to leap into the air, pursuing the second vulture with dual fists poised to strike. With a resounding crack, he shattered its skull yet again. The two vultures plummeted to the ground in a cloud of dust, lifeless and beyond revival. Empowered by the bloodthirsty phantasm, his series of actions unfolded at an astonishing speed. By the time the few survivors processed the events, all had settled into a grim silence. Ye Ming traversed the blood-soaked ground, approached the carcass of the mutated wild boar, and effortlessly withdrew his long blade, wiping it clean of blood before sheathing it back at his waist. The two armed individuals stood with mouths agape, unable to close them. The one wielding a knife, struggling to contain his astonishment, stepped forward cautiously, with one arm injured. He could only hold the blade with one hand and clasped his fist. "I am Zhang Lianwan, grateful for your timely assistance, esteemed elder." Although Ye Ming appeared to be in his early 20s, the respect accorded to an elder was well deserved. Ye Ming surveyed the group before him. Noting their dire state, the knife wielder had a severed arm and a fractured right leg, while the two gunmen bore penetrating wounds in their waists and thighs. It was likely that they had persisted until now solely on sheer willpower. System notification, ding. You have gained 2,400 enhancement points and acquired the skill Wind Manipulation. Host, Ye Ming Realm, Advanced Warrior Manifestation Abilities, Bloodthirsty Mirage, Earth Demon Shield, Wind Manipulation Weapon, Alloy Longsword Enhancement Points, 1200 System, elucidate the Wind Manipulation skill. Wind Manipulation is a manifestation of the mutated vulture, allowing one to harness the air and traverse it with grace. Ye Ming's expression shifted. The utility of this skill was simply extraordinary. What he once achieved through remarkable leaping ability, he could now accomplish through flight, significantly expanding his combat options. Enhance wind manipulation to the maximum. A surge of mysterious energy coursed through his body, and Ye Ming felt a lightness envelop him, as though he could seamlessly integrate with the flow of the wind. The system continued. Detection indicates that the host's realm can be transcended. Would you like to break through? Ye Ming's spirit soared. Yes, break through. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your realm has ascended to beginner martial master. In an instant, Ye Ming felt a membrane within him rupture. enhancing both the speed of the bloodthirsty mirage and the power and defense of the Earth Demon Shield. At that moment, facing an aberrant wild boar, a single charge could shatter its innards, leading to its swift demise. Regaining his composure, Ye Ming noticed the others gazing at him. "Where is your outpost? Lead me there. Also, gather these corpses. Once dried, they can serve as sustenance. Of course, esteemed elder, please follow me. With this food source, the outpost would surely be able to endure for a while longer." The outpost functioned much like an underground institution, one of the last remaining human enclaves in the fallen zones. It was established in the early days of the apocalypse to monitor the movements of monsters. Initially, humanity harbored hopes of reclaiming lost territories, but as more areas succumbed to the creatures, the outpost's purpose diminished significantly. Today, rather than fulfilling a monitoring role, the outpost symbolized humanity's steadfast adherence to their beliefs. In reality, most outposts had lost contact with the central safe zone, relying solely on radio signals to glean updates on the ongoing battles. Without the central safe zone's provisions, many outposts found themselves in precarious situations. Even the most concealed locations would eventually deplete their food supplies. Consequently, individuals from the outpost often had to venture out at great risk, battling monsters in search of nourishment. Yet, if humanity feasted upon monsters, how could the monsters not desire to consume humans in return? It was likely that these three had attracted the attention of the creatures due to such perilous endeavors. "The outpost is just ahead, approximately 50 meters away," the knife wielder announced. Ye Ming couldn't help but cast another glance at the knife wielders. Despite the clear distance of 50 meters, these individuals were resolutely immovable, undoubtedly committed to safeguarding the outpost from detection. 3 of them bore grave injuries, and concerned about the potential return of new monstrosities, Ye Ming slowed his pace. Yet, as he advanced, no further creatures emerged to threaten them. The knife wielder introduced himself as Zhang Lianduan, a martial artist at the peak of his strength. The other two, Wang Tian and Ye Ming, were both intermediate martial artists, and within the first-level outpost, they were considered quite formidable. In the past, foraging for food had posed little danger if approached with caution, but this time, for reasons unknown, a plethora of powerful aberrant creatures had manifested, including flying monstrosities, nearly costing them their lives. Ye Ming pondered deeply, his gaze drifting toward the horizon where the boundary between the first and second zones of devastation lay. Only recently had a multitude of creatures surged forth, and now, silence had returned, their whereabouts remained a mystery. The unusual occurrences of both phenomena might be interconnected, though he could not yet discern the nature of this relationship. "Are you an awakened one?" Zhang Lianduan inquired. Ye Ming paused briefly before nodding. Many had previously posed him this question, and for the present, the term awakened seemed fitting to describe his existence. "Are you truly an awakened one?" Though Zhang Lianduan had surmised as much, he regarded Ye Ming with a newfound solemnity, while Wang Tian and Ye Ming exchanged glances of reverence. "Did you hail from the central domain?" Zhang Lianduan asked, perplexed. "Not at all," exclaimed Wang Tian, the younger of the group, suddenly elated. "I knew that awakened ones would eventually appear in our first-level zone of devastation, now we need not fear." Zhang Lianduan playfully smacked the top of his head. "You impudent brat, show some decorum in the presence of your elder." "It matters not. I shall escort you to the outpost, I have other matters to attend to," Ye Ming replied. "Be cautious, elder. Strange occurrences have been reported nearby, with many powerful creatures previously unseen now lurking in the vicinity." As they approached a desolate ruin, Ye Ming noticed an inconspicuous, rusted pull ring on the ground. The outpost was indeed well concealed, had it not been for Zhang Lianduan's guidance. Ye Ming might never have discovered it. Yet, upon nearing, Zhang Lianduan suddenly froze. "What is it?" Ye Ming inquired. Zhang Lianduan's expression shifted dramatically. "The entrance to the outpost has been tampered with. The foliage that concealed it is gone." In a moment of panic, he yanked the iron ring, releasing a wave of putrid scent. "Be careful!" Wang Tian shouted as a glimmering claw lunged from below a formidable talon. "My life is forfeit." Zhang Lianduan had no time to evade, witnessing the claw thrust toward his chest. At the critical moment, a large hand seized Zhang Lianduan, yanking him backward. while another hand forcefully grasped the icy glimmer and hurled it against a nearby stone. A sharp crack echoed, and the creature was vanquished instantly. A mutated venomous scorpion. A creature from the 18th level of devastation. Zhang Lianduan exclaimed in astonishment. The creature posed little threat, a swift flick of its tail had dispatched it. Only its tail, shimmering with a greenish hue, hinted at its lethality, likely the reason it ranked among the creatures of the 18th level. Zhang Lianduan's eyes widened further. You withstood the venom of the mutated venomous scorpion without a trace of its effects. Remarkable. Thus, Ye Ming learned that the creature was indeed known as the mutated venomous scorpion. In the fleeting moment when Ye Ming grasped the tail, he indeed felt a sharp sting. Yet the Earth Demon shield activated automatically, propelling the adversary away. This exemplifies the advantage of the Earth Demon shield having evolved into passive defense. Had it remained a proactive measure, Ye Ming might not have reacted in time and could have been pierced by the venomous tail. However, now the poisonous tail could not breach Ye Ming's defenses. Without a glance, he cast aside the venomous tail scorpion, sending it flying into the distance, and leaped into the watchtower's depths. Be careful, senior, Zhang Liandan exclaimed just as Ye Ming descended beneath the watchtower. Unfazed, Ye Ming felt secure with the Earth Demon shield enveloping him, unperturbed by the lurking dangers in the shadows. Rather, it provided an opportunity to draw out hidden foes. The entrance to the watchtower extended 2 meters deep, leading to a platform connected to a downward staircase, which descended into the true heart of the watchtower, suggesting considerable height. The area below was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound, confirming that the watchtower had indeed fallen victim to malevolence. Without a second thought, Ye Ming activated the wind control technique and leaped from the platform. As anticipated, while suspended in midair, 2 dark figures darted by, and with a swift sound, 2 sharp projectiles struck his waist. Indeed, there were mutated tail scorpions. Grasping with his hand, Ye Ming seized the 2 robust tail stingers, their tips thrashing wildly, attempting to escape his grip. Yet, fortified by the Earth Demon's shield, they were no match for his strength. With a decisive motion of his arms, he crushed them with a dull thud, transforming the scorpions into mere pulp. Ding! You have acquired 4,800 enhancement points, the mechanical voice of the system announced. Truly, as monsters from the 18th layer, the 3-tailed scorpions yielded a total of 4,800 points, averaging 1,600 each, though slightly less than the 2,000 points from the mutated vultures. The quantity made it quite substantial. Enhance wind control technique. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, Master, your suspension time has reached 30 minutes. A surge of mysterious energy coursed through his body, leaving Ye Ming feeling considerably lighter and more adept at manipulating the wind elements. A 30-minute suspension time was ample. Often, the tides of battle could shift in an instant, and half an hour afforded Ye Ming the opportunity to accomplish much. After waiting 10 seconds without further anomalies, Ye Ming finally beckoned Zhang Liandan and the others to descend. Chapter 7, 1 against 100. The emergence of the ancient beast tamers. Zhang Lianduan switched on the light, his complexion instantly turning pale as he collapsed onto the ground. Wang Tian and Ye Ming let out cries of horror. At the first outpost, with the exception of the 3 who had ventured out, every individual left behind lay dead. The scene was grotesque. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely, and innards, limbs, and brain matter smeared everywhere, permeated by a nauseating stench. In contrast, the 2 mangled corpses of the mutated venomous scorpions appeared less terrifying. Wang Tian and Ye Ming crawled desperately toward the dismembered bodies. Uncle Hu, Master Hong, Brother Wu San. Ugh! Wang Tian could no longer contain himself, doubling over to retch, followed closely by Ye Ming, whose face was awash with tears, embodying profound anguish and sorrow. Zhang Lianduan's face was ashen, his throat churning with bile, but it was sorrow that overwhelmed him. 2 murky tears trickled down his cheeks. Just moments ago, vibrant companions had devolved into a pile of unrecognizable flesh. Such a transformation was unbearable for anyone to accept. The horror of this was far more intense than the mere notion of becoming a zombie. Wang Tian raised his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the corpses of the venomous scorpions, roaring in fury, "It's all your fault, you cursed scorpions! I will eradicate every last one of you!" His anger was palpable. The bodies of the venomous scorpions were riddled with bullets, their green ichor splattering everywhere, the stench becoming unbearable. Yet, this act merely served as a catharsis. Death cannot be undone, a truth known all too well. What would it accomplish to slay these monsters, especially when they were already lifeless? Zhang Lianduan refrained from stopping him, for he too harbored a desire to shred those scorpions into oblivion, even if it was just a single corpse. However, a hand suddenly reached out, grasping the muzzle of Wang Tian's gun. Elder? We have limited ammunition, we cannot afford to waste it. Moreover, the deaths of these individuals may have an underlying cause, Ye Ming stated gravely. What do you mean, Elder? Their flesh was darkened, displaying clear signs of poisoning. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that their bodies were severely mutilated. Do you believe that the scorpions alone possessed the capability to inflict such damage? This was the issue Ye Ming had sensed from the very beginning. These wounds resembled the handiwork of mutated wild boars or vultures, not merely the result of scorpion tails. In fact, upon activating the light, Ye Ming had been on high alert within the outpost but found no signs of vultures or wild boars. At Ye Ming's reminder, everyone snapped back to reality. Zhang Lianduan drew his weapon, preparing for any potential threat. I have already investigated, there are no monsters in the outpost, Ye Ming advised. But Zhang Lianduan was perplexed. There is only one explanation, a monster discovered this outpost, slaughtered everyone, and then departed, Ye Ming posited. Isn't it true that monsters are driven by the scent of blood? Why would they leave their prey behind? Zhang Lianduan's confusion deepened. Ye Ming pondered for a moment. Then suggested, let us consider it from their perspective. When we humans come across food, what do we do if we cannot consume it all? We certainly call our companions. Suddenly, Zhang Lianduan pondered, are you suggesting that the monsters are insatiable for blood food and we should return to inform our companions? Ye Ming replied gravely, indeed. And this may indicate the presence of intelligent monsters nearby. Wang Tian exclaimed in disbelief, this is impossible. Intelligent monsters are only found beyond the 30th layer of the fallen zone, and we are in the first layer. How could such creatures possibly exist here? Zhang Lianduan replied with a hint of bitterness, nothing is impossible. Did not the mutated vulture originate from beyond the 20th layer of the fallen zone yet appear here? He turned to me and asked, Senior, do you mean to suggest that we must abandon this outpost? The outpost has already been compromised. There is no necessity to remain here. Moreover, with so much blood food in the vicinity, countless monsters may soon arrive, and more importantly, this location could very well be designated as a nest by the monsters. At that moment, Ye Ming's expression darkened. It appeared we were trapped. Zhang Lianduan and his companions exchanged anxious glances. In the distance, the ground trembled as a horde of monsters approached, a fact discerned only by Ye Ming's acute senses. While Zhang Lianduan and his companions remained oblivious. The monsters advanced swiftly, and before long, they were within a kilometer of the outpost. At which point Zhang Lianduan and the others also heard them. It was evident to all that such a cacophony of footsteps indicated a significant number of monsters. And their faces turned ashen. You hold the fort and protect yourselves, I will venture out to take a look, Ye Ming declared. Be careful, Senior Zhang Lianduan urged anxiously. Just as his words fell, Ye Ming activated the wind control technique and soared into the air. At the mouth of the outpost, under the dim light, dust billowed skyward as hundreds of monsters charged toward Ye Ming, including several flying ones. Ye Ming quickly assessed the situation and noted that there were no ancient races like the Earth Demon tribe among them, only mutated beasts. Furthermore, there were various types of mutated beasts, mutated rhinos, venomous tail scorpions, and even the long-absent bloodthirsty cavies, confirming the people's suspicions. Just in time, Ye Ming shouted. The bloodthirsty phantom was instantly unleashed, transforming him and his blade into a fleeting specter of cold light that swiftly surged toward the horde of mutated beasts. Both parties moved with remarkable speed, colliding in an instant. The foremost mutated rhino detected Ye Ming's presence, its eyes glowing ominously as it emitted a thunderous roar, which abruptly ceased as a flash of cold light severed its head. The headless body of the rhino crumpled to the ground, crushed by the stampede of those behind it. With the full force of the bloodthirsty phantom unleashed, Ye Ming wove through the throng of mutated beasts like a thread through a needle. Each flicker of cold light claiming the head of a rhino or cleaving through several mutated cavies. Ye Ming refrained from employing the wind control technique. As the skies were also occupied by mutated vultures, which could easily hinder him, instead, maneuvering on the ground allowed him to use the beasts as a protective shield. The flashes of cold light were rapid, and within a few breaths, nearly half of the leading mutated rhinos had perished. Faster, even faster. Ye Ming's objective was to eliminate them from a distance, targeting the perimeter of the outpost. With such a formidable lineup, should they approach the outpost? Breaching its entrance would be effortless. Zhang Lian's long knife, along with Wang Tian and Ye Ming's 2 submachine guns, would hardly suffice to take down even a single beast. Ye Ming boldly charged to the forefront of the beast horde, using his own body as a shield. Empowered by the strength of the Earth Demon shield, he sent the leading 7 or 8 mutated rhinos flying, while simultaneously sweeping his long knife horizontally, decapitating the creatures before they even hit the ground. Their headless corpses fell like a small mountain, finally slowing the advance of the beasts behind. After his efforts, the number of mutated creatures was halved. At that moment, a series of eerie calls echoed from behind, causing the mutated rhinos to hesitate, while mutated vultures circled ominously above, enclosing Ye Ming in their midst as if to prevent him from unleashing his terrifying agility. Suddenly, the light was obscured, rendering the surroundings pitch black. At the same time, bloodthirsty guinea pigs surged from behind the mutated rhinos, shooting towards Ye Ming like a rain of arrows, their long fangs and bloodthirsty eyes unmistakably signaling their danger. Ye Ming cast a cold glance backward and smirked. Indeed, there were intelligent mutated beasts orchestrating this attack. There would be no escape now. The wind control technique was activated abruptly, and Ye Ming's body spun like a top, imbued with the enhancement of bloodthirsty phantom. The glimmer of his blade weaved a flurry of snowflakes around him, charging towards the vultures circling overhead. To their astonishment, the vultures never anticipated Ye Ming's ascension. His blade met their soft underbellies, causing a spray of blood as their bodies were instantaneously dismembered, with entrails raining down, clearing a vast expanse of sky. The bloodthirsty guinea pigs, having missed their target, collided with one another midair, resulting in broken bones and severed tendons. Meanwhile, Ye Ming ceased the wind control technique. Yet the blade continued to spin rapidly, descending upon the center of the bloodthirsty guinea pig swarm like a meat grinder. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, all were reduced to a gruesome pulp. With both hands gripping the knife, Ye Ming slashed forward. The blade sliced through a rhino, creating a gaping hole in their ranks. Following this breach, Ye Ming flowed like a beam of white light, weaving effortlessly among the mutated beasts, each flicker claiming the life of either a mutated rhino or a venomous scorpion. In contrast, the rhino's charges and the scorpion's venomous stings appeared clumsy and ineffective. At long last, the cacophony of eerie sounds resonated once more, causing the remaining mutated beasts to halt momentarily and pivot to retreat. Ye Ming glanced in the direction of the sound and activated the wind control technique, propelling himself directly toward it. How could they so easily withdraw after slaying humans? This was his first encounter with an intelligent demonic creature. He pondered what beast it might have mutated from. Slaying it would surely yield substantial enhancement points, and perhaps even the possibility of acquiring a transformation skill. With the speed of lightning, Ye Ming pierced through the air, dispatching flying magical beasts along his path with a single stroke of his blade, a torrential rain of blood cascading down. The intelligent demonic creature seemed to panic, and another ominous sound arose, prompting more mutated vultures to return and obstruct Ye Ming's advance. Ye Ming was not surprised but rather delighted, which indicated that his judgment was entirely correct. The glint of the blade stirred a chilling light, and all the demonic creatures were swiftly vanquished. After a fierce onslaught, his enhancement value had reached 9,200. Without hesitation, Ye Ming fully reinforced bloodthirsty illusion and wind control technique. His body became increasingly nimble, with his speed accelerating to an astonishing pace, like lightning cleaving through the vast sky. There were no more flying demonic creatures to impede him. Either they had been nearly exterminated by Ye Ming, or they could not keep up with his rapidity. Soon, Ye Ming beheld the intelligent demonic being, momentarily taken aback to discover it was a humanoid figure, or rather, an ancient alien race akin to the earth demons, not merely a mutation of beasts. Unlike others, its skin was a pale hue resembling that of a mollusk, and it bore 8 short tentacles beneath its chin, reminiscent of a human adorned with an octopus head. A brief investigation revealed that its strength was comparable to Ye Ming's, at the initial level of a martial artist. This was perplexing, for both the mutated vulture and the mutated rhinoceros were also at the initial level of martial artists. How could it exert control over them, and to such an extent? There was certainly something amiss. To ordinary people, ancient aliens were considered superior to the zombie and mutated beast races. However, Ye Ming felt no fear, but rather an urgent desire to eliminate his adversary and acquire enhancement value along with the secrets of beast control. The blade gleamed ominously as Ye Ming abruptly closed the distance, bringing his long knife down with tremendous force. Wait, I am the prince of the ancient beast tamers. Yulingjian. Should you slay me, you will declare enmity with all mutated beast races. As he spoke, the 8 tentacles trembled in a peculiar manner. Chapter 8, The Truth of the Apocalypse, Slaying the Prince of the Beast Clan. As Ye Ming was suddenly engulfed in a wave of disorientation, the enigmatic Yulingjian flashed a sinister smile. A dagger lunged towards him, yet upon contact with his skin, the Earth Demon shield activated automatically, producing a shower of sparks as the blade was forcefully repelled. In that moment, Ye Ming realized he had fallen victim to a mental assault, and a shiver of apprehension coursed through him. Had it not been for the passive defense of the Earth Demon shield, he would likely have been severely affected. These tendrils possess the uncanny ability to influence one's mind. It must be the key to the Beast Clan's mastery over mutated creatures. Earth Demon Armor. You are clearly not of the Earth Demon Clan. How do you possess the Earth Demon Armor? Yulingjian screamed, retreating swiftly after his attack failed. 8 tendrils writhed like fish, deftly manipulating the air, gliding rather than running. With the bloodthirsty mirage activated, Ye Ming almost instantaneously appeared before the Beast Clan prince. He grasped Yulingjian's shoulder with one hand while his other wielded a long blade, severing all 8 tendrils in one swift motion. The ability to affect the mind is a terrifying power. Though Ye Ming was unafraid, it was prudent to eliminate such troublesome threats. Transparent liquid gushed from the base of the tendrils, which rapidly shriveled without it. Yulingjian let out a harrowing scream, desperately retreating. In the distance, the remaining mutated beasts paused momentarily, confusion flashing in their bloodthirsty eyes before dispersing. However, Ye Ming would not allow him to escape. With a combination of wind manipulation and the bloodthirsty mirage, his speed was formidable, and in an instant, he blocked Yulingjian's path. Terrified, Yulingjian turned to flee in another direction, but Ye Ming's blade struck true. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth. Yulingjian's legs were severed at the joints, and he fell heavily to the ground. Pain contorted his face as he gasped, "Awakened one, you cannot kill me. I am the prince of the ancient beast clan. If you slay me, humanity shall face cataclysmic retribution." Oh? Why is that? With the mutated beasts already scattered, Ye Ming was unconcerned about Yulingjian's trickery. He held his blade at the ready, prepared to take this creature's life at a mere thought. Yulingjian coughed up blood. Do you comprehend the profound truth behind this apocalypse? Do you know why so many ancient races have emerged on Earth? It is due to collisions in the cosmos, creating rifts through which spiritual energy from the outer cosmos floods in, causing a resurgence of spiritual vitality. Your original cosmic beings cannot adapt to the sudden influx of energy, which leads to mutation. We, the ancient races, are beings from the outer cosmos, having entered through these rifts created by cosmic collisions. Are you suggesting that the transformation of humans into zombies is also a result of this outer cosmic energy? Ye Ming pondered, realizing that Yulingjian possessed considerable knowledge, perhaps confirming his royal lineage. In light of this, it might be beneficial to glean further insights, for everything that transpired since the apocalypse remained a mystery to humanity. Understanding more could prove advantageous for their survival. Indeed. However, there exists a minority of individuals who possess a formidable resistance to spiritual energy. These individuals undergo a transformation. Their physical constitution altered to become akin to our ancient lineage, capable of manipulating spiritual energy, what you refer to as awakened ones, such as yourself. Yet, the ratio of awakened ones among humanity is grievously low, while our ancient clan's power remains unfathomable. Whenever we desire, we can dispatch an unending stream of formidable beings from our realm. Ultimately, the fate of humanity is destined for annihilation. I am a prince. Should you take my life? Our ancient beast sovereign clan will sense it, and what awaits you is an interminable pursuit. If you release me and pledge your allegiance to our ancient clan, as an awakened one, you shall undoubtedly receive abundant support from our realm. Ye Ming found this amusing. Here stood a man on the brink of death, still attempting to persuade him to capitulate. The enmity between humanity and the ancient extraterrestrial races runs deep, and he suspected that should he release this prince, he would swiftly return with others to cause him trouble. Yet, Ye Ming was not inclined to kill him just yet. The man possessed a wealth of knowledge, much of which humanity remained oblivious to. You claim your ancient clan traversed through a cosmic rift, given the vastness of the universe, with Earth being but a mere speck. Why did you specifically choose this planet? Yu Lingjin hesitated. Ye Ming deliberately scoffed, nonsense. You speak of being a prince of the beast sovereign clan. Yet I shall first take your wretched life. The cold glint of his weapon descended. Because the cosmic rift happens to be located here. Ye Ming's heart sank. It was indeed as he suspected. Were it not for this, how could the ancient clan have established a foothold on Earth? You assert that your ancient clan is far mightier than humanity. How, then, have we managed to survive until now? Elaborate further. Or I shall remain unconvinced of your royal claim. Yu Lingjin believed Ye Ming was intimidated by his title. His eyes gleaming with excitement. The cosmic space near the rift remains unstable. Many powerful beings from our clan possess overwhelming auras. Should they recklessly approach, they risk shattering the already fragile rift. Currently, much of our clan's strength is devoted to stabilizing the rift, while we aim to establish a solid foothold on Earth, gradually exerting control over this segment of the universe. Have you not noticed that our ancient clan's strength grows stronger each year? This is due to the rift becoming increasingly perfected, allowing powerful beings to enter gradually. Are you suggesting there is more than one rift? Ye Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. He had heard countless accounts on the broadcasts of the intensifying brutality of recent battles, with annual casualties rising. This served to corroborate Yu Lingjin's claims. Indeed, there are multiple rifts. Cosmic collisions occur in various locations, each acting as a passage for beings from the outer universe. Yu Lingjin asserted, glancing behind him. The nearest rift is located in this vicinity. This is the greatest secret of our ancient clan, even unknown to ordinary clan members. And I have divulged it all to you. Now do you believe I am a prince? Will you not allow me to leave? Ye Ming replied coolly. You have stated that your ancient clan intends to annihilate humanity. Why would I ever grant you your freedom? You. Yuling's face turned pale as she exclaimed, you just promised. Ye Ming coldly retorted, which ear of yours heard me agree to your departure? Indeed, during their previous conversation, it was predominantly Yuling who spoke, while Ye Ming made no commitments. Without further hesitation, he wielded his long blade with swift precision. Ah, no! The voice suddenly ceased. The cold light retracted, and two pieces of flesh fell heavily to the ground. A chime echoed, acquired 3,000 enhancement points, gained skill, Mind Piercer. Enhance Mind Piercer entirely, Ye Ming declared. The Mind Piercer was the skill that had previously affected Ye Ming's consciousness, and it was also the ability of the Beastmaster clan to control mutated beasts. Based on experience, a normal novice martial artist typically possesses around 1,600 enhancement points, but now it had almost doubled, likely due to his royal lineage. A mysterious sensation coursed through him, and Ye Ming felt something new within his mind. Mind Piercer is a type of mental attack. When unleashed upon an enemy, it may lack actual lethality but can temporarily blind the opponent on a psychological level. If timed correctly, it is exceedingly effective. Enhancement successful. Host, Ye Ming Realm, Martial Artist Abilities, Bloodthirsty Phantom, Wind Control, Earth Demon Shield, Mind Piercer Weapon, Alloy Long Blade Enhancement Points, 0 just as he prepared to depart. Something glimmered from Yuling's corpse. Intrigued, Ye Ming approached to pick it up. It was a transparent crystal, and he immediately recognized it as akin to the magic crystal found within the head of the bloodthirsty guinea pig king. Had he not seen it now, he might have nearly forgotten about this matter. System? Master, magic crystal detected. Fusion will yield 5,000 enhancement points. Proceed with fusion? Fusion. As expected, the energy contained within the magic crystal far surpassed that of slaying a single entity. Ye Ming's spirit surged. His meridians widened, and he felt an immense strength in his every movement. The air was thick with a powerful essence, the spiritual energy from the outer cosmos. With each breath, he sensed his physical power rapidly rejuvenating. As he casually swung his long blade, a streak of white blade energy sliced through the air, crashing down and creating a massive trench in the ground. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the intermediate martial artist level within the ancestral realm of the ancient Beastmaster clan. Bang! A flash of green light shattered a nameplate inscribed with the characters Yulingzhen. Yuling was indeed correct. The clan realm could sense her death. A somber-faced figure, adorned in opulent attire with an octopus-like visage, seethed, "Who dares to kill my Beastmaster clan's prince?" Crack! The sturdy jade chair was crushed at the edges by his grip. A subordinate spoke, "Clan leader. The ninth prince must have ventured to the first layer of the Fallen Zone, where ancient treasures are rumored to surface, attracting many ancient clans. I wonder if it was the doing of another ancient clan." The expression of the Beastmaster clan shifted. Other ancient clans? But haven't there been agreements of non-aggression among the ancient clans? The individual spoke again. An agreement is merely an agreement, yet not every ancient clan adheres to it. Especially with the imminent emergence of extraordinary treasures. In such grand opportunities, survival is paramount. Humph, these untrustworthy scoundrels. Summon someone to investigate thoroughly. We must ascertain who is responsible for the demise of the ninth prince. The clan leader, suppressing his anger, insisted that the death of the ninth prince must be clarified. However, for the time being, his focus needed to remain on the spatial rift. Under the protection of our clan's formidable warriors, everything is progressing favorably. Excellent! The leader of the Beastmaster clan exclaimed, striking the table. Our elite forces will soon invade Earth, and that day is not far off. Lastly, the Beastmaster clan inquired, "Do you believe it could not have been perpetrated by humans?" The individual seated below momentarily paused, then burst into laughter. "Leader, you jest. Though the ninth prince pales in comparison to the other princes, he possesses at least the strength of a junior martial artist. With his beast mastery and mental piercing abilities, he could rival even an intermediate martial artist, perhaps even slay one. While it is conceivable that awakened humans from the central domain might possess such capabilities, in the first layer of the Fallen Zone, human power is nearly non-existent. What strength could they possibly have to slay the ninth prince?" The clan leader sighed, acknowledging the truth in those words. From the revelations of the Spirit Master, it became evident that the crisis facing humanity is far more formidable than previously imagined. No one anticipated that the so-called safest first layer of the Fallen Zone is, in fact, situated at the Cosmic Rift, perilously close to the ancient alien territories. Chapter 9, The Secrets of the Ancient Golden Cavern. As humanity clings to existence, it is primarily due to the inability of the ancient clan's formidable beings to breach Earth. When the spatial rift stabilizes, humanity shall face its true hour of darkness. The seemingly weak manifestations of the first layer of the Fallen Zone may well be a grand deception, designed to prolong the conflict and prevent human experts from discovering and disrupting the stability of the rift. While there are indeed numerous rifts in the outer cosmos, they pose little immediate concern due to their vast distance. Humanity must first navigate the trials at hand before contemplating future challenges. With the demise of the spirit monarch, there were no adversaries to impede Ye Ming's return to the outpost. Upon entering, he found the lights extinguished. In an instant, a blade glimmered. Ye Ming deftly sidestepped as the long sword struck the stone, sending shards flying. "Senior, you have returned!" an excited voice exclaimed. Ye Ming squinted, recognizing Zhang Lianduan, who had nearly struck himself with the weapon. "Senior, what has happened to you? Are you injured?" Zhang inquired, his concern palpable. In response, Ye Ming glanced down. Realizing he appeared as a figure drenched in blood, his entire body coated, save for his two standing legs, presenting a visage more fearsome than any beast. "I am fine," Ye Ming replied nonchalantly. "I have eliminated all the beasts." Wang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. You truly eradicated them all? Is that genuine?" Zhang Lianduan, equally astonished, quickly chastised Wang. "What manner of speech is that? Are you not aware of Senior's prowess?" He then bowed respectfully. "We are eternally grateful for your salvation, Senior." Ye Ming nodded. "What of your situation here?" Zhang Lianduan replied with increasing reverence. "We are faring well, having only encountered one or two bloodthirsty cavies at the entrance, which we dispatched. Although there were many more behind, we were prepared to defend the outpost to the death. Unexpectedly, a strange sound emerged, causing the remaining bloodthirsty cavies to flee in another direction. Ye Ming, visibly shaken, added, "That direction was toward you, senior, and we were concerned. Thankfully, you remain unharmed. Your strength is remarkable, able to vanquish so many mutated beasts." Ye Ming surmised that the sound must have been the spirit monarch sensing danger and commanding the mutated beasts for aid. Remarkably, before they could arrive, he had already severed the monarch's head. Without the monarch's mental control, the beast horde dispersed like frightened birds. Had the first layer of beasts received continuous reinforcements, it would have posed a considerable challenge, despite Ye Ming's capacity to suppress them. He recalled the spirit monarch claiming to be a prince of the ancient Beastmaster clan, capable of sensing his demise. Regardless of the truth, the outpost was no longer safe. Ye Ming declared, "This place is no longer secure. You must evacuate swiftly. If you can locate a new outpost, do so, if not, retreat to the second layer's outpost. Should circumstances permit, I will join you there after completing my tasks." Upon mentioning this, the three companions fell into a melancholic silence. After enduring for so long, they ultimately chose to abandon their post. As for the dangers that awaited them outside the outpost, they did not dwell on such thoughts. In this apocalyptic world, death had become a trivial matter, even in demise. They would strive to take a few adversaries down with them. Zhang Lianduan inquired, "Elder, do you have further matters to attend to?" Ye Ming's gaze drifted toward the central region of the first layer of the fallen zone, speaking volumes through his solemn expression without uttering a single word. It was clear to the trio that Ye Ming was embarking on an endeavor fraught with peril. From Yulingzhen, they had learned that the spatial rift in the heart of the fallen zone posed the greatest threat to humanity. It was imperative to obliterate this rift to afford humanity a fleeting respite. At that moment, Ye Ming's eyes caught a glimpse of several humanoid shapes concealed beneath tattered cloths in the corner. In front of them lay 3 cigarettes, weighed down by bricks, remnants of those who had succumbed to the venomous tail scorpion. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Bodies wrapped in war banners, perishing on the battlefield. This desolate world had become the final resting place for countless souls. There was no need for grief. Perhaps it would not be long before he too became one among them. After a brief farewell, Ye Ming departed from the outpost, activating his bloodthirsty phantom and hastening toward the central region of the fallen zone. The spatial rift lay at the core of an ancient alien territory, where formidable guardians of the alien race were undoubtedly stationed. To disrupt the rift was to strike at their very foundation. This mission was perilous, and success necessitated a stealthy approach. Yet, if accomplished, it would significantly delay the ancient alien agenda. Such risk was certainly justified. For this venture, Ye Ming opted for a ground-hugging approach rather than the swifter wind technique, minimizing the likelihood of detection. As he drew closer to the heart of the fallen zone, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Broken trees, rusted vehicles strewn about haphazardly. The landscape was littered with crumbling ruins, the ground stained with dark red solid matter, and the stark white bones of humanity lay scattered. It was a scene steeped in apocalyptic desolation. Occasionally, mutated rhinoceroses and wild boars roamed aimlessly, unaware of Ye Ming's presence, until they fell victim to a flash of cold light. Ye Ming, moving with his sword, did not pause. Soon, his pace slowed as a vast expanse of collapsed structures loomed before him. The buildings were unremarkable, yet he realized he had seen this cluster at least once before. Even the angles of the collapse and the shattered edges were identical. Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. He edged closer to a nearby concealment, and at that moment, the surface of the building rippled, revealing a figure emerging from within. Clad in armor resembling desiccated wood, it was unmistakably a member of the Earth Demon clan. Ye Ming immediately grasped the situation. This architectural ensemble was an illusory projection, which explained its uncanny resemblance to the surroundings. The Earth Demon appeared to be on par with the 2 he had previously vanquished, perhaps even stronger, residing at the peak of the intermediate martial master level. Noticing that no other foes emerged from behind, Ye Ming activated his bloodthirsty phantom, extending his hand to grasp the demon and pull him behind the wall. Simultaneously unleashing a mental thrust, a wave of psychic energy shattered his mental defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ming unleashed a flurry of punches. The sound of cracking bones reverberating in the air as the limbs of the demon warrior were obliterated. By the time he regained his senses, he had lost all ability to resist. Ye Ming coldly declared, "Answer my questions truthfully, utter one more word, and you shall perish." This mental thrust proved to be exceedingly effective. Even with the enhancements of bloodthirsty phantom and demon shield, Ye Ming could subdue his adversaries, yet silence was unattainable. However, when combined with the mental thrust to dismantle his opponent's psyche, they were rendered utterly incapacitated for that fleeting moment, which was more than sufficient for Ye Ming. Human. The demon warrior glared at Ye Ming with venomous hatred, barely managing to spit out those two words. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ye Ming's eyes as he kicked at the wound, exacerbating the injury. "I have stated, no more nonsense," Ye Ming said with an air of indifference, extending a finger. "The first question, what forces are present near the spatial rift, and what are their levels of cultivation?" The demon warrior's expression shifted to one of incredulity, clearly unprepared for Ye Ming's knowledge of the spatial rift. His mouth opened slightly, ready to speak. But under Ye Ming's overwhelming presence, he ultimately replied, "Inside, there are the Demon Clan, the Beastmasters, and the Phantom Clan, with the highest being a senior martial master. And approximately one high-level martial master." Pinnacle of martial master? Ye Ming pondered thoughtfully. Currently, he was at the initial stage of martial master, slightly lacking in cultivation level, however. With the advantage of the mental thrust and the combination of his other three skills, the possibility of victory still seemed attainable. Ye Ming continued to inquire. "Was it not said that the spatial rift is controlled by your ancient clan's experts? How is it that there are no martial kings present?" The demon warrior hesitated. And with Ye Ming's blade poised at his throat, he coldly stated, "Do not test my patience." The murderous intent in Ye Ming's gaze left no doubt in the demon warrior's mind regarding the authenticity of his words, and he gritted his teeth, confessing, "Originally, there was indeed a martial king at the spatial rift, but they have all gone to the thick ancient golden cavern, so for the time being, no one is here. As for stronger extraordinary beings, they are all stationed at the front line of the 81 layers of the fallen zone." Ye Ming frowned. "Thick ancient golden cavern? Elaborate." The demon warrior, assuming Ye Ming was already aware of the cavern's significance due to his formidable strength, immediately regretted his words, yet he could not retract them. The thick ancient golden cavern is located at the junction of the first and second layers of the fallen zone, within the boundaries of the second layer. It is said that soon, the luminous gold sand will be unearthed. Luminous gold sand? What is that? Ye Ming pressed further, exerting pressure. To preserve his life? The demon warrior divulged everything. Luminous gold sand is an ancient sand of extraordinary hardness, reportedly unearthed once every 3,000 years. It can be forged into resilient divine weapons and can also be integrated into our demon clan's demon armor. Ye Ming's expression shifted, his skin rippling as the demon shield enveloped his body. The demon warrior, witnessing this, was struck with sheer terror. How do you possess our demon clan's demon armor?" "Because I have previously slain 2 of your kind," Ye Ming replied coldly, "and you shall be the third." Before the demon warrior could react, a flash of cold light pierced through the air. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. The head of the earth demon soared into the sky, still bearing an expression of incredulity. It appeared that once the matters here were resolved, a swift journey to the ancient gold cavern would be imperative, mused Ye Ming. The gold dust must not fall into the hands of the ancient alien races. Moreover, the gold dust has the potential to enhance the earth demon's shield. And it may harmonize with his own earth demon armor, making it an absolute necessity for him. Here, only the pinnacle of martial masters resided, allowing Ye Ming to feel assured in his ability to subdue them. As he stepped forward and traversed the illusion, a layer of mysterious energy swept across the surface of his body, and the scenery shifted in an instant. The first sensation was one of desolation. All human structures had been ground to dust by some arcane force, the ground fissured and devoid of life. This was an immensely vast wasteland. Above, a colossal semi-transparent light screen loomed, a manifestation of the illusionary energy. On the ground, a massive chasm stretched from east to west, while above it hovered a vast black void, surrounded by flickering black lightning, as if connecting to another realm. The space was fragmented, yet bound by some force, continuously reassembling. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. This must be the spatial rift. Yet, where were the guardians of the ancient clan? Was it not said that a master at the pinnacle of martial arts stood watch? Chapter 10, Crushing the Three Clans of Alien Races. The elder of the Illusion clan emerges as the situation grew perplexing. A sudden crisis arose, and a fierce gust of wind rushed towards him. Ye Ming's demon shield automatically activated. Clang! He felt a slight impact, and a flash of white light disappeared in an instant. It was a dart-like, peculiar weapon. Simultaneously, several gusts of wind manifested, transforming into streaks of white light that sealed off all of Ye Ming's escape routes. While he could have effortlessly evaded using his bloodthirsty phantom, he chose not to. With a series of clangs, the white light was deflected. In midair, a soft gasp was heard as several trees and stones shifted, revealing figures that appeared before Ye Ming, their expressions grim. Ye Ming quickly realized that these individuals had been lurking nearby, concealed by the illusions set by the Illusion clan, which was why he had not detected them sooner. Most of these individuals belonged to the Demon clan, with a few being from the Beastmaster clan, characterized by their octopus-like heads, and others emanating a dreamy aura, likely members of the Illusion clan. Ye Ming discreetly observed his surroundings. Among these ancient alien races, only one from the Demon clan was a high-level martial artist. In the distance, a powerful aura enveloped the land, connecting to the apex of the illusionary energy dome, which likely formed the illusion itself. A sharp voice sneered, "How astonishing that a human could find their way here." The speaker was a robed female from the Illusion clan. Another member of the Demon clan chuckled, "And yet, she is merely a novice martial artist, utterly unaware of her limitations." To the left, the octopus-headed figure shook its head and exclaimed, "Indeed. Moreover, we are within the illusionary formation of our Illusion clan friends. Even achieving 50% of one's potential would be impressive. Even a martial king would struggle here." The sharp voice retorted, "Precisely. Our Illusion clan's formations are not easily trifled with. It's laughable that you Demon clan have brought so many. Do you not fear ridicule? Perhaps you should take heed. As the appearance of a human martial artist here is already quite unusual," remarked an elder member of the Demon clan. The Illusion clan scoffed, "You, Chi Feng, are such a coward. Are all of you from the Demon clan so timid? Scared witless by a mere novice martial artist?" Chi Feng's face paled in anger. "Enough. Let us cease this bickering. How about a competition? Who can capture him first?" Ye Ming clasped his fists and asked, "Have you finished your talk? If so, I shall make my move." All the alien races turned their attention to Ye Ming, seeking death. In an instant, the Demon clan donned their armor. The Illusion clan spread their arms, and a radiant spectrum enveloped Ye Ming. The Beastmaster clan's 8 octopus tentacles twitched in unison, unleashing a powerful mental assault towards him. When it came to humans, all ancient races acted in unison. Ye Ming had anticipated this moment. With his long blade angled beside him, he unleashed his bloodthirsty phantom to its fullest, transforming into a beam of white light that pierced through the colorful spectrum, aiming directly at the Beastmaster clan. Ye Ming understood clearly that the mental assault from the Beastmaster clan posed a significant distraction, and they could summon mutated beasts. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. First, eliminating the Beastmaster clan is of utmost advantage. Impossible. How can he move so swiftly? Quickly, you must intercept him. I shall ensnare him in an illusion. The Illusion clan roared in anger, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, their hands expanding in a grand gesture. A subtle force emanated from the dome of the illusion towards their hands, and in the next moment, 3 beams of resplendent, multicolored light, along with the initial one, shot forth in 4 directions towards Ye Ming. The extensive coverage was astonishing. Were Ye Ming confined to the ground, he would surely fall prey to the Illusion clan's trap. Yet he once again astonished the onlookers. Bang! The wind manipulation technique was instantaneously invoked, and Ye Ming rode the agile breeze, soaring skyward. Below, the 4 layers of illusion collided soundlessly, morphing into a cosmic tapestry of change, moonlit nights and starry rivers, flickering and fading away. Though not an actual celestial canopy, it certainly demonstrated that the Illusion clan possessed some mastery of illusions, touching upon the depths of universal evolution. This was merely a minor manifestation from a mid-level martial artist of the Illusion clan, albeit bolstered by the power of the illusion array. Were it a martial sovereign or above, they might indeed wield a fragment of cosmic force. In the fleeting moment of realization, as Ye Ming ascended, his body twisted with uncanny agility, darting towards the Beastmaster clan. Impossible! How could a martial artist fly? The Illusion clan gasped in horror. In the distance, the howls of monstrous beings echoed, and at that moment, the Beastmaster clan also recognized Ye Ming's intentions. Damn it! The Beastmaster clan hadn't anticipated being targeted by Ye Ming so swiftly, despite their distance. They retreated rapidly, yet Ye Ming was swifter still. The glint of his blade piercing through, severing an octopus-like head that fell to the ground. Ding! Elimination of a mid-level martial artist, gained 5,000 enhancement points. Shall I break through my realm? Enhance bloodthirsty illusion. Breakthrough! Ye Ming did not hesitate. His immediate goal was to swiftly eliminate his adversaries. Speed and realm were his greatest assurances. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for reaching the mid-level martial artist realm. Without a moment's pause, Ye Ming surged forth, a flash of cold light vanishing in the air. Swish! The nearest Earth Demon clan was cleaved in two, and with a swift flick of his blade, another Earth Demon was dispatched. Hurry, illusionist! Use the illusion to confound him. I will hold him back! Shouted a figure named Kuei Jiu from the Earth Demon clan, his skin rippling as the Earth Demon armor enveloped him. He crossed his arms before him, leaning forward, determined to withstand Ye Ming's assault with sheer force. The illusionist exclaimed in delight, Kuei Jiu! I see you have attained the high-level martial artist realm. This time, this human will not escape. Ye Ming had long discerned that Kuei Jiu was the strongest among the Earth Demons, a high-level martial artist indeed. Enough noise, I shall eliminate you first. Ye Ming retorted with a cold snort. The blade glimmered, and just before reaching Kuei Jiu, its speed intensified further. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bones echoed as Kuei Jiu's arms were severed from his body, blood gushing forth as he fell with a wail. Ye Ming pursued relentlessly. A flash of white like lightning cleaving through the air. Splat! Kuei Jiu's head soared skyward. At that moment, two sharp energies surged toward Ye Ming's back. Earlier, Ye Ming had already discerned that these two powerful punches originated from two other members of the Earth Demon clan, intent on delivering a fatal blow to him. Their strikes were executed with such swiftness, undoubtedly infused with their utmost strength. Should he pursue Kuei Jiu, he would inevitably suffer from these two punches. Conversely, if he chose to evade, Kuei Jiu would be spared. Yet, Ye Ming did not flinch. He withstood both punches head-on. The moment the force of the punches made contact with his body, the Earth Demon shield activated automatically, forming a solid armor on his back. With a resounding thud, two figures were sent flying, while Ye Ming remained steadfast, unyielding. What? The last remaining member of the Illusion clan nearly lost their composure, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ye Ming cast a fierce glance back, unleashing a mental strike that left the Illusion clan member dazed. Simultaneously, he activated the bloodthirsty phantom in conjunction with the wind control technique, launching a rapid pursuit. Two streaks of white light flashed, and two heads soared into the air. Thus, the three members of the Earth Demon clan were annihilated. Ding! A high-level martial artist killed, two mid-level martial artists eliminated, gaining 18,000 enhancement points. Will you break through to a new realm? Average enhancement of 3 major skills. Breakthrough! Ye Ming declared. The enhancement succeeded. Congratulations to the master for advancing to the high-level martial artist realm. Achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs ignited a fervor within him. This was the advantage of fighting against adversity. Of course, it was also somewhat fortuitous. Had he confronted them head-on, facing such numerous adversaries whose strengths surpassed his own, escape would have been nearly impossible. At that moment, the Illusion clan member had just regained their senses. Upon surveying the desolate battlefield, with only Ye Ming and herself remaining, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. In a state of panic, she conjured countless illusory light strands, frantically fleeing toward the center of the illusionary formation. With his elevation to the high-level martial artist realm, Ye Ming's speed surged further, and combined with the wind control technique, he transformed into a series of afterimages, hurtling toward the Illusion clan member. As the illusionary realm enveloped Ye Ming, he activated the wind control technique, soaring upward and leaving the illusory light strands trailing beneath him. Soon after, another wave of light strands surged forth, relentless in their pursuit. The illusion clan member, desperately fleeing, unleashed a continuous stream of illusions, which, despite Ye Ming's prowess, inevitably slowed his acceleration. Among the illusionary light strands, some flickered with the essence of the cosmic expanse, while others depicted the lives of sentient beings, all of which were but phantoms. Ye Ming felt no fear, yet he was unwilling to immerse himself in their depths. For even a brief moment of disorientation would squander precious time. Moreover, he sensed a formidable presence emanating from the center of the dome in the distance. The entire illusionary landscape seemed to originate from this source. This was the most profound threat Ye Ming had encountered since his system awakened, yet inexplicably, this potent force refrained from attacking him. The illusion clan member, seeing the effectiveness of her illusions, hurled forth 5 or 6 more strands to envelop Ye Ming while she herself hastened her escape. At this juncture, they were less than a kilometer from the central area. And given their speeds, they would reach it in mere seconds. As more illusionary light strands converged, the chances of capturing the illusion clan member diminished significantly. With a resolute determination, Ye Ming grit his teeth, reversed his grip on his long blade, his aura surging to its zenith, and suddenly hurled it forth. The cold gleam sliced through the air, unimpeded by the illusionary light strands, and aimed directly for the illusion clan member's back. Ye Ming's predictions were not amiss. Illusions only affect sentient beings, while weapons such as swords and blades are as inconsequential as air. The most effective method to dispel an illusion is to employ inanimate objects for long-range assaults. The long sword surged forward with remarkable speed, leaving the illusion clan with no means to evade. "Elder, save me!" was all they could manage to utter. With a swift thrust, the sword penetrated the back of the illusion clan member, piercing through the left chest and exiting out the front. Despite the unbelievable expression etched on her face, she fell to the ground, her body still writhing, her eyes wide open, as if clinging to the last vestiges of life. It must be said, this member of the illusion clan possessed both beauty and grace, a paragon among humankind, yet allegiance mattered, even if a celestial being descended. Ye Ming would only harbor the intent to kill. However, Ye Ming found it peculiar that this individual, clearly pierced through the heart, had not succumbed to death. His mind wandered to the martial arts novels of his previous life, where protagonists, pursued by enemies, were stabbed in the left chest yet escaped due to their hearts being situated on the right. Could it be that the anatomical structure of the illusion clan was similarly configured? Ye Ming approached her side, raising his fist, ready to deliver a powerful blow to her right chest. At that moment, a resounding voice shattered the air, "Dare you!" Chapter 11, Slaying the Elder of the Illusion Clan and shattering the rift of space. The sky darkened ominously, while the ground trembled with a resounding roar, as an overwhelming pressure surged through the air, causing Ye Ming's heart to momentarily falter. Simultaneously, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the Illusion Clan's Huanli. Ye Ming instantly recognized the source of this formidable aura, identifying it as the being concealed deep within the heart of the chaos. Undoubtedly a master of the advanced martial arts realm. Ye Ming's realization dawned upon him. The Illusion Clan truly might possess a heart residing in the right chest. Despite the long blade embedded in the left chest of this entity, it had yet to reveal itself. Now, as he struck its right chest, the hidden figure emerged from the shadows. Ye Ming let out a cold chuckle. Not even the King of Heaven can save you now. With unrelenting force, he brought his right fist crashing down. The sound echoed like a watermelon being split open, as a gaping hole was created in the chest of the Illusion Clan member, internal organs and blood erupting violently. Huanli convulsed fiercely before falling silent. Ye Ming was resolute, he would never yield. Moreover, he sensed that this so-called powerhouse was likely unable to leave due to some constraint, for otherwise, it would not merely shout from a distance. "You!" came an enraged bellow from above. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds swirled, and a palpable pressure descended like a physical force. Yet, Ye Ming stood unwavering. As the Earth Demon's shield automatically activated, effortlessly absorbing the onslaught. A chime echoed, gained 5,000 enhancement points, acquired the Eye of Truth. A surge of mysterious power flooded into Ye Ming's eyes. The Eye of Truth? Indeed, Master. The Eye of Truth is an evolved ability of the Illusion Clan, ensuring you will no longer be ensnared by illusions. Furthermore, it will allow you to discern the levels of your opponents to a certain extent. Enhance the Eye of Truth. The 5,000 enhancement points were insufficient to elevate his realm, and Ye Ming's level remained at the advanced martial arts stage. Turning his gaze, He beheld the dome above transforming into a translucent shield, revealing the remnants of structures outside. In the center of the devastated area, a seven-colored beam shot skyward, slowly descending on either side. The depths of the spatial rift faintly connected to another world, shadows flickering within, as countless formidable powers were unleashed from these figures, merging into the rift. With the infusion of energy, the rift gradually contracted under control. Occasionally, a wisp of energy would escape, effortlessly slicing through the hardened earth, likely giving rise to the vast chasm beneath the rift. The sheer potency of this energy left Ye Ming astounded. These figures were undoubtedly the ancient beings tasked with reinforcing the rift. Their strength was certainly formidable. Should they breach into Earth, humanity would face total annihilation. Retrieving the Eye of Truth, Ye Ming steeled his resolve. Today, even at the cost of his life, he would obliterate everything. Even now, shrouded by the illusions, he would not succumb to confusion. These eyes would pierce through any facade. Earth Demon armor? How could a mere human possess the innate abilities of the Earth Demon clan? The voice was filled with shock and fury. Enough talk. Prepare to pay with your life. Ye Ming seized the long blade, unleashing the bloodthirsty phantom alongside the wind mastery technique, propelling himself forward like a whirlwind, his target set firmly on the heart of the devastated area. Ye Ming contemplated deeply. To shatter the spatial rift, he first had to surpass the formidable guardian of the mysterious illusion clan. The speed of the bloodthirsty guinea pig. The aerial prowess of the mutated vulture. Who exactly are you, and how do you possess such a myriad of extraordinary skills? The voice echoed with astonishment. Ye Ming responded with a cold smile. You have quite a few inquiries. For any further questions, consult the King of Hell. Merely exchanging words without taking action, coupled with an unstable aura, confirmed to Ye Ming that the adversary was undoubtedly at a critical juncture. Typically, such moments present the perfect opportunity to strike. As his figure swiftly approached, the immense spatial rift in the sky loomed like a beast poised to devour him, casting a shadow that engulfed his vision in darkness. The vast canyon, carved as if by a colossal blade, had edges that were strikingly smooth, intermittently releasing black lightning that silently obliterated countless rocks and soil. This pure black lightning contained a terrifying force capable of tearing through space, transcending the realm of human capability. Even Ye Ming's Earth Demon shield could not withstand it. More alarmingly, this black lightning exerted a powerful allure on living beings. As soon as Ye Ming appeared, the surrounding bolts of lightning began to drift towards him, yet fortunately, their primary focus was contending with the extraterrestrial beings on the other side of the rift, resulting in only a few straying towards him, allowing Ye Ming to maintain his speed. Oomph! Another cold snort resonated in the air, accompanied by a sudden surge of pressure. Ye Ming's Earth Demon shield held firm once more, albeit with noticeably greater intensity than before, and simultaneously, a colossal altar emerged in his line of sight. Upon the altar sat a shadowy figure, hands forming intricate seals, emanating a powerful aura that connected to the heavens. A murmured voice reached his ears: Earth Demon armor, flight capability, and the speed of the bloodthirsty guinea pig. Could it be that all techniques converge into one, sharing a common origin? Concurrently, the figure's silhouette shifted with an enigmatic rhythm, its power ascending at an alarming rate. This is not good. This individual can discern the path from his own abilities, augmenting his strength. Ye Ming channeled all his energy into the bloodthirsty phantom, reaching the pinnacle of speed, his blade poised at his side like a comet. Just then, a faint crack echoed, as a powerful shockwave radiated outward. The celestial dome retaliated with an intense wave of light, solidifying the once ethereal figure. At that moment, the adversary astonishingly broke through the peak of the martial master realm, ascending to the martial king level. Ye Ming was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he had not witnessed any attacks from this individual. It was clear he was on the verge of a breakthrough. And it was Ye Ming's interference that facilitated this elevation. Previously, Ye Ming could have easily dominated a peak martial master, but now, facing an opponent of a higher realm, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. However, Ye Ming remained undaunted, while other races might pose minor challenges. Confronting the Illusion Clan meant that his true vision could effectively counter their abilities. Ha ha ha! At last, I, the Illusion Demon, have broken through to the Martial King. Prepare to meet your demise, little creature. The Illusion Demon bellowed with triumphant laughter, raising a hand as a beam of light surged directly towards Ye Ming. Illusory annihilation technique. In the interplay of light and shadow, the cosmos unfolds, stars flickering in a delicate dance, resembling a miniature world that possesses an innate gravitational pull, with just a glance. One's consciousness is irresistibly drawn into its depths. Though it appears as a mere thread, its potency far surpasses that of the illusionary light of the past. Ye Ming's eyes widened, his true gaze igniting with intensity. Within this small world, stars shattered one after another, followed closely by the very light of the illusion itself. In an instant, Ye Ming traversed the realm of illusion and struck directly at the illusory demon Tian. Impossible! How could you see through the technique of obliteration? With swift movements, he swept his arms, unleashing waves of obliteration that spiraled towards Ye Ming from all directions, while he himself retreated rapidly. The energy from the dome surged forth, imbuing illusory demon Tian's hands with formidable power, allowing him to continuously wield the technique of obliteration, both in breadth and intensity. This illusionary prowess eclipsed that of the earlier illusion. Such is the advantage of battling beneath the dome, one need not fear a depletion of energy. Yet, no matter how abundant, in Ye Ming's true gaze, all was but an illusion. With his blade drawn forward, wherever his true gaze fell, all illusions were rendered to naught, culminating in the sight of illusory demon Tian's panicked visage. Even upon breaking through to the martial king realm, most of illusory demon Tian's capabilities were entrenched in the innate skills of the illusion clan, the technique of obliteration. His true form remained weak, unable to withstand a single strike from Ye Ming. Impossible! Why does my martial king's technique of obliteration fail before you? Illusory demon Tian roared in frustration, yet was left with no recourse. I have spoken, consult the king of hell. Ye Ming's figure flickered with an intensity, his expression impassive as he materialized before illusory demon Tian. With a diagonal slash of his blade, illusory demon Tian's voice was abruptly silenced, his innards spilling forth as his body was cleaved in twain. A white, oval-shaped magic crystal rolled aside. Ye Ming picked it up, noting its weight surpassing that of the previous two he had acquired, indicating a significant enhancement value. Ding! Obtained enhancement value of 12,000, 1 martial king level magic crystal. Absorption grants an additional enhancement value of 10,000. Will you absorb? Absorb! He resolved, intending to distribute the enhancement value evenly among the three skills, excluding the true gaze. At this stage, Ye Ming's foremost requirement was strength, and enhancement value was the most direct means to augment his power. The true gaze had already been enhanced, and given its current efficacy was limited to the illusion clan, it was of little benefit against the myriad ancient clans he faced. Thus, he opted to enhance the other three primary skills. With a soft crack, a sound resonated within him. Congratulations, Master, you have reached the initial level of Martial King. A shimmering screen appeared in Ye Ming's mind. Host, Ye Ming Realm, initial Martial King abilities, Bloodthirsty Phantom, Wind Manipulation, Earth Demon Shield, Mind Piercing. True Gaze Weapon, Alloy Long Blade Enhancement Value, 0 clenching his fists, an explosive aura radiated from his body, from departing the outpost to this very moment. He had fought his way to the Martial King realm, and Ye Ming felt a profound satisfaction. However, this was not the time for celebration. There remained another matter to attend to. Looking up at the sky, a black rift in space emanated an ominous glow. At a height of thousands of feet, it was enough to make any individual feel insignificantly small. Deprived of the support from the illusory demon realm, the celestial dome began to fade, rendering visible the existence of spatial rifts even from thousands of kilometers away, a sight that instilled a profound sense of dread. Behind, shadows lingered, remnants of exceedingly formidable beings from ancient clans. Ye Ming, no longer hesitating, summoned the wind manipulation technique combined with the bloodthirsty phantom, propelling himself forward with lightning speed. Nearby, the dark spatial lightning sensed Ye Ming's approach, splitting into multiple strands that swiftly extended towards him, shattering countless fragments of space along their path, silently obliterating them. The sheer force of this spatial rending astonished even Ye Ming, who deftly executed his formidable agility to evade each onslaught. A cacophony of spatial fractures resonated behind him. As he drew nearer to the edge of the rift, he beheld several nodes of comparatively weakened spatial energy, places where the formidable adversaries from the opposing realm exerted powerful suppression. Such locations were numerous, each guarded by the spectral forms of mighty beings, employing their immense abilities to constrain the rift's contraction and gradually expand its gaping maw. Presumably, This was where the alien forces maintained control over the spatial fissures. In other circumstances, Ye Ming might have exercised caution, but here, the spatial energies were firmly suppressed by these formidable foes, leaving him unconcerned about the risk of backlash. Ascending with the wind, enhanced by the bloodthirsty phantom, Ye Ming surged towards one of the spatial nodes, his long blade cleaving through the air. The blade's aura, like a rainbow, descended in an instant. Crack! It shattered the spatial node as if it were mere glass, obliterating it completely. With the blade's strike, Ye Ming spun away, distancing himself from the location at once. The space momentarily froze, only to erupt a heartbeat later. Boom! Ye Ming's strike disrupted the balance of the spatial realm. Centered around the node, a colossal wave of spatial energy burst forth, causing vast expanses of space to collapse, while an overwhelming force of rending energy surged back towards the alien adversaries. Spurt! Blood gushed from one of the alien beings, who was sent hurtling backward. Yet, the spatial force was swifter. The black lightning that emanated engulfed the formidable being, consuming it whole. Ah! The alien's screams were abruptly silenced, as the spatial power had severed him into countless pieces. Chapter 12, Breaking Through the Martial King Realm. Battling the dual Martial Kings, the entire elliptical space fissure collapsed significantly. The area where Ye Ming resided was also affected, vast expanses of ground sank. And everything in the wake of the onslaught, rocks and soil, was reduced to mere fragments. Yet, Ye Ming had long since retreated, observing the chaos from a distance, secretly relieved by his swift escape. Ding! A Lord-level foe has been slain, granting 300,000 enhancement points. Ye Ming was elated, astounded to discover that his opponent was indeed a formidable Lord-level warrior, a leap across two major realms. This was a manifestation of the power of heaven and earth. 300,000 enhancement points, quite impressive. Regrettably, the magic crystal lay on the other side of the fissure, beyond his reach. A slight disappointment lingered. Distributing enhancement points among 5 major skills would yield an average of 60,000 points per skill. Ye Ming now possessed 5 skills, and even with an equitable division, each skill would receive a substantial 60,000 enhancement points. Enhancement successful. A breakthrough in realm detected. Verification of the breakthrough is required. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for ascending to the advanced Martial King realm. A luminous screen materialized within Ye Ming's mind. Host, Ye Ming Realm, Advanced Martial King Abilities, Bloodthirsty Mirage, Wind Control Technique. Earth Demon Shield, Mind Piercing, True Eye Weapon, Alloy Longsword Enhancement Points, 0 with 100,000 enhancement points. Ye Ming surged past the intermediate Martial King realm, achieving the advanced Martial King realm. Who dares to disrupt the affairs of my ancient clan? A thunderous roar resonated, the powerful aura penetrating through the fissure. Where is the illusory demon heaven? No response followed. As the words faded, a flicker of light and shadow emerged behind the fissure, an overwhelming presence enveloping the damaged node, halting its collapse. Ye Ming observed coolly. The speaker was a powerful entity controlling another node, exhibiting profound mastery, capable of safeguarding their node while simultaneously maintaining focus on another. However, this distraction severely compromised the stability of both nodes. This was not a sustainable strategy. He awaited the arrival of other strong beings to take over. Ye Ming smirked coldly. Opportunities such as this must not be squandered. Activating Bloodthirsty Mirage, Ye Ming's long sword cleaved downward, striking once more at the original node. Crack! The recently stabilized spatial node shattered anew. The opposing force gasped in disbelief. The aura of destruction spread once more, the space quaking and sweeping across the void. Yet at that moment, Ye Ming had already flashed to another fissure, the very node originally guarded by this ancient clan's powerhouse. Since you have dispersed your strength, I shall seize this moment to claim your life. With his long sword raised, he concentrated a formidable blade aura in an instant. Just then, a shadowy hand behind the fissure unfurled slightly, a pitch-black beam of light spreading like a scroll, seemingly containing countless flickering stars, the cycle of 6 paths. It compelled one to unwittingly sink into its depths, irresistibly drawn toward the spatial fissure. The technique of illusionary oblivion. A voice resonated as if from the eternal past. It turned out that the being across was of the illusory clan. The technique of illusionary oblivion they wielded was exponentially more powerful than that of the illusory demon heaven. containing the evolution of heaven and earth, capable of penetrating the spatial rift and influencing this universe. This was the true strength of the illusory clan's innate abilities. Perhaps other beings may fall under its dominion, yet with the true eye, Ye Ming, in a single glance, shatters the planets and voids within the art of obliteration, reverting them to chaos. Who are you, that you can dismantle my obliteration technique? The voice boomed like thunder. What responded was the piercing energy of a blade. A manifestation of a high martial king's prowess, incomparable to the mundane. Moreover, although the obliteration technique is formidable, it lacks actual destructive power. And Ye Ming's true eye utterly counters it. Bang! The node shattered, space collapsed, and the force of tearing recoiled, instantly engulfing those behind. Yet, at that moment, a crimson light cleaved the void, splitting the collapsing space in twain and halting the void's descent for an instant. In the next heartbeat, the void completely crumbled, merging into chaos. Ye Ming gazed coldly at the figure opposite. Under the dual space rift, even a transcendent being ought not to survive. However, after a moment of waiting, no system notification appeared. System, is the opponent still alive? Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Detection revealed the emergence of a formidable entity with a unified form and spirit, preserving the opponent's transcendent existence. Unified form and spirit? Ye Ming murmured. Beyond the transcendent realm lies the unity of form and spirit, divine manifestations. And the realm of void and clarity, these are the titans among titans, possessing the capacity to annihilate heaven and earth with a mere gesture. The intervention of a being with a unified form and spirit would significantly diminish the might of heaven and earth, an unavoidable circumstance. A thought crossed Ye Ming's mind. Can we identify the nature of the alien race of the unified form and spirit expert? Master. The crimson light that fractured the void is the destructive death beam of the Cyclops race. The Cyclops. Ye Ming clenched his fists, murmuring, one day, our humanity will expel your kind from our lands. Once again, the wind manipulation technique surged forth. And Ye Ming's figure flickered as he sought to strike at other nodes. Just then, a cold snort echoed. And the silhouette of the Cyclops re-emerged from the space rift, enveloped in an overwhelming aura. The two shattered nodes were reconstructed, and the space rift stabilized once more, leaving Ye Ming unable to make further advances, prompting a retreat. Nevertheless, Ye Ming's endeavor had resulted in the annihilation of a lord, the severe wounding of a transcendent being, and even the disturbance of a unified form and spirit expert from the Cyclops race. Although the nodes appeared to be rebuilt, in truth, the Cyclops forces were forcibly suppressing them. Restoring them to their former state would require considerable effort. This had already bought humanity a significant amount of time. And Ye Ming's objective had been achieved. Turning, he invoked the wind manipulation technique, racing towards the second zone of collapse. In the dense forest of the second zone of collapse, a group was hastening onward. You all go ahead, I will hold them off. A man, missing an arm, halted abruptly and turned. Nonsense. If we are to die, let us die together, this is our agreement. An elderly man with white hair declared. Indeed, Chang Fei. How long can you alone hold them off? Wouldn't that be a futile sacrifice? A woman's voice chimed in. The matter of the ancient golden cavern is of great significance. We cannot allow this to fall into the hands of the alien race. I have made my decision. I will hold for as long as I can, and you need not worry about me. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from above. And a figure with skin resembling pale blue ice crystal emerged. The figure before him bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet two sharp horns adorned its head. And a pale blue mist of icy vapors swirled around it. It was the Ice Demon clan. Chang Fei fixed his gaze intently upon the being before him. Ha ha! You Ice Moyun are truly inconsiderate. How can there be blood food without my share, the one-eyed old third? From the woods emerged another figure. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, possessing a single eye that emitted a menacing red glow. The white-haired man laughed maniacally. Chang Fei. It seems the heavens have destined us to perish together. What of the martial king realm? Very well, let me, the Mad Blade 14. Experience the might of your alien race. He slowly drew forth his long blade, its edge pointed directly at the two otherworldly beings. Oh? A mere mid-level martial artist dares to threaten us? What do you say, Isimo Yun, 3 against 1? Old Third inquired. Yun cast a cold glance at him, replying icily, Old Third, you will inevitably perish because of that foul mouth of yours. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yun's body trembled, and a chill emanated fiercely. The white-haired man bellowed, bringing his long blade down with a savage strike, which, in an instant, connected with Yun's form. Not good, it's an afterimage. Clang! The blade passed through Yun, striking the ground and splitting it apart. Without a moment to sheath his weapon, the white-haired man twisted his body with all his might, as an icy radiance swept across the spot where Yun had stood, cleaving the earth into two halves. Close call. Before the white-haired man could catch his breath, another shard of ice appeared in a flash, positioned just a meter from his brow. Yun had materialized ghost-like before him, and the ice shard spun rapidly in his palm, releasing waves of frigid energy directed toward the white-haired man's forehead. In that moment, the white-haired man's previous attack had exhausted him, leaving him unable to adjust his stance, and he could only watch helplessly as the ice shard advanced. At that instant, a fierce shout rang out. Wretch, how dare you! Ye Ming stepped forward, his blade radiating lethal intent, instantly shattering the ice shard. Yun was pushed back, frowning as he regarded Ye Ming. Humans! At that moment, Old Third unleashed a destructive beam, shattering Chang Fei's shield and sending him hurtling backward. Just as he prepared to follow up with another lethal strike to finish Chang Fei, he halted, gazing in astonishment at Ye Ming. Seizing the opportunity, the white-haired man retreated, raising his long blade defensively. A master of the human race! A master of the human race! The voices of numerous humans surged forth. The others hastily retreated behind Ye Ming, weapons drawn and poised for defense. Yun narrowed his eyes. Since when did the martial king realm of the human race also reach the second tier of the fallen zone? Ye Ming scoffed. Isn't your ice demon clan's martial king realm also at the second tier? Old Third interjected, isn't it all for the thick ancient? Silence. Yun interrupted. Say another word, and I shall have your tongue. Old Third, realizing his mistake, promptly fell silent. Thick ancient golden cavern, is it? So? Your objective is also the golden sand? Old Third's expression changed dramatically. You know? Yun's voice turned frigid as ice itself, it matters not. For any human who knows of the thick ancient golden cavern is destined for but one fate, death. Humph, merely a human of the martial king realm. Both I and the one-eyed Old Third are also martial kings, while the rest are merely martial masters, sufficient to crush them effortlessly. As for the ultimate fate of the glimmering gold sand, that is a matter for another time. Fear not, my ice soul needle will deliver a swift end. A single prick to the wind palace, and death shall be devoid of suffering. Yun, with one hand, deftly manipulated a pale blue ice crystal that began to spin slowly in his grasp. Yet Ye Ming chuckled. How can you assert that death is painless when you have never experienced it? His expression sharpened. Moreover, is it truly certain that I shall be the one to perish? As soon as the words fell, a steel blade was grasped firmly, and the bloodthirsty phantom abruptly activated, transforming into a blur as it lunged towards Yun. Startled, Yun retreated swiftly, extending one hand to conjure a pale blue ice crystal shield that materialized before him. However, at the very moment Ye Ming's long blade was poised to strike, the blade's light suddenly recoiled, the wind manipulation technique reversing in effect. With a powerful push against the ice crystal shield, he propelled himself rapidly towards the one-eyed Old Third. Ye Ming had already discerned that this ice demon, possessing a high-level martial king status, was far more formidable than the one-eyed giant, who was merely at the intermediate martial king level. Furthermore, the ice demon's inexplicable ice attribute talent rendered it significantly more difficult to defeat than the one-eyed giant. Additionally, a feud had already been established at the spatial rift. To spare the one-eyed giant would be entirely unjust. Initially, Ye Ming had clearly intended to confront the ice demon, yet to everyone's surprise, he pivoted to launch an assault on the one-eyed giant instead. The one-eyed Old Third, in a flurry, retreated while a flash of crimson light emanated from his eye, unleashing a devastating beam of destructive energy. Chapter 13, Slaying the Ice Demon Clan's Martial Sovereign. The aura of destruction rendered the surrounding flora utterly withered. This was the innate skill of the Cyclops tribe, whose mastery could unleash a cataclysmic force capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. Even the mid-level destructive death beam of the Martial King could significantly siphon the vitality from living beings. "Be careful, Senior!" shouted the silver-haired man. Previously, several companions had fallen victim to this destructive beam, helplessly witnessing their life force drain away, ultimately becoming mere skeletal remains. While the power of life deprivation was formidable, it was solely effective against the living. Ye Ming did not flinch. Instead, he boldly faced the destructive beam, positioning his long knife horizontally before him. As the deathly force struck the blade's surface, with remarkable speed, he closed the distance to the Cyclops Elder, and at the moment they were nearly face to face, he pivoted swiftly, allowing the destructive beam to pass by him while he thrust the long knife viciously into the Cyclops. The death beam halted abruptly. With a splatter, blood erupted forth, and the shattered remnants of the IS tissue spewed everywhere. A howl of agony erupted as the Cyclops writhed in torment. And Ye Ming delivered a decisive strike, plunging the knife deep into his body, ending the Elder's suffering. Ding! Gained 20,000 enhancement points, acquired the ability of destruction, capable of augmenting the mind-piercing strike. Please confirm. Enhance mind-piercing strike. Congratulations, Master. The mind-piercing strike now bears the power of destruction, granting the ability to harm the opponent's psyche. Previously, the mind-piercing strike could only daze the foe, creating an opportunity for attack. However, with the infusion of the destructive force from the death beam, it now possesses lethal capability, bypassing physical defenses to directly assault the opponent's mind. At that moment, a chilling presence enveloped him from behind. The ice demon, Mo Yun, had instantaneously appeared at Ye Ming's back, wielding an ice soul needle aimed directly at his Wind Palace acupoint. Ye Ming's instincts flared, and he swiftly turned, his eyes wide with intensity as he unleashed the mind-piercing strike, enveloping Mo Yun in a torrent of formidable mental energy. Ah! The ice soul needle vanished without a sound, and in an instant, Mo Yun's eyes turned hollow, his hands clutching his head as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, as if enduring unspeakable torment. The mind-piercing strike continued its relentless onslaught, the overwhelming force of destruction further eroding Mo Yun's nerves, shattering his consciousness. Blood streamed from Mo Yun's eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils, coursing down his pale blue visage, a sight as terrifying as a malevolent spirit. Echoes of his anguished cries reverberated through the heavens and earth, leaving even the silver-haired man and Chang Fei, who were spectating, pallid with fear. This was no mere slaughter. It was a sadistic execution. Yet, within their hearts, they felt a perverse satisfaction. Countless lives had been extinguished at the hands of this ice demon clan, and now they were finally reclaiming a fraction of that vengeance. Ye Ming's long knife pointed askew, its blade exuding a menacing aura. He could easily claim this wretch's life. Yet he refrained. He wished to demonstrate to those around him the fate that awaited those who dared offend the human race. This was a display of intimidation. Gradually, Mo Yun's cries diminished, his expression becoming vacant as he allowed blood to flow freely over his body. The force of destruction had thoroughly ravaged Mo Yun's mind. He had become a mere shell of a being, and prolonging his suffering would yield no further torment. With a swift motion, Ye Ming prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then, a furious roar erupted from above. "Wretched spawn, how dare you!" A powerful aura enveloped the air. Ye Ming's expression chilled, and the blade's energy surged forth with even greater speed, resulting in Mo Yun's immediate demise. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 35,000 enhancement points and acquired the Ice Soul technique of the Ice Demon clan, which can be used to strengthen the Earth Demon armor. Enhance. All enhancement points were allocated to fortifying the Earth Demon armor. Congratulations, Master, the Earth Demon armor has been upgraded to the Earth Demon Ice Soul armor, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. With a mere thought, Ye Ming commanded the transformation. Crack! Crack! The pale blue Earth Demon Ice Soul armor replaced the dark brown Earth Demon armor, shimmering with faint azure radiance, reflecting the light of the heavens like a mirror. You seek death. The temperature plummeted dramatically, and dozens of ice crystals materialized in the air, swirling gracefully, accompanied by rising azure currents. As the ice crystals paused, they suddenly shot towards Ye Ming with fierce intensity. Just in time. With arms crossed, Ye Ming transformed instantaneously into an icy form, the Earth Demon Ice Soul armor enveloping him completely. The ice needles struck his body, producing a metallic clattering sound, yet they were all deflected harmlessly away. Ye Ming stood resolute and unwavering. Ice soul technique? A figure emerged from the forest, sporting two sharp horns atop his head. You, a mere human, possess the innate divine powers of my Earth Demon clan? The Ice Soul clan member frowned. Under Ye Ming's true vision, this person's realm was revealed to be at the initial stage of martial sovereign, surpassing Ye Ming by one level. No wonder he had failed to notice Ye Ming's presence earlier. Ye Ming sneered coldly, "Open your eyes and behold clearly, this is your Ice Demon clan's Ice Soul technique?" The Ice Soul technique is primarily offensive, and its defense is limited to creating small shields like Bing Moyun's. It cannot encompass the entire body as armor. Thus, this was not merely the Ice Soul armor. The man scrutinized him again. It did not seem right, yet he could not mistake the aura of the Ice Soul. Who exactly are you? What kind of ability is this? Ye Ming retorted, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that anyone who seeks to harm my kin shall meet their demise today." The Ice Demon clan member paused momentarily. As though he had heard the funniest joke. "You, a mere martial king, dare to speak so arrogantly? Today, I shall take your life." Ice Soul needles. With that, a tremendous pressure surged forth. Crack! Crack! The ground fissured under the weight of the pressure, and trees trembled violently as streams of icy air soared skyward. At least 100 Ice Soul needles appeared in the air, each one exponentially harder than those conjured by Bing Moyun. The terror of the martial sovereign realm was palpable. "Elder, we must flee," the white-haired man shouted. The potent winds nearly swept them away. They gripped their blades tightly, pressing their bodies against the ground to maintain their stance. For those of merely the martial master realm, achieving such stability was no small feat. Ye Ming scoffed disdainfully, "Just a martial sovereign, and yet you dare to boast? Unaware of your impending doom." The Ice Demon clan member summoned forth with a single hand, commanding countless Ice Soul needles as the frigid currents surged rapidly towards Ye Ming. Trivial skills. Ye Ming advanced boldly, closing the distance. "Elder!" The white-haired man cried out in alarm. The overwhelming might of the Ice Demon clan was evident to all. In the midst of a tempest of icy blades, Ye Ming found himself like a fragile vessel adrift in an endless ocean, poised for annihilation at any moment. Yet, he pressed forward defiantly through the storm of ice. "Senior! We come to aid you!" Chang Fei bellowed, striving desperately to reach Ye Ming. However, the frigid currents were overwhelmingly potent, rendering any advance nearly impossible. Others among the martial artists of the human race shared a similar plight. As the icy needles approached, Ye Ming's frost demon armor activated instinctively, manifesting a layer of pale blue crystalline armor upon his skin, deflecting the barrage of ice needles effortlessly. The expression of the Ice Demon clan darkened, with a swift gesture. They conjured more icy needles that hurtled toward the frost armor. Yet, no matter how many needles were unleashed, they could not inflict a single scratch upon Ye Ming. As Ye Ming drew ever closer, the Ice Demon's countenance shifted, and with a flourish of his right hand, an icy shield emerged. Ye Ming responded with a cold smile, enhancing his wind manipulation technique to leap high into the air, simultaneously activating bloodthirsty mirage, which allowed him to flash behind the Ice Demon, in a zone unprotected by the shield. The Ice Demon reacted quickly, pivoting the icy shield to cover the newly threatened angle. In that fleeting moment, Ye Ming's eyes widened, and he unleashed a mental thrust. A surge of destructive psychic energy pierced straight into the Ice Demon's mind. A resonating hum echoed as the Ice Demon warrior experienced a brief lapse in awareness. In that instant, a cold gleam flashed, sweeping across the Ice Demon's neck. With a sickening sound, the head was severed, soaring into the air. The eyes still filled with disbelief. He never fathomed that a martial king could slay a martial sovereign. A notification chimed, acquired enhancement value of 55,000. Boundary breakthrough detected. Confirm? Average enhancement of 5 major skills. Confirm breakthrough. Congratulations, Master, on advancing to the initial level of martial sovereign. A thunderous aura erupted, swirling clouds forming a vortex above, with flashes of dragon-like lightning flickering ominously. Breakthroughs above the martial sovereign realm invariably invoke changes in the celestial phenomena. Only by entering the realm of martial sovereign does one truly ascend to the echelon of formidable warriors. this moment would soon become known to all. Remarkably, a breakthrough has occurred. A group of pale-haired humans gazed in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and elation. The martial sovereign realm was scarce among the human race. Each individual was a force to be reckoned with, a pillar of the human strength. In the depths of the ancient golden cavern, at the demon clan's encampment, Shao Tong fixated on the celestial phenomena. Has someone broken through to martial sovereign? I wonder which ancient clan it could be. One ice demon, cloaked in blue, interjected. It can't be your demon clan, can it? Shao Tong chuckled. Impossible. All our potential martial sovereigns are currently sequestered within the clan. How could one emerge in the wild? The ice demon conceded. True, but could it be a human? Shao Tong of the demon clan laughed heartily. If it were in the central domain of humanity, there might be a chance. But here, in the second layer of the fallen zone, do you truly think it possible? The ice demon chuckled darkly. Indeed. The human presence here has been nearly exterminated. Those who remain are fortunate to be alive. Achieving martial sovereign is but a dream. Let go of such thoughts. Only the elite of our ancient martial lineage can break through. Regardless of who it is, the news will spread swiftly. We need only to await its arrival. Indeed. Our focus remains steadfastly upon the thick ancient gold cavern, for this is of paramount importance. In the realm of humanity, within the central safety zone, a formidable human general stands upon the battlements, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the celestial phenomena. The martial sovereign. A figure at his side steps forward. Captain. Could it possibly be one of our kind? Absolutely not. Judging by the celestial signs, it must be from a location far removed from the central domain, where survivors are already scarce and situated deep within a territory of despair. The individual whispers, another martial sovereign of the ancient alien races has emerged, further intensifying the pressure upon us humans. The resolute human general asserts, even if there were 10 or 100 more, we, as humanity, shall resist to the bitter end, until the last drop of blood is shed. Yet, when will our compatriots in the fallen zones be able to return home? In truth, within the hearts of those in the central safety zone, the reclamation of lost lands and the return of survivors scattered beyond their borders has always been a lingering concern. Captain, presently, with the alien races and dark beasts besieging the city, it is already a formidable task to hold our ground. How can we hope to break through their encirclement and bring the survivors back? We can only place our hopes on the emergence of more powerful warriors among our kind. Ye Ming stands proudly amidst the chaos, his heart plunged into the depths of turmoil, yet ablaze with fervor. It is no wonder that the realm of martial sovereigns is regarded as the watershed of mastery. The distinction between the martial sovereign and martial king levels is indeed vast. Previously, the bloodthirsty phantom was merely a fleeting shadow, traceable and discernible, but now, when manifested again, its speed has surged by more than 20-fold, nearly akin to teleportation. Coupled with the speed of wind manipulation, Ye Ming has effectively acquired the ability to soar swiftly through the skies. The ice crystal armor of the earth demon, once a pale blue, has transformed into a deep azure, now capable of withstanding the full-force assaults of high-ranking martial sovereigns. With the integration of his agile movements and various skills, including mind-piercing, he can indeed vanquish even the mightiest of foes. Chapter 14, 1 against 5. Battling the 5 great zombie kings, the silver-haired man rejoiced fervently. At last, our human race has produced another formidable martial sovereign. This is truly commendable. However, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, severing the foliage, as an overpowering stench enveloped the atmosphere. Is that so? A hoarse voice echoed. As the vegetation trembled and a decayed head emerged, crows took to the skies in disarray, and insects retreated. The zombie clan. Hatred surged in the hearts of all present. For none inflicted greater harm upon humanity than the zombies. Originally, zombies were but mutated humans. Yet their insatiable thirst for flesh had obliterated the humanity that once resided within them, leading them to forge their own kin. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, they allied with ancient alien races, relentlessly targeting humanity. Countless humans have perished at the hands of zombies, with wives bereft of husbands and fathers stripped of their children. How many families have been shattered? How many spouses have been separated? Perhaps in the beginning, the surviving humans harbored some pity for the zombies, viewing them as victims of the apocalypse. Yet now, only an ingrained hatred persists. Or perhaps, the compassion that once should not have existed only served to intensify this animosity. Moreover, once a zombie attains a certain level of cultivation, its intellect returns, albeit to a degree that no longer acknowledges its former humanity. And the zombie before them exhibited an intellect comparable to that of a human. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened as he activated his true eye, probing the realm of this zombie clan. A mid-level martial sovereign. Or rather, this was a zombie king, a martial sovereign of the undead. Due to the zombie clan's lack of the ancient race's profound heritage, high-level experts were exceedingly rare, predominantly consisting of wandering ordinary zombies, alongside a few mutated power or agility types. This zombie king undoubtedly held a significant position within the clan. Indeed, a low-level martial sovereign human would provide an exceptional feast. I must savor this flavor today. The zombie king had originally come seeking the ancient treasure but was drawn here by the change in celestial phenomena. This also elucidates why powerful beings rarely appear in the wild. Having just broken through, their realm remains unstable, and with formidable foes lurking, they are easily vanquished. With an irreconcilable hatred between the human race and the zombie clan, Ye Ming needed no further words. His bloodthirsty illusion activated in an instant, allowing him to flash behind the zombie clan, unleashing a powerful strike with his right fist. Crack! Blood splattered as entrails erupted forth, a gaping hole manifesting in the zombie's chest. The zombie king uttered in surprise, as the flesh contracted, ensnaring Ye Ming's right hand, while its withered claw shot out, grasping his arm. This was the advantage of the zombie clan. Lacking pain sensation, their flesh could regenerate. To slay them, one must obliterate the brain. There was no other way. Ye Ming transformed his left hand into a blade, delivering a decisive slash. Splash! Viscous green fluid sprayed forth as the zombie king's entire arm was severed, while Ye Ming yanked his right hand back, dragging a mass of rotting flesh along with it. The zombie king lowered its gaze to the gaping wound in its chest. Astonished, human, how can you possess such formidable strength? As it spoke, the flesh around the wound writhed, visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. Ye Ming would never grant him such an opportunity. Channeling the wind technique, the elemental force of wind lifted his body high into the air, glinting with a cold radiance as he wielded his blade, striking down towards the head of the zombie king. The zombie king's expression shifted, raising the last remaining arm to shield its head. With a resounding crash and a sharp crack, the long blade shattered the arm effortlessly, reducing flesh and bone to mere fragments. The air surged with the sweeping energy of the blade. However, this brief block afforded the zombie king a fraction of a second, allowing it to tilt its head back just in time to narrowly evade the blade's edge. With a tearing sound, half of the zombie king's body was cleaved open, lung and liver tumbling down, only to be shredded into pieces by the blade's energy. For humans or ancient tribes, such a blow would be fatal, but for the undead, mere sustenance and a bit of time were sufficient for recovery. Ye Ming was acutely aware of this. As he touched down, he twisted his waist, spinning like a top while unleashing a torrent of blade energy aimed at the zombie king's head. At that moment, two howls echoed from the thicket, and almost simultaneously, two blood-red shadows surged forth, intercepting the blade's path. With a crack, the blade's momentum cleaved through the two shadows, yet it continued its descent unabated. Another pair of blood shadows darted in, striking the side of the blade's energy. With a metallic clang, the blade veered slightly, narrowly grazing the zombie king's head before crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater 5 meters in diameter. The zombie king seized this fleeting moment to retreat swiftly, already regrowing a portion of its severed body. Its regenerative abilities were indeed formidable. Ye Ming chose not to pursue further. Instead, he activated the wind technique, instantly retreating 10 meters while coldly surveying the scene ahead. From the shadows emerged a zombie towering at 3 meters, its body a striking shade of dark greenish-black. Activating the true eye, he discerned it was a mid-level martial sovereign, likely a powerhouse among the undead. The forest stirred once more, revealing another zombie, of normal human height yet with elongated limbs, brimming with explosive agility, also a mid-level, classified as an agile zombie. Soon after, 2 more zombies appeared, both powerhouses, both mid-level martial sovereigns. It was rare to encounter even a single zombie king, yet here, alongside the one he had wounded, 5 zombie kings emerged. The atmosphere grew tense as birds fled and an overwhelming aura of death spread, causing the flora to wither at an observable rate. The white-haired man and Chang Fei exchanged grave glances, Though they were unaware of the precise realm of the zombie kings, the sheer presence they exuded was unmistakable. One of the power-type zombies bellowed, "Bientone. If you can't handle a mere junior martial sovereign, is your status as a mid-level martial sovereign even legitimate?" The agile zombie, with limbs that seemed to leak air, chimed in, "Had I not used my golden bloodrock to shield you a few times, you would have been dispatched by this human martial sovereign." Another power-type zombie screeched, "Must we come to your aid? You bring shame upon our zombie clan." Bientone was the first zombie I had injured. Now he retreated to the back, casting a cold gaze at Ye Ming. "Enough chatter. This fellow is no simple adversary, his speed is astonishing, and he can easily breach my defenses." "Are you jesting? An agile zombie, indeed." The strength-type zombie, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. "Stop wasting time, swiftly deal with him. We shall divide the blood feast and then proceed to the thick ancient gold cavern. With the recent emergence of the Lujin sand, our zombie clan must certainly claim our share." Ye Ming had yet to face 5 intermediate martial sovereigns. While they spoke, he scrutinized them. The strength zombie that had just spoken appeared to be the most formidable, likely at the threshold of a high-level martial sovereign, while the others were merely typical intermediate martial sovereigns. In a one-against-many scenario, he aimed to eliminate the weakest first, gradually diminishing their collective strength. Activating bloodthirsty phantom, he vanished in an instant, seamlessly bypassing the blockade of the 4 zombie kings. His blade moved like lightning, targeting Bientone, who was hiding in the rear. Bientone was utterly unprepared for Ye Ming's initial strike to be directed at him. In a fit of rage, he retreated frantically, raising his newly formed arms to shield himself. Ye Ming raised his long knife, but at that moment, a fierce wind swept from behind, without a doubt. It was the agile zombie unleashing the Lujin bloodrock. This was a lethal attack aimed at Ye Ming. Gasps erupted from behind. The white-haired man and others longed to rush in, yet they understood that such a battle was beyond their capabilities. However, Ye Ming did not flinch, the blade swept through, shattering Bientone's skull in an instant, while simultaneously, the Lujin bloodrock crashed against Ye Ming's back. "Senior!" Chang Fei shouted in desperation. The Earth Demon Ice Crystal armor activated, the dark blue ice crystals resembling cosmic starlight. The Lujin bloodrock collided with it and was deflected at an even greater velocity, while Ye Ming remained unscathed. How is this possible? The agile zombie's eyes widened, and the other 3 zombie kings were momentarily stunned by the sight. The Lujin bloodrock, formed from the erosion of the Lujin sand in the thick ancient gold cavern, wielded power comparable to divine weaponry, capable of instantaneously obliterating high-level martial sovereigns. Yet, striking this low-level martial sovereign's back inflicted no harm whatsoever. This was exceedingly bizarre. Ye Ming felt a surge of delight. The Earth Demon Ice Crystal armor was indeed remarkable. Not only was it incredibly sturdy, but it could also dynamically neutralize enemy attacks. Previously, Ye Ming would have sustained some internal injuries from such an assault. Simultaneously, he grew sufficiently curious about the Lujin bloodrock mentioned by his opponents. The capability of intermediate martial sovereigns to unleash high-level martial sovereign might was entirely reliant on this Lujin bloodrock. "Kill him!" the leading strength-type zombie bellowed, lunging fiercely at Ye Ming. Meanwhile, the agile zombie retreated, producing 2 more Lujin bloodrocks, intending to restrain him with ranged attacks. Ye Ming sneered coldly, activating bloodthirsty phantom to flash behind the agile zombie. With a swift motion of his long knife, he unleashed a torrent of pus, severing both arms in a single stroke. Twisting at the waist, he drove the blade upward between the zombie's legs, cleaving it vertically until it penetrated the top of its head. With a splatter, blood rained down. Accompanied by the visceral cascade of entrails, the 2 halves of the zombie's head tumbled to the ground. This entire sequence of actions transpired in a mere 3 seconds. Yet another intermediate martial honor realm zombie has been vanquished. When did the formidable beings of the martial honor realm become so easily slain? Chang Fei and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. A singular thought echoed in their minds: this is a champion of our human race. This is a champion of our human race. The crowd silently cheered within their hearts. System notification, ding. By consecutively defeating 2 intermediate martial honor realm zombies, you have gained 160,000 enhancement points. strengthening the demonic ice armor and mental piercing. Ye Ming contemplated with clarity. The remaining three were all power-type zombies. Pure agility would prove ineffective. Only by augmenting tangible offensive strength could they be defeated. With the bloodthirsty mirage activated, Ye Ming darted beside one of the power-type zombies, unleashing a blade of energy aimed directly at its head. Clang! Bang! The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed as the long blade shattered into two pieces, one fragment soaring away while the other embedded itself into the skull of the zombie king, failing to penetrate deeply. It was not a lack of strength on Ye Ming's part, but rather the fragility of the blade itself, seeking his demise. The zombie king seized the hilt of the long blade, yanking it free and casting it aside, while its other hand lunged towards Ye Ming. Ye Ming employed a rapid blink to evade the grasp of the zombie king. Simultaneously, two other zombies charged forth, their 3-meter frames looming like small mountains. Ye Ming executed successive blinks, narrowly escaping several attempts to seize him, and reached the side of the silver-haired man and the others. Elder, catch the blade! Chapter 15, the second layer of horizontal push. Dare to harm my humanity? The white-haired man unsheathed the long blade from his waist and tossed it to Ye Ming, who caught it effortlessly. With a swift motion, he swung the long blade once more. Clang! The blade shattered again. Damn it! I underestimated the physical resilience of the strength-type martial zombie. A warrior's body is already akin to a divine weapon. How could mere iron possibly breach such an armament? It could be said that the half-blade embedded in the creature's skull was largely aided by Ye Ming's own speed. As Ye Ming evaded incessantly, he contemplated the course of this battle. Meanwhile, the three great zombie kings were equally perplexed. How could a mere junior martial warrior possess such astonishing speed? Even at the lord level, it should not be so formidable. However, they remained untroubled, for their immense physique placed them in an invulnerable position. As long as they could deplete Ye Ming's strength, his demise was inevitable. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the location of the agile-type zombies' remains when, suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the ground. It was the gilded bloodstone. A massive hand swept across, and the gilded bloodstone was seized. It felt remarkably heavy, as though imbued with some mysterious power. A fierce gust of wind brushed against him, and Ye Ming narrowly dodged a colossal hand, teleporting 50 meters ahead, where the other two zombies loomed less than 10 meters away. Seeking his own demise, he had no one to blame. The two 3-meter-tall zombie kings drew closer, their gigantic hands raised, blocking all of Ye Ming's escape routes. Ye Ming let out a cold laugh, the gilded sand resting between his fingers. He flicked his fingers, enhancing the speed of his bloodthirsty phantoms to several times that of the agile zombie's projection. Puff! Puff! The movements of the two strength-type zombie kings abruptly halted, each sporting a bloody hole in their foreheads as they collapsed thunderously to the ground. Ye Ming slowly turned, flipping his hand to grasp another piece of gilded sand. You can control gilded sand. The remaining zombie king gasped in horror as he beheld the dark golden light in Ye Ming's hand. You cannot kill me. If you do, my army of zombies will tear you to shreds. An army of zombies? Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. My zombie clan has gathered 100,000 strong at the boundary of the 5th layer's fallen zone, ready to sweep through the entire area and exterminate all humans, converting them into our sustenance. If you spare my life, I will ensure that my clan spares you. I swear it in the name of the zombie king. Ye Ming remained unfazed. Why do you do this? Though the zombie clan has allied with the ancient races, they are isolated as a local faction of Earth, having evolved from your kind. Only through strength can we earn the ancient race's recognition, and only by consuming blood can we grow stronger. This is our plan. Very well. I understand, Ye Ming replied coolly. So, does this mean you will let me go? Ye Ming chuckled. In your next life, perhaps you should try being human. The gilded bloodstone shot forth, piercing through the zombie king's forehead. The creature fell slowly, wearing a look of unwillingness. Ye Ming shook his head. The inability to integrate with the ancient alien races, yet persisting in opposition to humanity, perhaps exemplified the tragedy of the zombie clan. Ding! You have gained 240,000 enhancement points. A breakthrough in your realm has been detected. Average enhancement of 5 major skills. Breakthrough! Ye Ming said calmly. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement to intermediate martial warrior. The system's voice echoed. Yet, within Ye Ming's heart, there resided no joy. The impending assault of a horde of 100,000 zombies upon humanity was indeed ominous news. It was imperative to inform everyone swiftly. Prior to that, the acquisition of the thick ancient gold cavern must take precedence. The contention for the thick ancient gold cavern involved the zombie clan as well. Should they enhance their strength through it, resisting this monstrous tide of zombies would become an even greater challenge for humanity. Meanwhile, a girl of around 20 traversed the desolate streets alone. She was Xin Xiaoxiao, who set forth on the path to follow Ye Ming after Sister Dong had recovered from her injuries. Sister Dong did not dissuade her, for she understood Xin Xiaoxiao's unwavering spirit. Her love and hatred were fierce, and her convictions were immutable. Ye Ming was the man she had chosen for this lifetime. As she departed, the gentle kiss upon Ye Ming's cheek served as a silent declaration of her feelings. At the periphery of the thick ancient gold cavern, golden light began to swirl. Numerous elites from ancient and otherworldly clans were present. While the zombie clan occupied a separate area, suffused with a deathly aura, starkly contrasting with the ancient races. Many of the ancient clans harbored a sense of disdain but were constrained by their alliances from expelling them. The elder of the zombie clan, dark of gaze and possessing the power of a lord, felt a disquietude. Was he concerned about Biantong and the others? His eyes shifted towards the distance. How could a mere initial-level martial sovereign delay them for so long? Was he apprehensive about the opening of the thick ancient gold cavern? Indeed, without Biantong and his companions, the strength of the zombie clan would diminish considerably. The elder reassured himself. Biantong and his 5 comrades were all mid-level martial sovereigns, capable of retreating unscathed even when confronted by a powerful lord. Perhaps they would return soon. One could only hope. With a flourish of the wind control technique, Ye Ming descended before a few individuals. The white-haired man, with a demeanor of profound respect, knelt on one knee. Martial King Shikingshan, I express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Martial Master Chang Fei, I express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Martial Master Duan Tian, I express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. The chorus resounded, reverberating through the heavens. Many were moved to tears. In this dark epoch, only the strong could guide humanity toward a brighter future. And Ye Ming was that strength. Those present were fortunate to follow in the footsteps of a true powerhouse. Witnessing this battle would profoundly impact their growth. Ye Ming nodded. Are you from the second outpost? Shikingshan affirmed, and Ye Ming continued, what of the others at the outpost? Shikingshan's face contorted with rage. Most perished. We escaped by sheer luck. Did you venture to the thick ancient gold cavern? You are aware of the thick ancient gold cavern? Indeed, it yields golden sand. We must risk our lives to prevent it from falling into the hands of the other races. Take me to the thick ancient gold cavern. As for the monsters along the way, I shall eliminate them all. Ye Ming's eyes glinted with ferocity. To eliminate all on the path? The crowd quivered with anticipation. Were such words to have been uttered by another, they would have been deemed a jest. Yet, when spoken by Ye Ming, all present believed unwaveringly. Shikingshan and the others cried out fervently, let us charge forth and avenge our fallen brothers. Kill. To slay my kin, one must be prepared to pay the price. Ye Ming borrowed a long knife from Shikingshan, using it as a temporary weapon. Under the enhancement of the bloodthirsty phantom, its sharpness was multiplied several times. Sufficient to deal with the murderous creatures. The others mounted fine steeds, but horses were scarce. Shikingshan inquired, Senior, shall we ride together? No need, you all ride on. I can keep up. Ye Ming replied coolly, activating the wind control technique and suddenly soaring into the sky. He can actually fly. Chang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. During the battle with the 5 zombie kings, Ye Ming had briefly demonstrated the wind control technique, but it was fleeting. Everyone assumed he merely had extraordinary jumping ability. Now, witnessing him flying in the air, the shock was akin to the intensity of the earlier battle. Truly impressive, Senior. We must not fall behind, urged Shikingshan, urging his steed to gallop forward. Cloaked in the wind, with the long knife piercing the heavens, Ye Ming stood proudly in the sky, his speed reaching dozens of times that of a galloping horse, thanks to the bloodthirsty phantom. However, with such overwhelming force, He would not overlook any creature. One man, one knife. A fleeting shadow. Along the way, every creature fell before him, utterly incapable of putting up a fight. Ye Ming's methods were simple yet brutal. Most often, he plunged his blade directly into the chest of his foes, tearing them apart or cleaving them in two. Savage beyond measure. Blood and entrails sprayed in all directions, the air thick with the scent of carnage, the once gleaming blade now encrusted with dark clots of blood. This area spanned nearly the entirety of the second layer of the fallen zone, with creatures being slaughtered in droves. Before long, Ye Ming's silhouette, with the long knife sweeping through the air, instilled terror in the hearts of all creatures within the second layer of the fallen zone. Clad in green, wielding the long knife, he floated above, causing any creature that caught sight of him to flee in terror. Ye Ming did not discriminate. He slaughtered not only mutated beasts and zombies but also the ancient races. Many ancient beings threatened him in the name of their lineage, yet Ye Ming showed no mercy. One word sufficed: kill. The animosity between humans and myriad races had long since reached a boiling point. Could the death of a few alleviate such enmity? With each enemy slain, humanity's foes diminished. Ye Ming understood this clearly. The name of the bloodthirsty demon began to spread among the creatures. Ye Ming gazed into the distance, where a colossal mountain peak stood proudly erect. Senior, ahead lies the thick ancient gold cave. Just then, Ye Ming keenly noticed two figures racing towards him. Approximately 10 kilometers from the thick ancient gold cave, three individuals on two horses were galloping furiously. The yellow sand swirled ominously. Behind them, several ancient beings were swiftly closing in. Vice Captain, what should we do? These earth demons are too swift. I'll dismount and hold them off, shouted a young human warrior from the back of a warhorse carrying two riders. The vice captain, with one arm broken and his body weakened, strained to raise his voice. I'll go down to block them. You two, protect our belongings, this is an order. With that, he leapt from the warhorse, deftly seizing the long knife from the saddle. He was the vice captain of the second layer outpost, Jifeng. Kneeling, stealing his gaze, the long knife was poised before him. With a resounding roar, he challenged the foreign scum, daring them to come and meet their demise. The long blade hummed with an ominous energy, as he, a warrior at the middle level, unleashed a radiant blade aura. He had exerted every ounce of his strength. Continue your efforts, this adversary shall be dealt with by me. A member of the Beastmaster tribe, with an octopus-like head, stepped forward, its 8 tentacles quivering, unleashing a mental shockwave that surged forth. Ah! Jifeng's visage contorted as blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Enduring the agony, he swung his long blade in a horizontal arc, severing the legs of several nearby foes. Seeking death, indeed. Yuhong seethed with fury, unleashing another mental shockwave, causing Jifeng to collapse to the ground, his eyes rolling back and body convulsing. Yet he clung steadfastly to his long blade, inching closer to Yuhong. No matter how many mental shockwaves Yuhong cast upon him, they could not deter him in the slightest. Such unwavering will. I have always said that your Beastmaster tribe is lacking. It is the Earth Demon tribe that is truly formidable. A fist appeared in midair, crashing towards Jifeng's head. Vice Captain. The other two human warriors cried out in anguish, but all they could do was retreat swiftly. For this was a battle opportunity forged by Jifeng's very life. How dare you, beast! Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Ye Ming stepped forward. The psychic thrust activated, causing the Earth Demon's fist to halt abruptly, and he was sent tumbling head over heels, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his screams echoing through the heavens. The devastating power of the psychic thrust doubled the Earth Demon's torment, instantaneously shattering his consciousness. With a mighty crash, Ye Ming's fists obliterated the Earth Demon into mere fragments. Chapter 16, The Golden Blade forged, slaughtering the Demon Clan's camp with a swift turn, the blade glimmered, and the Beastmaster clan members were instantly severed, collapsing softly to the ground. Following this, a series of rapid flashes ensued, as the wielder spun like a top, cleaving through all pursuing foes with effortless ease. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, and by the time onlookers regained their senses, the ground was strewn with corpses. Ding! Acquired 40,000 enhancement points. Average enhancement of 5 major skills. Ye Ming remarked. the two intermediate martial kings he had just slain, combined with the spoils from his rampage, yielded a commendable amount of enhancement points. At that moment, Shi Qingshan and the others had just arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, they realized that Ye Ming had once again decimated a considerable number of foes. "Senior, you are truly formidable," Shi Qingshan urged the stunned Jifeng and his companions. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude for the senior's life-saving intervention?" Jifeng served as the vice-captain of the second-tier Fallen Zone. Shi Qingshan was the captain, and he spoke with authority. "Intermediate Martial Master, Jifeng, I thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace," Jifeng finally reacted. The remaining two dismounted in succession. "May I inquire, Senior, are you an awakened?" "One could say so," Ye Ming replied, not wishing to elaborate further. Jifeng retrieved a cloth bag from his mount, stepped forward, and presented it to Ye Ming with both hands. "Senior, since you are an awakened, this item would surely be safer in your possession." "What is this?" Ye Ming inquired as he opened the bag. A potent aura of sharpness surged forth to greet him. The essence bore a resemblance to golden blood rock, yet was purer by several degrees. "This is the essence of golden blood rock. The essence is derived from the golden sands aura, which has long eroded the surrounding soil, forming the golden blood rock's essence, possessing a formidable affinity to metals, and can significantly enhance weaponry," Jifeng explained. "The very reason those demons pursued us was to reclaim this essence. How does one utilize it?" Ye Ming asked. Realizing that this substance was likely far more valuable than golden blood rock itself, as he was in need of a reliable weapon. "Simply place the essence on the weapon, and it will automatically merge," Jifeng suggested. As the essence was applied to the blade's surface, it moved as if alive, quickly permeating and fusing with the steel. Simultaneously, a wave of sharpness surged forth, and the weight of the weapon increased significantly. The golden blade is forged. With this weapon, slaying strength-based zombies would no longer result in prior mishaps. "Are there any survivors?" Ye Ming inquired. Jifeng shook his head. "Only we few managed to escape." "Is the thick ancient gold cavern ahead?" Ye Ming pressed on. "Indeed, it lies 10 kilometers ahead," Jifeng confirmed. "Let us advance." "Ah, Senior, there are hundreds of elite foes guarding that place." "Then let us charge forth. The thick ancient gold cavern is destined to belong to humanity." Shi Qingshan tapped Jifeng on the head. "Quit your rambling and heed the senior's commands." At the outskirts of the thick ancient gold cavern, within the demon clan's camp, inside the main tent, the leader of the Earth Demon Clan, Xiaotong, furrowed his brow and gazed ahead. "What troubles you?" a demon inquired. "Have there been any reports regarding the humans who seized the essence of the golden blood rock?" "Not yet, but it should be soon. Among the human race, there are only a few at the Martial Master realm, whereas we have dispatched those at the Martial King realm to hunt them down. By the way, has there been any mention of a being known as the bloodthirsty demon recently? It seems to have swept through the second Fallen Zone, and apparently, it is of the human race." Xiaotong suddenly inquired. "Lately, there have been reports of mutated beasts fleeing in a panic, some of which are from ancient clans." The name Bloodthirsty Demon was learned from their lips. A subordinate of the Earth Demon Clan paused for a moment and remarked, "Indeed, such rumors circulate. But I suspect they are largely unfounded. The second Fallen Zone is not what it once was, with the emergence of the Liquor Gold Sands. Many ancient clans have gathered here. To sweep through, one would need to possess at least the strength of a senior martial venerable. If a being of such caliber had truly awakened among the humans, they would have already sent experts to escort them to the central safe zone instead of allowing them to languish here. As for those ancient clans, they are of little consequence, being of lowly capability. That is also true, the prowess of the human experts pales in comparison to our ancient clans. Those awakened beings, which one of them isn't treated with utmost caution?" Xiaotong scoffed. After a moment's thought, he expressed his concern. "We should still send someone to investigate. Even if it is not an awakened human, we must ascertain the reason behind such a massive upheaval of mutated beasts. There must be some underlying cause." "No need for such trouble, I have already arrived." A voice thundered through the air as Ye Ming flashed into view, taking a single step forward. His eyes glimmered with a subtle light as his true eye scanned the surroundings. Xiao Tong of the Earth Demon Clan was at the intermediate martial venerable realm, while the subordinate beside him was a senior martial master. Outside the tent stood 5 others, 1 at the junior martial venerable level and 4 at the senior martial king level. Ye Ming, now capable of overpowering senior martial venerables, regarded them with indifference. "Who goes there?" exclaimed the Earth Demon Clan's subordinate. Xiao Tong squinted. "An intermediate martial venerable? It appears you are the bloodthirsty demon. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a being of the intermediate martial venerable realm from the human race would venture here. However, if you believe that you can find success in this place, you are sorely mistaken. I wonder how the human race would react upon learning that one of their intermediate martial venerables was slain here. Would they not feel immense sorrow?" "You talk too much," Ye Ming retorted, weary of engaging in idle conversation with such a figure. "This is merely a matter of realm difference." With a flicker, he activated the bloodthirsty mirage, appearing instantaneously behind Xiao Tong, wielding the golden blade with swift precision. Xiao Tong let out a low cry as a gray-brown armor emerged upon his body, swiftly dodging to the side. The golden blade sliced through the air, sparking as it grazed him, deflected aside. The gray-brown armor was stripped away in large chunks, revealing a bloodied body beneath. What astonishing speed! Xiao Tong gazed at Ye Ming in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of greed. Clearly, despite being an intermediate martial venerable, he possessed such formidable speed. He must be hiding some extraordinary treasure, and I shall claim it for myself. Xiao Tong's face was obscured by the earth demon armor, rendering his features indistinct. Yet Ye Ming remained unfazed. That strike was merely a feint, executed with only 50% of his strength. He sought to gauge the defensive capabilities of the intermediate martial venerable's earth demon armor in comparison to his own earth demon ice soul armor. The results were telling. His own armor was far superior. At the very least, the gilded blade striking against the earth demon's ice armor leaves no discernible marks. Yet, Xiao Tong mistakenly believes this to be the extent of his true prowess. What follows next is Ye Ming's lethal move, unleashing the bloodthirsty mirage. Ye Ming instantaneously appears before Xiao Tong, his gaze piercing as he activates the mind stab. Xiao Tong's eyes glaze over as his earth demon armor is abruptly halted. Then, a torrent of blade energy surges forth, descending like a rainbow, cleaving down from above Xiao Tong's head. The earth demon armor covering his skull possesses no capacity for resistance against the gilded blade. With a sickening squelch, blood splatters as his brain, eyes, and various bodily tissues are reduced to a pulpy mass within the merciless blade energy, raining down like a crimson deluge. Xiao Tong's headless corpse collapses slowly to the ground. This earth demon, despite his status as a high-ranking martial king, had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, leaving him utterly stunned. Ye Ming sheathes his blade and turns his gaze towards the nearby earth demon. At this moment, realization dawns upon him. He attempts to flee, yet falls into a state of daze once more. Ye Ming's mind stab strikes suddenly. In an instant, he appears behind the earth demon, his dagger piercing through flesh, sending shockwaves of blade energy that turn the opponent's internal organs into a mushy pulp, splattering across the gilded blade. Crack! Crack! Regardless of bone or flesh, everything is obliterated as the earth demon is cleaved in two. A notification chimes, acquired 115,000 enhancement points. Not bad. With a few more remaining outside, Ye Ming kicks open the door, his mind stab immobilizing a martial king in an instant as he thrusts his long blade. In the same moment, he flashes forward, sweeping his blade horizontally, instantly bisecting 2 martial kings. The last martial king, situated at the far end of the room, finds himself in Ye Ming's sights as he employs the wind manipulation technique to soar above the building, effortlessly slashing down with the gilded blade. With a sickening squelch, the head is sent flying. The lifeless visage remains etched with confusion, perhaps never comprehending why an assailant had infiltrated his own camp. Only one junior martial sovereign remains. With the true vision activated, Ye Ming senses him at the opposite side of the camp, the only passage leading outward. The bloodthirsty mirage is initiated, and Ye Ming flashes behind the opponent. Who goes there? The junior martial sovereign senses the presence and abruptly turns, but this proves to be his final action. The blade energy sweeps past, and his head explodes with a thunderous crack. The headless corpse crumples to the ground, A notification chimes, acquired 135,000 enhancement points. Average enhancement across 5 major skills. A mysterious power surges within, augmenting Ye Ming's strength. However, his realm remains unchanged. The higher he ascends, the more enhancement points are required. Ye Ming scans his surroundings, discerning that there are no more earth demons within the camp. All of this transpires before the eyes of Shi Qingshan and the others, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. With a single motion, Ye Ming has annihilated a mid-level martial sovereign, a junior martial sovereign, and 4 high-ranking martial kings. All while he himself is merely a mid-level martial sovereign. Especially remarkable is his extraordinary gaze, capable of blinding foes in an instant. Indeed, Shi Qingshan had never heard of such an astonishing ability. Such achievements in combat experience, if shared with those in the central safe zone, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through their ranks and significantly bolster the morale of the human race. Regrettably, this scene is known only to a select few. Suddenly, Duan Tian tugged at Shi Qingshan's sleeve, raising the phone in his hand. That overwhelming battle had been captured in its entirety. Excellent! Shi Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. We must find a way to send this footage to the central security domain, ensuring that everyone is aware that even in our human race's fallen territories, there exist unparalleled warriors. Thus, the entire demon clan of the thick ancient gold cave was annihilated by Ye Ming. Ye Ming's choice of the demon clan was indeed well considered. He understood that the golden sand and the demon armor exhibited a perfect compatibility. Once the golden sand was unearthed, the presence of the demon clan would undoubtedly hinder its absorption. Ye Ming activated his wind control technique, gracefully descending before Shi Qingshan. You have worked hard, senior. Everyone knelt on one knee, their gazes filled with reverence. This formidable figure before them had undoubtedly earned their respect. Ye Ming nodded. And it was only at this moment that he had the opportunity to observe his surroundings. His current position was situated within a vast mountain depression, which was divided into numerous independent sections, each connected by mountain paths, while below lay an unfathomable abyss. The entire depression was linked by a narrow pathway nearly 10 meters wide. Ye Ming could not help but admire these ancient alien tribes. This was undoubtedly an exceptional hiding place. Even if someone discovered it and attempted an assault, they could only enter through this narrow 10-meter wide path, which would effectively keep countless armies at bay. Naturally, their intended adversaries were not humans, but rather the mutated beast tribes. In a certain sense, the mutated beast tribes bore similarities to the zombie tribes, both having evolved from the indigenous beasts of Earth. The distinction lies in the fact that the zombie tribes have allied with the ancient alien races, while the mutated beast tribes are scattered and lack a centralized ruler, making an alliance with the ancient alien races improbable. Only certain groups, such as the mutated vultures and the highly toxic tail scorpions, have formed alliances with the ancient alien races. It is conceivable that at this moment, every independent section of the mountain depression is occupied by ancient alien tribes. Ye Ming's gaze swept toward the mountain peak as he inquired of Shi Qingshan, "Do you know the location of the thick ancient gold cave?" Chapter 17, Annihilation. The stronghold of the Ice Demon clan. Shi Qingshan shook his head, stating, "This matter remains a closely guarded secret among the alien races, known only to their upper echelons. We once disguised ourselves as lowly members of their society to gather intelligence, which ultimately led to our exposure. Initially, we aimed to infiltrate the ancient gold mine. But in desperation, we seized the essence of the gilded blood rock and fled for our lives." Just as Ye Ming was about to inquire further, a sudden hum resonated through the air, followed by a violent wave of force comparable to an attack from a high-ranking martial sovereign. Reacting swiftly, Ye Ming pulled the others behind him, the deep blue light flickering as the Earth Demon Ice Soul armor activated. Boom! 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 The tremendous shockwave felt almost tangible, sending clods of earth flying. Ye Ming sensed an overwhelming pressure, however, it was but a fleeting moment before the shockwave expanded outward, leaving Shi Qingshan and the others unharmed under Ye Ming's protection. Yet, devastation reigned elsewhere, as the shockwave uprooted the very ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The sheer might of this indiscriminate assault was astonishing. Ye Ming gazed towards the mountain peak, realizing that the shockwave originated from the summit without a doubt. The ancient gold mine lay there. In the central safety zone, within the human clan's great hall, the 4 commanders of the human forces stood resolutely,
their gazes fixed on the mountain peak housing the ancient gold mine.
Each had attained the 6th level of the Void Realm, yet their expressions were grave. Though the distance was great, the impact of the shockwave was palpable.
One commander, clad in golden armor, remarked solemnly, "It appears the ancient gold mine has indeed emerged." Another,
draped in a grey robe, sighed heavily, "Alas, our human race is confined to this meager handful of cities, unable to venture forth."
"Should we send our awakened ones to investigate?"
"With a stroke of luck, perhaps." The golden-armored commander interjected decisively, "There is no perhaps. The ancient gold mine is surely swarming with countless powerful beings from alien races.
Sending our awakened ones there would be tantamount to suicide."
The grey-robed commander retorted bitterly.
"Are we to simply abandon our efforts?"
A chilling wind swept through the hall.
"Damn the alien races."
As Ye Ming pondered how to ascend the mountain, footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance.
He frowned. Who could be approaching at this critical moment? Activating his true eye, he discerned a junior martial sovereign of the Ice Demon clan. "Shatter, the ancient gold mine is on the verge of opening. Are you prepared?"
The tone suggested familiarity,
indicating that this ice demon was well acquainted with Shatter.
Ye Ming was unaware that among the ancient races, the Earth Demon clan and the Ice Demon clan shared a close kinship. In fact, their ancestors were once of the same lineage before an unknown rift drove them apart.
This connection was evident in how the Earth Demon armor and Ice Soul technique could merge into the Earth Demon Ice Soul armor. "Shatter, are you there? The Ice Demon clan is about to enter."
If the Ice Demon clan discovered any anomalies within the Earth Demon stronghold,
it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and could even incite a collective assault from the ancient races. Such a scenario was something Ye Ming wished to avoid. Stealthily reaping the rewards of chaos was the optimal strategy. He concluded swiftly that this ice demon must be dealt with quietly.
Ye Ming swiftly exchanged a glance, prompting Shan and the others to conceal themselves behind the cover, while he pressed himself against the wall, awaiting the entrance of the Ice Demon clan. As the Ice Demons beheld the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, Ye Ming instantly materialized behind one of them, swiftly covering its mouth and nose while simultaneously unleashing a mental thrust. This series of actions transpired with remarkable speed, leaving the Ice Demon's ice spirit shield no time to activate. The creature's gaze dimmed instantaneously, and with a flicker of the gilded blade, its head was severed from its body. A mere junior martial sovereign met an inexplicable demise in this manner.
Ye Ming pondered a significant realization: this ice demon,
being a junior martial sovereign, likely held a considerable status within the clan, analogous to the power dynamics within the Earth Demon clan. The prolonged silence from this individual would undoubtedly raise suspicions, thereby jeopardizing the concealment of his human compatriots in this locale. With a glint in his eyes, Ye Ming resolved that if the ice demons were to be so short-sighted, he would eradicate them entirely in one fell swoop. "Stay here, I shall return shortly." Shan and his companions assented without further contemplation.
Meanwhile, at the Ice Demon stronghold, the recent shockwave had left the place in disarray.
The mission to the thick ancient gold cavern was overseen by an intermediate martial sovereign named Bingshi,
clad in a light blue robe that complemented his pale blue complexion.
He stood against the mountain winds, exuding an air of authority. However, at this moment, he gazed upon the verdant peaks, a shadow of concern etched across his brow. "What troubles the Lord?" The Earth Demon clan seemed to be acting unusually. With the impending opening of the thick ancient gold cavern, they should have been most vigilant. Yet there was not a whisper of activity, and it had been nearly half an hour since he dispatched Bingji to the Earth Demon clan without any word.
Bingshi mused. Moreover, Bing Mo Yun has yet to return, and the gilded blood rock essence seized by the humans remains unaccounted for. Could it be that another ancient clan has succeeded?
Bingshi shook his head. "I have inquired with the Beastmaster clan and the Cyclops clan, both of whom assured me that their individuals have not returned either. They have no reason to deceive me regarding this matter." Yet, one of the ice demons below inquired,
"My lord?"
Bingshi's eyes turned cold. "I've learned that the pursuing humans also include the zombie clan.
I wonder if the gilded blood rock essence is in their possession."
The mention of the zombie clan drew the attention of those present to a corner of the stronghold, which starkly contrasted with the others. This area was shrouded in gray, the trees were withered and devoid of life,
permeated by an overwhelming aura of death that even ancient beings hesitated to approach. Unbeknownst to them,
The lack of activity from the zombie clan stemmed not from a brewing plot, but rather from the loss of 5 zombie kings. Currently, the highest cultivation level within the zombie clan was merely that of a junior martial sovereign, rendering them too afraid to reveal themselves.
Should we send someone to investigate?
Very well, they have an agreement with our ancient clan, and I trust they would not dare to conceal anything. Bingshi contemplated for a moment before directing his gaze toward the Earth Demon stronghold. I shall personally visit the Earth Demon clan to ascertain the situation.
If anyone dares to cause trouble, I shall personally eliminate them. No need for that, I have already arrived.
Ye Ming suddenly materialized within the icy encampment of the Ice Demon clan. He had already surveyed their stronghold. Aside from Bingshi, who possessed the strength of a mid-level martial sovereign, the remaining 2 were merely initial-level martial sovereigns, while the rest were at the martial master level. They posed no significant threat.
Humans.
Bingshi's expression shifted.
Upon assessing Ye Ming's strength, he realized he too was a mid-level martial sovereign, and was alone. This revelation instantly eased his tension.
The human race, lacking innate skills, could not compete with the ancient alien races at equivalent levels. This was the reason for Bingshi's relaxation.
Aren't the awakened of the human race supposed to be resting in your central safe zone?
Why have you come here to seek death? Bingshi sneered, conjuring a shield with his left hand while his right began to condense an ice soul needle.
Preparing to strike Ye Ming with a blend of offense and defense. This was the prowess of a mid-level martial sovereign. Ye Ming, undeterred, countered.
Have you heard of the bloodthirsty demon?
The legend that swept through the second fallen zone among your kind? Do not tell me you believe I am that very demon?
Bingshi remained skeptical of the existence of the so-called bloodthirsty demon. If such a being truly existed, why wouldn't the dwindling human race keep him sheltered in the central safe zone and protect him at all costs instead of sending him to the fallen zone to perish? Indeed, a mid-level martial sovereign was formidable, yet not the strongest. If the alien races were intent on eliminating him, countless methods could lead to his demise.
Ye Ming smirked. You are correct, the bloodthirsty demon is indeed me.
As the bloodthirsty phantom activated, Ye Ming instantaneously appeared before Bingshi, a dark golden radiance flashing as the gilded blade was unleashed. However, at that moment, Bingshi's gaze flickered, and a pale blue light shimmered as the ice soul shield materialized.
Changing his hand seals,
the ice soul needle shot forth like a torrential rain of arrows aimed at Ye Ming. Bingshi had anticipated this moment. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of elation.
Although both were mid-level martial sovereigns, if Ye Ming could not defeat him, he could easily flee. Yet, Ye Ming chose to engage in close combat.
The ice soul shield would withstand the gilded blade while simultaneously absorbing the onslaught of ice soul arrows. To Bingshi, Ye Ming had already become a mere corpse. Yet, in the next instant, Bingshi's expression drastically changed.
As the ice soul arrows rained down upon Ye Ming, the latter's skin bizarrely turned a deep blue. An icy aura ascending into the sky.
The arrows shattered upon impact, not even grazing the hem of Ye Ming's garment.
Deep blue armor. This is a skill only the mightiest of my Ice Demon clan possesses. How can a mere human wield such power?
Retreating hastily, Bingshi hastily conjured several more ice soul shields.
Crack! Crack!
The sound of shattering glass resounded,
reverberating in his ears as the gilded blade effortlessly sliced through multiple ice soul shields, targeting Bingshi's chest.
The intense aura of the blade raised the hairs on Bingshi's body. For the first time, he truly felt the threat of death.
My lord! I come to save you! Shouted a subordinate from the Ice Demon clan, rushing forth to shield the two. Screech! The unfortunate soul was immediately torn to shreds by the gilded blade, internal organs and blood splattering throughout the entire tent.
Ye Ming wiped the blood from his face.
Resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Bloodthirsty demon. You cannot possibly be a mid-level martial sovereign.
Bingshi's worldview shattered completely. The numerous icy shields of the intermediate martial sovereign could not withstand a single strike from the gilded blade. The opponent was undoubtedly a formidable lord-level warrior. After a brief encounter with the Ice Demon clan, he temporarily distanced himself from the range of Ye Ming's sword aura. Ye Ming let out a sinister laugh and executed a flash step, sweeping the gilded blade.
Boom!
The powerful sword aura once again shattered several icy shields,
scattering them in disarray.
Simultaneously, he sensed a chilling energy coalescing behind him as a rain of icy arrows began to form anew.
Unfazed, Ye Ming activated his Earth Demon Ice Armor, the deep blue ice armor deflecting the arrows one by one. With another flash step, he appeared before Bing Shi.
Grinning wickedly, "Let me enlighten you further. Those Earth Demon Clan members and your dispatched Ice Demon Clan have all fallen to my blade.
You shall join them in the underworld." "What?"
Bing Shi's voice was abruptly silenced. A mental pierce struck his eyes.
And the gilded blade plunged into Bing Shi's chest.
With a twist of his wrist, he tore horizontally.
Splatter!
Blood rained down, cleaving him in half. Bing Shi's eyes remained wide with terror until his last breath.
Outside the tent, a series of footsteps echoed.
The others from the Ice Demon Clan sensed the commotion within the camp.
Ye Ming's gaze turned icy. Indeed. This saved him the trouble of searching them out one by one.
The icy shields crumbled before the gilded blade as if made of paper. Most of the Ice Demon Clan members barely had time to summon their icy shields before being torn to shreds in a single blow, rendering the mental pierce unnecessary. Only the last remaining junior martial sovereign, sensing the dire situation, attempted to retreat. Yet, Ye Ming had already flashed before him. His eyes narrowing as he unleashed the mental pierce.
A powerful mental force violently tore at his neural pathways. In the next instant, the gilded blade descended,
cleaving him from the crown of his head downwards. In mere seconds, the Ice Demon Clan's encampment was strewn with severed limbs and blood flowed like rivers. The air saturated with a nauseating metallic scent. Ye Ming stood proudly before the tent, his long blade resting at his side, blood dripping from the blade's tip,
pooling into a crimson puddle. Ding! Acquired 225,000 enhancement points. Averaging enhancement across 5 major skills.
Ye Ming's aura surged dramatically, and he sensed a thin membrane within him.
A barrier to be shattered.
Once breached, he would ascend to the realm of advanced martial sovereign.
Chapter 18, Cleansing the Zombie Clan Stronghold.
Discovering the secrets of the Hogu Gold Cave raising his gaze, Ye Ming noted the intensifying energy fluctuations emanating from the Hogu Gold Cave,
heralding the approach of a new wave of shock. He furrowed his brow, certain that the cave had yet to be activated. But what could this shockwave signify? Was it merely a harbinger of slaughter?
Ye Ming shook his head, pondering that perhaps all would be revealed once the Hogu Gold Cave was finally opened. Empowered by the wind control technique, Ye Ming soared through the skies, simultaneously unleashing the bloodthirsty phantom, swiftly traversing the chasm to stand before Shi and the others.
"Senior! You?"
Shi exclaimed upon seeing Ye Ming, drenched in blood. Ye Ming waved dismissively, "No matter.
Send someone to take over the Ice Demon Clan's stronghold." Take over? Shi Feng was perplexed by Ye Ming's intentions. It is said that the Ice Demon Clan has martial sovereign experts, we few may not be. Shi Qingshan's eyes brightened. Could it be that the senior has already vanquished the Ice Demon Clan's stronghold?
Ye Ming nodded. "Indeed, I have cleansed the Ice Demon Clan." At these words, everyone fell into a stupor.
What? How long had it been since Ye Ming departed? He had already eradicated the Ice Demon Clan?
Even if Bing Mo Yun had perished, there were still martial sovereign guardians in place.
Moreover, a vast chasm separated the Earth Demon Clan from the Ice Demon Clan. How could Ye Ming have traversed to the other side?
Despite the multitude of questions, the prevailing sentiment among the group was one of elation. The emergence of such a powerful figure among humankind was indeed a blessing.
Shi Feng, hurry to the Ice Demon Clan stronghold. Yes. Shi Qingshan then inquired. What are your intentions next, senior?
Ye Ming turned his gaze towards a remote corner of the valley, where the atmosphere was shrouded in a pallid hue. The stench of death emanating from the zombie clan stronghold.
There are certain matters that must be attended to. Are you heading to the zombie clan? Indeed.
You shall remain here, and upon my return, we will take control of the zombie clan stronghold.
Yes. The group stiffened, fully comprehending Ye Ming's intent. The zombie clan had lost 5 zombie kings, their remaining strength diminished to less than 50% of its former glory. With both the Earth Demon Clan and the Ice Demon Clan annihilated, the zombie clan was hardly a formidable foe. For 2 years, the zombie clan had oppressed humanity, inflicting immeasurable suffering. This resentment had long since permeated the hearts of all surviving humans. Yet,
The zombie clan's tenacity and fearless nature made them more formidable than ancient foreign races, leaving humanity frustrated and powerless. The slaying of the 5 zombie kings had brought great relief. Now, the prospect of obliterating the entire zombie clan stronghold filled everyone with exhilaration.
Wishing the senior victory. Shi Qingshan knelt on one knee, wishing the senior victory.
The others followed suit, their unified voices soaring to the heavens.
Ye Ming nodded, turning to depart.
Empowered by the bloodthirsty phantom and the wind control technique, he hastened directly towards the zombie clan's stronghold. With the loss of the 5 zombie kings, the zombie clan was akin to a toothless tiger, posing no hindrance to Ye Ming's pursuit of the glimmering gold.
In truth,
seizing the opportunity to eliminate the remaining ancient foreign clans before the Hogu Gold Cave opened was of utmost importance.
However,
upon hearing of the plan to overrun the fallen district with 100,000 zombies, Ye Ming felt an urgent need to ascertain the location of the undead horde gathering in the 5th layer, as well as the distribution and specific strength of the various zombies. He also aimed to eradicate the zombie clan stronghold,
striving to alleviate the future burden on the human race.
While slaughtering the alien races and acquiring enhancement points could indeed provide a direct boost to his power, the survival of humanity was of paramount importance.
In the shadow of a crumbling nest, how could there be unscathed eggs? If humanity faltered,
his own strength would be of little consequence. Ye Ming contemplated this with clarity.
In the realm of the Ice Demon clan. What? We are unable to establish contact with our Ice Demon stronghold? Exclaimed a lavishly dressed Ice Demon.
This individual had already attained the divine manifestation level. His ice blue body is deep as ink, with profound magical power. Yes, Elder, since this morning, there has been no response from our Ice Demon stronghold.
Look. Nonsense, retorted the elegantly clad Ice Demon. The excavation of the thick ancient gold cave is imminent. What is the Ice Clan doing? And what of the Earth Demon clan? Reporting to the Elder, there has been no news from the Earth Demon clan either. Something is amiss.
Quickly dispatch our clan's powerful warriors to investigate.
Yes. After the subordinate departed, the Ice Demon Elder fell into deep contemplation.
In a secluded grove within the 2nd fallen district, an elderly man clad in a black robe sat cross-legged, unmoving like a mountain.
Crack!
A faint sound echoed as a jade token inscribed with the name Xiaotong shattered in 2.
The black-robed elder gazed up in astonishment. Xiaotong is dead?
Rising slowly, his cold gaze pierced towards the verdant peaks, precisely in the direction of the thick ancient gold cave. I must see who dares to lay hands on my Earth Demon clan.
Among the ancient alien races, besides the princes, those with immense potential also possessed jade tokens.
Each held the potential to reach the realms of the 6 heavens and beyond. The death of each one was a significant blow to the ancient alien races. The zombie clan stronghold lay nearly 10 kilometers away, on the other side of a mountain hollow. Ye Ming flashed forth, arriving nearby in a mere 5 minutes. Before he even approached, a suffocating aura of death enveloped him. As Ye Ming had anticipated, the zombie stronghold, now devoid of its king, housed only the weakest of zombies, with the most powerful being at the initial level of martial sovereign, and there were merely 2 of them. The remainder consisted of approximately a dozen martial kings, with the majority being lower-level martial masters and warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands. The sheer quantity of zombies was vast, a distinction from other alien races,
rooted in the once massive human population on Earth. Yet, to Ye Ming, no matter how numerous they were merely ants.
With a flourish, the gilded blade was drawn,
its dark golden light surging 5 meters forth, the sharp blade's aura creating several swirling eddies of energy.
In an instant, within a 10-meter radius,
the lower-level zombies were effortlessly reduced to a pulp. Ye Ming enhanced his bloodthirsty illusion, spinning his long knife at his side like a top, forming a human-shaped vortex of blade energy.
Countless low-level zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, rushed towards Ye Ming with their decaying mouths agape, only to become mere puddles of flesh without exception. The vortex of blade energy exhibited tremendous power, requiring no special aim at the zombies' heads, as it obliterated their entire bodies. This battle posed no challenge for Ye Ming, it required no mental effort, as the zombies merely advanced.
A zombie at the martial king level, witnessing this scene,
was overtaken by fear and stammered out 4 words, blood.
Demon.
This particular zombie had fled from the second tier of the fallen zone. As it turned to escape, Ye Ming had already flashed in front of it, unleashing a surge of blade energy that obliterated the martial king zombie into fragments. The surrounding low-level zombies, caught in the blast of the blade energy, were similarly reduced to dust.
Activating his true eye, everything around him became vividly clear as he executed consecutive flashes.
With each flash, he shattered a martial king-level zombie and annihilated the nearby low-level zombies. The viscous mist of blood clouded his vision, yet through the true eye, he could perceive everything with clarity. After more than 10 successive flashes, although he had dispatched numerous zombies, he still had not located the 2 initial-level martial sovereigns. Instead, the name Blood Demon spread throughout the entire zombie encampment.
Although the low-level zombies lacked intelligence, they could sense danger and began to surge towards the outskirts of the encampment in large numbers. Ye Ming frowned. Even a single escaping zombie could easily attract the attention of the ancient alien races.
There were simply too many zombies, and despite Ye Ming's formidable combat prowess, a sense of helplessness began to rise within him. In order to prevent any zombie from escaping, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his beheading efforts and block the entrance to the encampment.
At that moment,
Ye Ming sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the horde of zombies.
What is this? An illusion.
This was akin to the illusions of the Illusion Clan. Had he not faced the Illusion Clan before, he would have undoubtedly been deceived. Activating his true eye with urgency, Ye Ming suddenly discerned 2 bizarrely shaped zombies, adorned with rainbow-colored auras, blending into the crowd of zombies and pushing outward. To his astonishment, his dissipating blade energy was insufficient to fully eradicate them. Their realm was evidently that of initial-level martial sovereigns. Ye Ming had never expected to encounter 2 zombies endowed with illusionary abilities here. With a sweeping strike, he cleared a space among the surrounding zombies, and with the bloodthirsty mirage enhancement, Ye Ming flashed forward, his gilded blade aimed at the illusionary zombies. Crack! The illusionary zombie was instantly shattered, green fluid erupting like a miniature explosion. With another spin, the gilded blade swiftly struck the head of the second illusionary zombie.
Human! You cannot kill me! It exclaimed.
Why? Ye Ming's long blade was poised at the zombie's head, blade light flickering. With a mere thought, the illusionary zombie would be destroyed. I know the secret of the ancient gold cavern. I am willing to trade it for my life. Speak. Ye Ming remained impassive. He understood that before the ancient gold cavern opened, there would be 3 shockwaves. This served as a filtering mechanism, allowing only those beings capable of withstanding the waves to enter.
Continue. Yet, he was unaware of this fact. Do you know why not all clans compete for the ancient gold cavern?
It is because only these ancient races possess defensive formations capable of countering the shockwaves. If other clans were to come here, the shockwaves would significantly diminish their numbers, rendering it a futile endeavor.
Nonsense.
If that were the case, why was there no defensive formation to resist the first shockwave? The unpredictability of the initial shockwave's occurrence is the reason for the uncertainty, however.
Subsequent events are more easily discerned. Each shockwave arrives at intervals of 3 hours.
And it is only after the 3rd shockwave manifests that the true opening of the thick ancient gold cavern transpires. Thus,
it can be inferred that the thick ancient gold cavern has been opened on more than one occasion?
Indeed, it was opened 2 years prior.
What do you mean by the selection mechanism you mentioned earlier?
I believe that the thick ancient gold cavern possesses a conscious existence. And the purpose of the grand selection is to identify formidable entities capable of inheriting something from within.
The illusionary zombie added, this is merely my perception. A conjecture at best. How can a novice martial sovereign like you perceive such profound secrets?
The illusionary zombie shook its head. During the last activation of the minor world 2 years ago, I inadvertently wandered into it. Though the overwhelming power of that realm expelled me, the indomitable will remains etched in my mind. The illusionary zombie continued, the last opening coincided with the dawn of the apocalypse, and most of the ancient clans missed it, hence. The ancient clans are now placing such great emphasis on this event.
Does your zombie clan possess defensive formations?
No, however, as long as our heads remain unharmed. We can recover after consuming sufficient blood sustenance.
We are willing to take this risk. I see.
The so-called blood sustenance of zombies undoubtedly refers to humans.
Very well, I understand now. You may proceed with your 5 companions. Chapter 19, Slaughter You. Just 2 moves. Ye Ming's gaze turned cold. He had never contemplated sparing the zombie clan, and the notion of blood food only deepened his disdain. The illusionary zombie exclaimed, "Indeed. You're the one who killed my 5 zombie kings." "No." The golden blade surged with a radiant light, its sharp aura sweeping through the air, instantly tearing apart the body of the illusionary zombie. To deal with him, there was no need for a mental thrust. Simultaneously, the blade swept across. Another wave of lethal energy slicing through, sending sand and stones flying, creating a vast chasm in its wake. Boom! Nearby zombies were cleaved in half. What followed was an unrelenting massacre. Ye Ming's blade energy surged like a rainbow, plunging into the horde of zombies, the blade's brilliance expanding exponentially, each sweep claiming dozens, even hundreds, of zombies. The undead finally panicked, retreating in droves, only to find themselves at the precipice of an abyss. Countless zombies plummeted into the chasm. Yet Ye Ming had no intention of allowing such an occurrence to pass unchallenged. Slain by his hand, they would yield enhancement points. Though the zombies were weak, their sheer numbers allowed for the accumulation of hundreds of points with each strike. As silence descended, the air became charged with a deep crimson hue. Blood rained from above. Dark red droplets congealing on Ye Ming's arm, the walls, and the ground, forming rivers of gore. Ye Ming stood tall in the air, blade in hand. As the wind howled, his garments billowing. Beneath him, torrents of fresh blood flowed, the acrid stench overpowering the lingering death. Chunks of viscera mingled with remnants of limbs, inducing revulsion. Ding! Acquired 420,000 enhancement points and detected a breakthrough in realm. Average enhancement across 5 major skills. Breakthrough! Boom! An extraordinary aura surged into the sky. The ground cracking beneath the pressure as all traces of blood energy were dispersed by an invisible force. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the advanced Martial Master realm. Ye Ming's newfound mastery was sufficient to annihilate intermediate lords and contend against advanced lord-level foes. The tremors atop the mountain grew increasingly intense, calculating the time. It had been over 2 hours since the initial eruption, and news of the defensive array must be relayed to Qingxuan and the others without delay. In an instant, he flashed to the residence of the Earth Demon Clan, where Qingxuan was astonished by Ye Ming's transformation, though more so with joy. "We pay our respects, Senior." The crowd knelt on one knee. "Is everything well?" "I apologize for the trouble, but no ancient extraterrestrials have come forth." Ye Ming nodded, activating his true eye. He sensed a subtle disturbance beneath the Earth Demon Clan's domain. He discovered that with his elevation in realm, the true eye was also evolving. It could now not only pierce illusions but also detect fluctuations in energy. One of its functions was to assess the realm of adversaries beyond his own level. "Follow me," Ye Ming instructed. Arriving at an unremarkable patch of ground, he unleashed a powerful punch upon it. The earth erupted, a 10-meter-wide pit appearing before the onlookers. It was noteworthy that in this area, the mysterious energy of the ancient golden cavern suppressed the earth, rendering it several times harder than elsewhere. Had they known this was merely a fraction of Ye Ming's strength, they would have been at a loss for words. As Qingxuan and the others were awestruck by Ye Ming's divine power, their attention was drawn to the contents of the pit. 5 colorful stones, each distinct in hue, lay quietly at the bottom of a pit, forming an extraordinary rune pattern. A defensive array. Chang Fei exclaimed. "Do you recognize it?" Ye Ming turned to him. Chang Fei scratched his head. "I once came across it in an ancient book. This rune is purportedly used for protection." The 5 stones are known as the 5 element stones, said to encompass the energies of heaven and earth, potent enough to summon the forces of nature for defense. "Oh? Where is this ancient book?" "In the outpost. Once this matter is resolved, I shall take you to see it." In light of Chang Fei's words, it seemed likely that the illusionary zombie's claims were indeed true. Ye Ming inquired further, "Do you know how to activate the defensive array?" Chang Fei pondered briefly. The ancient text states that living beings are revered by the heavens. A single drop of blood placed at its center can activate the defensive array. "May I ask if you know why a defensive array exists here?" After Ye Ming recounted the events surrounding the thick ancient gold cave, the others were left astounded. Time is of the essence, let my blood suffice, Shi Qingshan declared, as he let a drop of blood fall into the core of the stone. The 5 colorful stones emitted 5 beams of light, and a peculiar wave of energy radiated from the center, enveloping the entire territory of the Earth Demon clan. Everything outside the territory became hazy, as if an enchanting force lay across their vision. The defensive array was now activated. Next, Ye Ming ventured alone to the Ice Demon clan's territory, smashing the ground with a single punch, allowing Jifeng to perform the same ritual to activate their defensive array and deploy a strange energy shield. Not far away, the peak martial sovereign, Shenhu, gazed at the Earth Demon clan's territory, his brow furrowing. Xiaotong has perished, yet the 5 elements defensive array has been activated. Indeed, there are unforeseen changes. With that, his figure accelerated abruptly, transforming into a gray streak that sliced through the sky. With less than 10 minutes until the next shockwave, more alien territories illuminated their shields, and the teleportation arrays activated one by one. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated above the Earth Demon clan's territory. Who dares to invade my Earth Demon clan? The roar reverberated, booming like thunder, as the full extent of the peak martial sovereign's power was revealed, causing Cheng Fei and the others to be knocked to the ground, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. Had it not been for the 5 elements defensive array absorbing some of the damage, they would have surely faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, Ye Ming was in the Ice Demon clan's territory, where the bloodthirsty phantom activated, instantly appearing before the aggressor, and without a word, swung his blade downward. Crash! The Earth Demon armor spread forth, clanging as it deflected Ye Ming's long knife, while the figure swiftly retreated. It's a senior. Be cautious, this person possesses deep power, Shi Qingshan warned loudly, wiping the blood from his mouth and nose. Such speed, Shenhu's gaze sharpened. Just a bit faster than your Earth Demon clan, Ye Ming replied nonchalantly. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Truth, the individual's realm was laid bare. A high-ranking martial sovereign of the Earth Demon clan. Indeed a formidable opponent among the alien races. However, if your Earth Demon clan possesses only this level of skill, it seems you shall not depart unscathed today. A human high-ranking martial sovereign? When did awakened humans dare to venture this deep? Shenhu glared at Ye Ming. You must specialize in speed. Yet no matter how swift you are, if you cannot break my defense, you shall meet your demise. Indeed, Shenhu speaks the truth. The Earth Demons are particularly adept at countering those who excel in speed. Striking him with dozens of blows proves futile. A single punch from the Earth Demons can inflict grave injury. Hence, Shenhu's confidence is not unwarranted. Oh? Is that so? Then how is it that so many of your Earth Demons have met their demise? Ye Ming inquired, raising an eyebrow. Xiaotong had indeed been ruthless, and today, I shall ensure your demise. Shenhu's eyes gleamed with malice. In truth, this confrontation had captured the attention of numerous ancient races. That individual? Is he from the human race? When has a warrior of the martial sovereign realm dared venture into the fallen zone? On the other side stands Shenhu of the Earth Demons, even he has joined the fray? Shenhu possesses the prowess of a high-level martial sovereign. And clad in his Earth Demon armor, he can withstand even the most potent strikes from a low-level lord. This human youth is surely doomed. Do you recall the celestial phenomena during the last breakthrough of the martial sovereign? It is likely that this human was the catalyst. Freshly ascended. His realm must surely be unstable. How could a low-level martial sovereign withstand the might of a being like Shenhu? The man chuckled. I wonder how the human race would react upon learning that a martial sovereign of theirs has perished here. I would truly relish witnessing that. Ye Ming's heart stirred, indeed. Shenhu's carapace was remarkably resilient. For the first time, the golden blade had failed to secure a swift kill. Ignoring Ye Ming's indifference, he extended 2 fingers, waving them before Shenhu. What does this signify? 2 moves, and I shall vanquish you, Ye Ming stated with a calm demeanor. Arrogant fool. I shall be the one to extinguish you first. Shenhu, long revered as a superior being, could hardly tolerate such affront, and in a fit of rage, he covered his fists with Earth Demon armor, unleashing a torrent of force as he charged forward. Then I shall shatter your fists first. Ye Ming. empowered by the bloodthirsty phantom, matched his speed, unleashing his own fists, enveloped in deep blue earth demon ice armor, colliding with Shinhu in an instant. Crack!
The point of impact created a shockwave, reverberating through the space. Shinhu's fists shattered entirely, the force surging up his arms, transforming them into a fine powder. With a gurgling sound, 2 streams of blood erupted. Shinhu let out a heart-rending scream as he was propelled backward. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone recognized Shinhu as a being of immense strength, wielding divine power alongside his earth demon armor, capable of obliterating any foe. Yet now, he had succumbed beneath the might of another's iron fists. The owner of those iron fists was none other than a human martial sovereign who had barely recently ascended. They lacked the true eye of reality, rendering them incapable of discerning Ye Ming's true realm. None were aware that he had already reached the high-level martial sovereign stage.
In a single move,
Ye Ming extended a finger, darting swiftly before Shinhu, seizing the collar of his garment, halting his momentum.
Now, it is my turn to strike.
Ye Ming's voice, though soft, echoed throughout the valley. His right fist raised.
Crack, crack. The deep blue earth demon ice armor adorned his fist like a blade.
Ye Ming refrained from employing his mental piercing technique. Instead, he intended to use sheer physical strength to shatter his opponent's defenses, instilling fear in the hearts of the other ancient races in the valley.
With his identity as a human now exposed, he realized that only through strength could he secure a foothold in the ancient golden cavern. Deep blue armor, how could you possess such a hue? Ah, no!
Before Shinhu could complete his utterance, a fist had already struck him.
The coverage of the earth demon armor offered no resistance whatsoever. One blow shattered the armor, followed swiftly by the nasal bridge, flesh, and skull.
Shinhu's entire head was crushed, and as Ye Ming loosened his grip, the headless corpse tumbled through his fingers,
crashing into the jungle below. The second strike.
Ye Ming's voice echoed in the air, followed by a swift flash.
He returned to the Earth Demon Clan's stronghold. Ding! Gained 150,000 enhancement points. Average enhancement of 5 major skills. Senior.
Qing Shan and the others, having witnessed the entire spectacle, were rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. The formidable Shinhu, whose roar nearly subdued everyone, possessed at least the strength of a high-level martial master. Yet, such a powerful being was vanquished by Ye Ming in just 2 punches. This ferocity surpassed all expectations. The mere thought of following such a powerhouse filled them with immense pride. Chang Fei, Duan Tian, and others trembled with excitement. Without further ado, Ye Ming stated,
"As long as I am here, none shall move against you." What an imposing declaration! The other alien warriors stood in stunned silence. Was it that bloodthirsty demon? The one who had rampaged through the second tier of the fallen zone? Such terrifying might! Simultaneously, the alien warriors realized that the humans were positioned within the Earth Demon territory, indicating that the Earth Demons were in grave peril. Their gaze then shifted to the adjacent Ice Demon stronghold, where they discovered it was also eerily vacant. The patrolling Ice Demons had vanished. Even the dullest among them understood that, like the Earth Demons, the Ice Demons had been purged by the humans. When did the humans acquire such formidable power? Someone murmured. No one answered. Chapter 20, The Second Impact of the Ancient Golden Cavern, slaying the Beastmaster clan leader at that moment. A peculiar wave of energy surged forth. Be cautious, the second shockwave is approaching. Ye Ming warned. No sooner had he spoken than a low hum resonated through the air. The earth seemed to be plowed by an invisible force, as the ground itself lifted like a carpet, reminiscent of a tsunami composed entirely of stones and soil, obscuring everyone's view. Simultaneously, the defensive barriers of every alien encampment were fortified to their utmost limits, prepared to withstand the impending shockwave. In an instant, the wave struck the Earth Demon Clan's elemental defense formation. Crack! 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 The sound was akin to a sharp object scraping against glass, producing a piercing noise as the shield's brightness intensified to its peak, a clear sign of overload. Soon, a transparent fissure began to spread across the barrier, with more cracks appearing upon it. The abrasive sound escalated. Under the immense force, within a heartbeat, the elemental defense formation was on the verge of collapse. More critically, this force was capable of penetrating the defensive array, bearing down upon those within. Hold firm.
Shiking-Shan bellowed, his body bent like a bow but refusing to fall. Cheng Fei and a few others, whose realms were slightly lacking, were directly pressed to the ground, half of their faces pressed against the soil, their countenances flushed with exertion.
Teetering on the brink of collapse.
With their mid-level martial artist capabilities, merely enduring this was a formidable challenge.
Ye Ming waved his hand with authority, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming aura that alleviated their burden. With another gesture, he infused energy into the defensive array. The fissures swiftly vanished, and simultaneously,
the radiance of the formation surged to several times its previous strength. Ye Ming's power was indeed fearsome.
As the shockwave passed, tranquility returned.
The group exchanged wry smiles, grateful to have survived the ordeal.
They were filled with trepidation over their reckless venture into the ancient golden cavern. Even under the protection of the defense formation,
they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Without it, relying solely on their own strength, they would likely have been crushed into oblivion. Just as they prepared to express their gratitude, they noticed Ye Ming had darted towards the rear.
Boom! 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 The deafening sound of successive explosions echoed as the nearly identical elemental defense barriers could not withstand the might of the shockwave, shattering dramatically.
Even those that had not yet broken were riddled with cracks, sustained only by the efforts of powerful individuals within. In stark contrast, the human side remained unscathed.
This undoubtedly signified that no clan present could rival the strength of humanity. Shiking-Shan and the others felt a surge of joy.
But this scene only fueled the resentment of the alien factions, who seethed with envy.
As long as the humans were present, the ancient golden cavern was no place for them. They needed a strategy to eliminate this enigmatic human powerhouse.
Regardless of where this mysterious warrior hailed from, many now harbored intentions of annihilation. Numerous individuals had already begun to contact their respective clans.
In the Ice Demon clan's territory, an elder clad in a pale blue robe smashed the table in fury. Has our Ice Demon clan truly been annihilated? Indeed, Elder Ice Spirit, the news is confirmed.
Lord Bingshi has perished, and the elemental defense formation has fallen into the hands of the human clan.
Good, good, good.
The lowly human race dares to annihilate my Ice Demon clan and disrupt our plan to seize the Golden Sands. Ice Spirit, the celestial path.
Inquired, have you ascertained which awakened individuals from the central safety domain were responsible?
The subordinate from the Ice Demon clan hesitated for a moment and replied, it appears that the assailants were not experts from the central domain, but rather a newly ascended martial sovereign from the second fallen zone, who seems to bear the title of bloodthirsty demon.
Are you jesting? Ice Spirit's countenance darkened. Do you not comprehend the capabilities of a junior martial sovereign and that of Commander Icebreath?
The individual who had spoken, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, saying, Elder, please quell your anger.
The information we received from the front lines is indeed as I have stated.
I have dispatched clan members to investigate further.
After a moment of contemplation, Ice Spirit commanded, rise. This situation is undeniably peculiar.
If a junior martial sovereign can obliterate our Ice Demon stronghold, it suggests that this individual likely possesses a spirit treasure weapon.
A spirit treasure weapon? The Ice Demon clan members exclaimed in astonishment.
Such weapons, forged from the essence of heaven and earth, possess the power to enhance one's own strength. And the Golden Sands are among the materials used to create such treasures. To wield a spirit treasure weapon signifies the ability to slay opponents of a higher tier. Should this human possess such a weapon, there is indeed a possibility that Commander Icebreath, in his underestimation, could fall victim to this adversary. The Ice Demon clan pondered this realization. After a brief pause, they continued, this individual's presence here must be related to the ancient gold cavern. Regardless of the truth,
dispatch 2 of our clan's Lord-level experts to intercept.
2 Lord-level experts.
The subordinate of the Ice Demon clan gasped in disbelief.
The esteemed Elder Ice Spirit is known for his prudence, yet this request seems excessively cautious, and mobilizing 2 lords for a mere martial sovereign appears somewhat overblown.
However, such sentiments remained unvoiced. Certainly, the demise of this human is an undeniable certainty. Outside the ancient gold cavern, among the encampments of the ancient races,
the Earth Demon clan's 5 elements defense array had stabilized. Ye Ming, employing his instant flash technique, hastened to the Ice Demon clan's stronghold.
There, he found the vice-captain of the second outpost, Ye Ming, in a dire situation. The force of the shockwave exceeded expectations, and it was evident that Ye Ming alone could not withstand it. Ye Ming needed to stabilize the situation before the protective barrier shattered. The speed of the bloodthirsty Phantom S evolved Void Instant Flash was terrifying. In an instant, he reached Ye Ming's side. The situation was indeed grim. Ye Ming, with only the cultivation of a middle-level martial master, was pressed to the ground, struggling for breath. The protective barrier, which covered the sky, was riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. Ye Ming, raise your hand, he urged. A powerful surge of energy coursed through, causing the barrier to illuminate tenfold. 100-fold. Buzz. The potent energy fluctuations triggered a disturbance in the air, and the damaged barrier rapidly healed, emanating formidable power to counter the shockwave. The wave did not last long, and moments later, tranquility returned. Senior. Ye Ming's face flushed with shame. Ye Ming had entrusted him with the defense of the Ice Demon clan's stronghold, demonstrating faith in his abilities, yet here he was, in need of rescue. Ye Ming waved his hand, his gaze sweeping toward the thick ancient gold cave atop the verdant peaks. Achieving this feat was no small accomplishment. Yet he could not afford to relax. In 3 short hours, another shockwave would arrive. Only by withstanding this onslaught would they earn the right to enter the ancient gold cave. Through comparisons with the previous 2 encounters, Ye Ming discerned that the power of each successive shockwave increased in intensity. This meant that many who lacked sufficient strength would be obliterated by the third wave. Furrowing his brow, Ye Ming felt a nagging intuition that the ancient gold cave harbored not only flowing gold but also other opportunities. It would be prudent to allow Shan and the others to venture in as well. A plan was necessary to ensure their safety. Yes, the 5 elements defense array. Each outpost's array was merely rudimentary. If he could seize the 5 element stones from the other race's outposts and construct a more complex array, perhaps it could withstand the third shockwave. Ye Ming's cold gaze turned toward the remaining outposts of various races. It seemed that during these 3 hours, he would need to exert considerable effort. Meanwhile, everyone in the outposts of the alien races shivered in unison. It was the bloodthirsty demon. All clansmen were ordered to maintain their defensive arrays immediately. They hastily contacted their clan's experts for reinforcement. If things continued this way, the ancient gold cave would surely fall into human hands. They promptly sealed their territories, prohibiting all clan members from going outside or allowing anyone to enter. Among the 7 remaining outposts of ancient alien races, the voices of their leaders echoed. Maintaining the defensive arrays would greatly deplete the energy of the 5 element stones, typically activated only at the moment before a shockwave's release, yet now, it was done preemptively against Ye Ming. Ye Ming chuckled coldly, observing the towering defensive light barriers. The 5 elements defense array, empowered by the forces of nature, could offer a certain degree of obstruction to outsiders, yet after enduring the second shockwave, it was already riddled with holes. Through the eye of truth, Ye Ming could effortlessly pinpoint the weak spots of the defensive light barriers and, utilizing the void flash, he penetrated directly into the defensive array. He withdrew his gaze, stating, "I shall return shortly." Shan and the others trembled at his words. Yet another visit with an uncertain return? They could only wonder which alien outpost would suffer this time. Had they known that Ye Ming's target encompassed several, if not all, alien outposts, their reactions would surely have been profound. Shan recognized Ye Ming's formidable strength but, as he delved deeper into the alien territory, could not help but caution. "Be careful, senior." "No worries," Ye Ming replied, invoking his wind control technique and soaring into the air with the aid of the wind elements. Concurrently, he executed a void flash, leaving only a few indistinct points in the sky before vanishing from Shan's sight. Truly a divine being, they marveled. The senior is a great blessing to our human race. Meanwhile, Ye Ming hovered in the air, surveying the 7 defensive light barriers, each varying in brightness, and chose the one emanating the most radiant light, belonging to the Beastmaster clan. The fiercer the light, the greater the strength, indicating that dismantling the most powerful array first would inflict a significant psychological blow on the ancient alien races. Moreover, the Beastmaster clan wielded psychic attacks, should chaos ensue later. They could find themselves caught off guard by a sudden ambush. Moreover, the Beastmaster clan possesses another means of control through their beasts. While the support of the mutated beast horde necessitates time. As long as one acts swiftly, they can decimate the Beastmaster clan to the greatest extent. With this thought in mind, Ye Ming discovered a vulnerable point in their defensive radiance and swiftly entered. Within the central camp of the Beastmaster clan, the leader Yu Zhanfeng, cloaked in beast pelts, seethed with rage. Is the death of Yu Lingjin truly the doing of this human? His 8 tentacles quivered with agitation. Though this individual appeared to be a mid-level martial honor, he possessed the strength of a high-level martial honor. The Beastmaster clan had dispatched him to the ancient golden cavern with a cunning intent. It is hard to say, replied another member of the Beastmaster clan, bowing respectfully. Before his death, Prince Yu Lingjin did not relay any information. However, judging by this person's methods, it is highly likely that his demise is closely linked to him. Humph. If we can capture him, it would be a tremendous achievement. Yet, this person has recently broken through to martial honor and has, in just a few days, been able to crush the demon race's Shinhu truly unfathomable. Yu Zhanfeng, having witnessed the battle between Ye Ming and Shinhu not long ago, recognized that he stood no chance against Ye Ming. He gazed at the summit of the ancient golden cavern and inquired further. How is the contact with the clan's realm progressing? Rest assured. The clan's elder has promised to dispatch a lord-level powerhouse to assist us in this ambush against the bloodthirsty demon. The leader's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A lord level? Excellent. It seems this peculiar human will not escape his fate this time. At that very moment, a cold voice resounded, I fear you may not have that opportunity. Ye Ming stepped forward. Bloodthirsty demon. The collective gasp of all present echoed through the air. Yu Zhanfeng's tentacles trembled violently as an invisible mental shock surged toward Ye Ming's eyes, while he simultaneously retreated in haste. Displaying your skills before the master. With a thought, Ye Ming unleashed a mental strike imbued with destructive power, meeting Yu Zhanfeng's assault head-on. The impact shattered Yu Zhanfeng's mental force, continuing unabated as it pierced directly into his brain. Ah! Blood streamed from Yu Zhanfeng's mouth and nose, his eyes rolled back as he collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. However, the will of a mid-level martial honor was relatively resilient. Despite the initial blow, his spirit did not immediately shatter. Quick, call for the beast horde. The subordinates of the Beastmaster clan, shaken from their stupor, trembled as a wave of mental energy suddenly spread forth. Simultaneously, several mental fluctuations emanated from within the camp. From the forest, a chorus of deep roars erupted. Ye Ming brandished his gilded blade, effortlessly cleaving the martial king of the Beastmaster clan in two. His entrails splattering violently, a display of utter brutality. He held no concern for the mutated beast horde, as long as the Beastmaster clan's controllers were eliminated. The horde would inevitably disperse. With his long knife in hand, dark golden light shimmered around him. Why? Can you wield the powers of my Beastmaster clan? Humph, there are many things you remain unaware of. The blade's radiance surged dramatically. With a swift motion, a head soared into the sky, the headless corpse pausing for a moment before crashing to the ground. Ding! Acquired 130,000 enhancement points. Ye Ming was somewhat taken aback. This individual was no simple foe. Although he appeared to be a mid-level martial honor, his strength was indeed comparable to that of a high-level martial honor. Alas! He had crossed paths with Ye Ming. Chapter 21, The Slaughter of the Beastmaster clan and the Overbearing Pressure of the Cyclops clan. Ye Ming stepped forward. An overwhelming aura enveloping the surroundings like a tempest. His true eye scanned the area, revealing that the Beastmaster clan boasted 3 mid-tier martial sovereigns, 5 junior martial sovereigns, over 20 martial kings, with the remainder being martial masters. Coupled with the mutated beast horde, their formation was nothing short of magnificent. This level of power significantly surpassed that of the Earth Demon clan and the Ice Demon clan. It appeared that the opening of the ancient golden cavern had allowed the Beastmaster clan to secretly amass strength. Had it not been for human intervention, they might have claimed victory. However, the tides had turned. Ye Ming fixed his gaze upon a mid-tier martial sovereign, instantly flashing to his side. With a mental thrust unleashed, blood poured from the opponent's mouth and nose, their eyes clouding momentarily. The Beastmaster clan, renowned for their mental control expertise,
possessed a greater resistance to mental assaults than other races. Yet, the moment of confusion lasted but a fleeting second before clarity returned to the opponent's gaze. Yet, it was too late. Ye Ming's gilded blade had already been drawn, its dark golden radiance erupting as he swiftly dispatched the mid-tier martial sovereign. In the blink of an eye, he turned to eliminate several martial kings and a dozen martial masters. With another flash, he appeared beside another martial sovereign. The latter, already stricken with fear, flailed his 8 tendrils wildly, a potent mental shockwave surging forth, capable of rendering any martial sovereign below him into a mere fool. However, he faced Ye Ming. Equipped with a mental thrust augmented by destructive power, Ye Ming's strike was magnitudes more potent. Moreover, his cultivation level was inferior to that of Yu Zhanfeng. Crack! A sharp sound resonated through the air as Ye Ming's mental thrust shattered the Beastmaster clan's psychic assault. Crack! Crack! Transparent fissures stretched across the atmosphere, immediately piercing the opponent's eyes. This time, there was no resistance. Without delay, the gilded blade plunged into the opponent's shoulder, driving straight down to his hips. Limbs were severed, blood mingling with shattered entrails, spraying forth with ferocity. The blade's energy continued unabated, its tremendous force crushing dozens of the Beastmaster clan's martial kings and martial masters into oblivion. At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps drew near, and mutated flying beasts approached in the sky. All beings below the martial king realm retreated autonomously. Those above the martial king rank, unite for an assault. A mid-tier martial sovereign bellowed. Faced with the bloodthirsty demon, they had but one chance to inflict a grievous blow upon Ye Ming, otherwise, they would be systematically obliterated. The lower-ranked clansmen retreated like a receding tide, leaving the remaining 3 martial sovereigns to huddle together, while the martial kings swiftly gathered behind them. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Ye Ming had just vanquished a mid-tier martial sovereign when he turned to find the situation drastically altered. Prepare, fire. Buzz. Everything seemed to freeze, a profound silence enveloping the scene. Intrigued, a smile crept upon Ye Ming's lips. In the next instant, a palpable mental shockwave surged toward him. A torrent of psychic energy that obliterated any living being that dared to approach. The intensity of this psychic force, concentrated to a formidable degree, was capable of inflicting physical harm. The combined mental assault of 3 mid-tier martial sovereigns and dozens of martial kings was akin to that of a mid-tier lord, possessing the capacity for extraordinary slaughter. Yet, the struggle was just beginning. In the face of Ye Ming's formidable strength, capable of contending against those of the advanced lord realm, any resistance was destined to be futile. With a low growl, Ye Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he unleashed a sudden mental thrust imbued with devastating power. The clash of 2 mental shockwaves reverberated like the collision of sharp needles, momentarily freezing the very fabric of space. In the next instant, an unparalleled shockwave of explosion violently radiated from the point of impact, flattening all vegetation and churning the earth. The joint mental assault of the Beastmaster clan was shattered, yet Ye Ming's force remained as steadfast as a mountain, instantly piercing through the ranks of the Beastmaster clan. Boom! Everyone was flung backward, their faces bleeding profusely. Aside from a few martial sovereigns, the rest perished. Ye Ming flashed through the void, enveloped in a gust of wind, descending upon the heads of 3 martial sovereigns. Should I take action myself, or will you? His voice echoed like that of a demon, shattering the nerves of the Beastmaster clan. I will fight you to the death. One martial sovereign roared, striking his palm against his crown. The result was a catastrophic explosion of brain matter. In the next moment, a powerful mental shockwave erupted, sweeping toward Ye Ming and engulfing him, warping even the surrounding space. Self-detonation. The explosion lasted 3 seconds, completely submerging Ye Ming's figure. Victory, victory? The remaining 2 martial sovereigns exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with ecstatic joy. However, as the smoke cleared, Ye Ming's silhouette re-emerged. Aside from some damage to his green attire, he was utterly unscathed. Ye Ming's voice was as cold as ice. Well done, you have successfully provoked me. Though the self-detonation had not harmed him, he still felt a slight impact, his blood surging within him. This was the first time, after activating his system, that Ye Ming had truly sustained a minor injury. Had the 5 martial sovereigns detonated themselves simultaneously from the outset, it might very well have inflicted severe harm upon him. A murderous intent flickered within Ye Ming.
Wait. How can you wield the innate abilities of my Beastmaster clan? Do not think I will die with my eyes closed.
Then perish, he retorted. The gilded blade twisted back,
and the dark golden blade swept across, annihilating the 2 martial sovereigns simultaneously.
Blood rained down, drenching Ye Ming. His gaze swept over the remaining members of the Beastmaster clan as he flickered through the void, his long knife spinning, with each flash of dark golden light. Dozens of martial kings and martial masters were obliterated, while any martial warriors caught in the blade's aura were doomed without exception.
Ye Ming's flashes were utterly unpredictable,
leaving the members of the Beastmaster clan in utter confusion regarding whether he would appear beside them in the next moment.
Under the shadow of death, the entire clan descended into chaos. With the annihilation of all above the martial king realm, the mutated beast horde disbanded,
leaving no further threat to Ye Ming within the confines of the Beastmaster clan's stronghold.
Bloodthirsty demon. Run! The bloodthirsty demon is coming. Ye Ming showed no mercy.
In a mere 10 minutes, not a single soul remained alive in the Beastmaster clan's stronghold, with severed limbs scattered everywhere.
A deep,
dark red shrouded the air above the stronghold, lingering ominously. Ye Ming felt no tremor within his heart, had the positions of humanity and the Beastmaster clan been reversed today.
Humanity would have met the same gruesome fate. The enmity between races had already penetrated to the very marrow. Ding! Earn 650,000 enhancement points. Average enhancement across 5 major skills. Ye Ming declared. Boom! The atmosphere surged dramatically as Ye Ming's abilities escalated to new heights. Activating the Eye of Truth,
he absorbed the energy fluctuations before him. In an instant, he pinpointed the location of the elemental stones and struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the protective barrier to dissipate. With a swift motion, he grasped the elemental stones in his hand,
raising his gaze towards the mountaintop where the ancient golden cavern lay. He noticed a mysterious energy coalescing. He was certain he had enough time. Standing proudly in the center of the camp, he allowed the crimson rain to cascade upon his face. The Earth Demon Clan, Ice Demon Clan, and Beastmaster Clan had been vanquished. Now,
only 6 protective barriers glowed with white light remained.
It spared him the trouble of seeking them out one by one.
The remaining clans included the Cyclops Clan, the Illusion Clan, the Titan Giant Clan, the Night Demon Clan, the Tree Spirit Clan, and the Mutated Beast Clan. Ye Ming resolved to target the Cyclops Clan first. However, the moment the protective barrier of the Beastmaster Clan vanished, everyone took notice.
Strange, does the Beastmaster Clan not fear the bloodthirsty demon? How dare they remove their defenses? One Cyclops remarked. Did you see that?
The recent movements of the mutated monsters were so intense. I suspect at least several martial sovereigns initiated a mental summons to achieve such an effect. Clearly, the Beastmaster clan sensed a crisis. Yet, they proactively withdrew their defenses. This is quite contradictory. Wait, another Cyclops exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with a red light.
Look at the Beastmaster clan's territory. It's entirely drenched in blood. Could it be their elemental defense array is red?
A martial king-level Cyclops gasped.
No. That is blood.
And all the members of the Beastmaster clan have vanished.
A horrifying thought crept into everyone's minds. Had the bloodthirsty demon already slaughtered the Beastmaster clan? Yet, how long had it been since the massacre of the Ice Demon clan? Such power was utterly terrifying. An alarm rang throughout the camp. All clansmen, gather together and do not disperse. If you encounter the bloodthirsty demon, immediately utilize the concentrated destructive light to ensure its annihilation. All warriors above the martial sovereign level, reinforce the elemental defense array to the utmost.
At the same time, Ye Ming had already arrived at the periphery of the protective barrier. Observing the barrier fortified to its peak and the overwhelming energy surging forth, a subtle smile graced his lips.
Since he had been detected, simplicity would suffice.
With an astonishing 650,000 enhancement points, Ye Ming's strength and speed had reached an extraordinary level.
The bloodthirsty demon was right ahead. At that moment, The Cyclops clan also discerned Ye Ming's silhouette. Form the formation. Use the destructive light. With a punch, he struck. It was utterly unremarkable. The immense force caused the space to warp as unparalleled energy surged from his fists. Boom! The protective barrier shattered like glass, sending dozens of Cyclops flying backward. Simultaneously, the destructive light erupted, inadvertently injuring countless clansmen. A fleeting thought of annihilation became eternal. Ye Ming stepped forward, instantly disappearing into the Cyclops clan's camp. Even the most primitive Cyclops towers over 3 meters, and if one were to transcend the martial king realm, their stature could reach several dozen meters. It is said that in ancient times, the mightiest of Cyclopes could bear the weight of the sun and moon upon their shoulders. In stark contrast, Ye Ming's figure appeared diminutive before the Cyclops. Yet, a dramatic scene unfolded. Ye Ming stood on one side, while the Cyclops occupied the other, both displaying expressions of sheer terror. As the true eye scanned the surroundings, it became evident that the Cyclops clan's strength was vastly inferior. The most powerful among them was merely a junior martial sovereign, while the remaining 5 were at the martial king level, and the rest were mere martial apprentices. Sensing fluctuations of elemental energy 20 meters away, Ye Ming vanished in an instant, his right fist crashing into the ground, the elemental stone firmly in hand. Concurrently, the defensive formation dissipated. Several Cyclopes attempted to intervene, but were halted by a commanding voice, "Cease." This scene was immediately noticed by the remaining alien races. Look! The Cyclopes' defensive formation has also been dismantled. The bloodthirsty demon has come for the Cyclops clan. It's over, the Cyclops clan is doomed. Have the clan's strongmen arrived? Not yet. We must retreat from the stronghold and await the arrival of our clan's powerful ones. At the Cyclops stronghold, Ye Ming remarked. It appears that your Cyclops clan has not taken the opening of the thick ancient gold cavern as seriously as the Beastmaster clan. A 15-meter-tall Cyclops stepped forward, declaring, "Are you the bloodthirsty demon? It was you who commanded us to halt earlier." His voice echoed due to his immense size. "Merely a title," Ye Ming replied coolly. "The elemental stone is now in your possession. Should my human race withdraw from the contention for the thick ancient gold cavern, would you spare us today?" Ye Ming retorted with a cold smile, "If my human race were to safeguard our rightful territory." "Can your Cyclops clan guarantee that all alien races will refrain from invading humanity?" Ye Ming's reference to rightful territory was, of course, the entirety of Earth. His meaning was unmistakable. He demanded the expulsion of all alien races from Earth, a notion that was utterly impossible. The leader of the Cyclops clan understood that there was no room left for negotiation. They were not here to parley, but rather to engage in slaughter. Chapter 22, Tenacious. Enduring the devastating beam of destruction, subduing the bloodthirsty guinea pig all-clansmen, unleashed the concentrated beam of destruction, bellowed the one-eyed giant leader. He could not afford to grant Ye Ming a moment's preparation. With his instantaneous movement and exceptional strength, he effortlessly traversed the battlefield, reaping the lives of his kin. Simultaneously, as Ye Ming made his appearance, the eyes of all the clansmen glowed ominously with a crimson light, waiting eagerly for the leader's command. Aware of their inferior strength compared to the earth demons and ice sorcerers, they recognized that this was the one chance for the one-eyed giant tribe. However, Ye Ming's true ocular prowess had already perceived their intentions. If the Beast Tamer clan's mental assault represented the pinnacle of psychic offense, then the destructive beam embodied the utmost in physical devastation. This concentrated beam of destruction possessed the formidable power to slay even a lordly adversary. Yet, despite its might, it posed no threat to Ye Ming. Had he not absorbed 650,000 enhancement points, he might have resorted to a more evasive strategy, but now, he felt no fear. With a resplendent golden blade drawn, its dark golden radiance flashing like celestial light, he advanced towards the concentrated beam of destruction that could completely engulf his form. One man, one blade, propelled forward with unmatched momentum and unrelenting speed. The one-eyed giants beheld this terrifying spectacle, their crimson gaze intensifying to its zenith. The cataclysmic beam could even pierce through a mountain. Yet, it could not hinder Ye Ming. In the next moment, he flickered above the heads of the crowd. And with a downward strike of the golden blade, crack! In a single stroke, the beam shattered, sending the one-eyed giants hurtling back, casualties mounting. Ye Ming instantly materialized above the head of a junior martial master, looking down imperiously. Negotiate with me? You're still lacking. No. Your tribe shall be utterly annihilated by me.
In the next instant, the golden blade plunged deep into the one-eyed giant's eye, viscous fluid spraying forth, the ocular structure bursting asunder. A howl of anguish escaped the leader's lips. With a twist of his wrist, an overwhelming force surged forth, obliterating the opponent's brain in an instant. The shrieks ceased abruptly. With extraordinary speed, Ye Ming leapt high, delivering a thunderous punch to the giant's head. Boom! Crack! Like a watermelon bursting, the leader's rock-like cranium exploded. With the enhancement of wind manipulation, Ye Ming gracefully caught the golden blade mid-air and landed softly. At this moment, the headless form of the one-eyed giant leader, resembling a small mountain, slowly tilted and collapsed. Ye Ming had already plunged into the thrones of one-eyed giants, the wind manipulation allowing him to hover effortlessly above their towering heads. One by one, they fell, their skulls shattering like ripe fruit. The one-eyed giant tribe descended into chaos, the destructive beam firing erratically, yet, even the concentrated beam could not touch Ye Ming, let alone the individual beams. At best, they could be viewed as a futile consolation. Ye Ming remained undeterred, not a single corner of his attire ruffled. He intended to spare no one, targeting those nearest to the exits. In a mere 10 minutes, the one-eyed giant tribe was completely decimated. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 290,000 enhancement points. Ye Ming remained unfazed, the stronger his cultivation became. The mightier the adversaries he needed to slay to amass substantial enhancement points, lower-tier opponents were barely worth the effort. Ye Ming cast his gaze towards the other races and was astonished to find that the defensive energy shields had all been extinguished. How could these creatures have fled? He was taken aback. In an instant, he flashed to several outposts of the alien races, smashing the ground with a single punch. His expression darkened as he realized that the 5 element stones had also been taken away. Had he known not to waste so many words with the Cyclops, he might have been able to capture 1 or 2 alien camps. At that moment, he caught sight of a shadow flitting through the depths of the forest. Bloodthirsty guinea pigs? The mutated beast clan. With a swift motion, he reached the location of the guinea pigs, only to find the woods teeming with bloodthirsty creatures. The mutated beasts were hiding here. He finally understood where the swarms of bloodthirsty guinea pigs had been headed during the initial fall. Their destination was unmistakably the ancient Golden Cavern. Ye Ming held no fondness for these mutated beasts. With a flash of his gilded blade, he unleashed a torrent of blade energy, cleaving through the guinea pigs and trees alike. The anguished cries echoed through the sky, countless severed limbs flying in all directions. Once, he had nearly lost his life battling a few bloodthirsty guinea pigs, but now, even the largest swarm seemed like mere ants. Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall guinea pig emerged from the forest. Its once crimson eyes had returned to a normal black, revealing an intelligent creature. With a glance from its true vision, Ye Ming discerned it was a junior martial sovereign. This must be a guinea pig king, significantly stronger than the one he had previously slain. Ye Ming was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed a rarity for a mindless creature to cultivate to the level of a martial master, let alone reach the martial sovereign realm, which was an achievement only 1 in a million could attain. No wonder the bloodthirsty guinea pigs dared to covet the ancient Golden Cavern. A junior martial sovereign indeed possessed considerable power. The guinea pig king, with a flicker of dark light in its eyes, proposed, I am willing to surrender the 5 element stones. Can I exchange them for a chance at survival for my bloodthirsty guinea pig clan? Ye Ming replied coolly. You must know that you lack the standing to negotiate with me. What if I, Shering, were to offer my clan's allegiance to humanity? Allegiance? Ye Ming's gaze flickered. The mutated beast clan was unlike other alien races, it was merely a collective term. In reality, various mutated beast clans were divided into hundreds of different factions based on their species, some possessing a unified will while others did not, resembling scattered mercenaries. The beast tamer's mental control could only affect the latter, it had limited effectiveness on those with a cohesive will, and the bloodthirsty guinea pigs were one such example. The allegiance that Shering spoke of referred to the submission of the bloodthirsty guinea pig clan. Shering continued, if you accept our submission, my bloodthirsty guinea pigs will protect humanity and honor it above all.
Ye Ming felt a stir within. He could not always safeguard humanity.
But with the bloodthirsty guinea pigs as guardians, the survival rate of humans in the fallen regions would significantly increase. He could even utilize the bloodthirsty guinea pigs to form a formidable army to strategically strike at the alien races. Moreover, even if he killed these bloodthirsty guinea pigs, they would not provide him with much enhancement value. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Ming stated, "Is this truly the case?" Shering nodded. "I am willing to have you inscribe a mark upon my magic crystal. Should I betray you, I shall be obliterated."
Agreed.
Ye Ming unleashed a mental thrust. Imprinting a subtle mark upon the magical crystal, with but a thought, the guinea pig king would be vanquished.
Are you aware of the whereabouts of the other alien races?
The Shadow Devourer shook his head in response. "I do not know, but they should be nearby. If my master desires, I, the guinea pig, can assist in the search." After yielding, the Shadow Devourer also altered his address towards Ye Ming.
Just as Ye Ming was about to speak, a humming sound resonated. Atop the mountain, golden light flickered,
accompanied by a peculiar wave that rapidly intensified, swiftly approaching a critical threshold.
This is not good.
The third shockwave is about to commence.
Was it not said that it would require 3 hours? It has barely been 1 hour. What on earth is happening?
With no time to ponder further, Ye Ming instantly flashed to the encampments of the Ice Demon Clan and Earth Demon Clan. Employing his abilities to bring Qingxuan and the others to the location of the bloodthirsty guinea pig, and subsequently set up a 5 elements defensive array. Qingxuan and the others were astonished to see the swarm of bloodthirsty guinea pigs and the towering guinea pig king, yet they recognized the gravity of the situation. Knowing that this was not the time for inquiries.
Boom!
A luminous barrier shot skyward, encompassing the entire swarm of guinea pigs within its expansive reach. Ye Ming supported the heavens with one hand, channeling an extraordinary energy into the barrier, which instantly amplified 100-fold, radiating brilliance that was nearly blinding. Almost simultaneously,
a humming sound echoed. Another obscure wave surged forth, the mountaintop momentarily aglow with golden light, the intensity of the wave reaching its zenith.
"Prepare yourselves,"
Ye Ming commanded in a deep voice.
Swiftly, a transparent wave of energy surged forth, distorting the very air, rendering all within sight a mere illusion. This was the manifestation of energy distorted to its utmost.
Indeed, this third shockwave was several times more formidable than the second. At this moment,
at the periphery of the mountain hollow housing the thick ancient gold cave, the temporary encampment of the Illusion Clan was established.
Draped in a resplendent cloak,
the leader of the Illusion Clan gazed intently at the vicinity of the thick ancient gold cave, where the 5 elements defensive array glimmered brilliantly. The energy intensity there was exponentially greater than theirs. It was indisputable that this was the domain of the bloodthirsty demons. This individual, known as Huan Ning, though a mid-level martial sovereign, was but a step away from the advanced realm. She was the one leading the expedition to the thick ancient gold cave. Beyond her status as a leader, she was an enchanting beauty, her illusions masterfully executed, adding to her allure. "Leader, the third shockwave is terrifying. It seems our retreat was indeed prudent. Otherwise, half of our forces might have perished here," a senior martial king of the Illusion Clan remarked softly.
Huan Ning sighed, "Indeed.
But by retreating, we have also forfeited our chance to contend for the thick ancient gold cave."
"Not necessarily," she continued.
"Such a powerful shockwave may well overwhelm the human forces. Should their defensive array falter, they will be left with naught but bones. If we act swiftly and enter the thick ancient gold cave before the other ancient races, there remains a glimmer of hope."
"Indeed." Huan Ning's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "However, have you noticed that the barrier appears excessively large? I mean, if it were only him or a few human warriors,
there would be no need for such an extensive defensive array. The larger the array, the more the energy disperses, and the difficulty of resistance will increase exponentially."
The Phantom Clan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he was still unskilled in wielding the 5 element stones? It seemed improbable.
A being of his caliber would possess an extraordinarily precise command over energy and could not possibly be unaware of how to summon the 5 element stones. Huan Ning pondered, there must be a reason behind this, and we shall observe further. A foreboding sense lingered in her mind, which was also a point of confusion for the other ancient tribes. Little did they know that Ye Ming had already tamed the bloodthirsty guinea pig. an act performed to safeguard the creature. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the shockwave collided with the defense barrier. The heavens and earth erupted with a frenzied force. The ground fractured, and serpentine fissures spread wildly.
The clouds rolled back, obscuring the sun and moon.
All living beings prostrated themselves upon the ground.
Even the distant ancient tribe warriors trembled in fear. It was as if the sky itself was collapsing. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the defensive array,
spreading rapidly as the brightness of the barrier diminished sharply. Ye Ming too felt the pressure. It was not due to a lack of strength on his part, but rather because the range of the defensive array was vast, subjecting him to a force at least a dozen times that of a single enemy stronghold.
In the distance,
several foes wore cold smirks, knowing that the moment the barrier shattered would be their cue to attack. The only regret was that it seemed unlikely they would have the opportunity to personally slay Ye Ming.
However, at that moment, Ye Ming let out a cold huff.
Raising his other hand, a new surge of energy erupted from his palm, infusing the defensive barrier. The barrier's brightness surged once more, even stronger than before,
completely halting the oncoming shockwave.
Simultaneously, Shatter and all the bloodthirsty guinea pigs stood in astonished silence, witnessing the spectacle. Though they could perceive the cataclysmic grandeur of the world around them, they felt no pressure within the protective array. It was obvious, even to the most simple-minded, that Ye Ming was single-handedly countering the might of the heavens. This elder was exceedingly formidable. The bloodthirsty guinea pigs rejoiced in their choice to follow such a powerful being. Their clan was destined to rise in prominence, with the potential to unify all mutated beast tribes.
In comparison, what did the mere promise of safeguarding humanity signify? Chapter 23, The Opening of the Ancient Golden Cavern. The Realm of the Lord? Mere ants. Far in the distance, all the diverse tribes gaped in disbelief,
as this scene transcended the imagination of all present.
Is this truly human? The sound of countless swallows echoed,
a chill racing from their heels to the crown of their heads.
Could this truly be the power of a martial sovereign?
Surely. The Lord's realm could not be so feeble. Only a few advanced martial sovereigns understood that even in the Lord's realm, withstanding the might of heaven and earth requires the aid of specific amplifying artifacts. Yet just moments ago, there was no sight of Ye Ming wielding any weapon. The golden blade remained securely sheathed upon his back. Ye Ming accomplished all this solely through the energy emitted from his palms.
Incomprehensible. Before the strong of the tribe could arrive, this individual must not be underestimated.
At that moment, all the diverse tribes shared a singular thought. The shockwave surged swiftly,
then dissipated just as quickly.
The defensive barrier contracted, and Ye Ming stood proudly in the air, his garments billowing, gazing into the distance where the ancient golden cavern resided atop the mountain. The golden light appeared almost tangible, swirling with hints of runes,
as a peculiar and obscure wave emerged.
Moments later, a slender black line appeared above the mountain, expanding to form an oval-shaped aperture.
A rift in space.
At the center of the first collapse zone, where the cosmos collided, this was the scene.
Indeed, it is a miniature world. Ye Ming's eyes flickered as he turned and declared, "Shatter, you shall accompany me into the ancient golden cavern.
Shatter, you and your bloodthirsty guinea pig horde must depart.
Should the need arise in the future, I can summon you at any time through the soul imprint."
The golden sand, Ye Ming was determined to seize.
Additionally,
he wished to discover if other opportunities lay within this miniature world, for if Shatter and the others obtained them, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of humanity.
Yes, Senior. Yes, Master. Commander, what shall we do? A junior martial sovereign of the Night Demon tribe asked anxiously. Remain still.
Though the Night Demon leader uttered these words, his clenched fists betrayed his unwillingness.
Similar conversations transpired among the remaining 3 tribes. Just then,
2 sharp whistles cut through the air, 2 streaks of light hurtling toward Ye Ming and his companions, their force bearing down upon them.
"Who dares to harm my Beastmaster tribe?"
The thunderous voice resounded. Ye Ming turned his gaze, his true eyes sweeping over the scene, revealing 2 advanced martial sovereigns.
"How would you respond if I crushed a few of your Beastmaster tribe's ants?" Ye Ming replied casually.
2 figures materialized before him, one clad in a fiery red robe, the other in a gray combat outfit.
Both were elders of the Beastmaster tribe. What audacity! Ant! Prepare to meet your end.
The elder in the crimson robe, upon sensing that their entire tribal territory had been reduced to rubble, was instantly engulfed in rage.
Simultaneously,
he detected that Ye Ming was of the advanced martial sovereign realm. With a 2-against-1 advantage, victory was assured.
8 tendrils quivered rapidly. A mental assault hurtling forth in an instant.
Ye Ming, expressionless, met the psychic strike head-on, shattering the mental attack. He instantly rendered his opponent a fool. At the same time, he executed a void flash, unsheathing the golden blade with a flourish.
One strike, piercing directly into the brain. Simultaneously,
he plunged one hand into his opponent's chest, exerting force with both the blade and his arm.
The tearing sound echoed. The scarlet robe was torn to shreds in an instant.
In merely a second, a senior martial artist of the highest realm was obliterated,
leaving the elder of the Beast clan in a state of shock.
He turned to flee, but Ye Ming appeared before him in a flash,
his eyes widening as a mental thrust pierced into the elder's mind.
With a swift motion, blood rained down as the second senior martial artist met a similar fate. In the final moments of life, a flicker of divine consciousness shot forth. Ye Ming was taken aback by the unexpected transmission skill, and in his moment of hesitation, the elder vanished without a trace. This was a communication method unique to elders, akin to the life-bound tokens of royal heirs from various clans, employed to convey critical information.
All onlookers, including Shi Qingshan and others, were left dumbfounded.
A senior martial artist was undoubtedly a formidable force, yet in Ye Ming's hands, they were as easily dispatched as chopping vegetables.
How could one survive in such circumstances?
It is worth noting that Ye Ming had only recently broken through to the martial artist level.
Should he advance to the lord level, it would be an absolute nightmare. The humans were filled with astonishment, while the ancient alien races were engulfed in fear.
A singular thought arose among all alien races: this human must be eliminated.
At any cost. Ding. Acquired 300,000 enhancement points. Average enhancement across 5 major skills.
Simultaneously checking his realm, he remained at the senior martial artist level, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching the lord level. Ye Ming was unhurried. The higher one ascended, the more terrifying the required enhancement points, which was entirely normal. As long as he engaged in battle, he would gain the necessary improvements. Concurrently, the ancient golden cavity exerted a strange allure upon Ye Ming, as though it contained something that belonged to him. He trusted his instincts, which fueled his eagerness to enter.
Just as he was about to flash away,
2 piercing sounds of the air sliced through the atmosphere, and 2 ice demon warriors clad in azure armor materialized before him. A sweep of his true eye revealed that they were 2 junior lord-level beings, their skin tinted a deep blue. Ye Ming smiled faintly. It seems they truly hold me in high regard, sending 2 junior lords.
The short-haired ice demon frowned. What does our clan mean by sending us to deal with a mere martial artist? The long-haired ice demon replied expressionlessly, kneel.
Bow 100 times, relinquish your innate spiritual roots, and surrender your spiritual treasures. I shall spare your corpse. Otherwise, I possess 100 methods to torment you, rest assured.
I will make you wish for death. Spiritual treasures?
Ye Ming was taken aback, then realized that the alien races had likely equated their strength with their weapons. He shrugged. Such trash talk's too much. The expression of the long-haired ice demon darkened. You shall pay for your words. The short-haired ice demon stepped aside, grinning at the long-haired one. Ice Kong, finish him in one move, and I shall treat you to some ice elixir.
Heh, you can count on it. Crackle.
The deep blue icy armor enveloped them entirely. Ice Kong's afterimage flickered, and his fist, covered in icy armor, hurtled toward Ye Ming's face.
Ye Ming suddenly chuckled. One move? Surely, they must still be dreaming. He raised his right fist in response, the earth demon's icy armor activating automatically. The difference was that Ye Ming's aura shimmered a dark, inky blue. Be careful.
The short-haired ice demon sensed something amiss and shouted in alarm.
However, it was too late. Fist met fist. Boom, crack.
The icy void erupted forth, shattering everything until it reached the chest, leaving the lungs and heart exposed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, already costing half of its life. The Ice Demon clan's ice soul armor provided considerable protection, otherwise, the icy void would have been reduced to a mere puddle of blood.
Ye Ming flashed through the air, transforming his fists into palms, and forcefully plunged them into the icy void's chest, tearing outward with tremendous strength. The icy void met its demise in an instant. Ye Ming was capable of contending with high-level lords, so dealing with a low-level lord was effortlessly simple. Turning his gaze to another ice demon, the latter had already retreated. But no speed could surpass that of an instant flash. The mental piercing strike activated, and a momentary haze clouded the latter's eyes. Time was ample. The gilded blade unsheathed, transforming into a dark golden arc that pierced straight into its chest. Yet, the Ice Demon Clan's Ice Soul armor activated, forming a 5 cm thick barrier at its chest. However, the sharpness of the gilded blade, combined with its swift velocity, penetrated as easily as cutting through tofu, turning its insides to mush. With a swift upward motion, crack after crack resounded, and another lord fell to its end. A chime echoed, earning him 600,000 enhancement points. At the same time, Ye Ming sensed that he was drawing increasingly closer to breaching the barrier of lordship. In the realm of martial sovereigns, with just 2 strikes, he had annihilated 2 lords, leaving all the other races gasping in disbelief. Was this still human? Next came bitterness and overwhelming shock. Initially, 2 lords had attempted to assassinate him, and these aliens had harbored hopes of either killing Ye Ming or at least inflicting grave injuries upon him. Yet, they had not anticipated being effortlessly slaughtered instead. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. With lords being slaughtered like mere ants, what could possibly stand in his way? Shi Qingshan and the others were utterly petrified. This world was utterly insane. "Let us depart," Ye Ming said calmly, and only then did the crowd awaken from their stupor. Their gazes toward Ye Ming were filled with astonishment and sheer elation. The wind control technique enveloped everyone, transforming them into streaks of light as they shot toward the thick ancient gold cavern. Ye Ming assessed his internal energy, noting that he was still a short distance from breaking through to lordship, yet the gap was narrowing. He wondered if the journey to the thick ancient gold cavern would yield any fortuitous encounters. Ye Ming's actions during this period were aimed both at weakening the ancient alien forces and serving as a deterrent. If they sought to bully the human race, they must be prepared to face the consequences of retaliation. With Shi Qingshan and the others having their own guardians, it was likely that the ancient aliens lacked the courage to provoke them. As for the bloodthirsty guinea pig clan, Ye Ming held little concern. If they were sufficiently strong, they would undoubtedly evade alien pursuers. Furthermore, this represented an opportunity to gauge the strength of the guinea pig clan. The human race sought allies, not those needing protection. Regarding the spiritual treasures, Ye Ming speculated that they were likely divine weapons. It was only natural for the 2 lords to harbor such doubts upon learning of Ye Ming's formidable strength. Only Ye Ming understood that his supreme annihilation system was incomparable to mere spiritual treasures. In the realm of the Ice Demon Clan. What? Ice Void and Ice Body are dead? How is this possible? Elder Ice Spirit of the Divine Law Realm bellowed in rage. Elder, the facts are indisputable. Many aliens present witnessed that battle. In just 2 strikes, both Ice Void and Ice Body were slaughtered. A lower-ranking member of the Ice Demon Clan spoke bitterly. Preposterous. How I loathe being confined within the confines of my clan. Were it not for this, I would personally eliminate that wretch. Elder, you are not alone in your sentiments. It is said that this child has recently ascended to the martial sovereign realm, and now he effortlessly slays those of the lordly caliber. Truly, it is most peculiar. Elder Ice Spirit pondered. Indeed, it is strange. Even with the assistance of spiritual treasures, this child's potential is undeniably extraordinary. If we allow this to continue, my kin may suffer even greater losses. A voice from below, belonging to the Ice Demon Clan, murmured, Elder, should we consider activating the 7 absolute killing array? Elder Ice Spirit's eyes flickered. The 7 absolute killing array? 1 sword, 1 kill, 7 swords, absolute annihilation. This formation is one of the ancient killing arrays. Once summoned, it unleashes a murderous aura that pierces the heavens. If the blood of those within the array is not used to nourish it, it may instead backfire upon the one who set it. The elder worries too much. Under the 7 absolute killing array, this child shall have no chance of survival. Moreover, it is rumored that his movement techniques are terrifying. Only the array may be able to restrain him. Elder Ice Spirit remained silent for a moment. Very well. It must be so. However, the 7 absolute killing array requires the cooperation of at least 7 clans. Thus, my Ice Demon clan shall dispatch another high-ranking lord.
Relay my orders, invite the Earth Demon clan, Beastmaster clan, Cyclops clan, Illusion clan, and the other 6 ancient clans to be aware of the situation and establish the 7 absolute killing array.
Understood. The vast hall was left empty, with only Elder Ice Spirit remaining.
He gazed into the distance, lost in thought.
On the desolate streets,
a frail girl struggled to carry a sniper rifle that was disproportionate to her stature. She was Xin Xiaoxiao, and she had made her departure. Ye Ming stated he would head to the 2nd level of the Fallen Zone outpost, and she intended to seek him out.
No one could deter her.
Not even the perilous journey, nor the threat of injury or death. Her form was already coated in dust, yet when the wind occasionally lifted her garments,
her fair skin became evident.
Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings.
Something was amiss.
Chapter 24, The Visit of Xin Xiaoxiao, the strange and shattered world in recent days. Her nerves had been honed to an extraordinary sensitivity, and it was this very intuition that had allowed her to evade numerous assaults from monstrous beings.
She halted,
her gaze fixed intently on her surroundings, and gradually retrieved her sniper rifle from her back. Xin Xiaoxiao was not to be underestimated. With the firearm in her possession and her precise aim, no creature could escape her bullets. However, this time, it was not a monster that approached.
A human girl? Indeed. Do you not comprehend the peril of wandering into such a place alone?
A member of the Earth Demon clan emerged with a sinister grin.
Where are you headed? Allow us, your older brothers, to protect you, shall we?
Another Earth Demon stepped forth from the ruins.
Ancient alien race. Xin Xiaoxiao's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation,
her finger tightened on the trigger, and a searing bullet shot forth.
Bang!
The bullet grazed the armor of the Earth Demon, igniting sparks as several plates were dislodged.
Blood trickling down slowly.
Against the renowned defenses of the Earth Demon's armor, the sniper rifle's impact was minimal.
Still quite the sting, isn't it?
The demon scraped a finger across the wound, then placed it in its mouth, savoring the taste with a wicked smile.
Turning to the other demon, it declared,
"I'll take the first turn, no stealing my fun."
"Humph, then you better be quick." Xin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically as she retreated swiftly, her finger continuing to pull the trigger.
Yet, in that instant, a shadow darted forth, revealing the massive face of the Earth Demon before her. Its enormous hand seizing her weapon and flinging it aside, preventing the next bullet from being fired. The immense force caused Xin Xiaoxiao to stagger, falling to the ground. Her head striking a jagged rock, blood streaming profusely. With blood-red eyes, the Earth Demon could hardly wait to tear away its clothing before lunging at her.
Just then, another gray shadow flashed by, tackling the Earth Demon aside. A bloodthirsty guinea pig.
It sank its teeth deep into the demon's neck, flesh and blood flying. And the demon was swiftly dispatched. A beast of the Martial King realm. Seeing this, another Earth Demon hastily retreated, only to be ambushed by several more bloodthirsty guinea pigs, which promptly tore him apart.
If they could easily slay an Earth Demon, one could only imagine their fate. Xin Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen, fully aware that she too was unlikely to escape this calamity.
However, the bloodthirsty guinea pig approached Xin Xiaoxiao, speaking human words. "Human, this place harbors alien threats.
You must leave at once." "You will not consume me?"
The Martial King guinea pig replied, "Our bloodthirsty guinea pig clan has sworn allegiance to the human race.
It is our duty to protect you."
"Where is your residence?"
"We shall escort you there."
"I will not go." Xin Xiaoxiao shook her head.
"I seek someone." "What does this person look like?"
The Martial King guinea pig frowned, perplexed by the human's obstinacy. "Clad in green, wielding a long sword, he saved my life.
And I must find him." The Martial King guinea pig's heart stirred. "What is the name of the person you seek?" "Ye Ming."
Xin Xiaoxiao silently shook her head,
pondering how a few mutated beasts could possibly know of a mere mortal's name.
The sanguine guinea pig stood solemnly. "This human is the master of my bloodthirsty guinea pig clan.
Since you are acquainted with him,
you are also a distinguished guest of our clan. However, our master currently resides in an exceedingly perilous location, and venturing there now may prove.
Indeed. These guinea pigs were well aware. Shen Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed. Through mountains of knives and seas of flames, I fear not. Excellent. Let 3 warriors of the martial king realm escort our esteemed guest.
Meanwhile, in the central safety region,
the golden armored commander gazed into the horizon. Several alien races have recently exhibited significant movements. Have we discerned the cause? A human bowed. It appears to be related to the thick ancient gold cavern. The golden armored commander raised an eyebrow. Thick ancient gold cavern? Did not the ancient alien races already make their preparations?
It was said that a human, known as the bloodthirsty demon, had slaughtered the alien encampments. And this great upheaval was all in pursuit of him. It was rumored he was merely in his 20s.
A human of our kind? So remarkably young? How could I have been unaware of such a formidable being?
I believe we must tread carefully. This may be a trap laid by the alien races. The golden armored commander's gaze was piercing. No need for hesitation. If our kind has produced such a strong individual, it is a boon for us. Should this be a ploy by the aliens, we shall ensure they pay dearly. Immediately dispatch powerful individuals to investigate.
If this matter proves true,
we must bring him back to the safety region. He embodies hope for our kind. The golden armored commander murmured, the throne of the human emperor has been vacant for many years. If this individual truly possesses such potential, I believe the throne rightfully belongs to him. The subordinates of the human race trembled in unison, promptly assenting. No one anticipated that after such extensive preparations,
only humans would enter the ancient alien realm. The moment they crossed the spatial rift, it felt as though they traversed countless epochs. It seemed instantaneous, yet also reminiscent of eternity.
Before them lay an expansive starry sky, or rather, a desolate world. Scattered nebulae and lifeless planetary fragments floated aimlessly in the cosmos. And within the realm of thought, not a single truly whole planet could be found. The space was ravaged, with black lightning crackling throughout.
The embodiment of black and red destruction inundated their vision.
Ye Ming was taken aback. This was undoubtedly more complex than a mere small world. This had once been a complete universe, perhaps even more vast than the one Ye Ming inhabited, but it had been marred by some unknown calamity.
Senior, is this the interior of the thick ancient gold cavern?
Ye Ming nodded. Exercise caution, this place is far from simple. The eye of truth swept across the starry depths,
revealing some formidable presences lying in wait, each one terrifyingly immense, yet utterly still, as if in slumber.
Ye Ming hesitated to approach, uncertain whether he would awaken them. Thus, he remained motionless. At that moment, a subtle fluctuation rippled through the space behind him, only to swiftly return to tranquility. Shi Qingshan and the others remained oblivious. Ye Ming let out a cold smile, the earth demon ice soul armor enveloping his right hand.
With a firm grasp, he created a depression in the space and pulled out a transparent entity that let out a faint squeak. The space here is considerably more stable than that of the ordinary universe.
Under normal circumstances, should Ye Ming exert his full strength, cracks would undoubtedly form in the fabric of space, yet now, it merely exhibits a concave indentation.
Senior, what is this?
The presence of such an enigmatic creature concealed nearby startled Shi Qingshan and the others. This being, entirely transparent and resembling a rabbit,
bore 2 antennae atop its head and possessed 4 legs imbued with extraordinary strength.
Finding itself unable to escape, it lunged to bite Ye Ming's palm, producing a faint creaking sound from the ice demon armor, which showed 2 white marks. Ye Ming was acutely aware of the formidable power of the ice demon armor. A defense so superior that even a full-force strike from a primary lord could not breach it. Thus, it was evident that this peculiar creature possessed astonishing biting force.
This fragmented universe indeed harbors unimaginable perils. It must be a creature from this realm.
Ye Ming exerted force with one hand. With a sharp sound, the bizarre creature was crushed. There was no blood, its body gradually evaporated into the void, ultimately disappearing entirely. This place is replete with oddities, you all should exercise caution.
Ye Ming cautioned. The group huddled closer to him.
Suddenly, Cheng Fei spoke up, Senior, if I recall correctly, I believe I have seen this creature in an ancient tome.
Another ancient book?
Indeed, the text refers to this creature as a space tapir, adept at vanishing into the void, possessing remarkable biting strength, and excelling in ambushing its foes. The space tapir is a product of time and space, not numerous in existence. It is likely that our encounter was merely coincidental. So there is no need for undue concern. However, the records indicate that the last sighting of the space tapir was 500 million years ago.
How could it reappear now? Ye Ming replied, because we are no longer in the original universe. The true ancient golden cavern likely leads to another universe.
The mention of the space tapir further solidified Ye Ming's conviction regarding the existence of another primordial universe.
This cosmos is replete with peculiarities.
He initially intended to seek the inheritance of a small world, but now he would leave it to fate. The overwhelming and terrifying auras emanating from the depths of the void instilled a sense of dread in Ye Ming. His true eye scanned the surroundings, striving to uncover the traces of the golden sand. At that moment, a flickering dark golden light appeared to the left front.
Its hue purer than that of the essence of golden blood rock. Golden sand. Let us approach that, stay close to me. Just then, a blaze tore through the void, hurtling toward Ye Ming.
With a cold snort, he formed a shield with one hand, and the ice demon armor automatically unfolded, blocking the flames.
In a flash of shadow,
a purple dragon-like creature, approximately 10 meters long, hovered before them. Though it was called a dragon, it resembled more of a loach, lacking horns or claws.
Intruder. Depart at once.
The creature's massive jaws opened and closed, articulating human speech. Its voice was profoundly obscure, imbued with a unique rhythm, resonating with an ancient essence.
This beast was equivalent to a primary martial sovereign.
Ye Ming declared,
"Little loach, step aside, otherwise, I shall slay you as well. Human, you are audacious. I am the mayfly dragon." With that, it unleashed another torrent of flames. Ye Ming vanished into the void in an instant, seizing the mayfly dragon by its vital point.
With a surge of power in his palm, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the creature's breath was abruptly halted, its bones creaking ominously, on the verge of snapping. At that moment, a multitude of presences flickered into view. 5, 10, even 20 ephemeral dragons encircled Ye Ming and his companions.
Human, you possess considerable strength. Yet your allies seem somewhat lacking.
If you wish to spare them from harm, I strongly advise you to release them immediately.
One of the dragons,
approximately 20 meters in length, advanced a half step, its eyes glinting with a fierce light. Over 20 breaths of air fixated upon Shi Qingshan and the others.
Beneath the gaze of the true eye, their realms lay bare. High martial sovereign.
It appeared to be the leader of these ephemeral dragons.
Ye Ming hesitated.
For Shi Qingshan and the others were at most high martial masters. Facing the onslaught of a martial sovereign was a certainty of death.
Just then,
a resounding phoenix cry echoed from behind. "Guests have arrived, fluctuating art, usher these humans inside."
"Yes,"
replied the leading ephemeral dragon.
"Human, my master has summoned you. Please follow me." "Master?" Ye Ming sensed no aura whatsoever. The voice reverberated once more. "Human, there is no need for probing.
I have existed here for far too long. My divine consciousness has melded with this realm of time and space. Although you possess a unique ability to investigate with your divine consciousness,
you will not be able to perceive me."
As they proceeded, that familiar sensation grew increasingly pronounced.
In other words,
the destination to which the ephemeral dragon was guiding him was likely significant. After traversing the obsidian void for quite some time, they arrived at a point where time and space had collapsed, yet some mysterious force held it in check, preventing total disintegration.
"We have arrived," the ephemeral dragon declared, coming to a halt. In the realm of ancient humanity's secrets, the transformation into the earth demon ice soul golden body was underway. At that moment,
the collapsing spatial vortex began to whirl, and a magnificent bird's head emerged from the heart of the abyss.
Following it was the body. Yet her talons were ensnared within the spatial vortex, rendering her immobile.
This was an extraordinarily majestic firebird, with wings spanning hundreds of meters, her feathers undulating like roaring flames,
and a single eye as large as a truck wheel.
However, her aura was somewhat subdued, as if she bore grave injuries. Nonetheless, her presence remained vast,
far beyond what Ye Ming could currently comprehend. The true eye activated, but it could not discern her precise realm.
her power exceeded Ye Ming's by a considerable margin.
Yet, the familiar aura emanating from her was unmistakable.
Ye Ming was certain he had never encountered her before.
Instantly on guard, his Earth Demon Ice Soul armor activated, enveloping him in a deep blue aura. Humans, there is no need for alarm.
I am ensnared in the collapse of this space and pose no threat to you.
Nor do I wish to harm you. Who are you?
Ye Ming inquired, refusing to lower his vigilance.
My name is Zhuke, the divine beast that embodies the fire element.
Suddenly, Cheng Fei exclaimed.
What is it?
Cheng Fei whispered, I just recalled that the ancient tome mentioned the 4 divine beasts, and Zhuke is one of them. Described as the incarnation of fire, having departed from our universe long ago.
Cheng Fei continued urgently, initially, I thought this book was mere fantasy. But it appears to be true.
The ancient text also alluded to the 5 elements defensive array, and the spatial creature corresponds with reality.
I surmise that the mention of Zhuke is indeed authentic. Zhuchue's enormous eyes flickered with interest. Ancient tome? Are you referring to the old ancient heavenly book? The old ancient heavenly book? Ye Ming echoed.
It chronicles the old ancient world, detailing the creatures, spells, and treasures of that era.
It seems your companion has been fortunate to obtain such a tome. What is the old ancient humanity? Ye Ming sensed a profound secret lurking beneath the surface.
It appears that a significant portion of the legacy of the old ancient humanity has been lost.
You are even unaware of their existence, Zhuke sighed softly. The old ancient humanity preceded your current generation, inhabiting the same universe you dwell in, known as the old ancient universe.
As you can observe, this universe is nearly in ruins, a consequence of a cataclysmic battle that engulfed various ancient races, including the old ancient humanity. The ferocity of the conflict shattered the very fabric of time and space, nearly leading to their extinction.
In a desperate bid for survival, they tore through the void,
preserving a fragment of their lineage, and arrived in the new universe, the cosmos you now inhabit.
Zhuke continued, the old ancient humanity was once immensely powerful.
And the 4 divine beasts, including myself, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, revered humanity as our leader. We participated in the tearing of the void, but due to certain circumstances, the old ancient humanity lost most of their heritage, leaving behind only a few artifacts, including the old ancient heavenly book.
Are you referring to the great war between humanity and the ancient tribes? Ye Ming instinctively inquired, recalling the invasion of the ancient tribes. Zhuke scoffed disdainfully, the ancient tribes?
They are nothing but vassals of humanity. Had it not been for the protection of the ancient humans, they would have been annihilated long ago.
Not the ancient tribes? Ye Ming pondered, realizing from Zhuchue's words that the ancient tribes seemed to be allies of humanity. Then who is the true adversary? Upon hearing Ye Ming's question,
a flicker of fear crossed Zhuchue's gaze.
It is the heavenly Tao, the adversary of the ancient humans.
It is the heavens themselves.
Rather than a war,
it resembles a grand cleansing. When sentient beings grow powerful enough to threaten the heavenly Tao, it will unleash attacks to obliterate them.
Yet, even then, the ancient humans nearly vanquished the heavens. Zhuke declared with pride.
The notion of humanity overpowering the heavens was unfathomable to Ye Ming, yet it ignited a fervor within him. Zhuke sighed, after humanity lost most of its ancestral lineage, it became exceedingly vulnerable, even forgetting its past splendor.
Nevertheless, the ancient humans have treated me well. I ought to do something in return.
Thus, 2 years ago, when my divine power was partially restored, I tore open a rift in space to create the thick ancient golden cavern, attracting new humans to come forth.
Thankfully, I have finally awaited your arrival. The thick ancient golden cavern was created by you?
Ye Ming exclaimed in astonishment, having assumed it formed naturally like the spatial rifts of the first fallen zone.
Indeed.
After tearing open the thick ancient golden cavern, I sent out messages about the Lujin sand to attract new humans.
However,
the first batch that arrived were all from the ancient tribes. Zhuchue's eyes flashed with anger. I initially intended for them to bring the Lujin sand back to humanity. But upon sensing human blood on them, I discovered that humans had become their prey.
Enraged, I slaughtered them all and temporarily sealed the thick ancient golden cavern. Now, it has reopened, releasing the aura of the ancient humans and using divine power to create shockwaves for selection. At last, I have welcomed you.
As Zhu Ke finished speaking, Shi Qingshan and the others stood in stunned silence. The revelation was utterly shocking, igniting a fervor in Ye Ming's heart.
If humanity could return to its ancient glory, what an honor it would be. You are a new human, take the Lujin sand. With a wide-open mouth,
a fist-sized orb of golden runes swirled forth and landed in Ye Ming's palm.
System, detected divine object available for fusion, do you confirm? Confirm.
Having learned from the Earth Demon tribe that their innate Earth Demon armor could perfectly merge with the Lujin sand, it seemed that even after evolving into the Earth Demon Ice Soul armor, this compatibility had not diminished. The Lujin sand dissipated like wind-blown sand,
merging into Ye Ming's body and vanishing, while dark golden runes glimmered on his surface.
Congratulations, Master.
The Earth Demon Ice Soul armor has evolved into the Earth Demon Ice Soul golden body.
Ye Ming opened his eyes, golden light shimmering within, his aura suddenly rising. Though his realm had not increased, with the Earth Demon Ice Soul golden body protecting him, he could easily withstand a full-force strike from a high-level lord.
Shi Qingshan and the others spoke nervously. Senior, you.
Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. The golden sand is revered as one of the hardest substances. To refine it, one must employ a special formation.
To my astonishment, you are able to absorb it directly, exclaimed the vermilion bird, its eyes shimmering with wonder.
What a remarkable technique!
It rivals even that of ancient humanity. Yet, Ye Ming replied, since I have arrived in the ancient world, are there any cultivation methods from this realm? If the ancient humans were indeed so formidable, their techniques must be extraordinary.
I pondered bringing some back for the human race. The vermilion bird responded, I possess none here, but there may exist remnants of human heritage within the ancient world.
However,
I do not recommend you seek them out, at least not for now.
Ye Ming gazed into the distance, sensing the tremendous aura emanating from the deep cosmos.
To venture forth recklessly would be to court death.
He inquired, didn't the battle of annihilation destroy most life forms? What kind of beings remain in this ancient world? The vermilion bird replied, they cannot be considered living beings. These powerful auras are the manifestations of annihilation spirits, born from the remnants of destruction itself.
And they are formidable indeed.
The vermilion bird continued, human, your body is somewhat unique.
I cannot assist you greatly, but for your friends, I can offer them a chance. As for the heights they may attain in the future, that depends on their own fortune. With a slight parting of its beak, several beams of red light shot forth,
entwining around Shi Qingshan and the others, swiftly penetrating their bodies.
Ye Ming did not intervene. The eye of truth revealed that this divine power bore no malice. As the red light fully dissipated, a thunderous roar echoed. Several auras surged into the sky, with Shi Qingshan breaking through to the advanced Martial King realm, while the others ascended to the initial Martial King realm. They had directly transcended a significant boundary.
Moreover, their physiques had been baptized by divine power, their meridians expanded, impurities eradicated, ensuring that their future cultivation would be remarkably smooth, devoid of any bottlenecks.
Seeing the ecstatic expressions on their faces, Ye Ming knew that this journey had been worthwhile.
Thank you, Senior Vermilion Bird. Everyone bowed respectfully.
There's no need for such formality, the vermilion bird replied,
weariness evident in its tone.
However, with my divine power, this is all I can accomplish.
Now, you may depart. I shall temporarily seal the ancient gold cavern. Should my divine power be restored one day, I will reopen it and personally visit your new universe.
I hope to witness the resurgence of the human race then. After a moment's contemplation, the vermilion bird added, by the way, should the opportunity arise, your people might seek out the other 3 divine beasts. Their support would greatly ease your burdens. Fleeting dragon, you shall escort these esteemed guests back. The vermilion bird gradually closed its eyes,
its body slowly sinking into the spatial vortex.
Ye Ming understood that the vermilion bird had entrusted the fleeting dragon with their safe passage as a precaution against spatial beasts, given that Shi Qingshan and the others were still stabilizing their realms.
Esteemed ones, please follow me, he beckoned.
And dozens of fleeting dragons aligned on either side to clear the path.
Much appreciated, Ye Ming said. Along the way,
he informed Shi Qingshan and the others that it was indeed the vermilion bird who had utilized its divine power to enhance their physiques before returning to slumber. He also reminded everyone that the matters concerning the ancient humans should not be disclosed lightly, as the survival of the human race's flickering flame is precarious. Should any ill-intentioned individuals become aware, it could lead to a severe suppression of humanity's only legacy. Furthermore, Ye Ming specifically instructed Cheng Fei to ensure that once matters here are resolved, he must lend the ancient celestial tome for his perusal. Cheng Fei would undoubtedly deliver the ancient text to his elder. Cheng Fei bowed deeply. Ye Ming had saved several lives, and regardless of the perilous trials ahead, what could be done? The ancient celestial tome is one of the few legacies carried by the ancient humans into the new universe, containing the ultimate secrets of the world. What is the Tao of Heaven? What constitutes the Great Cleansing? Will a similar calamity befall the new universe where Ye Ming resides? Where truly lies the legacy of humanity? Perhaps all these answers could be found within the ancient celestial tome. As he pondered, a spatial rift appeared ahead, however. This time it was considerably smaller and in the process of continuously diminishing, with dark, erratic lightning flickering around its perimeter. Fate has decreed, Lord Vermilion Bird has fallen into slumber, and the ancient golden cavern is about to close. I implore everyone to hasten. With that, Ye Ming offered no further words, enveloping the group in his wind manipulation technique, transforming them into streaks of light that vanished into the depths of the spatial rift. As the white light swirled and the heavens turned, they returned to their original world. Casting a final glance back, the spatial rift rapidly contracted, becoming a slender black thread before vanishing completely. Yet, at that moment, a formidable sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Ye Ming and his companions. Chapter 26, The Supreme. The Seven Deadly Formation Boom. The ground trembled as if shaken by a great quake, countless rocks erupting into the air, while a vortex formed in the sky. Clang! 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 7 beams of light surged skyward simultaneously, their radiant hues piercing the heavens, connecting the light pillars to the earth. Ye Ming found himself at the very center of this celestial display. In the next moment, 7 ancient sword shadows materialized within the columns of light. Their brilliance igniting the atmosphere, the sword aura sweeping across vast distances, causing countless beasts to prostrate in fear. Behind the swords, 5 figures emerged, each wielding a sword. Their hands forming various seals, their eyes indifferent, yet an aura of lethal intent permeated the air. The swords vibrated ominously, an enigmatic energy coiling around their blades, transforming into myriad runes that entwined them. Within the 7 deadly formation, not a blade of grass could survive, the ground lay smooth and mirror-like, cloaked by the sharp sword chi. Crack! 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 A dull sound of bones being crushed echoed. In an instant, Qingshan and the others found themselves forced to the ground, barely able to move a finger. Ye Ming extended his hand. A stream of light enveloping the heads of Qingshan and the others, alleviating their burdens. Be careful, senior. They all warned. Acutely aware that Ye Ming had absorbed all the pressure. They cannot harm me, Ye Ming replied nonchalantly. The ice-soul golden body of the earth demon enveloped him automatically, its deep blue radiance shimmering with flecks of gold. Human, do you know your crimes? One of the sword wielders before Ye Ming opened his eyes, their gaze sharp as a blade. The eye of truth activated, revealing the figure behind the sword light clearly. This individual bore icy blue feet and was clad in a long robe, unmistakably an elite warrior of the Ice Demon clan. What crimes could we humans possibly have? Ye Ming crossed his arms, appearing unperturbed. Amidst the overwhelming sword intent, none noticed that as the murderous aura of the 7 deadly formation made contact with Ye Ming's skin, a layer of gilded sheen emerged, silently dissipating the sword energy. Presumptuous! The sword wielder's eyes narrowed, his hand seals shifting, causing the sword shadow before him to hum ominously as its blade suddenly pointed at Ye Ming, a sharp, 5-fold pressure surging towards him. Senior! Qingshan and the others cried out in alarm. Ye Ming gently raised his right hand, and the gilded light flickered, a shield of gilded blue materializing to meet the sword energy. Crack! As sword met shield, the sword energy shattered upon impact, while the gilded shield remained unscathed. Ye Ming waved his hand lightly, causing the gilded shield to vanish into his arm. This was a new ability Ye Ming had acquired through the mastery of the Earth Demon Ice Soul Golden Body, allowing him not only to passively activate but also to actively condense the Earth Demon Ice Soul armor, forming various special defensive shapes at his surface. with the shield being one of the most formidable.
Earth demon golden body?
The sword wielder questioned, perplexed. With a flick of his hand, the ancient sword shadow returned to its vertical stance.
He turned to glance at another sword shadow, mocking. When did your Earth Demon clan's talents become the domain of the humans?
Ye Ming's eye of truth clearly revealed that behind another sword shadow stood a figure clad in gray-brown armor, undoubtedly another member of the Earth Demon clan. Their aura was reigned and yet powerful, marking them as a high-level martial sovereign.
The Earth Demon warrior was taken aback. Ice Ancient King, what are you saying? You know that the innate abilities of our ancient clans are unique to each tribe. How could the humans possibly wield our Earth Demon powers?
Another esteemed martial sovereign of the Illusion clan chuckled, Ding Tian Tong, your words bear some truth. However, the humans clearly repelled the Frost Ancient King's attack,
which unmistakably resembled your demon clan's demon armor.
Indeed, my ancient clan has a pact in place. If your demon clan truly acted in such a manner, it would surely be contrary to reason. The esteemed martial sovereign of the demon clan, Ding Tian Tong, felt a surge of anger. Should my demon clan violate the pact, we shall willingly bear the full wrath of the ancient clans. However, if it is merely malicious slander, I hope you will take responsibility for your words and actions.
What of having armor? Do not the Ice Demon clan also possess the Ice Demon shield? Oh dear, the noise is unbearable.
A martial sovereign of the Beastmaster clan remarked languidly.
Isn't it quite simple to ascertain whether that truly is the demon armor? Just engage in combat once more.
Ding Tiantong of the demon clan resolutely replied, then you must observe closely. With a change of hand seals, the sword shadows before him trembled violently.
Buzz! In an instant, the ancient sword's blade reversed, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that swept towards Ye Ming.
Ye Ming coldly smirked, raising his arm yet again, as golden light transformed into a shield of energy, effortlessly deflecting the sword aura once more.
This time,
everyone clearly saw that it indeed bore a striking resemblance to the demon armor. The Frost Ancient King stated, Ding Tian Tong.
The patterns on that shield of energy, how can they not be your demon clan's demon shield?
The martial sovereign of the Illusion clan solemnly added, this matter requires your demon clan to provide an explanation. Yet, as the diverse powerful beings turned their gazes towards Ding Tian Tong, he appeared as though he had seen a ghost, murmuring, the demon golden body.
It truly is the demon golden body. A martial sovereign of the Beastmaster clan inquired, the demon golden body? Is that not an ancient divine ability lost to your demon clan?
The Frost Ancient King of the Ice Demon clan furrowed his brow, Ding Tian Tong.
Are you suggesting that this human not only possesses your demon clan's innate abilities but has also cultivated the demon golden body? Not entirely. For my demon golden body is of gold and gray hues, yet I distinctly perceived a deep blue just now.
Ding Tiantong turned his gaze. I recall that your Ice Demon clan's Ice Demon shield manifests a deep blue once it reaches a certain realm.
Nonsense. The deep blue armor of my Ice Demon clan is purely deep blue, it cannot be mixed with other colors. Do not slander us, Ding Tiantong. The Illusion clan's eyes sparkled. Are you implying that this diminutive human possesses traits from both the Ice Demon clan and the Demon clan?
Several foreign martial sovereigns felt a headache coming on. The situation was becoming increasingly intricate. Ye Ming observed them with a composed demeanor, inwardly amused. If he could incite discord among the ancient clans, it would be quite advantageous. The Beastmaster clan voiced their dissatisfaction. What is wrong with you all? Why are you arguing again? Is it not simple to capture that human and inquire? To engage in internal strife over an unclear individual, what purpose does that serve?
Indeed.
All were ensnared in a web of confusion. Ding Tiantong asserted, this human is quite peculiar, he bears the ominous title of bloodthirsty demon. And a single sword is insufficient to deal with him, at least 3 or more would be required. The martial sovereign of the Beastmaster clan scoffed, there is no need for such trouble. The 7 of us launching an assault simultaneously will be more than sufficient to subdue him. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was done.
Clang!
7 sword auras surged into the sky. Clouds swirled, the earth trembled. The sword aura soared to the heavens. With a resounding crack, the ground shattered.
Drink!
The 7 united in a powerful shout. The 7 ancient swords resonated with one another, each strengthening the other, enveloped in a golden aura of runes.
In the next moment,
the sword shadows all pointed towards Ye Ming.
The 7 absolute killing formation, akin to a primordial beast, was fully awakened. The sword momentum was formidable enough to split the heavens. Within the formation, everything within sight became hazy, as the sword energy transcended the tangible, reaching an astonishing level of intensity. Even those sheltered by Ye Ming, such as Shi Qingshan, felt an overwhelming power. "Senior, do not concern yourself with us," Shi Qingshan declared, fully aware that if Ye Ming withdrew his defense, they would be instantly obliterated. "No worries, just observe." Ye Ming remained composed. Positioned at the center of the 7 absolute killing formation, he felt the surging waves of sword energy and murderous intent. This sword formation maximized the lethal essence of each ancient sword, allowing each one to unleash the combined might of all 7. Representing the most formidable attack from an alien race he had ever encountered, capable of transcending a significant realm to annihilate an opponent. Yet, Ye Ming, having cultivated the earth demon ice soul golden body, felt not an ounce of fear. The murderous aura could not penetrate his being. "Kill!" they all shouted in unison. As the 7 ancient swords flickered with black lightning, striking towards the center, while a black-purple rune materialized beneath Ye Ming's feet. The rune spun, emanating a strange force that constrained Ye Ming's form, preventing his escape. Soon after, a massive purple-black sword shadow emerged from the rune, shrouded in mysterious power, poised to break through the void. Upon its emergence, 100-fold of murderous intent permeated the air, almost tangible. Ye Ming let out a cold smile, harboring no intention of fleeing. To him, the 7 absolute killing formation was merely a trivial matter. His right fist raised, he struck down fiercely upon the ground. Boom! The black-purple rune expanded under the tremendous force, the center concaving, on the verge of shattering. "Everyone, join me in exterminating the human race." Ding Tiantong of the Earth Demon Clan's expression shifted, his voice low and grave, as the 7 aliens pressed their palms down, causing the purple-black light of the rune to surge, gradually restoring its original shape. "Put!" Ding Tiantong spat out a mouthful of vital blood, the purple-black giant sword vibrating intensely. Its decline reversed, its edge re-emerging. However, Ding Tiantong's complexion turned pale. This was a sacrifice of his own blood essence to forcibly activate the sword formation, indicating that the Earth Demon Clan was determined to push him to his limits. "Interesting," Ye Ming chuckled calmly. His fists, clad in golden deep blue armor, struck the ground. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze. Crack! A fissure appeared upon the purple-black rune, quickly multiplying in number. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as the rune and the giant sword shadow shattered instantaneously, the purple-black shards transforming into pure energy fragments, piercing into the chests of the 7 sword-wielding ancient clansmen. Pft, pft, pft. 7 streams of blood erupted forth as the sword-bearers were sent flying. The 7 ancient long swords clattering to the ground, their sword energy and murderous intent dissipating, and the 7 absolute killing formation collapsed entirely. Once the 7 absolute killing formation was unleashed, it could not harm the enemy, only its own. In this moment, it is not Ye Ming who suffers, but rather it is they who inflict harm upon themselves. Shi Qingshan and the others have been rendered utterly stunned. Is this power truly human? As Ye Ming stepped forward, his gaze crackled with electricity. The Earth Demon Clan, the Ice Demon Clan, the Beastmaster Clan, the Illusion Clan, the Cyclops Clan, the Storm Demon Clan, and the Night Demon Clan, each a formidable presence at the advanced martial sovereign level. Very well, I, Ye Ming, shall remember. How dare you conspire against me? From this day forth, for every one of your kin that I encounter, I shall eradicate them without mercy. Today, I shall claim your lives as a mere token of interest. The assembled powerful beings were filled with dread, desperately retreating, while cursing the ancestors of the Ice Demon Clan to no end. Especially those from the Storm Demon Clan and the Night Demon Clan, who had previously had no dealings with Ye Ming. Had it not been for the instigation of the Ice Demon Clan, they would never have provoked this monster. This is no mere martial sovereign, surely. It must be something beyond the extraordinary. Under the torment of the 7 absolute killing formation, not only is he unscathed, but he appears even more formidable than the rumors suggest. Furthermore, this formation, fueled by blood essence, possesses a power exponentially greater than ever before. In a flash, Ye Ming suddenly materialized beside the Earth Demon Clan's Ding Tong Tian.
Ye Ming had long discerned that among this group, Ding Tongtian was the most loquacious. Severely injured and lacking the strength to flee, Ding Tongtian was effortlessly dispatched with a single punch that obliterated his skull.
Ding. Acquired 150,000 enhancement points. Chapter 27, viciously striking the drowned dog, taming the mutated beasts in a blink, Ye Ming reappeared beside the Ice Ancient King of the Ice Demon clan. The mind-piercing strike activated, leaving the latter's eyes clouded in chaos. With a firm grasp, Ye Ming pressed his hand upon the king's head, crushing it with a swift motion. The mixture of crimson and ivory brain matter splattered everywhere, while blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The headless body gradually succumbing to gravity. Yet another high-ranking martial artist had perished. The onlookers were struck with horror, their spirits crushed, utterly devoid of the will to resist as they hastily fled. Ye Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. None of these individuals would escape today. No matter how swift their movements, his ability to traverse the void allowed him to appear beside his targets in an instant. He was like a ghost, elusive and formidable. With his next target being the Illusion Clan. The martial artist of the Illusion Clan suddenly sensed a grave threat, unleashing a flurry of obliteration techniques. Mysterious beams of light filled the profound expanse of the cosmos, enveloping Ye Ming. Although the Illusion Clan's offensive capabilities were inferior to those of other ancient clans, their illusions were formidable, often ensnaring adversaries of equivalent rank. At this moment, the obliteration technique, wielded by a high-ranking martial artist, emanated an aura reminiscent of the true cosmos. Yet, having traversed the ancient primordial world and experienced the merging of two universes, Ye Ming effortlessly discerned the flaws within the illusions with a mere glance. Activating his Eye of Truth, he shattered the illusionary realm in all directions. Planets and nebulae crumbled before him, revealing a vast vacuum amidst the beams of obliteration. What? The Illusion Clan martial artist frantically unleashed more obliteration techniques, retreating with haste. However, no amount of these techniques could withstand the gaze of Ye Ming's Eye of Truth, crumbling into nothingness in an instant. With a swift movement through the void, Ye Ming left all the obliteration techniques far behind, appearing before the Illusion Clan martial artist in the blink of an eye. The gilded blade unsheathed with an air of solemnity, the dark crimson light casting a hue across half of the Illusion Clan martial artist's face. Then, the strike fell. No! The voice of the Illusion Clan martial artist was abruptly silenced. With a sickening sound, a head soared into the air, blood spraying forth like a fountain. And all illusions shattered. In the distance, the roars of beasts echoed ominously. Ye Ming turned his gaze to a position several hundred meters ahead, where the Beast Master Clan's martial artist waved 8 writhing tentacles, sending waves of mental energy radiating outward. Countless beasts, summoned by this force, were converging towards Ye Ming. Meanwhile, he himself was rapidly retreating at nearly 500 meters per second. Only now did they think to summon mutated beasts? It was too late. Ye Ming scoffed. With a flash through the void, Ye Ming appeared in the path of the Beast Master Clan martial artist. I will not back down. The tentacles of the Beast Master Clan shot forth like swords, 8 waves of mental energy piercing towards Ye Ming's brow. The concentration of mental force had rendered the air nearly gelatinous. The full force of the Beast Master Clan's martial artist was comparable to that of a low-tier lord. And should the mutated beast horde arrive, it was certainly possible for them to escape even from a mid-tier lord. In truth, the sound of the approaching beast horde grew louder. The overwhelming presence caused the earth to tremble. To challenge me in mental prowess is akin to seeking death. Ye Ming's mind-piercing strike was unleashed, facing 8 adversaries at once. Crack! 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 The spirit of the Beastmaster tribe crumbled under the weight of a devastating mental strike, infused with the power of annihilation, which punctured the brow of their martial sovereign in an instant. Immediately, 8 tendrils slackened, and their eyes glazed over. A dark golden blade of light cleaved through the air, severing the Beastmaster tribe in twain. Yet another high-ranking martial sovereign lay vanquished. Is this still human? The remaining members of the Cyclops, Night Demon, and Storm Demon tribes fled in a frantic panic. From 7 martial sovereigns, only 3 remained, rendering any possibility of launching the 7 ultimate killing formation futile. Against the might of Ye Ming, it was inconceivable that they could pose any hindrance. The inevitable conclusion was their individual destruction.
Furthermore, the unheard-of teleportation spell loomed above the ancient tribesmen like the sword of Damocles, leaving everyone uncertain of who would perish next. Under such immense pressure, the nerves of the powerful had already been stretched to their limits, with a singular thought resonating in their minds: escape. The farther, the better. They would forsake the 7 ultimate ancient swords. Nothing was more vital than survival. Blood poured like rain, and with the demise of the Beastmaster tribe, the mutated beasts lost their mental control, momentarily halting their advance. However, several of these aberrant creatures had already revealed themselves from the forest.
The true eye swept over them,
revealing mutated elephants, mutated rhinoceroses, and several mid-sized ferocious beasts like tigers and leopards. Each was nearly 2 to 3 times their normal size, appearing from a distance like small mountains, exerting immense visual pressure. Most of them were at the martial king realm. Achieving such a state as mutated beasts was no small feat. Witnessing the explosion of the Beastmaster tribe, a brutal clarity dawned upon their eyes. And they roared to the heavens, realizing they had been under the tribe's control.
Yet with the Beastmaster tribe's death,
they lacked a target for vengeance and could only retreat back into the jungle. Ye Ming's gaze shifted slightly.
A resounding voice reverberating: "You are mere pawns of the Beastmaster tribe, can you truly accept this?" The leading mutated giant elephant responded with a voice like thunder: "We,
the mutated beasts, do not require your human concerns. Should you choose to submit to our human race, I can guarantee the annihilation of the Beastmaster tribe, ensuring that your mutated kind will never again be subjugated by them."
Ye Ming replied coolly.
A mutated spotted leopard spoke, its voice deep: "Human, I acknowledge your strength.
But that does not signify that all your kind are formidable.
On the contrary, your race is on the brink of extinction.
Do you truly think you can eradicate the Beastmaster tribe? It's laughable."
Ye Ming responded calmly: "I, Ye Ming, am a man of my word. If you place your trust in me, I shall not betray you." Another mutated spotted tiger interjected: "While we harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Beastmaster tribe,
their might is not to be underestimated. How can we trust the words of a single individual?
Trust brings life, disbelief brings death.
You must know that the Beastmaster tribe summoned you here to face whom, right? My patience for enemies is exceedingly limited."
With a scoff, the giant elephant bellowed: "I shall eliminate you first." It stumped thunderously, cracking the ground beneath, its massive form leaping high, its long trunk swinging fiercely toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming snorted coldly,
instantly appearing before the mutated giant elephant, activating the Earth Demon Ice Body.
Grasping the giant elephant's trunk with his left hand, he yanked it closer,
delivering a seemingly unremarkable punch with his right. Like an ant shaking a tree, yet. Boom!
The force of the punch pierced through the giant elephant's skull, reducing its brain matter to a mere pulp. The massive head shattered, blood and brain fluid gushed forth, and the creature collapsed with a thunderous crash.
Silence enveloped the surroundings.
All the beasts stood in stunned disbelief. This mutated giant elephant, even among the ranks of aberrant creatures, was an apex predator,
with thick skin and immense strength capable of shaking mountains.
Yet, with a single blow, Ye Ming effortlessly shattered its cranium and tore apart its colossal head. The ancient beings fleeing the scene felt a chill run down their spines. Such a terrifying entity had emerged from the human race, and it was imperative to report this development to their kin immediately. As the wind control technique was activated, the ethereal wind elements lifted Ye Ming's form,
allowing him to survey the mutated beasts from a commanding height. "What now? Do you have any further inquiries?"
A terrifying aura locked onto the mutated creatures, and with the ability to teleport, he stood ready to slay the next beast at any moment.
"Human, do you comprehend that opposing the Beastmasters means confronting the entirety of the ancient clans?" "I am well aware. Yet there shall come a day when I will cleanse all alien races in blood,"
Ye Ming declared with pride. The mutated flower leopard and the other aberrant beasts exchanged furtive glances before finally speaking: "We are willing to submit to the human race,
and we hope that you will honor your promises to us."
The mental control exerted by the Beastmasters was nothing short of enslavement, completely stripping the mutated beasts of their autonomy.
With the alliance of the ancient clans standing guard, if the mutated beasts confronted the Beastmasters alone,
they would undoubtedly fall prey to the onslaught of other ancient races. If they chose not to fight, they would be gradually consumed by the Beastmasters.
Yet,
The human race before them was so formidable that perhaps they could indeed fulfill this grand ambition. In truth, the mutated flower leopard had little choice. It had no doubt that this human could annihilate them if they did not comply. However, there was one matter. I am growing impatient. Ye Ming's expression darkened. The mutated flower leopard responded hastily, "We cannot offer our soul imprints at this moment." With that, the flower leopard anxiously glanced at Ye Ming, aware of his unpredictable temperament. But the matter of the soul imprint was critical. Once given, it would be akin to succumbing to the mental control of the beast masters. The flower leopard could not help but take the risk to inquire further. Yet Ye Ming smiled, a smile that sent chills through the hearts of the aberrant beasts. "It matters not, you need only to find Shuriying and heed his commands." "Shuriying?" The flower leopard's expression changed. "Is he not the bloodthirsty guinea pig king?" "Indeed. Shuriying has already offered me his soul imprint." The flower leopard was utterly astonished. Shuriying possessed remarkable strength, with unparalleled speed, commanding a terrifying army of guinea pigs. Shuriying's allegiance meant that the guinea pig army would also fall under Ye Ming's control. "We are willing to submit to the human race and follow your orders." The mutated flower leopard knelt, pressing its forelegs to the ground. "We pledge our loyalty to the human race and will obey your commands." The declaration resonated like thunder, echoing powerfully. At that moment, Ye Ming sensed a shift. The remaining 3 high-ranking martial sovereigns were hastily retreating. Little did they know, the minds of the one-eyed giants, the night demons, and the storm demons were in turmoil. Initially, witnessing Ye Ming inexplicably confront the mutated beast horde, the onlookers harbored hopes that they could exploit the beasts to either annihilate or diminish Ye Ming's combat prowess. They stood at a distance, observing. Yet were utterly unprepared for the turn of events when Ye Ming, with a single punch, obliterated the mutated giant elephant, causing the beast horde to unexpectedly submit to him. This revelation struck terror into their hearts. With Ye Ming alone having rendered them powerless, the addition of the mutated beasts left them with no avenue for escape. "I shall return shortly," Ye Ming declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before the Cyclops race. "Destructive death ray!" The Cyclops martial sovereign bellowed, a crimson light shooting from his single eye, hurtling toward Ye Ming. The moment Ye Ming materialized, he sensed the impending danger and instinctively countered with the Cyclope's most formidable innate divine ability. Without flinching, he met the deadly beam head-on. As the golden-hued blade was drawn forth, upon contact with Ye Ming's skin, the devastating death ray was instantly repelled. A single figure wielding a blade transformed into a fleeting shadow, piercing fiercely into the Cyclope's eye. The death ray abruptly ceased, and with a vigorous twist, the Cyclope's head erupted in a violent explosion. Simultaneously, the mutated flower leopard and the mutated spotted tiger led the beast horde to encircle the night demon clan and the storm demon clan. Ye Ming's actions were deliberate. Among the ancient alien races seeking his demise, only the storm demon clan and the night demon clan had yet to engage him directly. Each of these tribes possessed unique innate divine abilities, and while he had not yet felt their impact, should he find himself ensnared, he could risk missing the opportunity for escape. Thus, it was prudent for the mutated beasts to venture forth as a means of testing the waters. Boom! In the vicinity of the flower leopard, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as dark clouds gathered, with violet lightning dancing through the tumultuous sky. Chapter 28, Breaking Through the Lord Realm. Celestial omens shocked the races. This was the domain of the Storm Demon clan. It appeared that their innate divine ability was the manipulation of lightning. A revelation that had dawned upon Ye Ming. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck the back of the mutated flower leopard, charring its skin and causing blood to gush forth, yet failing to inflict a fatal blow. The storm demons retreated swiftly, fingers weaving intricate gestures, as purple lightning danced about, heralding another strike. Crack! The wound on the leopard's back was struck again, revealing stark white bone, its fur standing on end, as blood spurted forth. Its limbs convulsed, significantly hampering its speed. Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Indeed, the storm demon's talents were formidable, capable not only of summoning thunder but also exhibiting terrifying precision in their control. Even a creature as powerful as the flower leopard was gravely wounded after merely 2 strikes. Beast, perish! The storm demon roared, as the clouds above swirled ominously. gathering dozens of serpentine purple bolts of lightning towards the center, pulsing with electric energy, a tempest of lightning ready to be unleashed.
In response,
the mutated flower leopard could only wail in despair, its body paralyzed, unable to move. Then, the storm demon shifted its gestures, causing the energy at the vortex's center to tremble, and the lightning hurled downward. At that moment, a figure flashed past, positioning itself between the lightning and the leopard. With a mere lift of his hand, the lightning erupted in a thunderous explosion between his palms, dissipating the smoke, as the figure stood resolutely unyielding.
It was none other than Ye Ming.
With the mutated beasts having pledged allegiance, he would not allow them to perish. Though the lightning storm was potent,
it could not breach his earth demon ice soul golden body. Human!
The storm demon exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise, before unleashing another bolt of thundercloud lightning, retreating rapidly.
Nowhere to flee.
Ye Ming grinned slyly, vanishing into thin air, suddenly appearing beside the storm demon.
With a mental thrust, his gilded blade retracted,
and the storm demon was shattered into fragments.
Turning his gaze towards the fleeing night demon clan, he was momentarily taken aback.
Besides the mutated spotted tiger and a host of other mutated beasts, that area was eerily devoid of any presence.
Ye Ming's vision spanned hundreds of kilometers,
and in mere seconds, the adversaries could not have escaped his line of sight. Activating his true eye, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of aura approximately 30 kilometers away.
Ye Ming vanished into the void, delivering a powerful punch into the air. Crack!
The space collapsed, revealing a dark green head adorned with stripes, capable of shifting colors like a chameleon. It became apparent that the night demons possessed the innate ability of stealth.
Upon seeing Ye Ming, the night demoness expression shifted,
the dark green stripes fluctuating rapidly as it attempted to vanish into the void once more.
Ye Ming, undeterred, shattered the space again with another punch, fully revealing the night demon. Not escaping? Ye Ming remarked coolly.
At that moment, the spotted tiger sprang forth, sinking its teeth into the night demoness arm. The night demon, feeling the pain, attempted to break free and invoked its stealth ability once again, disappearing from sight. However, the bite had inflicted a wound, and regardless of the night demoness attempts to conceal itself, the injury on its arm remained exposed. The spotted tiger surged forward, viciously tearing at the body of the night demon clan's martial lord. However, the formidable strength of the martial lord rendered the tiger's bites ineffective, only causing blood to flow profusely from the wounds.
Please, spare me.
The night demon, aware of the inevitable fate,
cast a pleading glance towards Ye Ming.
No need, Ye Ming replied coolly, as he swiftly moved through the void, his mighty hand descending upon the creature's head,
transmitting an overwhelming force.
With a crack, the skull shattered, blood splattering everywhere. As Ye Ming relaxed his fingers, the night demon collapsed slowly to the ground.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 935,000 enhancement points and gained the skills of Thunderstorm and Shadow Stealth. A breakthrough in Realm has been detected, please confirm.
Ha!
This bout of slaughter has yielded significant rewards. Let me elucidate the newly acquired skills. Thunderstorm summons lightning to unleash a celestial strike, while Shadow Stealth allows for the manipulation of one's aura to blend seamlessly with the environment, achieving invisibility. With these two new abilities, Ye Ming felt a surge of elation. Excellent, enhanced the 7 primary skills evenly and confirmed the realm elevation. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have transcended to the initial Lord Realm. 2 mysterious forces surged into Ye Ming's being, dramatically elevating his presence. The heavens and earth shifted, as a colossal vortex materialized, a beam of light cascading down from it, enveloping Ye Ming entirely. 7 rays of colorful light appeared in the sky, revolving around the light beam, emanating an aura of regality that compelled the numerous mutated beasts to kneel in submission. In the center of the light beam, Ye Ming felt a languid sensation, solidifying his status in the initial martial lord realm. Simultaneously, countless gazes were drawn to his location, at the stronghold of the Earth Demon Clan within the 10th layer of the Fallen Zone. This is the celestial phenomenon indicative of a lord's breakthrough. By the positioning, it must be in the 2nd layer of the Fallen Zone. Now that the ancient golden cavern has opened, it seems someone from the ancient clan has achieved a breakthrough. murmured a leader of the Earth Demon clan, known as Divine Stone, the elder brother of Divine who had attained a transcendent level of cultivation. In the 81st layer of the Fallen Zone, every 10 layers housed a fixed ancient race. The nearest, the 10th layer, was guarded by the Earth Demon clan, which is why they were the first to learn of the ancient Golden Cavern's opening. Wait. Divine Stone suddenly noticed the 7 rays of light, his expression turning to one of astonishment.
7 auspicious signs have descended. How is this possible? Which member of my ancient clan possesses such potential to be enveloped by auspiciousness? If only it were our Earth Demon clan. In the shadows, a figure silently stepped forth, perhaps not. Clad in a black robe, the figure's face was entirely shrouded beneath the hood, obscuring his features. And he emanated an eerie aura that set him apart from the Earth Demon clan and all other ancient races.
Mr. Ghost? Divine Stone's gaze sharpened slightly.
What do you mean by that? Surely you are aware that the first contender for the ancient Golden Cavern has already been slaughtered by that human.
And at the behest of the Ice Demon clan, the 7 ancient races participating are all at the High Lord realm.
How could they possibly achieve a breakthrough to the initial Lord realm? Divine Stone was momentarily taken aback. Then what does Mr. Ghost imply?
Mr. Gue retorted. Your ancient clans each possess unique talents, and if one's gifts are exceptional, they will be accompanied by auspicious signs, am I correct?
Indeed, it is so. Have you ever pondered why your ancient clans have never manifested more than 2 auspicious signs?
Mr. Gue spoke in a somber tone. I speculate that each radiant sign represents a distinct talent. Historically, the auspicious signs of the ancient clans have never exceeded 2. For your Earth Demon clan is limited to the Earth Demon ice armor and cannot possess other talents.
Shinshur was taken aback. Are you suggesting that this individual who has broken through to the Lord level possesses 7 talents simultaneously?
Mr. Gue nodded. I wonder if it is mere coincidence that the ancient clans attacking the human race number exactly 7, or if there is a deeper reason. Shinshur paused momentarily.
Are you implying that this individual who has broken through to the Lord level is from the human race?
There is indeed a possibility, Mr. Gue replied calmly. This world is vast, and one must hold a sense of reverence for all beings.
If your ancient clans can produce combat geniuses, why cannot the human race?
Mr. Gue continued, furthermore, I wish to remind you that if the human race truly possesses 7 talents, then your ancient clan's 7 martial sovereigns sent to hunt him may be in grave danger.
Shinshur fell into contemplation, then looked up.
Quickly send someone to the location of the Hugujin cave to contact our martial sovereign Ding Tiantong.
However, as soon as he spoke,
a figure rushed in and knelt before Shinshur. Our martial sovereign Ding Tiantong has fallen.
What?
Shinshur staggered slightly. Mr. Gue displayed a peculiar expression, and without any visible movement, he retreated, gradually disappearing into the shadows. After a while, Shinshur clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with fury. Cursed human race!
You have slain my clansman and extinguished one of our high-level martial sovereigns. This time, I will personally intervene and vow to eradicate you. Meanwhile, in the Ice Demon clan's territory, Elder Bingling Tian exclaimed, impossible. The 7 absolute sword formation has been breached? Are you certain of what you say?
A lower-ranking martial sovereign of the Ice Demon clan responded, the news is confirmed, our Lord Ice Ancient has perished. He handed over a broken nameplate with the words Ice Ancient King glaringly inscribed.
Elder Bingling Tian declared vehemently, to break the 7 absolute killing formation and slay the wielder, this human is no ordinary foe.
Send forth more powerful warriors, I must ensure the eradication of this human, never to let it arise again. In the Illusion clan, Huan Ning murmured, such formidable strength. I am intrigued to see what this individual is truly capable of, whether he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms or an indestructible body.
Her brother, Huan Yan, who was at the High Lord level, cautioned, sister, do you wish to confront him? He has already breached the 7 absolute killing formation set by 7 high-level martial sovereigns. You might.
Huan Ning cast a flirtatious glance, her voice languid, brother, I have just made a breakthrough. I am now at the high martial sovereign level as well.
Besides, you know what my main focus is, do you not?
Even those at the Lord level must heed my commands.
Enough, spare me your charms, Huan Yan replied, his patience wearing thin as he quickly averted his gaze. Feeling utterly helpless against his beguiling sister,
The Illusion clan typically practices the art of cosmic deduction, simulating the workings of the universe to disorient their adversaries. However, this particular sister has channeled her innate talent into the art of seduction. It must be said that, coupled with the exquisite beauty of Huan Ning's visage and her graceful figure, once the art of allure is unleashed, even those of lordly stature may find themselves ensnared. Huan Yin remarked, "You may go as you please, but if you can truly subjugate this human, it would not only deal a significant blow to the human race, but it is rumored that he may possess a divine weapon. Do not forget to compel him to surrender it." Oh? Huan Ning's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then I must indeed pay him a visit. At the same moment, all 7 ancient clans were devising strategies to contend with Ye Ming. Even those clans that had never crossed swords with him were stirred into action. In the central security domain of the human realm, the commander exclaimed, "Look! This is a celestial phenomenon heralding a breakthrough to lordship, but why are there colorful lights? Could it be that a new lord has emerged from the ancient clans?" A strong warrior of the martial sovereign realm expressed his concerns. The golden-armored commander scrutinized the location of the celestial event. However, the ancient alien races have only ever manifested a maximum of 2 colorful lights. I have never witnessed 7 appearing at once. There is only one possibility: a remarkably gifted individual has emerged. The golden-armored commander abruptly turned, "Immediately dispatch awakened ones to investigate. If it is indeed an ancient clan breaking through, regardless of the cost, we must eliminate them. Should our human warriors perish in the process, they shall enter the hall of heroic spirits, receiving the eternal reverence of our race." "Yes," the individual replied, their gaze resolute, and bowed before departing. Chapter 29, Supporting the Human Race. The 7 killing swords change hands within the Hall of Heroes. Countless valiant human warriors are enshrined, including the revered emperors of the human race throughout the ages. These individuals have achieved remarkable feats, contributing significantly to the glory of humanity. Entering the Hall of Heroes is a mark of honor and, under the shadow of impending doom, the greatest aspiration of every human male. The golden-armored commander's decision underscores the immense value placed on the one who descends bearing the 7 auspicious signs. Once this individual departs, the golden-armored commander gazes at the dark red sky, murmuring, "If for our human race, it would be a tremendous fortune indeed. Yet, if he belongs to the ancient alien races, the peril for our people would be even greater." The commander is acutely aware that should this individual be of alien origin, those of his kind would undoubtedly employ cunning means to safeguard him, making it exceedingly difficult for the human race to eliminate him. As discussions about Ye Ming ensue, he suddenly opens his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance piercing the heavens. The elevation bestowed upon him by the initial lord rank is indeed substantial, incomparable to merely crossing a minor boundary. Should he re-enter the 7 killing array at this moment, a single punch would suffice to inflict severe damage upon all alien adversaries, negating the need for individual pursuits. With a singular motion, the 7 colorful lights swirling around him return to his being, restoring the turbulent sky to a serene expanse, clearing the clouds to reveal a bright azure. Ye Ming raises his head and lets out a long, resounding roar that reverberates through the firmament, causing the heavens to tremble and myriad beasts to prostrate themselves. "Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the Lord rank." The mutated flower leopard and the mutated spotted tiger, accompanied by a host of transformed beasts, kneel before him, their eyes brimming with reverence. The mutated beasts feel immensely fortunate for their earlier choice. This human not only possesses terrifying strength but also an astonishing rate of advancement. Perhaps he truly can lead humanity to resurgence, thereby liberating the mutated beasts from the ancient alien dominion. To the ancient alien races, the zombie clan and mutated beast kin, these indigenous mutated factions of Earth, are not regarded as their kin, held in disdain from the depths of their hearts. Collaborating with them is merely a means of exploitation. "We are willing to offer our souls, that the Master may inscribe upon us his soul mark," declares the mutated flower leopard. "There is no need for that at present, you need only locate the Shadow Eater and follow their arrangements," Ye Ming replies calmly. The hearts of the mutated beasts sink slightly, yet they express their gratitude. "Rest assured, Master. We shall obey the commands of the Shadow Eater and strive to protect humanity to the best of our abilities." Without offering their souls, they cannot be considered Ye Ming's true kin. "That is well. You may disperse now."
The mutated beasts bow and retreat, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest.
Shi Qingshan and others remain in a state of shock, unable to fully comprehend the magnitude of what they have witnessed.
Elder, you were simply magnificent just now. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed all this to be real. Chen Fei exclaims in admiration.
Shi Qingshan playfully taps Chen Fei on the head. Do not be disrespectful to the elder. He then kneels on one knee. We are willing to pledge our lives to follow the elder. Ye Ming steps forward to assist them. We are all of the human race. There is no need for such formality.
We share the same goal, and that is sufficient.
Ye Ming surveys the field littered with alien corpses. In the past 2 years, our human race has endured relentless oppression. While I cannot claim to lead humanity toward a grand future, I shall do my utmost to change this state of affairs.
With a single emphatic declaration,
an imposing aura surged forth, compelling everyone present to stand in solemn reverence, for they were convinced that the man before them possessed undeniable confidence. They had witnessed the advent of 7 auspicious omens, though their significance remained elusive. The potent and sacred energy emanating from him was unmistakable.
Senior, what are your plans next? Are you heading to the central safe zone?
Inquired Shi Qingshan. Historically, awakened beings occasionally emerged from the devastated regions. Each awakened individual would journey to the central safe zone of the human race, where they could access various resources to foster their growth. As it stood at the forefront of the ongoing war, offering ample opportunities for self-cultivation.
More critically, should an awakened one transcend the martial sovereign realm,
the extraordinary celestial phenomena would undoubtedly draw the attention of ancient forces, which would likely incite the pursuit of formidable alien beings.
Within the protective embrace of the human legions in the central safe zone, the strategic depth for the awakened could multiply exponentially, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. In contrast, remaining in the devastated areas, isolated and vulnerable, would render even the mightiest at risk of annihilation under the onslaught of alien adversaries.
Shi Qingshan and the others were reluctant to part with Ye Ming, yet the course of action was beyond their control.
Ye Ming, however, responded.
I shall not leave just yet, there remain matters for me to attend to here. Shi Qingshan, taken aback, cautioned, but senior,
your triggering of celestial phenomena could easily attract the fatal wrath of alien forces. Remaining here is perilous. Then so be it.
This will save me the trouble of seeking them out one by one, Ye Ming declared, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. If one comes, I shall slay him. If 2 come, I shall slay them both. No matter how many approach, I will vanquish them until they are filled with dread.
Until they are driven to extinction. Such audacity.
Shi Qingshan and the others were awestruck. The sheer force of his presence was enough to command the respect of all humanity. To be in the heart of the devastated region was akin to delving deep into enemy territory, a testament to his disregard for life and death. Shi Qingshan regarded the man before him, who was 2 decades his junior, and sensed an invigorating essence radiating from him. For 2 years, the souls of the fallen had been crying out. The bloodied wounds trembled with anticipation. Yet, in this moment, none of that mattered. Blood surged with fervor. Suppressed emotions were unleashed. Humanity desperately needed such a banner, a man who could uphold the torch of their legacy for generations to come. And this young man, barely in his 20s, was capable of fulfilling every hope harbored by the human race. Tears welled in Shi Qingshan's eyes, and he averted his gaze, discreetly wiping them away. He noticed Chang Fei, Duan Tian, and others mimicking his actions. Chang Fei chuckled softly. It's my first time witnessing the true emotions of Captain Shi. You little rascal. Shi Qingshan playfully tapped his head, chiding him with a smile. How long had it been since he felt such lightness? Senior, are you planning to venture into the 3rd level of the devastated region next? Shi Qingshan inquired. Ye Ming nodded. First, we shall return to your outpost. I have some matters to discuss with you. However, before that, there is still one more thing I must attend to. The crisis of the zombie tide. The stronghold of the 10th level of the demon race and the 42nd level of the devastated region where his sister, Yili, resided were all destinations Ye Ming intended to visit. Ye Ming turned his gaze towards the surroundings, where 7 ancient swords hovered a meter above the ground. Their wielders long deceased. With their masters gone, the swords became formless entities, unclaimed by any. Bereft of control, the sword energy surged chaotically, forming an elliptical barrier. Any object that approached would be mercilessly shredded by the lethal force.
This was a spontaneous defense mechanism,
only manipulable by those who mastered specific sword techniques, hence the reluctance of the alien races to reclaim the ancient swords. No one dared to brave the overwhelming chaos of the sword energy to retrieve them. Yet, Ye Ming flickered into the void, his hand descending with authority. The sword energy, sensing a threat, surged violently towards him. The dense sword energy even tore through the air, creating a series of minuscule spatial rifts. Ye Ming snorted coldly. His hand enveloped in the earth demon ice soul golden body, impervious to the sword energy as he firmly grasped the hilt. The howling sword energy failed to inflict even a scratch upon him. Then, Ye Ming unleashed a burst of strength from his palm. Crack! It sounded as if something had shattered, the ancient swords instantly settled down, and the sword energy dissipated into nothingness. In his grasp, the sword appeared as an unremarkable long sword, leaving no one to suspect the immense lethal power it had once unleashed. Meanwhile, within the Beast Tamer clan's realm, a phantasm identical to the ancient sword in Ye Ming's hand was enshrined at the center of the sword tomb. The sword's body was entwined with dark golden runes,
enigmatic and wondrous. Just then, a chime echoed.
The sword's shadow fractured in the center.
With a flash of light, it vanished completely. The 7 absolute killing sword shattered.
The sword guardian was momentarily stunned, then his expression shifted dramatically as he scrambled out of the sword tomb.
For countless years, tranquility had reigned within its confines. What had transpired?
The clan leader's face froze like ice. The shadow of the 7 absolute sword shattered?
Impossible. The 7 absolute killing sword was forged from ancient divine crystals. Even a half-step deity would find it challenging to shatter.
The ancient monsters capable of reaching such a realm were presently in secluded cultivation. There was no way that a mere human, recently ascended to lordship, could achieve this feat.
Could it be that this individual had found a way to erase the imprint of my 7 absolute killing sword? This human is indeed peculiar. This person must be eliminated.
The clan leader's gaze turned cold. Ye Ming, undeterred, proceeded to obliterate the imprints on the remaining 6 swords of the 7 absolute killing sword, one by one.
Crack! Crack!
The shadows of the remaining 6 ancient alien swords within the clan's sword tomb shattered. The other alien races were struck with shock and dismay, yet powerless to intervene. Once the imprint was broken, it was tantamount to losing any connection to the 7 absolute killing sword.
Controlling the 7 absolute killing sword through sword techniques was indeed the only method, but for Ye Ming, such intricacies were unnecessary.
The formidable power and defense granted by the Earth Demon Ice Soul Golden Body allowed him to withstand the sword energy, and with a mental thrust, he could effortlessly annihilate any artificially set marks within the sword's body. Simple and brutal, yet remarkably effective. It could be said that only Ye Ming in the entire world could accomplish such feats. Qingxian and the others were left speechless in astonishment. While others might be unaware, they certainly understood the terrifying prowess of the 7 absolute killing formation. Ye Ming temporarily entrusted the 7 absolute killing swords to Qingxian and the others. Let us return to the outpost. The outpost lies approximately over 20 kilometers away, however. At the current pace of the few individuals, it seemed merely a matter of minutes before it came into view. This was still under Ye Ming's deliberate control of their speed. Along the way, they encountered numerous mutated beasts, which, upon sighting Ye Ming and his companions,
knelt on one knee in a gesture of submission. The group marveled at how, not long ago, these mutated beasts were formidable adversaries of humanity. Nevertheless,
Ye Ming understood that the mutated beasts yielding to humans were confined to the first and second zones of the fallen region. In other zones, the mutated creatures were still more powerful than the mutated panthers, maintaining the original hierarchy.
Within the outpost,
Ye Ming disclosed the secrets of the spatial rifts in the first fallen zone as well as the plans of the zombie clan to initiate a zombie tide to Qingxian and the others. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they realized that all humanity had erred. The so-called first fallen zone, allegedly the least populated by mutated creatures, was in fact the very source of danger.
The ancient alien races, while ostensibly extending the front line to the 81st fallen zone,
were actually creating opportunities for their powerful kin by stabilizing the spatial rifts for a large-scale invasion.
With the information confirmed,
Qingshan inquired whether there was a means of communication to relay this crucial intelligence to the central territories of humanity.
Cheng Fei responded, "I'll give it a try."
He retrieved a diesel generator and a laptop from within the outpost, and after starting the generator and connecting the two devices, he spent an extended period on adjustments.
Finally, it was operational.
Qingshan reminded, "Let us not forget to transmit the battle footage of our predecessors back to the central territories. Our people truly need a morale boost."
Understood. Chapter 30, The Human Spirit Soars.
The mysteries of the ancient scriptures. Meanwhile, in the central domain of the human race,
the commander received an enigmatic signal from the second fallen zone.
Curious, he decided to investigate. For some time, the golden armored commander had been restless. The celestial phenomena heralding the arrival of the 7 auspicious signs felt like a sword suspended over his heart. After a brief flicker, a video emerged, depicting a journey towards the ancient gold cavern.
Clad in green, wielding a long blade, it was none other than Ye Ming.
With each swing of his golden blade, he reaped the lives of several, even dozens, of alien foes. Not even the destructive death rays could harm him in the slightest. Then came a breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. The golden armored commander tightened his grip.
Could it be that a member of the human race had transcended to the martial sovereign level?
The commander recalled the celestial signs from not long ago.
The scene shifted, revealing Ye Ming slaughtering the alien encampment outside the ancient gold cavern.
One man, one sword, standing against hundreds. Blood stained the heavens and soaked the earth. This was a one-sided massacre, with the victims being the ancient alien races.
The golden armored commander bellowed, "Summon everyone swiftly to witness this."
His heart raced with excitement. Within a mere 10 minutes, the ancient races suffered heavy casualties.
Ye Ming effortlessly withstood the shockwave from the ancient gold cavern, using the wind control technique to subdue the mutated beasts.
The moment he shattered the skull of a gigantic mutated elephant with a single punch left countless spectators in disbelief. It was well known that on the outskirts of the central domain, the battlefield, notorious as the death meat grinder, would witness each gigantic mutated elephant's appearance as a turning point in battle.
As the human legion made a breakthrough,
they were instantly crushed and injured by the colossal feet of these elephants, leading to a hasty retreat. Had there been someone like Ye Ming among the troops,
perhaps the human race would have already broken free from the encirclement and reclaimed significant territory.
The scene transitioned again, showcasing Ye Ming stepping out of the ancient gold cavern.
His aura even more formidable. As the 7 absolute killing formation manifested, the golden armored commander clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his brow.
The dread of the 7 absolute killing formation had long since taken root in the hearts of every member of the human race.
Previously, the 4 major legions of the human race had suffered tremendous losses under the 7 absolute killing formation,
which prompted them to abandon the strategy of large legions in favor of smaller, fragmented units.
Yet,
these small legions were ill-equipped to face the united forces of the aliens and demonic creatures, resulting in continual retreats. It was only through the flanking assaults of the awakened ones that they managed to endure until now.
Damn the aliens! To employ the 7 absolute killing formation against a single human demonstrated their deep-seated hatred. However, the subsequent scene left everyone astounded.
One man, with a single punch,
shattered the 7 absolute killing formation and instantly slaughtered 7 sword wielders.
Then, he ascended to the rank of Lord, manifesting the 7 auspicious signs.
With renewed power, he obliterated the 7 absolute killing sword imprint. The 7 absolute killing sword fell into the hands of the human race.
Thus, the footage concluded. The golden armored commander could hardly fathom that this individual's strength far surpassed all expectations.
This was no mere outburst of power from a typical lord.
The ancient gold cavern had, because of this individual, transformed into a grand banquet exclusively for the human race.
Ecstasy engulfed everyone.
Our human race has produced such a prodigious talent, there is hope for our legacy.
Salvation is at hand. Following the fervor of joy, a solemnity ensued.
The golden armored commander inhaled deeply and issued a new command, transformed the exterminate order to protect, at all costs, ensure this individual is brought back to safety.
Until this moment,
he had believed that the celestial phenomena heralding the 7 auspicious signs were instigated by ancient alien races, and the extermination orders were directed at them.
However,
Now the tide had shifted entirely. He understood that the emergence of such a prodigy would undoubtedly provoke an onslaught from all foreign entities.
The situation of Ye Ming, far beyond the second fallen zone, would henceforth be perilous. To rescue Ye Ming is to save humanity. At all costs. Commander, there are still 2 segments of text. Someone called out. Ah.
He glanced downward, and as the crowd continued to read, their expressions grew increasingly grave.
The 2 segments revealed 2 astonishing secrets.
The crisis of the zombie tide was of secondary concern. The critical issue lay with the spatial rift, which involved far too serious ramifications.
The golden-armored commander clenched his fists. Should the ancient alien races be allowed to proceed, within a year, the spatial rift would stabilize completely. At that time, the emergence of alien powers would herald the true extermination of humanity.
The urgency of the situation surpassed all expectations of the human race.
In light of such an environment, the urgency to rescue Ye Ming became ever more pressing.
In the second fallen zone, Ye Ming drew forth the 7 absolute kill swords and placed them upon the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "These 7 swords resonate with one another. I intend to position them at the outpost of the second fallen zone, thus forming a unique array for our human race, the 7 absolute kill formation.
You need only control the formation, and it shall be sufficient to slay enemies across a significant realm." Shirching Shan's eyes sparkled. "Are you suggesting that we use the second fallen zone as a base to monitor the movements of the spatial rift?" "Indeed. Should this endeavor succeed, this location will become a thorn in the throat of the ancient alien races. The alien frontlines must communicate with their homeland through the second fallen zone. If our race can continuously monitor their movements, it will serve as an exquisite strategic maneuver. I shall imprint our human insignia upon the 7 absolute kill swords and impart the sword techniques to you all, facilitating the manipulation of the sword array," Ye Ming continued, turning his gaze. "Moreover, this 7 absolute kill formation should consist of a prime number of swords. If we could acquire 14 or 21, the potency would multiply. I am certain that among the remaining ancient alien races, there are still 7 absolute kill swords to be found. If I can obtain them, I shall bestow them upon you. Shang Fei." Ye Ming turned his gaze. "Senior, I am here." Chang Fei replied, standing at attention. "Do you still possess the ancient tome?" "Ah, yes, yes." Chang Fei hastily retrieved a weathered ancient book from a cloth bag, brushing off the dust before handing it over to Ye Ming. A sweep of Ye Ming's consciousness revealed a mysterious power within the book, hindering his mental penetration. He soon discovered that only a small section of the book was obstructing his probing. Something seemed to be concealed within. With a gentle shake, a yellowed, paper-like fragment fell out, its surface rough, as if torn apart by immense force. As Ye Ming's consciousness swept over the book again, he found the peculiar object to be the source of intrigue. Ye Ming picked up the peculiar fragment, its surface exhibiting a yellowed hue reminiscent of ancient texts, adorned with certain patterns that bore no resemblance to written language, instead resembling a topographical map. The content depicted on the fragment was exceedingly simplistic, akin to a child's rudimentary drawings, featuring spherical and elongated shapes that resembled wisps of clouds. The lines abruptly ceased at the edges of the fragment, leaving Ye Ming unable to discern the location it represented. One thing was certain, this fragment was part of a larger whole. Ye Ming did not underestimate its significance. Something capable of obstructing divine consciousness could not be trivial. He flipped through the ancient tome, both to verify its contents and to check for any additional fragments of maps concealed within, then inquired of Chang Fei, "Have you encountered anything similar to this before?" Chang Fei appeared equally perplexed. "Senior, to speak frankly, had you not opened this ancient book, I would have remained unaware of this hidden object within." "You've never examined it before?" Ye Ming pressed. "To be honest, this ancient tome is a treasured heirloom of the Chang family. Before I enlisted, my father insisted on handing it to me, claiming it was unsafe to keep it at home, and that it would be better entrusted to me." "Safer in the hands of a soldier?" Ye Ming's gaze flickered, as if a realization dawned upon him. "Please, continue." Chang Fei reminisced. "I never grasped why my father insisted so, but he was quite adamant, and I had no choice but to acquiesce. I had intended to return it after some time, but shortly thereafter, the second tier of the fallen zone was breached, and the ancient tome remained with me. Throughout the ongoing battles, I merely skimmed through it,
It had been tucked away in my bag, and had you not reminded me, I might have entirely forgotten about it. Ye Ming pondered a significant issue. Cheng's father suggested that the ancient tome was safer with Cheng Fei, which could imply a deeper awareness of some impending danger.
Suddenly, Ye Ming asked, "In which fallen zone is your Cheng family located?" "The 20th tier." Cheng Fei replied. "Prepare yourself, in the coming days. You shall accompany me to the 20th tier and to your family," Ye Ming declared resolutely. The 20th tier was indeed the stronghold of the Ice Demon clan.
A foreboding sense washed over Cheng Fei as he responded, "Senior, my father mentioned they had long departed the 20th tier for the central safe zone."
Ye Ming scoffed. "It is likely not so simple.
I briefly perused the tome earlier, and it appears that the ancient book in your possession is merely the first volume.
There is likely a second volume that your father may still possess."
"Why is that?"
Cheng Fei queried. "Your father must have understood the significance of this ancient tome.
And he likely recognized that it had attracted the attention of ancient extraterrestrial beings. By passing the first volume to you,
he aimed to prevent those beings from acquiring both volumes simultaneously. This is why he insisted on placing the ancient tome in your hands." Cheng Fei suddenly grasped the implication. The ancient extraterrestrial beings have already taken notice of the Cheng family? What if my father and the others?
Ye Ming patted Cheng Fei's head reassuringly.
"Do not dwell on such thoughts. Did they not inform you that they have moved to the central safe zone? I believe your father and the others are likely safe."
"Nevertheless, we must pay a visit to the Cheng family."
Although Ye Ming expressed this sentiment, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. After all,
the ancient tome of lore was a relic left behind by the ancient human civilization, encompassing a vast array of subjects.
Should anyone pose a threat to the Cheng family,
I shall personally sever their head," Cheng Fei declared, his fists clenched tightly.
Once more, he perused the ancient tome, which detailed numerous bizarre species, including the mayfly dragon and the spatial tapir.
It also contained illustrations of terrifying creatures, colossal in size, and hand-drawn depictions of ancient humanity battling alongside archaic alien races. The scenes were gruesome, with mountains of corpses and severed limbs scattered everywhere. Yet, the illustrations failed to reveal the identity of humanity's adversaries.
Were they in conflict with the heavens? And what, precisely, did heaven entail?
With just a few strokes of the brush, the ferocity of that era came rushing forth. Following the illustrations were inscriptions in ancient script. Though the language was archaic, Ye Ming could still discern the essence of the recorded content. It broadly recounted how the ancient humans united with the four divine beasts to breach the rifts in space, leading numerous archaic alien races to escape the ancient cosmos.
Thus concluded the first volume of the ancient tome.
At first glance, this appeared to align closely with what Zhu Ke had mentioned. However, Ye Ming astutely detected a critical inconsistency. The events chronicled in the tome occurred 5,000 years prior, while the current apocalyptic world had only endured for 2 years.
What had transpired during the intervening 4 millennia? After the ancient humans and archaic alien races breached the rifts, where did they vanish? Moreover, according to the ancient tome, while the ancient humans suffered some losses in strength while tearing open the rift, they had not fallen into utter disarray. Conversely, the archaic alien races were significantly weakened by the assault of the heavenly decree. Yet now, it appeared that the myriad alien races were overpowering humanity, which had lost much of its heritage. Furthermore, was there a deeper reason behind the united front of the various alien races against humanity? What exactly occurred during those missing 4,000 years? Ye Ming clenched his right fist. Perhaps only the subsequent volume of the ancient tome would unveil the secrets hidden within. Just then, a gunshot echoed from outside. Following that, Duan Tian shouted that a girl had arrived. Chapter 31, The Affection of Xin Xiaoxiao, Slay. The Night Demon Clan scout Ye Ming furrowed his brow, for he had already heard the wailing of the zombies. These monsters, they refused to dissipate. In an instant, Ye Ming appeared at the outpost's entrance, activating his true eye. Apart from 5 ordinary zombies, there were no ancient extraterrestrial beings in sight. In front of the zombies stood a girl, and Ye Ming could hardly believe his eyes. It was none other than Xin Xiaoxiao. She held the sniper rifle she had wielded before. Bang! Another shot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the forehead of one zombie, which twitched twice before collapsing to the ground.
Hearing the noise behind her, Shen Xiaoxiao turned around and, upon seeing Ye Ming, her face lit up with joy. However, at that moment, a zombie lunged at her from the side, mouth agape and reeking of decay. Just as Ye Ming was about to teleport, a shadowy figure darted from the bushes, tackling the zombie and devouring half of its skull in one bite. The bloodthirsty guinea pig. The crowd gasped in astonishment. But then they relaxed, knowing that the bloodthirsty guinea pig had already pledged allegiance to Ye Ming. Shen Xiaoxiao hastily fired 4 more shots, dispatching the remaining zombies, and rushed to Ye Ming's side. She wanted to say something, but her cheeks flushed, and her lips parted only to emit a soft murmur, "Benefactor." Shi Qingshan and the others exchanged glances, understanding the need for privacy, and retreated into the outpost, leaving space for Ye Ming and the girl. "What brings you here? Are you unaware of the perilous journey in between?" Ye Ming reproached. "I just wanted to follow you," Shen Xiaoxiao replied, her voice tinged with grievance. "Just you alone? Where is Sister Dong?" Sister Dong insisted on staying at the supermarket. "Is she all right?" "She has nearly recovered, just some superficial injuries left. She will be fine in no time." "That's good to hear." Ye Ming gently patted Shen Xiaoxiao's head. "You, truly a naive youngling. If you had encountered an ancient extraterrestrial being during your journey, what would you have done?" "Those ancient extraterrestrials, the ones with grayish-brown shells on their faces and bodies? I have encountered them. Their skin is so tough that my sniper rifle couldn't pierce it. They are the Earth Demon Clan. How did you survive?" "It was brother's shitting. He saved me." Shen Xiaoxiao pointed at the bloodthirsty guinea pig, which was feasting on the brains of the fallen zombies. Shen Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "Don't let his appearance fool you, he only consumes zombies and ancient extraterrestrials. I owe him my life on this journey, otherwise I surely would not have been able to meet you, benefactor." "Master," Shitting approached Ye Ming, "I apologize for startling the lady." "Lady?" Ye Ming was taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seemed the bloodthirsty guinea pig considered Shen Xiaoxiao his wife. Shen Xiaoxiao blushed yet offered no rebuttal, her eyes glimmering with a hint of delight. "Your name is Shitting? A warrior of the martial king realm, impressive. I appreciate your efforts during this time. Return now. When I encounter Shuriing, I shall speak of you in his presence." "Thank you, master. I shall take my leave." Shitting responded joyfully. Shen Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Master? He calls you master? You too?" Indeed, all bloodthirsty guinea pigs in the first and second fallen zones, along with all mutated monsters, have recognized our human race as their masters. No wonder I noticed that some mutated tigers and leopards did not attack me. Initially, I was taken aback. "My benefactor, you are truly remarkable." Ye Ming shook his head, stating that entering the 3rd level of the fallen zone was currently unfeasible. A peculiar expression crossed Ye Ming's face as he said, "Shen Xiaoxiao, you must refrain from allowing others to call you madam casually, for this implies." "However," Shen Xiaoxiao defiantly lifted her head and replied, "What if I wish to?" For the first time, Ye Ming, who had once faced countless monstrous beings without flinching, found himself momentarily speechless. He recalled the day he departed, when Shen Xiaoxiao had lightly brushed her lips against his cheek, a warmth that felt like yesterday. "May I henceforth address you as elder brother?" Ye Ming nodded helplessly. Matters of affection left him at a loss, leaving him awkwardly standing there. The chilling wind swept past, yet it could not extinguish the fervent warmth in Shen Xiaoxiao's heart. Under the slanting rays of the setting sun, their elongated shadows intertwined, bestowing a rare touch of warmth upon this apocalyptic landscape. From behind the stone, the faces of Duan Tian and the others peeked out. "Ah! Our esteemed senior has also found a partner," Duan Tian remarked in awe. "Stop joking. Do you not see our senior frozen there? Hurry and smooth things over." Shi Qingshan nudged Duan Tian. "Captain Shi, why don't you take the initiative? Spare me the chatter. When I tell you to go, you go. Am I the captain or are you? Besides, how many times has our senior saved you? What is wrong with smoothing things over?" "Alright, rank has its privileges." Duan Tian grimaced. "Senior, the wind outside is strong, Miss Shen, please do not catch a chill." Ye Ming felt a sense of relief and hastily urged Chen Xiaoxiao to return. Spending time alone with a girl was indeed quite a trial.
Chen Xiaoxiao shot Duan Tian a disdainful glance before heading back to the outpost. However, just as they returned to the outpost, a sudden wave of energy rippled through the air. The disturbance lasted only an instant, unnoticed by Shi Qingshan and the others, and in the next moment, it dissipated. Something is amiss.
Ye Ming activated his true vision, swiftly scanning the interior of the outpost, and immediately spotted a peculiar dark figure in the corner.
In an instant, he flashed to the figure's side, a powerful aura sealing off the opponent, as he reached out and grasped the figure by the throat. Ugh! The figure became clearer. The person's skin was a deep purple-black, capable of changing colors like a chameleon depending on the environment.
Their eyes were filled with rage. The sound of metal clashing echoed as everyone drew their weapons.
The Night Demon Clan, Ye Ming stated calmly. To think such an alien entity had been lurking within this abode, unbeknownst to them.
Shi Qingshan and the others felt a wave of fear. Had it not been for Ye Ming's timely discovery, they would have likely lost half their number. The Night Demon, realizing it had fallen into Ye Ming's hands, cackled hoarsely. As expected of the bloodthirsty demon, you can even perceive my Night Demon clan's stealth abilities.
I have ascertained the location of your human outpost.
You shall pay a price for slaughtering my Night Demon clan and seizing our 7 absolute killing sword.
Ha ha ha. With a slight movement of his finger, a dark glimmer flashed and shot towards the door. This is the Night Demon clan's method of sending messages.
Shi Qingshan cried out urgently. In the vast emptiness, Ye Ming swiftly flickered, while his other hand reached out to grasp the faint glimmer. Simultaneously, his mental piercing strike activated, instantly obliterating the mark attached to the glimmer. No matter how swift one might be, it could never rival the art of teleportation.
You! The Night Demon tribe exclaimed in exasperation.
A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of their mouth.
A mere parlor trick. Let me see what your message contains. The glimmer contracted, revealing a small scroll within,
detailing the positions of the outposts, with clear indications of several martial kings and martial masters. Naturally, the message also encompassed the location of the Night Demon tribe, prominently situated in the southeast of the 4th Fallen Zone.
Indeed, it seems the Night Demon tribe has grown impatient.
The eyes of the Night Demon tribe shifted to horror as Ye Ming unleashed a surge of power from his palm, claiming the life of his adversary.
Level 1 alert.
Everyone, search the interior of the outpost. Any foreign entities must be exterminated without exception.
No need, Ye Ming replied.
He is the sole infiltrator. Under the gaze of his true eye, no stealth could evade detection.
Ye Ming stated calmly, it appears it is time to pay a visit to the Night Demon tribe. Shi Qingshan, come here.
Ye Ming imbued the 7 absolute killing sword with his own soul imprint while transmitting the powers of his mental piercing strike and the Earth Demon's ice soul golden body, finally positioning the sword in a formation resembling the 7 stars upon the ground. A sharp sword aura began to swirl around the 7 absolute killing sword. With just a slight impetus, all the sword energies could converge into one, unleashing a cataclysmic force. More critically, the potency of the 7 absolute killing formation largely stemmed from the power Ye Ming infused within it,
meaning that even someone of lesser cultivation could unleash the full might of the sword array with minimal activation. Under Ye Ming's reorganization,
its lethality exceeded that of its former self. Ye Ming imparted a new sword technique to the others. The energy within the 7 absolute killing sword has been restructured by me.
Should any enemies approach,
you may activate this sword array, transcending a significant realm with ease. It also incorporates energy from the shadow stealth technique, ensuring that even if a stealth expert infiltrates, they will be countered by the sword array and subsequently revealed. With that, he turned. Empowered by the wind control technique, he transformed into a streak of lightning, piercing toward the southeast of the 4th Fallen Zone, the location of the Night Demon tribe. At that time, the opening of the thick ancient gold cavern had drawn nearly all foreign powers to the vicinity of the 2nd Fallen Zone, which Ye Ming subsequently eradicated in one fell swoop. Consequently, he encountered no foreign entities in the 3rd Fallen Zone, only scattered mutated beasts and zombies. Ye Ming lingered not in the 3rd Fallen Zone. Even if obstructed, he dispatched his foes with a single, seamless strike, leaving no room for hesitation. Ye Ming traversed swiftly
And in 20 minutes, the fourth fallen zone came into view. He shifted direction, soaring toward the stronghold of the Night Demon tribe.
At the temporary stronghold of the Night Demon tribe in the fourth fallen zone, a leader remarked, "We have dispatched scouts for nearly 2 hours, yet received no news.
Could there be some unforeseen circumstances?"
A figure draped in a gray robe from the Night Demon tribe replied, "There should be no issues. Our tribe is renowned for its stealth techniques. This mission is merely to probe the human strengths and weaknesses, so it is unlikely we will give ourselves away. Let us wait a while longer. Should the time stretch too long, we shall withdraw our forward legions."
This individual is known as Ye Ming, possessing a cultivation level within the intermediate Lord realm.
The Night Demon clan has surreptitiously approached, employing secretive techniques to conceal their presence from the ancient races.
For the fourth fallen zone has not established any outposts for foreign entities. Their objective is to reclaim the 7 absolute killing sword. Should they manage to slay Ye Ming and seize the spiritual treasure, it would be most fortuitous. However, it is said that this human possesses formidable strength, capable of shattering the 7 absolute killing formation with a mere punch.
Nevertheless, according to our clan's investigations during this period, this individual has had no contact with concealment spells. Thus the likelihood of him discerning our Night Demon clan's hidden arts is exceedingly slim.
We can rest assured.
You may leave now, I will summon you if necessary.
Yes.
The subordinate of the Night Demon clan bowed and retreated.
Once he departed, a faint voice suddenly emerged. "Oh? Is that so?"
The voice was soft, yet it resonated in the hearts of the two like thunder.
"Who?"
Ye Ming stepped forward, the gilded blade already in hand, its edge caressed, emanating a low,
ominous dragon's roar that instilled fear. "You are that human? The bloodthirsty demon?" Ye Ming's eyes widened in shock. Merely a hollow reputation. How did you get in?"
Ye Ming stammered in disbelief. Outside, all was eerily silent. Ye Ming's entrance had not stirred a soul.
Yet, as masters of concealment, the Night Demon clan possessed an acute sensitivity to aura. How could Ye Ming appear before him so effortlessly? Could it be that this human's concealment techniques surpassed those of the Night Demon clan?
Ye Ming chuckled lightly. "I simply walked in,
It seems the Night Demon clan is but a name without substance, unable to perceive even this. By the way, I heard you were looking for me?" Chapter 32, Annihilating the Night Demon clan's stronghold. Breaking the illusions of the Illusion clan, Ye Ming's grand strategy. The Night Demon clan does not require your meddling. You are merely a novice lord.
Since you have come, do not expect to leave." Night Ming slowly drew a dagger from his waist, its blade glimmering with a sinister green light, already poisoned. The Night Demon clan excels in concealment, lacking in direct combat prowess.
However,
intelligence indicated that Ye Ming had just recently broken through to Lord status, his foundation precarious, and Night Ming was confident he could slay him.
Indeed. You are far superior to that lot from the thick ancient gold cavern.
For your tenacity, I shall grant you a complete corpse, Ye Ming replied nonchalantly. Night Ming remained silent, his robe swirling as he revealed his deep blue skin, which twisted in an eerie manner, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the air and vanish from sight. It must be said, the Night Demon clan is a race of born assassins.
However,
beneath Ye Ming's true vision, a clear shadow remained visible. Gripping the poisoned dagger in reverse, Night Ming stealthily approached Ye Ming.
Ye Ming chuckled. "Allow me to demonstrate the true art of concealment." Activating shadow stealth, Ye Ming's body swiftly melded into the atmosphere, rendering the courtyard utterly empty. The distinction lay in Ye Ming's ability to perceive Night Ming's location, while Night Ming was completely blind to his surroundings. Suddenly,
a pained cry echoed through the air as Night Ming revealed half of his form. A deep gash appeared on his leg, blood gushing forth.
"Come out. Show yourself."
Night Ming swung his dagger wildly, only to strike at thin air.
Ye Ming's voice echoed, "What do you think? Do you still believe the Night Demon clan's concealment is unrivaled?"
As soon as the words fell, a cold glimmer flashed, severing Night Ming's thigh,
causing him to kneel on the ground. "Scoundrel, reveal yourself," he yelled, swinging his dagger once more, again missing his target.
Ye Ming had already vanished in an instant.
"I promise to leave you intact," he declared.
Just as he spoke, a dark golden light flickered, and a crimson line appeared across Night Wuying's throat. Blood gushed forth, and Night Wuying's form fully materialized, his gaze dimming. With Ye Ming's current strength, he could effortlessly crush even a high-ranking lord, let alone a mid-ranking lord like Night Wuying, who was merely adept at invisibility. Then, utilizing his stealth techniques, Ye Ming traversed the Night Demon clan with ease, like a divine hand, effortlessly reaping their lives.
The Night Demons, at most of martial respect level, were utterly oblivious to the identity of their assailant as they met their demise.
A steady stream of enhancement points flowed into his being.
Ye Ming revealed himself, inhaling the blood-scented night air.
The moon was dark, the wind high, a night of slaughter.
Ding! Acquired 1,000,000 enhancement points.
Enhancing 7 major skills on average. Among them, the mid-ranking lord contributed a staggering 600,000 enhancement points, accounting for more than half. It remains essential to slay higher-ranking alien beings, only then are the enhancement points worthwhile. Just as he prepared to depart the outpost, a soft whisper, a woman's voice, reached Ye Ming's ears. "Human, you are truly handsome." A woman draped in a silk gown, her skin as white as snow, floated into view. Surrounded by a halo reminiscent of starlight, she exuded an even more beguiling aura.
Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. The Illusion Clan? Have they come seeking death as well?
The individual stands at the pinnacle of the martial venerable realm, and with but a mere finger, Ye Ming could obliterate her. Why speak so gravely?
Is there truly a distinction between the Illusion Clan and the human race? I am called Huan Ning. May I inquire your name? Might you share a word with me?
Huan Ning glided forward, her alluring aura potent enough to drive any man to madness.
Do you think I hesitate to slay you? Humph, men are all the same.
They speak one way, yet who knows what lies in their hearts? Huan Ning continued to advance, a mysterious force silently emanating from her, infiltrating Ye Ming's being. This was the beguiling art she had honed, which, at its core, was a form of energy specifically targeting the minds of men. Ye Ming, specializing in mental piercing, would surely not be oblivious to such energy.
Countering the beguilement with a mental strike, he aimed directly at Huan Ning's brow. A piercing scream erupted. Huan Ning's complexion drained of color as she collapsed to the ground.
In an instant, Ye Ming flashed forward, gripping her throat, his hand tightening. He held no mercy for these alien beings.
In this apocalyptic world, it was either the demise of humanity or the extinction of the other races. There existed no third path. Crack! Crack!
The sounds of breaking bones resonated, leaving Huan Ning as pale as death. Help me suddenly, a void tore open, and a dark rift appeared. With a powerful mental force surging forth, ruthlessly striking down towards Ye Ming. This mental force possessed at least the strength of the transcendent realm.
And Ye Ming's demonic ice body automatically activated, transforming him into a being of dark blue, pure gold. Crash!
The mental force struck Ye Ming, creating a shower of sparks. Yet it failed to breach his defenses. As the rift began to close, Ye Ming unleashed his mental piercing, sending forth an illusory wave that shot directly toward the source of the mental force.
A muffled groan echoed. The rift dissipated.
Opposite him stood a formidable opponent. Yet this strike had also inflicted damage upon him. Turning his gaze back to Huan Ning, he found her face ashen. A slight exertion from him caused blood to seep from her lips, cascading down her swan-like neck.
Crack!
Her head severed from her body. The form that could drive any man mad had perished.
Ye Ming's eyes darted toward the rift, where Huan Yen, far in the Night Demon clan's territory, shuddered.
The one who had unleashed the mental attack was indeed he, and Ye Ming's final mental strike had also wounded him significantly. The jade slip he held had shattered into 2 pieces. This slip had been gifted to him by an elder of the 6 Harmonies void realm within their clan, containing a strand of mental energy capable of unleashing power rivaling the transcendent realm, sufficient for Huan Yen to activate due to the urgency of his sister's plight. He had believed it would assuredly slay Ye Ming, yet the latter had effortlessly deflected it.
What a terrifying human! Huan Yen seethed with fury, yet felt utterly helpless.
Even if he himself, an advanced lord, intervened, it would be to no avail. But the vengeance for his sister must be exacted. Ye Ming casually cast Huan Ning aside, his true eye scanning the surroundings, revealing no other alien beings. Activating the wind manipulation technique, he vanished into the void, returning to his outpost.
Senior! Have you annihilated the Night Demon clan?
Shi Qingshan inquired, astonished.
Indeed, Chang Fei, how prepared are you? Senior, I am ready at any moment. Chang Fei replied.
Already clad in battle attire, with a long sword strapped to his back, ever poised for action. His expedition to the Chang family had been long awaited.
Excellent.
Ye Ming turned his gaze, thus, aside from Ji Feng, who will remain here, everyone else will accompany me. Our mission encompasses not only a visit to the Chang family but also the eradication of the impending threat posed by the fifth wave of zombies. We shall push forth to the 20th level. Having received the gifts from the Vermilion Bird, Ye Ming was determined to train them, nurturing their potential as assets of the human race.
Understood.
Although Ji Feng felt a tinge of melancholy at not being assigned a role, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The second level of the Fallen region, adjacent to the first level's spatial rift, was of paramount importance and required vigilant oversight.
Furthermore,
the 7 absolute killing arrays needed to be managed. Ji Feng understood that his responsibilities were no less significant than those of his companions.
Brother, I also wish to accompany you.
Xin Xiaoxiao stammered.
You must remain here and diligently train under Brother Ji Feng, do you understand? Once I have completed my tasks, I shall return to see you.
Oh. Xin Xiaoxiao acknowledged that her presence would only hinder Ye Ming, and thus acquiesced.
Equipped with the ancient tome,
the gate to the watchtower opened, and the group filed out, led by Ye Ming. The wind manipulation technique enveloped them, swiftly transporting them to the borders of the second level. During this time, Ye Ming had already devised a plan in his mind. He aimed to clear all regions except for the first level of the Fallen region, reclaiming it for humanity. This would serve as a foundation to establish a formidable military presence surrounding the spatial rift at the first level, effectively sealing off the ancient alien races. Should the ancient races dare to reveal themselves, they would face annihilation. The strategic depth of the human race would be exponentially increased. The implementation of this plan necessitated the complete eradication of all ancient races within the Fallen region.
Ye Ming's audacity was unparalleled,
a feat that no other human dared to envision. He had not disclosed his intentions to anyone, leaving Shi Qingshan and the others oblivious to the extent of his ambitions. Utilizing the Void Flash technique, Ye Ming could swiftly reach the 20th level of the Fallen region. However, his current objective was to push forward. So upon reaching the border between the second and third levels, he ceased the wind manipulation technique and advanced on foot. Strangely, every monstrous entity that beheld Ye Ming and his companions retreated in fear. Before long, the massive head of the creature known as Shering emerged from the thicket.
Master,
the third level of the Fallen region is under our control, you may proceed without concern. Only then did Ye Ming comprehend the situation.
Very well.
You shall accompany me in our advance.
Should we encounter mutated beasts, those willing to submit will be recruited, while those who resist shall be swiftly eradicated. Shering grinned, revealing a toothy smile.
Of course, Master. You may not be aware, but your title as the bloodthirsty demon has already spread throughout this region. The moment I mention that I come on behalf of the bloodthirsty demon to recruit them, they comply without hesitation.
Ye Ming was taken aback,
not expecting his reputation to resonate so profoundly. After clearing the third level of the Fallen region and establishing connections at the third watchtower, they proceeded to the fourth level. Similar to the third tier of the Fallen zone, the only distinction lies in the multitude of zombies present, however.
Duan Tian and the others are effortlessly capable of exterminating them.
Yet, Ye Ming refrains from intervening, seeking to cultivate their skills, for combat is indispensable.
Moreover,
the lowly magical creatures possess insufficient enhancement value, and personally slaying them would yield little benefit. After several encounters, the prowess of Shi Qingshan and his companions has rapidly ascended. Chang Fei and Duan Tian have successively broken through to the initial level of Martial King, while Shi Qingshan, although not having yet attained a breakthrough, is merely a paper's thickness away from reaching the martial sovereign realm. Particularly with a formidable presence like Ye Ming providing support, the group harbors no concerns regarding peril.
Their spirits buoyed. However, upon entering the outpost of the fourth tier of the Fallen zone,
a palpable gloom envelopes them as they discover the gruesome scene of all inhabitants perishing, many of whom were martial kings, their wounds indicative of blunt force trauma.
It is undoubtedly the work of the zombies.
Shi Qingshan gritted his teeth. This location, being near the zombie tide, has certainly been discovered and ravaged by the undead. The ease with which they once felt dissipates entirely, replaced by a gaze toward the fifth tier that brims with indignation. The thirst for vengeance burgeons within their hearts. The zombie clan shall undoubtedly atone with their own blood. Chapter 33, The Outpost. A lone hero overcomes 8 senior lords. A few individuals pushed their speed to the utmost, entering the 5th level of the Fallen Zone. Making their way to the outpost with great urgency. Along the path, they encountered almost no mutated beasts. Instead, they faced a horde of zombies. All of which were swiftly dispatched. The group moved like a sharpened blade through the terrain, their hearts filled with hope that survivors awaited them at the 5th level outpost. However, upon their arrival, they were met with devastation. The outpost lay in ruins, its walls shattered, and even the alloyed iron cover was torn asunder with a gaping hole. Inside, over a dozen corpses lay sprawled within the confines of the outpost. Damn the zombie horde! The eyes of the group turned crimson with fury. Ye Ming, with his true eye, surveyed the scene and furrowed his brow. The wounds on the corpses were sharp, resembling injuries inflicted by mutated beasts rather than bites from zombies. Yet, they had seen no mutated creatures along their journey. Could it be that these had been inflicted before the zombie tide converged? That seemed implausible. Mutated beasts did not possess the ability to scour the area like a zombie horde, and had the people within the outpost been cautious, such a calamity should have been avoidable. Qingshan whispered, "Something feels amiss. I recognize a few individuals from the 5th level outpost, yet all these corpses are unfamiliar to me. I have never seen them before." Just then, the nearby underbrush rustled. Having sharpened their senses through numerous battles, Qingshan and the others wasted no time and prepared to strike. "Hold on." Ye Ming stopped Qingshan's hand that gripped the weapon. Suddenly, a head emerged from the foliage. "Who are you? Humans?" Ye Ming's eyes brightened. He noted that this individual was a mid-level martial king. A commendable strength among humans. Qingshan exclaimed in surprise, "Old Mao, you're still alive?" The man paused, wiping his eyes. "Qingshan? Aren't you stationed at the 2nd level outpost? How did you end up here?" More rustling followed, and several more heads appeared from the grass. All of them disheveled and clad in tattered clothing. "Guoqi, Shui Tianfu, so you all are here. I thought you." Qingshan's voice trembled with emotion. "We come to rescue you." Old Mao turned his gaze towards Ye Ming, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. "And who might this be?" Qingshan quickly interjected, "This is Senior Yi, a person of great capability. If not for Senior Yi, we would have perished long ago. We are grateful for your assistance." Old Mao rose from the underbrush and bowed to Ye Ming, while Guoqi and the others followed suit. "Is he an awakened one?" Old Mao inquired. "Close enough," Ye Ming nodded. Guoqi and the others were filled with exuberance, while Qingshan and the others wore expressions of pride. It was well known that humanity heavily relied on awakened ones for support. Being in the presence of a legendary awakened one brought light to each face. After a brief exchange, Ye Ming and his companions understood that the corpses within the outpost had been brought in by Old Mao and his group from other locations to deceive the zombie tide. They had been lying in wait nearby, managing to survive until now. However, their food and water supplies were nearly depleted. If they delayed any longer, they would surely succumb. From their accounts, it was revealed that the epicenter of the zombie horde lay at the boundary between the 5th and 6th layers of the Fallen Zone, where the leading zombie king possessed terrifying power, capable of wreaking havoc with the mere lift of a hand. Ye Ming also learned from Old Mao that within this zombie legion, there existed ancient foreign races. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. Was it not said that the zombie horde intended to independently devour its prey, strengthening itself to challenge the ancient races? The infiltration of these ancient beings seemed to deviate from the initial assessment. It appeared that the zombie tide concealed secrets yet unknown. Without further delay, Ye Ming departed from the outpost, leading his companions at full speed towards the zombie tide. Except for Old Mao, all joined Ye Ming in battle. For the human race's strategic advancement could not afford to relinquish the outpost, an essential foothold for initial expansion. An assault on the zombie masses would undoubtedly summon the nearby zombies to their aid, leaving Old Mao alone at the outpost would suffice. As they traversed the path, The number of zombies increased, not just at the warrior level but also featuring martial masters, and occasionally, even martial kings. This was merely the periphery of the horde.
Ye Ming was certain that within, there were undoubtedly martial sovereigns and even lord-level threats. Upon cresting a hill, their vision expanded infinitely, leaving them all astounded. A sea of zombies, truly deserving of its name. Countless zombies stretched beyond sight, perhaps numbering in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, who could tell?
These zombies were not in the disorganized state typically encountered. Instead, they exhibited a structured formation, with a martial master commanding hundreds of warrior-level zombies, and a martial king leading scores of martial masters, all in orderly ranks. In the center, Ye Ming sensed several formidable presences.
Martial sovereigns? Humph.
They could be crushed with a mere flick of his hand. You five, handle the zombies below the martial king level, the rest is mine. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Ming transformed into a blur, a single figure with a blade plunging into the throng of zombies. Not a single zombie could withstand his onslaught. As the gilded blade swept through, limbs flew and blood mist erupted in abundance. The weapon became an extension of Ye Ming's being, with each sweep obliterating dozens of zombies. In his presence, there was no distinction between warrior and martial master. Ye Ming's raven hair was now drenched in blood, his body adorned with the viscera of the fallen, the stench overwhelming. Yet, he felt nothing but exhilaration. For it was the blood of his enemies. How ferocious this was! Guo Qi and the others watched in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a massacre.
Was this still a human being?
Shi Qingshan, however, laughed, for having fought alongside Ye Ming, he had long been acquainted with his terrifying prowess. The name of the bloodthirsty demon had already carved itself into the hearts of all who battled alongside him.
With our esteemed elder, let us charge into combat.
Shi Qingshan shouted, leading the charge into the zombie horde, with Chang Fei and Duan Tian closely following. The eyes of Guo Qi and the others ignited with fierce determination. Blood ignited. This slaughter was exhilarating. With such a champion to support them, how could the human race not thrive? Cheers erupted as they followed Ye Ming into the fray. The once orderly ranks of the enemy began to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ye Ming pressed rapidly into the heart of the zombie tide. His discerning gaze scanning the surroundings. Thus far, he had yet to encounter a single presence above the martial sovereign level.
This is rather unusual.
Had I known that the 5 zombie kings I had slain outside the ancient gold cavern were all at the level of martial sovereigns, I would have acted differently. At that moment, an astonishing aura suddenly descended. Ye Ming let out a cold laugh, finally unable to contain himself. The earth demon's ice crystal golden body enveloped him entirely. With a crack, the ground split apart, yet Ye Ming remained steadfast and unmoving. If you do not emerge soon, I might start to think that your zombie clan has been wiped out.
Ye Ming remarked leisurely. Humph. The bloodthirsty demon is indeed a bloodthirsty demon, yet you are merely a junior lord. Today, we shall ensure that you do not return.
As he spoke, the horde of zombies parted, revealing a towering zombie king, standing 5 meters tall.
Its skin was markedly different from that of ordinary zombies, having regained a hue akin to that of a normal human, even more vibrant.
Were it not for the prior knowledge of its undead nature, one would hardly differentiate it from a human. The return to one's true form is indeed as such, once the zombie clan reaches a certain level of cultivation. They shed their grotesque appearance and revert to their original state. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, the rank of the zombie king was laid bare. High Lord.
Ye Ming scoffed, a mere High Lord?
Such arrogance. I could dispatch you with a single hand. What if we join forces? From the ranks of the zombie legion emerged several figures, 3 from the Night Demon clan, 2 from the Ice Demon clan, and 2 from the Cyclops clan. These ancient races possessed the strength of High Lords, with their leader from the Cyclops clan merely a step away from the transcendent realm. This level of power is indeed formidable among the various ancient races. Yet Ye Ming chuckled, it seems I was not mistaken, your zombie clan truly is cowardly. You boast of crushing the ancient races with ease, yet here you are, seeking their aid.
The expression of the zombie king darkened immediately. Initially,
they had harbored ambitions to surpass the ancient races, but Ye Ming's sudden emergence shattered their plans.
The infamous reputation of the bloodthirsty demon loomed large.
A mere zombie clan, no matter how numerous, would pale in comparison to a master like Ye Ming.
However, the zombie legion had already assembled, and with arrows drawn.
they could not refrain from launching their assault. Reluctantly, they sought the assistance of the ancient race's experts. Thus, even if the zombie clan could crush the 81 layers, they would become mere vassals to the ancient races.
The Night Demon clan glimmered with cold light. You are the one who annihilated our Night Demon stronghold? Indeed. That was me.
The Cyclops also bore an expression of hatred, for many of their strong warriors had perished at Ye Ming's hands. It could be said that every ancient race within the Zombie Legion bore a deep-seated grudge against Ye Ming.
Killing intent permeated the air.
An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon Shan and the others, making it difficult for them to breathe. All present were high lords, and Guoqi and his companions had never witnessed such a spectacle. They turned to Ye Ming, saying, "Senior, please exercise caution." Shan and the other loyal followers also wore grim expressions, but their hearts brimmed with confidence. Having stood alongside Ye Ming, they had borne witness to miracle after miracle.
"Fear not.
They are merely a band of clowns." "Take care of yourselves," Ye Ming replied nonchalantly. "The winds may howl, yet we shall not falter.
Let us strike together and subdue him." Boom!
8 lords, including the Zombie King, manifested 8 phantoms, effectively obstructing all avenues of escape for Ye Ming, simultaneously launching an assault upon him. Ye Ming, encased in the protective embrace of the demon ice gold body, raised his left arm to parry with a bone dagger. The gilded blade unsheathed, severing the Zombie King's form in twain. With a swift rotation of his waist, the gilded blade sliced horizontally, bisecting 2 more members of the Night Demon clan. Withdrawing his left arm, he transformed his hand into a fist, forcefully plunging it into the chest of another Night Demon, obliterating its heart with a brutal squeeze. At this juncture, the Ice Demon clan had just arrived. Ye Ming cast a fierce glare over his shoulder, triggering a sudden jolt within the leading Ice Demon's psyche. Yet instinctively, it enveloped itself in deep blue crystals. The Ice Demon's shield. Ye Ming thrust both palms into its chest, utterly disregarding the Ice Demon's shield, and tore violently to the sides. With a resounding rip, heart, lungs, and intestines cascaded in a gruesome display, as a torrential rain of blood descended. At that moment, the Ice Demon's eyes widened in disbelief and agony. Chapter 34, Breaking Through to the Intermediate Lord Realm. Battling the extraordinary realm, Ye Ming, drenched in blood, wielded the gilded blade, pointed menacingly at an Ice Demon from behind. The atmosphere trembled, shaking the very heavens. The remaining Ice Demons were struck with terror, bellowing, "One-eyed wind, why do you not take action?" In the next instant, a crimson beam suddenly pierced through the air, aiming directly at Ye Ming. The destructive deathlight was renowned for its unparalleled physical destructive power, and when unleashed by a being of advanced Lord Realm, it possessed the might to shatter the void, capable of vanquishing those in the extraordinary realm. Initially, at the sight of the spatial rift, it was the destructive deathlight that quelled the force of spatial tearing, saving an extraordinary expert from another race. The speed of the destructive deathlight was astonishing. In an instant, Ye Ming was engulfed. Its immense destructive force rent the void asunder, creating fissures that symbolized annihilation, with space lightning coursing in all directions. Is it done? The one-eyed giant's gaze brightened with hope. The remaining 2 Ice Demons sighed in relief. Having sacrificed 5 advanced lords, they had finally slain this formidable human. Moreover, he was merely at the initial lord stage. If left unchecked, who could fathom the pressure he might impose on their race as he grew stronger? Guoqi and the others were astounded. Under such fierce destruction, any living being would be reduced to ashes. Yet, Shan and his companions remained fixated on the crimson waves, seemingly awaiting something. Within the crimson glow, a silhouette emerged. Clad in green, with a long knife, it was none other than Ye Ming. The dark golden radiance surged forth to meet the destructive deathlight, hurtling toward the 2 one-eyed giants with incredible speed. Confronting strength with strength, Ye Ming had already subdued his opponents with sheer momentum. "No!" the Ice Demons cried out, retreating in haste. However, it was too late. Ye Ming had broken through the destructive deathlight, leaping atop the one-eyed giant. The dark golden brilliance descended like a rainbow, obliterating one of the giants into mere fragments. The other one-eyed giant, horrified, stumbled back. But Ye Ming's cold smile heralded his impending doom as the gilded blade cleaved him in 2. The remaining Ice Demons, now pale with fear, fled in a frenzy. Ye Ming flashed through the void, delivering a punch that pierced through the giant's chest, forcefully yanking out its organs. The viscera were crushed in his grasp. And a rain of blood fell, as the ice demon plummeted like a ragged cloth. The senior is simply too ferocious. Guo Qi's mind struggled to comprehend. The glances of Shi Qingshan and the others towards Ye Ming were now filled with profound admiration. A pale blue orb floated in the air. Magic crystal? Ye Ming was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an item, and he would certainly not let it slip away. Ding! Acquired enhancement points, 6 million. Additionally, the magic crystal equates to 2 million enhancement points, totaling 11.6 million. A breakthrough in realm has been detected, please confirm. Average enhancement of 7 major skills, breakthrough achieved. Slaying an advanced lord grants a bounty of 1.2 million enhancement points. Such a bountiful harvest could not be overstated. Yet, unbeknownst to Ye Ming, at that very moment, within the territory of the Earth Demon race, a plaque representing the Earth Demon Prince shattered from the center. Crack! A mysterious force surged within, causing Ye Ming's aura to ascend sharply. 7 beams of colorful light detached from him, swirling around in a mesmerizing dance. Accompanied by a faint ethereal sound. Crack! A thin membrane within Ye Ming's body shattered. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the intermediate Lord realm. The minor breakthrough in the realm did not evoke celestial phenomena or stir the hearts of all on earth. However, the witnesses on Shikingshan were captivated by this extraordinary spectacle. At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly locked onto Ye Ming. A man clad in a gray robe stepped forth, and the air rippled with his imposing presence. Silence enveloped the surroundings. While Shikingshan bore some resilience, the majority of those below the martial king realm were pressed to the ground by the sheer force of his aura. This was merely the residual pressure, and one could only imagine the burden Ye Ming was enduring. This individual was the elder brother of Xin Shi and Xin Hu, whose cultivation had ascended to the initial stage of the transcendent realm. He had long concealed himself in the void, seeking to uncover the true nature of the bloodthirsty demons that instilled fear in the alien races. A single man was able to confront and annihilate 8 opponents, which was indeed alarming. He felt compelled to intervene. This human was far too formidable, and he could not afford to grant him any further time to grow, especially since he wielded a spirit treasure weapon. Otherwise, the alien races might truly find their dominance over humanity overturned. The transcendent realm? Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. This was his inaugural encounter with a transcendent being, and crossing such a significant threshold undoubtedly signified a remarkable enhancement in strength. Furthermore, ascending to the transcendent realm not only elevated one's power but also transformed the physical body from a mundane form to a transcendent one, achieving a qualitative leap. Although Ye Ming was not intimidated by the transcendent realm, he seized this opportunity to glean the marvels of such a level. The man was enveloped in a grayish-brown attire, his eyes glinting like daggers, instilling a sense of dread in those who dared to meet his gaze. "Are you the one who killed my kin?" Xin Shi's booming voice resonated. "As for the demon clan, I have slain them and forgotten. I know not who you refer to as kin." "Presumptuous!" Xin Shi bellowed. "A mere lord dares to act insolently before me. You are but a transcendent. I could dispatch you with a mere finger." Ye Ming chuckled indifferently. "Is it truly a transcendent?" The onlookers from Shikingshan were left speechless. The Lord Realm was already an unattainable height for them. The transcendent realm was the stuff of legends. Xin Shi's expression darkened. "I shall eliminate you first." With a single pointed finger, he unleashed a tempest of force. An immense energy coalesced at his fingertip, forging a transparent, sword-like wave of air that surged toward Ye Ming's head with lethal intent, its sharpness capable of rending space itself. Ye Ming raised a hand. A flash of golden light emanating from his palm as he effortlessly deflected the wave of air. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, "Bring forth your true prowess. This trifling trick is hardly sufficient to tickle me." Indeed, Ye Ming was correct. The demon clan excelled in utilizing their bodies as weapons, boasting the prowess to overwhelm 10 foes with sheer strength. When honed to perfection, their formidable physiques rivaled any divine weapon. Trifling tricks? The instantaneous wave of air was likely beyond what even a lord could withstand. The intensity of Shikingshan's gazes upon Ye Ming grew ever more fervent. Seeking death. Shenshur muttered under his breath, rapidly closing the distance, his iron fist encased in demon armor barreling toward Ye Ming.
The force of his punch rent the air before it even arrived.
Now that's more like it, Ye Ming scoffed, but still not enough. The ice soul of the demon clan activated, and he too extended a finger, striking against the fist of Shenshur.
Crack! Ye Ming stood resolutely.
Yet a bloodied hole had formed at the center of the divine stone's fist, with his fingers embedded within. With a deft twist of his hand, he shattered the divine stone's knuckles, turning flesh and blood to dust. A howl of anguish escaped the divine stone. Your power is astonishing.
No! This is the Earth Demon Clan's Earth Demon Golden Body. You have obtained the Lu Jin Sand. But wait, this is not solely the Earth Demon Golden Body. It is fused with the Ice Spirit power of the Ice Demon Clan. How did you accomplish this?
Ye Ming responded with a cold smile. You ask too many questions.
Go and inquire of the King of Hell.
With a swift motion, he delivered a punch that shattered the divine stone's skull.
A chime echoed, as he gained a staggering 5 million enhancement points. No magic crystals? Master, none.
Very well, average the enhancement across 7 primary skills. As the 5 million enhancement points coursed through him, his strength at the intermediate Lord Realm solidified, drawing him closer to the advanced Lord Realm. The fusion of the Earth Demon Armor and Ice Spirit Shield was undoubtedly a result of the Supreme Slaying Fusion System. Yet Ye Ming would never divulge this secret to the Divine Stone.
It was his greatest secret, and he was uncertain if anyone was eavesdropping. Ye Ming's intuition proved correct.
In the domain of the astrologer clan, within a vast hall, an elder clad in a starry robe extended his arms, channeling mysterious energy into a crystal orb before him. This elder, a venerable figure of the astrologer clan, had reached the realm of the sixth void. The scene within the crystal orb revealed Ye Ming
capturing the earlier battle in its entirety.
The elder furrowed his brow and murmured, "This individual wields no divine weapon.
Yet he can annihilate those of the extraordinary realm in adversity.
Peculiar, truly peculiar.
Summon the elite of my astrologer clan to capture him and bring him back to our domain.
I shall employ our secret techniques to probe his mind and uncover the source of his combat prowess."
"Yes," responded an attendant, promptly departing.
The elder's gaze turned skyward. When he launched his attack, it resonated with my astrological arts.
Could he be connected to the ancient humans? But the legacy of the ancient humans has long since been severed. Once he is captured, all shall be revealed.
Ye Ming, brandishing his long knife, sensed an impending presence and gazed towards a distant point in the cosmos, the abode of the astrologer clan. Whoever covets my kind shall become my sworn enemy. Turning his attention back to the relentless tide of zombies, he rallied the human warriors. Join me in the slaughter.
With the golden blade drawn,
he surged forth like a comet into the throng of the undead. Kill. Regardless of whether they were martial masters, kings, or even revered ones. Ye Ming cleaved through them with ease. He resembled a relentless machine of slaughter, plunging into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc. With the zombie king slain, the intelligent undead above the martial master realm had already retreated in terror, a wave of them surging backward, trampling many in their haste. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs and fragments, the air thick with the stench of blood. The horde of zombies was overwhelming. It seemed that over half of the undead from the entire fallen region had converged here. No matter how sharp his blade or swift his movements, Ye Ming could not clear the throng in a short span. Should the zombies retreat into the 5th level of the fallen zone? The vast expanse would render their extermination an endeavor consuming countless hours.
Time is of the essence for Ye Ming, and he cannot afford any delays. Just then,
a sharp whistle pierced the air. Shurring, accompanied by his bloodthirsty guinea pig army, emerged at the rear of the zombie horde.
Simultaneously,
the mutated flower leopard and the mutated spotted tiger appeared at the flanks of the zombie legion.
Among the ranks of the mutated beasts,
there were many that Ye Ming had never encountered before, likely newly subdued creatures by Shurring.
The zombie army was encircled. Shurring spoke, "Master, have I arrived too late?" "Quite the contrary."
With a sweeping motion of his long blade, Ye Ming increased the pace of slaughtering the trapped zombies. The bloodthirsty guinea pigs and other mutated beasts displayed formidable prowess, each capable of decapitating a zombie with a single bite, suggesting that their recent battles had significantly enhanced their strength.
Ye Ming, seizing the moment, unleashed a storm of lightning, the crackling bolts striking down upon the horde,
visibly diminishing their numbers at an astonishing rate.
Ultimately, as the dust settled, the entire operation took a mere half hour, far surpassing Ye Ming's expectations.
Not a single one of the 100,000 zombies remained.
Chapter 35, A Resounding Triumph.
The notorious demonic reputation of bloodthirsty beasts Shiriying approached Ye Ming and reported, "Master, the 1st to 5th levels of the fallen zone have been cleared."
"Indeed, I did not misjudge you. From now on, the realm of mutated beasts shall be entrusted to you." "Yes, Master,"
Shiriying exclaimed with great excitement, grateful for having chosen the right side at the outset, for otherwise such a prestigious honor would have eluded him. From this moment forth, all within the 5th level of the fallen zone would belong to humanity.
"Let us return to the outpost."
The carnage wrought by the zombie legion had bestowed upon Ye Ming over 3 million enhancement points, all of which he dedicated to fortifying his 7 primary skills. Utilizing the wind control technique, he enveloped the group, transforming them into a whirlwind as they swiftly approached the outpost. The outpost remained secure, with no signs of disturbance to the 7 absolute killing formation. Ye Ming felt a sense of relief. Upon entering, a fragrant breeze greeted him as Shin Xiaoxiao leapt into his embrace. A glance through the eye of truth revealed that Shin Xiaoxiao had attained the strength of a high-level warrior, undoubtedly due to the guidance of the old chief during this time.
"Is everything well here?"
Ye Ming gently pushed Shin Xiaoxiao away, inquiring about the old chief.
"Unexpectedly."
Shin Xiaoxiao playfully brushed against Ye Ming, causing his cheeks to flush. Yet, she gazed at him with eyes filled with affection. The old chief cleared his throat. "Breaking the awkwardness, thanks to our esteemed elder, all is quite stable." Only a few stray zombies approached, which were swiftly obliterated by the 7 absolute killing formation.
Ye Ming nodded and turned his gaze to Chang Fei. "Are you still holding up? If possible, we must set out for the Chang family immediately. Ready at any moment." Chang Fei had awaited this moment for far too long.
Ye Ming addressed the group. "This time, only Chang Fei and I shall go.
Along the way,
I will strive to reclaim lost territory, while you prepare for the reception. You can establish communication with the bloodthirsty guinea pigs and other mutated beasts. They now belong to humanity as vassals, and you may harness their strength."
"Understood."
Among those present, only Shin Xiaoxiao and the old chief, who had not accompanied Ye Ming, were unaware that the bloodthirsty guinea pigs had already subjugated all the beasts within the 5th level.
Their astonishment was palpable. "My heavens, could I be dreaming?" Duan Tian chuckled.
"You should have seen it when our elder led us into battle, it was magnificent. 8 high-level lords besieged him, yet he dispatched several with a single stroke.
Even the extraordinary being could not withstand a single blow from him." High-level lords? Extraordinary beings? Each one a seemingly insurmountable presence. When did they become so feeble?
The old chief's mouth hung agape, unable to close. Sure, Qingshan patted Duan Tian on the back. "We can discuss this later, time is of the essence.
Let us heed the elder's instructions." Ye Ming nodded. "There should be little danger in reclaiming territory. Remember this, at least one person must remain at each outpost. They cannot be left entirely vacant. The 7 absolute killing formation is stationed in the 2nd level of the fallen zone and must not be relocated without due cause. Furthermore,
if any survivors from other outposts are discovered, ensure proper communication and inform them of the current situation.
We must not recklessly eliminate the already subjugated beasts, do you understand?" "Understood."
Shin Xiaoxiao pouted. "You've barely returned, and now you're leaving again." Ye Ming gently stroked Shin Xiaoxiao's hair, saying, "You shall cultivate here. I hope that when I return, you will have achieved the rank of martial master." With one last glance at the gathered crowd, he sheathed his long sword and turned away. Thus, their journey commenced. The wind control technique was activated, and the duo set forth, embarking on their expedition.
The harrowing nightmare of the ancient alien races was about to begin. From this moment onward, the name of the bloodthirsty demon would echo throughout the entire fallen zone.
At the border of the 5th fallen zone, Ye Ming dispelled the wind control technique, and they landed gracefully on the ground.
Swiftly advancing,
Chang Fei took charge of the demon beasts below the martial king rank, while Ye Ming was responsible for those above the martial sovereign level. Each flicker of dark golden light signified the demise of one or several demon beasts and ancient aliens.
For the aliens, the decree was simple: kill. As for the demon beasts, if they submitted to humanity, Ye Ming spared their lives. If they chose to resist, a single strike would suffice. Regarding the zombies, they were scarcely seen, as it appeared the recent wave of the zombie tide had absorbed all nearby zombies, which Ye Ming had subsequently eradicated. As the battle progressed, Cheng Fei's strength markedly improved, ascending from the initial Martial King rank to the advanced Martial King rank, now merely a step away from breaking through to Martial Sovereign. Ye Ming, however, did not experience a significant increase in strength. On one hand, the number of enemies was scarce, and on the other, their ranks were not particularly high. Even among the ancient aliens, most were merely scattered individuals out for training. Encountering a Martial King was considered quite formidable. With each reclaimed fallen zone, Ye Ming would inspect the outposts. Almost half of them had been slaughtered, even those who survived were severely injured. Ye Ming could do little more than leave behind some medicine. His anger grew increasingly intense. The aliens deserved to perish. Under Ye Ming's onslaught, vast numbers of demon beasts fled towards the higher fallen zones, and the reputation of the bloodthirsty demon soared. Eventually, many demon beasts, upon hearing the name of the bloodthirsty demon, fled in panic, creating a tide of demon beasts in the fallen zone, all rushing forward in haste. Nearby the outpost in the 11th fallen zone, a group of 5 riders galloped swiftly away. Wu Tu, what on earth is happening? Why are these beasts pursuing us like they have gone mad? They were humans from the outpost in the 8th fallen zone. 3 days prior, they had departed as usual to gather food, but encountered a sudden surge of demon beasts on their return journey. Initially, they believed this to be a temporary anomaly, however. After waiting for more than half a day, the tide of demon beasts not only failed to diminish but showed signs of increasing. Moreover, these demon beasts were fleeing desperately, trampling and injuring one another in their haste, leaving remnants scattered along the path. After waiting for 3 full days and considering the dwindling food supply at the outpost, the group realized that if they continued to linger, those in the outpost would starve. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, they seized a slight opportunity when the tide of demon beasts seemed to wane and ventured forth. However, they were met with an even greater number of demon beasts, resulting in their current predicament. The front was a vanguard, and the rear was a pursuit. The only option was to run. There was no alternative. Another path emerged. Are these monsters deliberately pursuing us? If we slow down even for a moment, we shall be overtaken. If this chase continues, our horses will soon be exhausted. Several steeds were already exhibiting signs of fatigue. Leading the charge, Wu Tao remarked, "It is impossible for them to be targeting us. If that were the case, we would have been crushed when we attempted to hide. I suspect something is pursuing them from behind. Is that conceivable? What creature could be so ferocious as to drive these monsters to flee for their lives?" Wu Tao speculated, it must be the bloodthirsty demon. In recent days, the group had heard countless tales of the terror wrought by this demon. You believe in such nonsense? Someone questioned. Wu Tao replied, is there any other explanation? Another sighed. If only this bloodthirsty demon were one of our own kind. A slightly older warrior spoke solemnly, if the bloodthirsty demon truly exists, it is likely one of a foreign race. Our own kind is far too scarce. If it were one of us, it would have spread throughout our people by now. Wu Tao urged, enough of this chatter. We must return to the outpost at once. One person on the flank bitterly remarked, I fear we may not make it back. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a mutated giant elephant barreled forth, smashing through several mutated rhinos and wild boars that obstructed its path, blocking the way for the group. Its crimson eyes fixed menacingly on Wu Tao and the others. Wu Tao brandished his long blade and dismounted, declaring, you all go ahead, I will hold it off. We shall face it together. The remaining few declared resolutely, each resigned to their fate. Nonsense. Bring the food back, that is an order. Wu Tao shouted, charging toward the mutated giant elephant. Standing before the colossal beast, which towered like a small mountain, it was clear to all that Wu Tao had no hope of survival. The elephant exhaled a hot breath, speaking with a human tongue, a martial king of the human race, impressive. Consuming you might just allow me to break through to martial sovereign. With a flick of its long trunk, it commanded, come forth, my kin. These humans are all well trained. They are yours for the taking. Thunderous sounds erupted as several smaller mutated elephants charged forward, blocking the path of the group. Panic ensued as the horses reared,
throwing everyone off, their faces pale as they lost their ability to act, rendered mere lambs for slaughter.
None had anticipated such a multitude of mutated elephants would appear.
Should they perish here, those at the outpost, deprived of food, would not survive long either.
The mutated elephant trumpeted, its massive hooves descending. The group could only raise their blades in defense, but what could mere mortal steel do against such colossal limbs? Just as the elephant's feet were about to crush them into oblivion, a flash of dark golden light appeared. A figure dashed in front of them. Ye Ming had arrived in an instant. With swift precision, blood erupted in torrents as the four colossal hooves of the giant elephant were severed, crashing down in the distance. The elephant roared as it fell, crushing several smaller mutated beasts beneath its bulk. With the eye of truth scanning the scene, it was revealed that the leading elephant was at the advanced Martial King level, while the others were roughly at the beginner Martial King level. With a swift strike enhanced by the wind manipulation technique, Ye Ming leapt atop the head of the elephant leader. The gilded blade descended with a swift ferocity, its dark golden radiance slicing through the air like a rainbow. Cleaving the massive form of the giant elephant in twain, its two halves flung aside like tattered rags. Along its path, a slew of mutated beasts met their demise, leaving a vast expanse around us utterly desolate. Were we saved? Wu and the others stood in stunned silence. Was this truly a member of the human race? When did humanity produce such formidable warriors? To think that even the elephant's exceptional defenses could be severed as easily as tofu. The scene before us felt like a dream. Was this a deity? The remaining elephants, utterly terrified, fled for their lives. Those who dare harm my kind shall perish. Ye Ming's voice reverberated through the heavens. The earth demon ice soul golden body was activated, enveloping Ye Ming in an aura of pure gold. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the throng of elephants. With the long blade at his side, he spun like a top, charging through the herd. Each flicker of dark golden light heralded the tearing apart of several elephants. The horde of monsters erupted in chaos, desperately distancing themselves. And the area around Ye Ming grew increasingly expansive. To Ye Ming, a high-level lord, the initial stage of the Martial King realm was hardly a challenge. In truth, the most effective method against such clusters of lowly monsters would have been to unleash a thunderstorm of tribulation. However, mindful of the safety of Wu and the others, Ye Ming opted for a more primal approach. One man, one blade, like a meat grinder, leaving nothing but a pool of blood and viscera in his wake. Chapter 36, A Joke. How could the human race be so easily slaughtered? Wu Tu rubbed his eyes, the figure in a blue robe wielding a long sword. Could it be the bloodthirsty demon? Along their journey, they had heard countless descriptions of a white-haired figure in blue robes from the mouths of monsters. Could the person before them truly be the bloodthirsty demon? The legendary bloodthirsty demon was, astonishingly, a member of the human race? Excitement flickered in everyone's eyes, their gazes toward Ye Ming filled with admiration. Run! Is it the bloodthirsty demon? Many creatures among the monsters recognized Ye Ming's identity. The monsters fled in a frenzy. The ground cracked beneath their feet, countless creatures trampled to death by their own kind. Yet, at that moment, they could think of nothing but escape. Only by distancing themselves from the bloodthirsty demon could they hope for survival. Behind the bloodthirsty demon was another warrior, mercilessly slaughtering the monsters. It was Chang Fei. With unwavering speed, Ye Ming finally reached the 11th level of the fallen zone. Summoning the winds, he ascended into the sky. A resounding voice reverberating through the void, all mutated monsters, hear this. The human race shall unify the fallen zone. Submit and live, or resist and die. Chang Fei stood proudly atop a hill, gazing at the figure in the sky, his expression solemn. Beside him, the corpses of monsters piled high, rivers of blood flowing. To deal with monsters, one must wield both kindness and severity. Only by instilling fear through slaughter could they be truly subdued. In the past, Ye Ming could have summoned a storm of lightning to annihilate the monsters in an instant. However, with the grand strategy of unification in mind, it was evident that capturing the mutated monsters would yield greater benefits. In the future, when the human race took control of the fallen zone, these monsters would serve as excellent pawns and scouts. Upon hearing Ye Ming's proclamation, all the monsters were momentarily stunned. With a chance for survival, who would wish for death? We are willing to submit to humanity. We are willing to be the vanguard for the human race. Countless monsters knelt, bowing in reverence to Ye Ming hovering above.
The wind howled, and Ye Ming stood proudly in the void, the golden blade shimmering with an imposing aura that rendered the monsters unable to raise their heads. Not a single creature among the hundreds of thousands dared to resist. In this battle, Ye Ming earned 970,000 enhancement points, all dedicated to strengthening his 7 primary skills. Ye Ming nodded and declared aloud, "The leader of the bloodthirsty guinea pigs, Shering, will be in contact with you." Following this, he retracted the wind spell and descended to the ground. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives." Wu Tu and the others knelt on one knee. At this moment, everyone fully understood that the rumored bloodthirsty demon was not merely a legend, but a real person, a member of the human race. Ye Ming succinctly shared his plan to conquer the 81 levels of the Fallen Zone and the situation regarding the spatial rift in the first level, leaving everyone increasingly astonished. After instructing a few to guard their posts, Ye Ming pressed on without delay. Time was of the essence, he could not afford to waste a single moment. Throughout their advance, Ye Ming employed the same strategy. The name of the bloodthirsty demon had already etched itself into the hearts of both the human race and the monsters across all levels of the Fallen Zone. 2 days later, Ye Ming and his companions successfully reached the borders of the 20th level of the Fallen Zone. The desolation remained unchanged, with ruins and remnants of walls scattered about. This particular area of descent is quite unique, for it serves as the stronghold of the Ice Demon clan. Now that we have arrived, the Ice Demons must be dealt with, however. Our immediate priority is to reach the Chang family and locate the lower volume of the ancient tome, ensuring the safety of its members. Where is your Chang family? Ye Ming inquired. Senior, it lies in the southeast, Cheng Fei replied respectfully. During this time, his admiration for Ye Ming had grown immensely. Not only due to his astonishing prowess but also for the unwavering dedication he displayed in nurturing him, activating the wind riding technique and augmenting it with shadow stealth. Ye Ming and Cheng Fei melded with the air, swiftly approaching the Chang residence. Before long, the Cheng family came into view. From Cheng Fei, Ye Ming learned that the Chang family operated a large corporation. The Chang Group was their enterprise. Once a prominent household, the estate now comprised a modest complex of approximately 500 square meters, which had been reduced to mere ruins. Cheng Fei discerned, "My father's study is over there." "All right. Let us descend." Now closer, they could clearly see numerous books scattered about the study's location. Cheng Fei dashed towards a table like debris, sifting through its contents. After a few attempts, he found nothing but dust, covering his nose as he continued his search. "This is odd. My father handed me the upper volume of the ancient tome from this very spot. If the lower volume exists, it must be here as well. Perhaps my father took the lower volume to the central domain of the human race. It is inconceivable that such a vital artifact would remain here." At that moment, Ye Ming suddenly exclaimed, "No! There is an alien presence." More specifically, it was the essence of the Ice Demon clan, possessing the Earth Demon Ice Body. Ye Ming was particularly sensitive to the aura of the Ice Demons. This indicated one undeniable truth: the Ice Demons had indeed been here recently, otherwise their presence would not linger so heavily. The Earth Demon clan's interest in this location suggested they had detected something within the Cheng family that piqued the Ice Demon's curiosity. Could it be that they were aware of the ancient tome's existence within the Cheng estate? Activating his true eye, Ye Ming's vision sharpened, revealing everything around him. His gaze suddenly fixed. There were bloodstains. The trail of blood extended outward, ultimately vanishing into the wilderness, unmistakably leading towards the direction of the Ice Demon stronghold. "Senior! What is it?" Cheng Fei lifted his head, still clutching a tattered book. "The whereabouts of your Cheng family members are likely connected to the Ice Demons, and the lower volume of the ancient tome may have fallen into their hands," Ye Ming stated gravely. "What?" Cheng Fei gasped in shock. "We must go to the Ice Demon stronghold." Ye Ming had already intended to eradicate the Ice Demons. Whether for Cheng Fei or the secrets of the ancient humanity within the tome, this journey was imperative. With the wind riding technique activated, a sharp sound pierced the air as the two transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the ice demon's stronghold.
Meanwhile, an ice demon stood in the study, remarking, "Today, for some reason, my eyelids have been twitching incessantly, as though something significant is about to transpire."
This individual exuded a terrifying aura, having reached an extraordinary level of cultivation. Their skin was a deep blue, and as they spoke, icy shards floated within the air. This was not a deliberate display of power, rather, it was an innate force that effortlessly assimilated the water elements in the air, forming a protective ice shield.
Ice Chong,
originally the commander of the Ice Demon clan's frontline legion, had only recently arrived at the encampment of the Ice Spirit clan at the behest of the Elder
Ice Ling Tian.
He was tasked with guarding this location, ostensibly for the sake of a minor lord's domain.
Frankly, Ice Chong still failed to comprehend why Ice Ling Tian took such measures.
While a lord's domain may seem formidable to ordinary individuals,
deploying an extraordinary being solely to eliminate him seemed somewhat excessive. Was there truly no one else within the Ice Demon clan capable of handling such a matter?
As for the so-called spiritual treasure weapon mentioned by Ice Ling Tian, Ice Chong had little faith in its existence.
Such treasures were exceedingly rare,
and he had never encountered one himself. How could a mere human possibly obtain it?
What truly piqued Ice Chong's interest was the bloodthirsty demon, whose singular force had compelled numerous demonic beings to flee in terror. Even if there was an element of exaggeration, the tale was still quite astounding. If this individual hailed from an ancient clan, he must surely possess exceptional talent, and Ice Chong felt compelled to seek his acquaintance. He never once considered that this individual might belong to the human race. Not long ago,
Ice Chong had received a bizarre piece of news: the tide of mutated beasts had inexplicably come to a halt.
This left him even more perplexed. However,
one piece of news invigorated him. Just days prior, he had captured a group of humans and discovered an ancient tome among their belongings,
seemingly a relic of the ancient human civilization. Ice Chong understood that such artifacts were held in high esteem within his clan,
as they contained the legacy of the ancient humans.
Just as he was about to seize it,
the humans utilized a mysterious power from the tome to open a spatial rift and escape inside. The moment Ice Chong pursued them, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. As he retreated, a blood-red shadow sliced through the space he had just occupied. Had he not left in time, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. It seemed his only option was to wait at the rift's entrance.
If only the bloodthirsty demon were one of my ice demon kin, Ice Chong lamented. Just then,
a voice thundered from above: "The bloodthirsty demon could never belong to your Ice Demon clan, for he is one of my human kin."
Chang Fei stepped forward. "Who is it?"
Ice Chong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he had become so engrossed in his thoughts that he had failed to notice an outsider approaching. Ice Chong had not detected Chang Fei,
primarily due to Ye Ming's shadowy stealth.
Upon closer inspection, Ice Chong saw that the newcomer was merely a martial king from the human race, which incited his irritation.
Already burdened with various concerns, how could he tolerate being confronted by a martial king? "A mere martial king, I shall eliminate you."
Ice Chong thrust his hand forward, summoning several ice spikes as thick as fingers, which hurtled toward Chang Fei. Undaunted, Chang Fei sidestepped, deflecting the ice spikes with a swift sweep of his blade,
then pressed forward with agility, closing the distance to Ice Chong. Ice Chong let out a soft exclamation. This was intriguing.
His fingers trembled in rapid succession.
Crack! Crack!
In the air, a series of ice spikes continually formed, trembling slightly as they shed their icy debris, effectively sealing off all directions for Chang Fei.
With a low shout,
Chang Fei stomped his legs forcefully on the ground, positioning his long blade at his side, and began to spin rapidly.
A barrier of blade energy enveloped him.
A formidable defensive and offensive maneuver he had mastered from Ye Ming.
The ice spikes struck Chang Fei, yet to his astonishment, many were deflected. However,
they could not inflict any real harm upon him. This truly astonished Bing Chong, even though he had exerted merely 10% of his strength.
It was not something an ordinary martial king could withstand.
Seizing the opportunity, Chang Fei suddenly accelerated, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged forward.
With a resounding clash, his blade met Bing Chong.
Sparks flew as the ice soul shield absorbed the impact, rendering Chang Fei's attack ineffective.
Nevertheless,
being struck by a martial king was an affront to Bing Chong's pride. "Today, I shall surely flay your skin."
Enraged, Bing Chong unleashed his extraordinary aura, sending Chang Fei and his blade flying. In the air, dozens of ice soul formations crystallized, raining down like a torrential storm of arrows. A cold snort echoed, "What a joke! Do you think our human race can be so easily slain?" With that, Ye Ming stepped forward. Chapter 37, The Destruction of the Ice Demon Clan's Stronghold. Entering the small world, Ye Ming nodded at Chang Fei, acknowledging, "You have performed admirably. Even managing to approach a transcendent being. I did not misjudge you. Henceforth, this individual shall be entrusted to me." Ye Ming was aware that Chang Fei had done more than enough. After all, the opponent was indeed a transcendent entity. The fact that Chang Fei could close the distance was remarkable. Had that final strike landed, the transcendent would have been rendered utterly futile. The disparity between a transcendent body and a mundane one is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. All thanks to the guidance of my predecessors. Chang Fei bowed respectfully. Ice Chang's gaze sharpened. Another human? And a lord level one at that? He sneered derisively. Ye Ming replied with a smile, "Even at the lord level, I shall vanquish you as one would a mere dog." Such brazen words, prepare to descend into the abyss. With a sinister grin, Ice Chong spread his arms wide, conjuring dozens of ice needles that swiftly coalesced, each as thick as an arm. A chilling current surged forth, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees, cloaking the ground in a layer of frost. The might of a transcendent was unmistakable. "Embrace your demise," Ice Chong bellowed, launching the ice needles in a straight line towards Ye Ming. The air crackled ominously as it was instantaneously frozen by the frigid temperature. Yet, Ye Ming merely raised a hand, halting the onslaught of ice needles mid-flight. Boom! 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 The subsequent ice needles collided with the first, producing a symphony of crisp sounds. Yet Ye Ming remained unperturbed. With a gentle exertion, he crushed the ice needles into shards, dissipating them as mere cold vapor. The aura of the transcendent was abruptly extinguished. Impossible! Ice Chong gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. His expression hardened. Ice domain. The surroundings were engulfed in a chilling azure. An overwhelming cold that seemed to pierce the very soul, while Ice Chang's visage gradually faded behind the encasing ice. The ice domain was his ultimate technique. Imbued with a modicum of law's power, within this domain, he reigned supreme. Its might could even subdue foes of a higher realm. Yet, Ye Ming merely smiled coldly. His body enveloped in the earth demon ice body. He swung his fist, striking the ice domain. Crack! A fissure appeared in the formidable exterior of the ice domain. How can this be? Ice Chong exclaimed in horror. Another punch. Boom! The ice domain shattered instantaneously, and Ye Ming stepped forth, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Ice Chong staggered back several paces, frantically shouting, "Bing Mu, Bing Huanan, Bing De, why do you not come forth?" No one responded, no one entered. Ye Ming remarked indifferently, "You refer to those lord-level beings of your ice demon clan, correct? Fear not, they have already met their demise at my hands." What? During that brief interval, Ye Ming had been systematically eradicating the ice demon clan stronghold, employing the stealth of his shadow stealth skill. Even the higher lord-level members were oblivious to their own untimely end. Impossible. Those three were already half a step into the transcendent realm. Ice Chong had long discerned that this human before him was at best a mid-level lord. Even if Bing Mu and the others were unable to triumph, surely they could have fled, could they not? How could they have been silently slain by this individual? Humph. Your ice demon clan has slain my kin. You shall pay the price. Death is that price. Ye Ming's presence flickered through the void, his imposing aura instantly locking onto Bing Chong. As his hand reached out to grip the latter's throat, Ye Ming's consciousness had already scoured the area, revealing no trace of the Chang family within the Ice Demon clan's stronghold. It was evident that the Chang family had most likely fallen victim to these ice demons. The slaughter of humans would exact a bloody toll. As Ye Ming tightened his grip, the bones in Bing Chang's neck cracked ominously. Though Bing Chong desperately concentrated to form an ice spirit shield, it disintegrated upon contact with Ye Ming's overwhelming aura. The formidable transcendent physique he possessed was utterly powerless against Ye Ming. Please, spare me. I did not kill those humans.
Bing Chong struggled to utter, his voice strained.
Such nonsense. Ye Ming's hand continued to constrict.
The search from the Eye of Truth was infallible, indicating that the ice demons were deceiving him.
Ye Ming's resolve to kill had been ignited. No. It is true, those humans used an ancient tome to enter the fragmented universe.
Bing Chang's eyes rolled back as he teetered on the brink of death.
An ancient tome? Could it be the old ancient scriptures? Ye Ming's grip slackened slightly.
Explain yourself clearly.
Bing Chong coughed violently, gradually regaining some composure.
Those humans were indeed captured by me.
They possessed an ancient tome that seemed to belong to your old ancient people.
After speaking, Bing Chong cast a wary glance at Ye Ming, as if fearing disbelief.
Continue. Relics from the old ancient humans often concealed profound secrets, prompting Bing Chang's desire to present this tome to his clan in exchange for immense benefits. However,
upon learning of their intent to seize it, the humans invoked the tome's mysterious powers, opening a spatial passageway, and without hesitation, they plunged into it.
I followed closely behind. But as soon as I entered, I sensed a formidable danger.
A fleeting shadow of blood passed by, and thankfully, I retreated swiftly, otherwise, I would have met my demise. In his fear, Bing Chong recounted the events in detail.
Ye Ming inquired, "Did you see what this shadow was?" Bing Chong shook his head.
I did not catch a clear glimpse, only felt an overwhelming sense of resentment capable of consuming one's will.
It could slay the flesh in an instant.
Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Despite Bing Chong being a transcendent body, he was still powerless against such resentment, indicating that the interior of the spatial passage was exceedingly perilous.
Entering with the mere mortal body of the Chang family would undoubtedly entail grave risk.
Yet, this alone did not clarify the fate of the Chang family. Ye Ming felt compelled to venture forth.
Lead the way. That is unwise.
There is a peculiar force near this spatial passage, one that can draw souls in.
Bing Chong warned in terror. Not moving means death now.
Ye Ming's golden blade shimmered with a dark golden cold light. And Bing Chong had no doubt that a single strike could sever his head. Bitterly, he reflected on how his transcendent state had become so pitiful.
Reluctantly,
he had no choice but to proceed. Ahead, a downward passage appeared, devoid of light. Ye Ming glanced back at Cheng Fei, who explained. My family has a basement used for storing wines and other items.
We are almost there. Bing Chong urged.
At the bottom of the basement, a dark spatial rift emerged. Reminiscent of the spatial fissures found in the first layer of the fallen zone, albeit significantly smaller, barely large enough for one or two individuals to slip through. Gazing into the abyss, Ye Ming could only perceive a profound darkness, concealing unknown secrets. As he approached, a strange force of attraction became palpable, inducing a sense of disorientation. This sensation differed from the mere spatial distortion experienced at the first layer of the fallen zone. While Ye Ming remained relatively unaffected, Cheng Fei, his vision clouded, staggered closer to the rift. With a sudden surge of mental fortitude, Ye Ming activated a protective barrier, counteracting the alluring pull. Awakening from his stupor, Cheng Fei felt a wave of trepidation, acutely aware that Ye Ming had once again rescued him, and he harbored deep concerns about his family entering such a bizarre realm. These humans had ventured through this very rift, having utilized ancient texts to unveil it, subsequently vanishing along with the tomes.
Bing Chong cast a glance at Ye Ming, secretly astonished.
It was worth noting that he had previously employed the ice domain to fend off this mental allure, yet this human effortlessly neutralized it.
All right, I understand.
Ye Ming replied nonchalantly, as the gilded blade swept through, effortlessly cleaving the extraordinary entity, which gasped and slowly collapsed.
Ye Ming bore no fondness for the Ice Demon clan.
Moreover, had it not been for them, the Chang family would not have been compelled to enter this treacherous domain.
Thus, they must be eliminated. Senior, what shall we do? Cheng Fei was at a loss.
With Ye Ming's current strength, he could withstand the spatial tearing force for a while, but if his mind were to be compromised,
he risked losing his sanity, ultimately succumbing to the relentless rift.
It was imperative to discern the nature of this soul-consuming force. Step back a few paces, Ye Ming instructed,
channeling his mental prowess into tendrils that reached forward.
Initially, the atmosphere was calm, but upon contact with the spatial rift boom, a tremendous pressure surged forth.
Ye Ming's expression shifted dramatically.
This pressure was a pure mental wave, steeped in resentment. Anyone with a wavering mind could instantly succumb to madness.
Ye Ming's mental energy contracted.
And once he distanced himself from the rift, the pressure dissipated, leaving only a faint allure. It was as though this resentment was sealed by some mysterious force. Unable to breach its confines, yet yearning to draw others closer, to consume their mental energy and augment its own. Ye Ming pondered, within this rift, there seemed to be two distinctly opposing wills at play.
This peculiar resentment was so daunting that even Ye Ming hesitated to tread lightly. Since it was an artifact of the ancient human past, perhaps the ancient celestial tome, another relic of antiquity, might prove useful? Chang Fei, where is your ancient celestial tome?
Ye Ming inquired, his gaze shifting.
Here it is. Chang Fei retrieved the tome.
A wondrous scene unfolded, within a 5-meter radius of the ancient celestial tome.
A transparent protective barrier manifested.
As the alluring force brushed against the barrier, it was silently dispelled. A surge of joy filled Ye Ming's heart.
If this ancient tome could withstand the devouring force of resentment, might it also guard against the resentment itself? Holding the ancient book in hand,
Ye Ming extended his mental tendrils once more, edging closer to the rift in space. Indeed, the formidable power of resentment recoiled instantly upon contact with the protective barrier.
Akin to touching scalding oil.
Ye Ming exclaimed, Chang Fei, come closer, let us venture in together.
Enveloped in the formidable defense of the ice-souled golden body,
he radiated an unmatched aura, and with a single step, he plunged forward.
Boom!
The world spun chaotically, countless stars streaked by, and images shifted as though traversing several centuries. The turbulence of time and space. Ye Ming had already experienced this in the ancient golden cavern on 2 previous occasions. Here, time ceased to exist. And space was infinitely compressed, a single misstep could send 1,000s of miles astray.
Ye Ming grasped Chang Fei tightly, ensuring he would not lose his way. Suddenly,
the scenery before them transformed rapidly, ultimately settling into a dark red starry expanse. At first, Ye Ming believed he had arrived in the ancient universe, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was far smaller, and he could sense its boundaries. More importantly, it was intact, untouched by the so-called great cleansing of the heavenly path. With his eye of truth, he scanned the depths of the starry sky, revealing countless perilous entities lurking within. The source of the resentment emanated from this very place. Here, resentment manifested as blood clouds, swirling about, ferociously charging at Ye Ming and Chang Fei, yet, due to the barrier's presence, they could not penetrate it, instead suffering injuries themselves. Just then, the barrier flickered with a guiding brilliance.
Chapter 38, Peculiar.
The lower volume of the ancient tome bears my own handwriting, the trail of the azure dragon. Ye Ming's gaze shifted as he sensed a familiar essence emanating from a dark red celestial body nearby, akin to that of the ancient tome.
Presently,
the only entity possessing a similar aura to the upper volume of Ye Ming's ancient tome is the lower volume itself.
This lower volume is held by the Chung family,
and it is highly probable they are located on that dark red planet.
Let us investigate. In the crimson cosmos,
Ye Ming and Chang Fei propelled themselves within a transparent sphere of light, soaring at the velocity of a meteor.
Upon landing, they advanced on foot.
And as they drew nearer, Chang Fei exclaimed, "It is my father, my grandfather, my sister, they are all here."
Yet, despite Chang Fei's desperate cries,
the members of the Chang family appeared oblivious, not even casting a glance in Ye Ming's direction. Their eyes were instead fixed warily on a particular point. Seemingly on guard against an unseen threat, although nothing was present in that direction. Ye Ming sensed an oddity: the Chang family members resembled mere images on a screen. Activating his true vision, he observed a flicker on the horizon, and suddenly, the Chang family members vanished, revealing the planet's underlying red soil.
Chang Fei, taken aback, was halted by Ye Ming. "Do not shout. Your family is not here. Look."
Ye Ming tossed a stone forward, which passed through the forms of the Chang family and fell behind, while they remained unchanged.
Is this an illusion? Chang Fei was momentarily taken aback. It cannot be so simple. Do you recall the malevolent energy that lured us here?
It is likely these phantoms are manifestations of that very resentment, intended to draw us closer. No sooner had he spoken than the apparitions contorted, their faces twisting in apparent agony. Chang Fei, on the verge of tears, cried out,
"What is happening? Where are my family members?
He attempted to rush forward once more.
Do not panic. Ye Ming grasped Chang Fei tightly. If these phantoms are indeed conjured by resentment, then their suffering may also be illusory.
Chang Fei, being a warrior of the king level, managed to compose himself upon hearing Ye Ming's words. Seeing that Ye Ming and his companions were not swayed by the illusion, the apparitions twisted once more. Their expressions of torment dissipating as they all turned to Chang Fei, their gazes filled with disappointment and sorrow,
as if to scorn the inaction of Chang Fei and his companions.
Ultimately, the phantoms faded slowly, leaving behind only the yellowish-brown earth.
This revelation steadied Chang Fei.
He understood that his loved ones would never display such expressions towards him, but rather would strive to keep him safe from danger.
He finally cast aside all doubts.
Be it pain or disappointment, it was all but an illusion.
Senior, can you discern the precise location of my family? Chang Fei inquired.
Ye Ming scanned the area with his true vision but found nothing.
For now, we are uncertain, this realm is peculiar. Let us search in other areas, but remember,
do not stray beyond the protection of the ancient Tome barrier. With the wind riding technique, the two ascended from the planet. These crimson nebulae were not true nebulae,
but rather a conglomeration of sanguine resentment, akin to clouds of blood. Every strand of blood cloud possesses the capacity to engulf the intellect of a martial sovereign. These resentful thoughts encircled Ye Ming and his companions, swirling like venomous serpents in search of a breach. However,
the ancient tome's impenetrable defense shield left them with no choice but to advance alone.
Gradually, the blood clouds multiplied, surrounding the shield and completely obstructing their vision.
Ye Ming was left to rely on his true eye to survey the surroundings. After traversing a considerable distance, he found nothing of significance. Instead, the density of the blood clouds increased, enveloping his sight in a crimson haze.
Ye Ming alighted upon the previously encountered reddish-brown planet, sinking into contemplation. The specters of the Chang family reappeared, their expressions mirroring the initial scene.
Yet, in other locales, no trace of the Chang family could be discerned,
suggesting that this planet was indeed peculiar. Ye Ming pondered, having already unraveled the mystery of the phantoms, if the resentful thoughts sought to draw him in again,
they would not resort to the same old tactics.
Yet, the influence persisted, indicating that these apparitions were not the work of resentment, but rather some natural phenomenon. Just then, Chang Fei stepped forward.
Chang Fei! Ye Ming exclaimed in surprise, not immediately intervening, for he was well aware that these were merely phantoms, devoid of any offensive capability. Chang Fei turned, stating, "Senior, I have heard my father speak of the interplay between the real and the illusory. That the end of the void is the beginning of reality. I wonder if by arriving at this point of illusion, we might reach a place of reality? The interplay of the real and the illusory." Ye Ming contemplated for a moment, then replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you." As the defense shield advanced, Ye Ming suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation, akin to the disorienting sensation of traversing a rift in spacetime. Continuing forward, he merged with the phantom of the Chang family, the intensity of the fluctuation reaching its zenith. Ye Ming also observed that if a part of his body moved in concert with the phantom, the sensation of traversing time and space intensified. What if he aligned his entire being with the Chang family specters? Acting on this thought, he found himself swept into a whirl, and in an instant, the surrounding reality transformed, revealing another expanse of void before him. The same dark crimson hue prevailed. Yet the distribution of celestial bodies differed significantly, the blood clouds were denser, and the air was saturated with suffocating resentment. Those formidable auras loomed not far away. It was still the same miniature world, merely repositioned. They were now deep within the realm of resentment, close to its source. The interplay of the real and the illusory, Ye Ming murmured. This was a formation naturally arising from a unique spatial configuration, possessing a certain ability for astral transference, akin to Ye Ming's void flash, albeit on a much grander scale. "Father, grandfather, they are over there." Chang Fei pointed ahead, yet hesitated to advance recklessly, wary of the potential influence. However, with the activation of his true eye, Ye Ming discerned the Chang family's presence to be strikingly genuine. They were indeed right there. At that moment, they too were shielded by the ancient tome's protective barrier, preventing them from being consumed by resentment. They recognized Ye Ming and Chang Fei, yet dared not acknowledge them, believing they were witnessing mere phantoms.
Let us proceed, Ye Ming declared.
Accompanied by the defense shield, he executed a void flash, materializing before the Cheng family.
At this moment,
the Cheng family's plight was beyond description, as none of them bore unscathed bodies, their garments soaked in blood.
Xiao Fei? Is it truly you?
Cheng Fu trembled as he extended a hand, the other limply hanging by his side.
It is I, father. What has happened to your hand? Were you all harmed by the Ice Demon clan? Cheng Fu sighed heavily. Indeed, the Ice Demon clan inflicted severe injuries upon us.
But what burdens us more are these blood-colored resentments, these omnipresent grievances that can corrode one's very nerves.
Had it not been for this ancient tome,
we would surely have perished long ago. Ye Ming surveyed the surroundings. The Cheng family appeared to be in poor spirits, with some of the elder members looking utterly listless. It was evident that even under the protection of the ancient tome, the toll of these grievances on one's psyche was profound.
Cheng Fu inquired, by the way, how did you arrive here? Are there not powerful guardians of the Ice Demon clan outside?
Cheng Fei replied respectfully. It was this esteemed elder who vanquished all the ice demons, allowing us to reach this place under the protection of the ancient tome.
You killed the ice demons? That is impossible. There is a transcendent being among them, a legendary existence. Father, you cannot fathom it. The transcendent being could not withstand a single blow from the elder. Moreover,
I have also reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm, and all my accomplishments are due to the elder's guidance.
Cheng Fei clenched his fists. A powerful force surging forth. The pinnacle of the martial king. Cheng Fu gasped, and his gaze towards Ye Ming transformed into one of profound reverence.
Elder, your immense kindness is something the Cheng family will never forget. To the eyes of mere mortals, a being capable of effortlessly crushing transcendent entities was beyond imagination.
Perhaps best described as divine.
The pursuit of martial prowess was a cherished aspiration for the Cheng family. And it was partly for this reason that Cheng Fu had sent Cheng Fei to join the military. The elder's assistance in elevating Cheng Fei to the pinnacle of the martial king realm was an unparalleled boon for the Cheng family. The Cheng family wished to kneel before Ye Ming, but he hastily supported them.
There is no need for such formalities, Cheng Fu. As members of the human race, we must unite and support Cheng Fei. It is my duty.
Cheng Fu ceased his remarks, yet the gratitude in the eyes of the Cheng family deepened.
Cheng Fu lamented.
I never anticipated that giving the ancient tome to you, Xiao Fei, would ultimately save us elders. By the way, father, you have the lower volume of the ancient tome.
Do you not? May we take a look?
Of course, no problem. The lower volume of the ancient tome lay in the midst of the Cheng family, emanating a transparent light, corresponding with the upper volume in Ye Ming's possession. Furthermore, Ye Ming sensed a wondrous spatial force emanating from the lower volume, suggesting that the Cheng family had indeed relied on this spatial power to tear through dimensions. This spatial power was absent in the upper volume he held. As he opened the lower volume, the first page revealed a brief line of text. Yet, upon a mere glance, Ye Ming was rendered speechless not by the content,
but by the handwriting.
The curvature of the strokes and certain subtle writing habits were unmistakably his own. But how could this be possible? Seeing the peculiar expression on Ye Ming's face, Cheng Fei and the others were inclined to inquire but hesitated to voice their questions.
This ancient tome,
a relic of a bygone civilization, was something they had never encountered before, thus, they were baffled by the presence of their own handwriting within its pages.
With mounting curiosity,
Ye Ming delved into its contents, discovering that the second volume of the tome was markedly distinct from the first. While the first volume provided an introduction to various primordial beasts and the ancient world, the second volume unveiled the profound secrets of the lost era of humanity. The complexity and breadth of the material were astonishing. The narrative commenced with a self-account, penned in Ye Ming's own script, seemingly authored by another individual strikingly similar to him. I, today, defy the heavenly order, exterminate. Yet, the heavenly order has also been sealed by me.
To preserve the bloodline of ancient humanity,
I leave behind these 2 volumes of the ancient tome and remnants of the place sealed by the Azure Dragon, as relics of our forebears. Should the new humanity aspire to revive the human race, they may seek the assistance of the 4 divine beasts. Thus, it is proclaimed.
The text flowed with a vigorous elegance, though it was brief.
However, the urgency became palpable as the writing progressed, with the concluding words appearing hastily scrawled,
requiring careful scrutiny to decipher. Chapter 39, The Lost Ancient History.
The reappearance of the 7 deadly traps. This note bears a striking resemblance to the enigmatic individual known as Ye Ming, a being from the ancient world. He possesses the ability to seal the heavenly path, indicating that his strength is anything but ordinary.
He must rank among the elite of the ancient humanity.
Yet, through the hastily scrawled words at the end, it becomes evident that the ancient human who penned this text was facing an overwhelming crisis. So grave that he could not complete his writing, leading to this abrupt conclusion. This document serves as a desperate missive, intended to convey to the New World's humanity the means by which they might restore the former glory of the ancient humans. Alternatively, it may be interpreted as a proclamation, revealing the immense peril once faced by the ancient humans and the splendid future they once anticipated. Ye Ming glanced at Father Chang. Although the latter had studied the lower volume of the ancient heavenly scriptures on multiple occasions, he lacked the profound experiences that Ye Ming had undergone, rendering him perplexed by these brief words. Chang Fei, however, was different, having ventured into the ancient world within the depths of the Golden Cavern alongside Ye Ming. He too recalled the legends of the ancient world and the so-called cleansing of the heavenly path upon encountering this text. As they continued to peruse the pages, the extensive writings transformed. The notes no longer resembled the preceding entries and instead presented a more substantial narrative, akin to historical accounts. This section must have been authored by another individual, linking to the upper volume of the ancient heavenly scriptures, chronicling events from the moment the ancient humanity breached the ancient world. According to the records, this universe is divided into 99 major realms and 3,600 minor realms. Both the original ancient world and the present new world are 2 of the 99 major realms, while the fragmented world entered by the ancient humans and the primordial alien races constitutes one of the 3,600 minor realms. At this moment, Ye Ming and the Chang family find themselves in one of these minor realms. No wonder this world is incomparably smaller than the original. This is not a true major realm. Continuing to read, at the onset of the Great Cleansing, the ancient humanity significantly surpassed the primordial alien races in strength. The ancient humans led numerous ancient beings in their resistance against the heavenly path. For a time, under the formidable measures of human warriors, the heavenly path found itself at a disadvantage, and the Great Cleansing appeared on the verge of failure. Though the text describing this battle is sparse, Ye Ming still feels an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from it. In this context, the ancient humanity conceived the idea of breaking through the barriers of the world. In truth, the intention behind humanity's breach of the ancient universe was not due to an unfavorable resistance, rather, it was a strategic move to gain greater depth, countering the heavenly path, eliminating its key figures while ensuring their own survival, thus shattering the Great Cleansing. However, at this critical juncture, the heavenly path executed a cunning scheme, secretly communicating with the primordial alien races. The heavenly path conveyed that should the alien races turn against the ancient humanity, it would promise to preserve their own lineage and, upon the complete annihilation of the ancient humans, bestow upon them a complete major realm. They might even grant them new innate skills, enhancing the overall strength of the alien races. It is crucial to note that the alien races rely on innate skills for combat. Acquiring an additional heavenly path would result in a transformative shift in their power. It was this very promise that led to the successful defection of the foreign tribes. The crucial decapitation plan of humanity was revealed to the celestial order, and coupled with the ancient alien race's support, it severely wounded the vitality of the ancient humans, ultimately forcing them to retreat into a lesser world. What was initially designed as a strategic sanctuary transformed into a path of escape. Within this lesser world, the ancient humans, having lost most of their formidable warriors, faced further slaughter at the hands of the ancient alien races. Moreover, the malevolent spirits that once resided in this world became accomplices in the extermination of humanity, causing the humans to retreat continuously while severing their lineage. However, just as the ancient humans faced annihilation and extinction, a figure known as the Sovereign emerged, utilizing the last remnants of his life force to accomplish 2 monumental tasks. The first was to seal the celestial order's pursuit and, with his own being as a spear, breach the barrier between the lesser world and a greater one, allowing humanity to descend into the present realm. The second was to seek out the fated individual, guiding this person into his world. This fated individual not only shared a connection with him in blood and spirit but also bore a similar fortune. Only with the support of this destined person could humanity hope to regain its former glory. Ye Ming felt an instinctual connection. Realizing that the sovereign was the very one who inscribed that lengthy passage in the lower volume, and bore a handwriting strikingly similar to his own. Having crossed over into this world, could it be that he was the so-called fated individual? Was he summoned by the sovereign to this realm with the purpose of revitalizing humanity? Such questions swirled in Ye Ming's mind. Perhaps only by locating the azure dragon divine beast could he find answers. Chang Fei observed silently. His teeth clenched in frustration upon witnessing the ancient alien races betray the ancient human faction. Were it not for the ancient aliens, how could humanity have fallen to such depths? Thus, the records of the lower volume of the ancient heavenly book were completed. The value of this lower volume far surpassed that of the upper. While the alien races were indeed loathsome, mere hatred would not suffice to revive humanity. Practical and effective measures must be sought. The lower volume of the ancient heavenly book clearly stated that to rejuvenate humanity, one must first seek the 4 divine beasts. The sovereign had mentioned that the fragment of the map pointed to the location of the azure dragon divine beast. The vermilion bird of the ancient universe had also stated that finding the other divine beasts would greatly support humanity. Ye Ming recalled that the upper volume of the ancient heavenly book contained a map fragment, thus the lower volume surely did as well. Very likely indicating the azure dragon's whereabouts. As he casually flipped through the pages, a sheet of paper indeed fell out. Ye Ming retrieved the original sheet and pieced it together, the fractured edges aligned perfectly. He immediately discerned that these spherical and mist-like forms were, in fact, constellations. Remarkably, some distant locations in the lesser world corresponded precisely with those indicated on the map. It became clear that the map fragment from the ancient heavenly book depicted a certain area of the lesser world. No wonder he had previously struggled to match this place. Chang Fei suddenly spoke, "Senior, it seems there is more content on the back of this map." Ye Ming turned it over and, to his surprise, found an illustration on the reverse side. Unlike the front, this depiction showcased not the starry skies, but rather serene mountains and waters. The boundaries of this map are far from complete. It represents merely a fragment of the entire cartographic work, even appearing as 2 pieces fused together, revealing only a minuscule section. Previously, Ye Ming had not laid eyes upon this map, but now, under the auspices of the complete energy of the ancient tome, it could finally be unveiled. Upon comparison, it became evident that this location was certainly not situated within a small world. Since it was inscribed upon the remnants of the map, it must lead to a place of significant importance. Ye Ming took heed, carefully placing the 2 fragments of the map aside for future examination when time permitted. While Ye Ming and the others were engrossed in their study of the ancient tome, unbeknownst to them, the periphery of the spatial passage was already graced by the presence of 7 uninvited guests, each bearing an ancient sword suspended before them. Though the swords remained dormant, their latent sharpness caused the air to quiver faintly. Astonishingly, they constituted yet another formation of the 7 absolute killing array. The 7 individuals sat cross-legged around the spatial passage, each possessing a cultivation level within the initial realm of the extraordinary. The assembly of 7 to besiege one underscored their grave concern for Ye Ming. A subtle aura locked onto the spatial rift, the moment Ye Ming revealed himself. He would face formidable suppression. Yet, none dared to enter, for even a mere probe of divine consciousness into the rift met with an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy, potent enough to affect the resolve of the heart. "Is this human race the one who entered from here?" inquired a member of the Ice Demon clan. "According to intelligence, it should be so," replied a member of the Night Demon clan, an extraordinary being. "If he perishes within, would our wait not be in vain?" remarked another from the Ice Demon clan. "Let us wait a while longer. If he does not emerge, we may also depart," suggested a leader from the Storm Demon clan. "Can a mere leader's realm defeat an extraordinary being? What do you think, Fifth?" The speaker, endowed with mid-level extraordinary cultivation, was enveloped by flickering blue-purple lightning, hinting at the materialization of electric energy. It is said that the power of storms, perfected, can render ethereal lightning comparable to divine weapons. This individual is undoubtedly a formidable expert, having been reassigned from the frontline legion of the Storm Demon clan. A creature from the Beast Master clan, with an octopus-like head.
shook its head and remarked, logically speaking, it should indeed be impossible. Perhaps he truly possesses a spirit treasure weapon? This individual, also a temporary leader drawn from the forward Beast Master clan, continued, even if it is a spirit treasure weapon. With our 6 extraordinary beings combined with the 7 absolute killing array, we could easily subdue even a high-level extraordinary expert. A mere leader's realm? I truly wonder what the elders of our clan are contemplating. The speaker was a tree demon creature, resembling an ancient tree, or rather, a tree-like entity. Its limbs manifesting as tree trunks. Its body maintained a wooden form, capable of mimicking various human actions, which was rather unsettling. The inclusion of the tree demon in this endeavor was undoubtedly motivated by the prospect of acquiring the spirit treasure weapon, which would significantly enhance the strength of the tree demon clan. One member of the ice demon clan, clad in deep blue ice armor, cautioned, "Do not underestimate this human race. When he shattered the 7 absolute killing array, it was with a single punch, and the ancient clan that besieged him was even stronger. Furthermore, he has slain our prince." It was the prince of the Ice Demon clan who had perished at Ye Ming's hands, his demise provoking the wrath of the Ice Demon clan. The demise of the royal family is not solely the concern of your Ice Demon clan. I, Prince Yulingjian of the Beastmaster clan, have also fallen victim to such treachery. The Beastmaster clan boasts an extraordinary assembly of 7 initial-level transcendent beings. A lineup that can only be described as lavish, enhanced further by the 7 absolute killing array, which equates to a death sentence for Ye Ming. A young woman, adorned with long ears and bearing a purple-black hue, spoke coquettishly, "I care not for any blood-soaked vendetta or mystical weaponry. All I desire is the pure yang essence of this human. What transpires thereafter, life or death, is of no concern to me. But should anyone dare to take his life before me, they shall not escape my wrath." This was the Blood Elf clan, comprised solely of women, gifted with the art of solar plunder. They subsist by siphoning the pure yang essence from men, practicing arts that lean towards the dark and sinister. Despite being an ancient race, few among the other clans wished to associate with them. The various clans remained silent once Ye Ming met his demise. The pure yang essence would rightfully belong to the Blood Elves. At that moment, Ye Ming was preparing to head towards the location indicated on the map. Should he indeed gain the assistance of the Azure Dragon, it would be an immense boon for both him and humanity. However, before that, he needed to ensure the safe departure of the Chang family from this place. Being at the epicenter of resentment, the atmosphere was disturbingly eerie. Should Ye Ming's journey to the Azure Dragon be delayed, it could endanger the Chang family. 2 ancient tomes lay stacked atop one another, their luminous shield growing ever more potent as a peculiar spatial energy began to radiate outward. In a flash of light, the group found themselves once again on the originally gray-brown planet, the spatial passageway still suspended in mid-air. With a step forward, the world spun around them, revealing their surroundings in an instant. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged towards them. Chang Fei, being of the martial king realm, could endure for a brief time, but the other members of the Chang family, mere mortals, were immediately crushed to the ground, immobilized. A torrent of blood flowed from their mouths and noses, threatening to congeal into a pool of mire within moments. This was still under the condition that the majority of the pressure was directed at Ye Ming. The terror of transcendent power was indeed formidable, especially with 7 of them present. "Elder, save my Chang family." Chang Fei gasped as he too succumbed, dropping to one knee, his body trembling violently under the strain, the sound of his bones grinding painfully audible. Without a word from Chang Fei, Ye Ming had already sprung into action, with a tremor of his body. The intangible pressure shattered, breaking the combined might of the 7 transcendent beings in an instant. Chapter 40, This sword is quite impressive. I shall accept it. Chang Fei's gaze flickered with astonishment. As a martial king, he had a fair understanding of the prowess of the 7 extraordinary beings before him. Yet, Ye Ming managed to overshadow them all merely with his imposing presence, indicating a significant enhancement in his strength. How little time had passed since his last ascension! This growth was truly astounding. The 7 alien masters shared in the shock. One from the Storm Demon clan scoffed, "The legends hold true. A mere lord can withstand the might of 7 extraordinary beings. If allowed to mature further, what might he become?" Another alien cackled. "I relish the thought of extinguishing the talents of the human race. The Ice Demon clan's deep blue ice armor enveloped him, emanating an unmatched aura. Human. Do you recognize this formation? Ye Ming smiled faintly. It seems you aliens are unchangeable in your folly. You wish for me to breach the 7 absolute killing formation a second time?
In his heart, he devised a plan. Once he acquired the 7 absolute killing swords, he would combine them with the 7 from the second outpost, allowing him to engage foes across 2 formidable realms without issue.
The second outpost would be secure.
The rest of the Chang family gasped in horror. 7 extraordinary beings neutralized by Ye Ming in a single strike. Such power left them in sheer astonishment.
Enough of this banter. Let us swiftly fulfill our task. Our ancient clan's forces are in dire straits. Indeed. The Beastmaster clan's extraordinary being retorted, the 7 absolute killing formation, forged by us 7.
Wields a might beyond your imagination.
Enough talk, prepare to face it. Boom. 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 The 7 absolute killing formation trembled as 7 sharp killing intents surged skyward.
The earth quaked, and a dark vortex materialized in the air, filled with boundless starlight. The combined might of the extraordinary beings unleashed a semblance of primordial cosmic power.
Be cautious, Senior. Chang Fei warned. Fear not, if they are to bestow the 7 absolute killing swords upon me, how could I refuse?
Ye Ming waved his hand. An unseen energy enveloping the heads of the Chang family, isolating the killing intent and alleviating their burdens.
Such arrogance. The extraordinary beings, mocked by a mere lord, were instantly incensed. Slay him.
With a change of hand seals, the sword vibrated ominously, its essence morphing into a profound arc that mirrored the infinite transformations of the cosmos. The sword body fused at a height of several dozen feet above Ye Ming, coalescing into a star of pure sword energy.
In the next moment,
the sword star released a colossal beam of sword energy, swiftly enveloping Ye Ming, as 3,000 killing sword intents descended upon him in a singular strike. The alien beings rejoiced. The combined power of the 7 extraordinary beings wielding the 7 absolute killing formation exceeded their expectations. The critical sword energy harbored boundless murderous intent, merging 7 swords into one, amplifying their lethal essence. Such ferocity could surely compel even the most formidable of experts to retreat. Crack! Crack! The ground fissured as the sword energy surged like a dragon. Yet Ye Ming merely smiled, the ice demoness golden body shielding him above. Clang! The 7 absolute sword energy was deflected, scattering into 7 streams of energy that lashed out at the ancient aliens, who staggered as if struck by a heavy blow. The sword's shadows trembled, as if on the verge of vanishing. Spurt! Spurt! 7 jets of blood erupted forth. The 7 absolute killing formation, if it does not slay the enemy, will turn upon itself. So formidable. The Cheng family members felt their jaws nearly drop to the ground. This, however. There are 7 beings of the extraordinary realm. In the eyes of mere mortals, the extraordinary realm is akin to divinity. Yet, Ye Ming effortlessly neutralized their combined assault. Only Chang Fei wore a smile, having witnessed Ye Ming's formidable prowess countless times. To him, Ye Ming was already a deity, capable of achieving the impossible. What of the extraordinary realm? Before Ye Ming, they were but ants. The alien races were filled with dread, overshadowed by profound apprehension. Indeed, this human race is peculiar. Fellow comrades, let us unite and vanquish him. The Beastmaster clan roared. The Storm Demon clan proclaimed, let us unleash the true might of the 7 absolute kill sword upon him. To manifest its essence requires blood essence, a toll on oneself. Yet, none opposed. The 7 absolute kill sword proved ineffective against Ye Ming, but it brimmed with lethal intent towards the ancient alien races. Should they fail to achieve success with the next strike, they would face a backlash, and in this ebb and flow, it could very well turn against Ye Ming. 7 extraordinary beings besieging a lord-level entity with the 7 absolute kill formation, while simultaneously activating the sword's essence. If this were to spread, they would be the subject of ridicule. However, at this moment, the ancient alien races could not afford to concern themselves with such trivialities. Behind the shadow of the sword, the aliens formed intricate sword seals. And sword energy surged from beneath their feet, enveloping the 7 absolute kill sword and the aliens alike. Man and sword became one, for in this instant, the sword embodied the person, and the person was the sword. Simultaneously, a dark rune emerged beneath Ye Ming's feet.
larger and imbued with far greater murderous intent than during the encounter at the ancient Golden Cavern.
This was a sword formation unleashed by the extraordinary realm.
This time, the shadow of the killing sword did not appear beneath Ye Ming's feet.
The 7 extraordinary beings pointed their fingers like swords towards Ye Ming, their killing intent locking onto him with a chilling precision. In an instant, the 7 absolute kill sword redirected towards Ye Ming and shot forth an endless stream of sword energy swirling around the blade. The air was rent asunder, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift in its wake. Ye Ming coldly smiled. "I mentioned this sword is quite remarkable, and I shall graciously accept it."
He extended his right hand and gently grasped. Crack!
Space froze. Without a visible motion from Ye Ming, he seized the 7 killing swords in one hand. The blades, akin to eels, trembled violently, the space around them tearing and mending.
Yet they could not escape Ye Ming's grasp. Be subdued. Ye Ming expelled a surge of power, unleashing a mental thrust that infused the swords with a destructive aura, calming them.
In the next moment, dark red runes shot forth 7 strands of dark energy, piercing the chests of the 7.
They fell backward as if struck by lightning.
Concurrently, the dark runes beneath Ye Ming dissipated, and the murderous formation was completely shattered.
"You!"
The alien extraordinary beings stared at Ye Ming in disbelief,
as if they had seen a ghost.
Ye Ming was merely at the Lord level, yet he had not yet ascended to the extraordinary realm, and his physique remained mortal. Yet, with his mortal body, he had bare-handedly grasped the 7 absolute kill sword, and not just any sword, but one that had been activated. This was utterly inconceivable. No one understood better than them the formidable power of the activated 7 absolute kill sword. Even a mere backlash from its sword energy could severely injure them.
Now, Ye Ming had actually seized the sword body. Had his physical prowess ascended to such an extraordinary level?
The alien races exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror.
"Run!"
With a thunderous roar, the Earth Demon clan disregarded its own injuries and fled in a frenzied panic. The remaining ancient races followed suit, exerting every ounce of strength to sprint in various directions. For the first time, the lofty beings felt the looming threat of death. All prized artifacts and weapons,
including the 7 absolute killing sword, were cast aside.
Ye Ming unleashed his mental strike, infused with destructive power, obliterating the divine consciousness within the 7 absolute killing sword, and tossed it to Cheng Fei, instructing him to safeguard it for the time being. Ignoring the stunned members of the Cheng family, he turned and activated the Void Flash.
Unable to defeat them, they thought to escape? It was not so simple. Did they think this place was a public restroom, where one could come and go as they pleased?
Ye Ming had no intention of letting any of these foreign races slip away.
Meanwhile,
the Earth Demon clan activated their armor with full force, propelled by immense physical strength, creating a phantom as they dashed across the ground.
Encased in armor-like skin,
impervious to blades and guns, and bolstered by their extraordinary physique, the Earth Demons felt a slight sense of security.
But where was that human? The Earth Demon,
in his extraordinary state, glanced back and found Ye Ming's figure absent.
"Here!"
Ye Ming flashed before the Earth Demon, his voice cold and indifferent. The Earth Demon stumbled back in shock, cursing his bad luck for being the first to be targeted by this human. With no path of retreat left, he summoned his courage and swung his fists. "What does your strength matter? My Earth Demon armor is no trifling matter." Even before his fists reached Ye Ming, the force of his blows was already upon him, yet Ye Ming stood his ground, unflinching. The Earth Demon felt a surge of hope. Strength was his domain, and challenging him in that regard was a folly. He even envisioned the moment of his fist shattering Ye Ming's skull.
However, in the next instant, a sharp crack echoed.
Ye Ming extended his hand, gripping effortlessly, and the Earth Demon's fists halted abruptly. No matter how hard he struggled, his fists were ensnared within Ye Ming's grasp, immovable as though a mountain bore down upon them. Golden light radiated from Ye Ming's palms,
and the Earth Demon's eyes widened in disbelief. The Earth Demon Golden Body.
"You have actually mastered our clan's supreme technique, the Earth Demon Golden Body.
How can this be possible?"
It was no wonder the Earth Demon had rushed to the front lines without proper reconnaissance. He had only heard rumors of Ye Ming's prowess, but his true strength remained a mystery. Now, confronted with this revelation, he was utterly astounded.
Compared to the Earth Demon Golden Body, His own power felt like a mere joke. Just as the Earth Demon contemplated a desperate retreat, Ye Ming denied him that opportunity. With a slight exertion,
he crushed the Earth Demon's iron fists into dust, blood gushing forth, revealing stark white bones. The Earth Demon screamed in agony, writhing on the ground.
Ye Ming, expressionless,
unsheathed the golden blade, a flash of dark golden light slicing through the air, cleaving the Earth Demon in two. The anguished cries of the Earth Demon echoed, heard by all the other races. In a fleeting moment, this terrifying human had slain the Earth Demon of extraordinary status.
My heavens, what manner of monster is this?
Ye Ming turned his gaze towards the Ice Demon clan in the distance, causing one among them to shiver in fear.
In the next moment, he appeared before the Ice Demon. I will fight you. Ice arts.
The Earth Demon race is enveloped in deep blue armor, its hands tracing countless arcs, conjuring hundreds of ice spikes as thick as arms, each possessing formidable sharpness and chilling intensity.
These ice spikes nearly blanket the entire sky. However, at the moment the ice needles are unleashed, the Ice Demon swiftly turns and flees in another direction,
overwhelmed by the murderous aura of humanity that has utterly shattered its nerves.
How intriguing! In light of this,
I shall shatter ice with ice and see whether your ice needles are mightier or my Earth Demon's ice body prevails. Ye Ming advances rather than retreats,
similarly clad in deep blue armor.
The ice needles strike him, detonating automatically without inflicting any harm. The Ice Demon, upon glancing back, is stricken with terror. The ice technique emphasizes offense over defense, and the Earth Demon, known for its fortitude, has been effortlessly vanquished by Ye Ming, rendering its ice shield merely a source of consolation.
Demon!
The Ice Demon cries out in despair.
You are mistaken, I am of the human race, not a demon.
Ye Ming flashes forward, his fists crashing into the Ice Demon's chest, which he then transforms into palms, tearing apart to the sides.
With a resounding rip, blood rains down, and entrails fall like precipitation as the Ice Demon is rent asunder.
Turning his gaze, he activates the Eye of Truth, focusing on the nearest Storm Demon. Although the foe maintains a certain distance, it remains within the range of his instantaneous movement. The moment Ye Ming's gaze meets the Storm Demon's, the latter curses its misfortune, its body flashing with blue light. Dark clouds gather, and countless bolts of lightning suddenly materialize, forming a dense storm of electricity around the Storm Demon in an attempt to thwart Ye Ming's advance.
Ye Ming's expression turns as cold as ice as he flashes to the Storm Demon's side, unleashing a tempest of thunder. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The barrel-like storm of electricity crashes down, overwhelming the Storm Demon's efforts and piercing through its body. In an instant, the Storm Demon is reduced to charred remains,
collapsing to the ground.
Yet, the resilience of its extraordinary physique prevents it from perishing entirely, its terrified gaze locked onto Ye Ming. Approaching, Ye Ming draws the gilded blade. With a swift motion, the head soars into the air.
Chapter 41, Annihilation of the Transcendent Realm and the Grand Scheme of the Zombie Clan. As Ye Ming turned his gaze,
he recalled that the Night Demon clan was the closest, yet ahead lay an expanse devoid of any figures.
Activating the Eye of Truth, the surrounding environment was suffused with an enigmatic glow.
In the distance, a phantom swiftly fled.
In a flash, a dark golden blade of light flickered. No!
The Night Demon clan cried out, their voices abruptly silenced.
A deluge of crimson rain cascaded down. In a single stroke, the life of a member of the Night Demon clan was extinguished.
The innate talent of the Night Demon clan lay in their invisibility. Once their concealment was pierced, they were rendered utterly defenseless. In terms of sheer combat prowess, the Night Demon clan was indeed the weakest. The remaining beast tamers met the same fate, as Ye Ming employed his mental prowess to ravage their nerves with a cataclysmic force, crushing his adversaries effortlessly. Only the tree elves and blood elves remained. Ye Ming's formidable abilities had already shattered the will of the two remaining foes, extinguishing any flicker of combat spirit within them. The only thought that occupied their minds was a singular word: escape. With a cold snort, Ye Ming declared, "I shall begin with you, tree elf."
In an instant,
he appeared before his opponent. This was his first encounter with a tree elf, and he took a moment to assess the creature, keenly observing its innate skills. This tree elf, more akin to a tree than a person, lacked any human skin, its limbs resembling tree trunks with its head emerging directly from the bark. Ye Ming flashed forward, and with effortless precision, the golden blade cleaved through the tree elf's right arm. A spray of green sap erupted forth. Yet, at that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. A verdant glow emanated from the severed limb, and a new branch sprouted from the wound. Ye Ming's eyes widened in realization. The tree elf possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability. He quickly comprehended the implications of this talent in a drawn-out battle. If one failed to eliminate a tree elf in an instant, the tide of war could stagnate. With their capacity to recover and their opponents unable to match it, victory would tilt in favor of the tree elves. The tree elf struggled desperately, but alas, Ye Ming's formidable earth demon ice soul gold body was far too powerful for it to escape. With a swift motion, Ye Ming severed the tree elf's head. Green sap splattering forth as the creature collapsed lifelessly. It appeared that despite its appearance, a severed head would still lead to death. To ensure complete annihilation, Ye Ming drove his fists through the tree's body, tearing it apart, green sap spilling forth. Astonishingly, within this tree elf, there existed organs akin to those of ordinary beings. System, ding. Congratulations, Master. The Earth Demon Ice Soul Gold body possesses restorative capabilities. Indeed. The tree elf's innate skills can be mimicked. Now, as long as the injuries are not fatal, even severe wounds such as severed limbs do not instill fear in Ye Ming. Of course, this is contingent upon being able to inflict harm on him, and in the current circumstances, the chances of that occurring had dwindled significantly. Only the Blood Elf remained. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Truth, the Blood Elf was rendered invisible. Ye Ming flashed forward, momentarily taken aback. The Blood Elf was not only a stunning beauty but also clad in revealing attire, her bronze skin harmoniously complementing her flowing green hair, exuding a wild allure. This sight momentarily dulled Ye Ming's murderous intent. Unlike other races, the Blood Elf did not flee or launch a powerful attack upon sensing Ye Ming's presence. Instead, she gradually approached him. Her bronze form undulated with a unique rhythm, drawing Ye Ming closer, and he found himself inexplicably developing an affinity for her. A subtle smile graced the Blood Elf's lips as a dark vortex appeared at her abdomen, an intense and radiant energy emanating from Ye Ming. Silently drawn into the vortex within her, a warning surged within Ye Ming. This was no ordinary energy, it was a captivating force aimed at the mind. Having experienced the allure of illusion condensation, Ye Ming had gained a rudimentary understanding of the essence of charm magic. At its core, charm magic was a transmission of mental energy, akin to the Earth Demon Clan's Earth Demon Shield or the Ice Demon Clan's Ice Soul technique. In terms of mental prowess, Ye Ming was undoubtedly a master. His mind-piercing strike, imbued with destructive attributes, could effortlessly shatter any form of mental energy. The mind-piercing strike was unleashed. Crack! Crack! The energy of the strike directly obliterated the Blood Demon's charm magic and pierced into her forehead. The enchantment dissipated, and Ye Ming's vision cleared. What beauty! Merely a human skin skeleton. A shrill scream erupted as the Blood Demon stumbled backwards. The torment of her soul surpassed that of her physical pain manifold. The extraordinary Blood Elf convulsed in agony as torrents of blood flowed from her 7 orifices. However, as a practitioner of mental energy, the Blood Demon's nerves were not entirely obliterated by Ye Ming's strike. She gazed at him with wide, bleeding eyes, fixated on him. If a gaze could kill, Ye Ming would have perished countless times. With an indifferent smile, Ye Ming remarked, "You are still too inexperienced to manipulate mental energy in my presence. Spare me, and I shall reveal a secret." The Blood Demon pleaded, her voice strained. "You lack the standing to negotiate with me." Ye Ming replied coldly, his expression unyielding. The exquisite visage of the Blood Elf stirred not a ripple in his heart. With a clenched jaw, the Blood Demon declared, "I am aware of the Zombie Clan's plans. Their unleashing of the zombie tide to consume your human kin is not merely to strengthen themselves. They aim to forge a true alliance with our ancient clan once they have amassed sufficient power, thereby gaining access to the small world." Small world? Ye Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. The small world was intertwined with the history of ancient humanity, and he likely bore the destiny of the ancient humans. Any secrets pertaining to the human race must be unearthed. The Blood Demon continued, "Within the small world may lie immense secrets. As far as I know, this secret may also involve your kin.
The zombie clan's decision to launch an offensive is likely fixated on this very matter. Ye Ming was taken aback.
He had not anticipated such depth to the zombie clan's intentions.
As for the secret, it was likely linked to the legacy of ancient humanity and the mysteries lost in the currents of time. Ye Ming pondered deeply. The tone of the Blood Demon clan shifted to a sultry allure. "Oh, mighty human race, I have divulged everything I know, might you spare me now?"
With a slight lift of his hand, Ye Ming summoned a flash of dark golden light. A splatter of blood erupted as a head soared into the air, still bearing an expression of disbelief, while the headless body crumpled softly to the ground. A figure capable of driving countless men to madness was reduced to mere dust.
Ye Ming harbored no compassion for the alien beings. Did she truly believe a single secret would grant her clemency? Such naivete!
Her claims, however, were likely genuine.
The secrets of the small world were not privy to everyone.
Furthermore, the Blood Demon had revealed the grand scheme of the zombie clan to Ye Ming,
merely to incite further conflict between the human race and the undead.
Yet, she had underestimated the situation. Even without her words, the zombie clan was destined for annihilation. And now, the slaughter was merely hastened. At that moment, the commander of the zombie legion stationed in the 81st Fallen Zone felt an inexplicable chill.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master. You have gained 35 million enhancement points and acquired the skill Ultimate Charm by slaying the Blood Elf clan.
However, unlike previous instances,
this time the innate skill did not immediately merge with Ye Ming's body. Instead, it transformed into a purple-black energy sphere, floating in the air.
System? Ye Ming was momentarily taken aback.
Ultimate Charm is exclusive to females, and since the Master is male, it cannot be directly assimilated. However, the Master may freely choose a female to inherit this talent. So that is how it is. Leaving it for Shen Xiaoxiao is not a bad idea.
Ye Ming smiled faintly.
With a thought, the energy sphere of the innate skill temporarily merged with his body.
System, average enhancement of the 7 major skills.
A surge of immense power coursed through Ye Ming, heightening not only his agility but also his strength.
Ye Ming's heart sank into the depths.
The barrier within him was now within reach. The system timely announced, "Master, a breakthrough in realm has been detected, please confirm."
Confirmed.
The power within his meridians instantaneously coalesced, crashing against the barrier with a thunderous impact.
Crack!
A fissure appeared in the barrier.
Gather, strike again. Boom!
The barrier shattered completely, its pure energy merging into his body.
An overwhelming aura enveloped Ye Ming, as 7 colored auspicious clouds coalesced into 7 azure dragons that spiraled upwards, their eyes brimming with an overwhelming presence, alive and vivid.
A tempest brewed, and a vortex formed within the clouds, a beam of light descending upon Ye Ming's head. A blurred halo emerged behind him. Though this minor breakthrough did not manifest as a grand celestial phenomenon, the members of the Cheng family observed it keenly. Astonishingly, he has broken through again.
Cheng Fei and the others were left in awe.
For others, breaking through realms required immense effort, and many remained stagnated at certain levels throughout their lives.
Yet for Ye Ming, it seemed as effortless as eating and drinking.
Just a short while ago, he had ascended to an intermediate lord.
And now he was already at a high-level lord? Had the elder grown even stronger? The Cheng family, not being practitioners themselves,
lacked a direct understanding of the imposing aura but instinctively felt that Ye Ming had indeed become more formidable.
Cheng Fei nodded. "Elder, you are truly a divine being."
Ye Ming gazed skyward and let out a resounding howl, his boundless vigor surging forth, breaking through the void. Filled with elation, he had vanquished 7 extraordinary beings,
reaping significant rewards.
Not only had his own strength ascended to the realm of a high lord, but his demonic ice body also acquired formidable regenerative abilities,
rendering him akin to an indomitable cockroach.
In future confrontations with formidable foes, as long as he was not instantly vanquished, he could, with the aid of Void Flash, gradually weaken his adversary's powers and ultimately tilt the scales of victory in his favor. As for the exquisite allure he could not absorb, Ye Ming felt no regret. He prioritized the enhancement of his strength, regarding superficial appearances with indifference.
Empowered by wind control, the ethereal breeze lifted Ye Ming into the lofty heights.
His blade held aloft.
Garments billowing, clouds swirling in his wake, Ye Ming's gaze swept forward towards the central safe zone, the very front lines of battle. One day,
he would charge into that realm.
And that day was not far off.
As Ye Ming descended to the ground, his imposing aura retracted, returning him to his ordinary self.
I pay my respects to the elder.
The members of the Chang family knelt in greeting. Ye Ming gently raised his arm, an invisible force lifting all present. I have said, there is no need for such reverence. Under the apocalypse, as fellow humans, we are brothers. A wave of warmth surged in the eyes of the Chang family. Many were already in tears, their hearts trembling, yet they did not kneel.
For Ye Ming's words resonated deeply. As fellow humans, we are brothers. Indeed, brothers need not bow. Facing life and death together is the true essence of brotherhood. Under the apocalypse, countless souls perished, mountains shattered, and families torn apart. Yet today, humanity had finally welcomed a pillar of strength. 7 extraordinary beings. Slain in a single strike, a feat few could claim within the entirety of humanity. Cheng Fei understood that Ye Ming had achieved such a remarkable accomplishment while still at the intermediate lord level, and now he had undoubtedly transcended to a high lord. His might even more terrifying. Given time, as Ye Ming's power continued to grow, the resurgence of humanity to its pinnacle was merely a matter of time. For the Cheng family, the most crucial aspect was that Cheng Fei had earned Ye Ming's recognition, akin to leaning against a formidable tree for support. Chapter 42, Re-entering the Small World, Dispelling Grudges, and Rescuing the Azure Dragon. Esteemed Elder, this is the 7 absolute killing swords. Cheng Fei carefully extracted the 7 ancient swords, which, under Ye Ming's mental suppression, lay still, their luster betraying their extraordinary nature. However, Ye Ming did not accept the swords. Instead, he instructed, Cheng Fei, lead your family to the 2nd level of the Fallen Zone and rendezvous with Shi Qingshan and the others to reinforce the 7 absolute sword formation. Fear not. For these 7 ancient swords are imbued with my divine consciousness. You need only place them sequentially beside the original ancient swords, and their mental energies will automatically connect, thereby enhancing the sword formation. But Elder, you. Ye Ming cast his gaze towards the spatial passage. I must return to the small world. The secrets of the old ancient world are of paramount importance. Please be cautious, Elder. If the situation becomes dire, withdraw promptly. Humanity cannot afford to lose you. Cheng Fei yearned to accompany Ye Ming but understood his own limitations, fearing he would only hinder him. I am fully aware. By the way, have Shi Qingshan and the others prepare. Once we conclude matters here, we shall pay a visit to the zombie clan. Certain issues must be resolved. A shiver ran down Cheng Fei's spine. He had been present when the Blood Elf clan spoke, and he comprehended Ye Ming's intention. It was clear that action against the zombie clan was imminent. The enmity between humanity and the zombie clan was irreconcilable. His blood surged with fervor at the thought. As countless souls had envisioned the day they would sever the heads of the zombie clan, restoring a bright realm for humanity. Ye Ming harbored no concerns for the safety of Cheng Fei's family, within the confines of the 20 levels of the Fallen Zone. All creatures hostile to humanity had been eradicated, and they were further aided by the bloodthirsty guinea pigs. After bidding farewell to Cheng Fei's family, Ye Ming turned his gaze back to the spatial passage. The dark halo loomed ominously before him, resembling a gaping maw eager to devour. Without further hesitation, Ye Ming stepped forward into the void. The world spun violently, and he once again found himself upon the reddish-brown planet. As soon as he entered, he stirred the resentful energies that swirled like crimson clouds, rushing towards him. However, due to the prior imprint of the old ancient tome, they merely circled around him, hesitant to breach the protective light shield. All around, the air was thick with dark red resentment, and the defensive aura upheld by the old ancient tome shone like a beacon amidst a tempestuous sea, steadfast and resilient. With the influence of Cheng Fei's family now dissipated, Ye Ming stepped onto the familiar ground once more, teleporting back to the heart of the concentrated resentment. Here, the malice was even more profound, swirling in massive clusters, while deep within, terrifying presences lingered. They seemed to slumber yet would occasionally writhe, each movement causing the surrounding space to fracture violently, with black lightning crackling everywhere. Yet none could harm the formidable essence at the core. With the keen perception granted by his advanced lord-level true vision, Ye Ming could sense the atmosphere in greater detail. Curiously, it appeared that these energies were ensnared by some unseen force. Could it be that these entities were manifestations of the heavenly Tao? Ye Ming recalled the records inscribed in the latter part of the old ancient tome, which spoke of a master sacrificing their blood to seal the heavenly Tao.
Ye Ming scrutinized the surroundings more closely, yet the sheer magnitude of these entities, coupled with their intense malevolence, rendered him unable to discern their full forms.
All he could perceive was their color, a dark crimson reminiscent of resentment.
Furthermore, these beings vastly exceeded Ye Ming's current capabilities, should he confront them now. His only recourse would be to rely on his void flash to escape, for each encounter could inflict fatal harm upon him. He was uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to recuperate with the restorative powers of the earth demon ice corporeal body.
Nevertheless, this journey was for the Qinglong,
and he could not afford to squander excessive time on these entities. Turning his true eye to the surroundings, Ye Ming found no trace of the Qinglong.
At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his mind, "Human, depart quickly. This place is beyond your reach." Who? Ye Ming's consciousness swept the area.
Yet he could not identify the source of the voice. "I am the Qinglong," the voice continued, imbued with a profound and obscure resonance. "I never expected that the ancient spark of humanity still endures. I know not how you arrived here, but newcomer, the dangers here are beyond your imagination.
Leave at once, or the powerful resentment will engulf you, erasing your will and assimilating you into its essence." With all his might, Ye Ming activated his true eye, and at last, within the depths of the resentment, he discerned a glimmer of azure light. Though faint, it stood unwavering amidst the boundless crimson, unyielding. "Is that the Qinglong? I have come to rescue you." The Qinglong seemed momentarily taken aback. "Rescue me? I have been ensnared by this resentment for millennia. Parts of my being have already fused with it. How can you possibly save me?" Ye Ming smiled. "How would you know unless you try?"
He surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to the Qinglong with his flashes. Each time he flashed to a new location, the ancient celestial tome created an aperture,
causing the encroaching resentment to emit a screeching sound as it hastily retreated.
In the vast expanse of deep space, a luminous sphere flickered swiftly.
"The ancient celestial tome!" the Qinglong exclaimed in astonishment.
"It contains a fragment of the Lord's power. No wonder you, as a mere advanced Lord, can traverse here unharmed."
Upon reaching the Qinglong's side,
Ye Ming was momentarily stunned. Before him lay an immensely colossal Qinglong, its head alone measuring hundreds of meters in diameter,
while its body extended for tens of kilometers into the depths of the universe.
However, at this moment, the Qinglong's azure light was dim,
its surface ensnared by dark crimson filth of resentment.
The tainted resentment seethed, suppressing the Qinglong's light, while more and more of its surface had been corroded by the malevolence. Dark purple ichor oozing from its wounds, only to be absorbed by the resentment.
The entire Qinglong appeared as though it were gravely ill. "Qinglong, what has befallen you?" Ye Ming's heart sank at the sight.
"New human, you possess the ancient celestial tome. You must be aware of some secrets of the ancient world.
After that battle, some remnants of the ancient humans sought refuge in this small world.
However, the remnants of the heavenly Tao relentlessly pursued them.
As the heavens and earth trembled, the malevolent spirits that once lay dormant in this realm began to awaken, launching attacks against humanity.
To buy time for the escape of the ancient humans, I transformed into a barrier, shielding them from the relentless pursuit of the heavenly Tao and the malevolent spirits.
Aided by the formidable powers of the ancient humans who bound these spirits,
for millennia, I have sustained myself through the power of the Azure Dragon, until now."
"Azure Dragon?
You have endured much," Ye Ming murmured, moved.
"The new humans need not bear such burdens. Following the ancient humans is our mission."
The Azure Dragon replied somberly.
"Yet the ancient human warriors were consumed by resentment, perishing without my fortuitous fate. Azure Dragon, what are these resentments? Is the formidable aura hidden in the deep void the manifestation of the heavenly Tao?"
The great head of the Azure Dragon shook. "If they were the heavenly Tao,
how could the ancient humans have fallen into such despair?"
"The potent aura of the deep void consists of the original malevolent spirits of this world, while these crimson resentments are the essence of the heavenly Tao, corrupting the ancient humans. The true heavenly Tao is in existence beyond our comprehension,
wielding the power of the universe in every gesture.
Most of the true ancient human warriors were obliterated by its hand." The Azure Dragon added, "Had there been no human warriors at that time, I alone, even at the cost of my life, could not have sustained the current situation."
"You mentioned that some ancient humans fled here. What of the others?"
"They must have ventured into other small worlds, but whether they survived remains uncertain. The chaos of that great battle 5,000 years ago left me with no time to observe. Ye Ming began to understand. The small world, in contrast to the vast one, was rife with malevolent spirits, resembling an ancient battlefield, while the larger world was relatively tranquil, conducive to the long-term development of life. The terrifying auras lurking in the deep void were all native malevolent spirits. New humans, might you enlighten me on the current state of humanity? Ye Ming selectively recounted the plight of humanity to the Azure Dragon, including the spatial rifts in the First Fallen Zone, the plans of ancient alien races, and the rampant zombie plague. The Azure Dragon listened in silence, then sighed deeply. Its tone filled with sorrow. I never anticipated humanity would find itself in such a spiritually barren world. The subsequent resurgence of spiritual energy has led to the transformation of some humans into zombies, further diminishing the already scant strength of humanity. As Ye Ming spoke, he pondered. In this small world, the ability to contain the spread of resentment relied entirely on the Azure Dragon's own aura for thousands of years. However, over time, this aura had diminished significantly, resulting in its current frailty. If I were to guide the Azure Dragon out, two issues would arise. Firstly, whether the Azure Dragon would possess sufficient strength to escape, and secondly, without the restraint of its power, the resentment would proliferate unchecked, ultimately leaving the possibility of breaking through the boundaries of Ye Ming's original world. Yet Ye Ming boldly declared, if I can find a way to bring you out, would you be willing to assist us, the new humans? During this period of exploration, Ye Ming has discerned that these grievances, targeting the essence that devours the human spirit, presumably constitute a form of energy structure akin to spiritual energy. The destructive energy of the mind piercer serves as their natural nemesis. I shall certainly assist you, new humans. But given my current state, do you possess any means? Exclaimed the Azure Dragon in astonishment. Ye Ming, without further ado, approached the cloud of grievances, activating the mind piercer. His substantial mental force transformed into slender needles, penetrating the core of the grievances. With a sharp sound, the grievances recoiled in response to the provocation, creating a significant void around the mental needles. Those grievances that failed to retreat were swiftly eroded by the mental force, dissolving into nothingness. Consequently, the Azure Dragon, previously ensnared by this mass of grievances, regained its freedom. The green light flickered, signaling a rapid restoration. The Azure Dragon stood in a daze. This grievance had resisted for millennia, not only failing to prevail, but gradually consuming its own mental energy. Yet, Ye Ming effortlessly resolved an extensive portion of it. Moreover, Ye Ming was merely at the Lord level. Ye Ming was acutely aware that his ability to achieve this feat stemmed from the supreme slaying system that merged the power of destruction with the mind piercer. Without either component, such an accomplishment would be utterly unattainable. A moment later, the Azure Dragon nodded. New human, you are indeed extraordinary, but I still cannot depart. If I leave, the unrestrained grievances will break their pact and rapidly expand, potentially breaching the barriers of this small world to invade your vast realm. What if I could devise a method to suppress the grievances in this small world? The Azure Dragon paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook its head. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 43, What of the savage spirits of the primordial chaos? We, the human race, harbor no fear. Though this realm may be a diminutive world, its vastness surpasses your imagination. Indeed, you possess the ability to restrain malevolent thoughts, yet can you eradicate the grievances that pervade an entire world? The strength of Ye Ming is insufficient to encompass the entirety of this small world. Should he seek to eliminate the grievances inch by inch, it would require an eternity. Ye Ming cannot afford to wait, nor can humanity. However, his plan does not rest upon such a tedious endeavor. Are there not the savage spirits of the primordial chaos lurking in the depths of this small world? Perhaps it would be wise to direct these grievances towards the savage spirits, allowing them to mutually constrain each other, thereby granting the Azure Dragon an opportunity for escape. This approach is undeniably perilous. It necessitates contact with the Azure Dragon's grievances, the release of the primordial beasts from their confinement, and ultimately, the convergence of the two forces. Yet, Ye Ming is confident, with the instantaneous movement of the void and the exceptional regenerative powers of the Earth Demon Ice Soul Golden Body, he possesses sufficient latitude to accomplish this feat. Leave it to me, Ye Ming declared. He unleashed his mental prowess in a concentrated assault, an overwhelming aura of annihilation enveloping the Azure Dragon entirely. As he dispelled the grievances, he exercised precise control, ensuring not a single fragment of the azure dragon was harmed. The crimson grievances were devoured in vast swaths by Ye Ming's mental energy, which he shaped into a protective dome, leaving the grievances with no avenue for retreat. In an instant, Ye Ming surged forth, his mental energy shifting with him, extending from the head of the azure dragon all the way to its tail. The azure dragon was immensely vast. Completing this task consumed nearly 20 minutes of Ye Ming's time. Observing this spectacle, the azure dragon was left in profound astonishment, questioning whether this speed could truly belong to someone of mere lordly rank. He bore no treasure that could enhance his mobility. How could he achieve such swiftness? Ye Ming remained silent, and the azure dragon refrained from inquiry. Every formidable being harbors secrets, a mark of respect for each other's power. Once Ye Ming had expunged all grievances from the azure dragon, a brilliant azure radiance enveloped the creature, its tail unfurling in a manner so liberating that it nearly cried out in joy. This marked the first occasion in 5 millennia that the azure dragon had been free from the scourge of grievances. However, this reprieve would not endure long, for more grievances were already converging upon the azure dragon. If it lingered here, it would not be long before it fell victim to the very grievances once more. Amidst this malevolence, Ye Ming sensed a profound hostility directed towards him. They wished to approach yet were paralyzed by fear, though these grievances were manifestations of magical energy. After millennia of evolution, they had developed a rudimentary intelligence. This was understandable. Ye Ming's extensive cleansing of grievances had undeniably incited their animosity. Yet they dared not approach due to the destructive nature of Ye Ming's mental force. Nevertheless, this animosity was precisely what Ye Ming desired. With the wind control technique, he soared through the air, and in that moment, he made a bold decision. As he retracted his vast mental energy, he became akin to an ordinary, unremarkable human, stripped of his mental defenses. "What are you doing, new humanity?" the azure dragon exclaimed in alarm. Ye Ming's actions were tantamount to inviting his own demise, for the boundless grievances would swiftly engulf him, obliterating his spirit and assimilating him into the blood cloud of grievances. The grievances possess no eyes and are imbued with a rudimentary intelligence, allowing them to discern the strength of their adversaries solely through their presence. They remain oblivious to the fact that the seemingly feeble blood offering before them is, in truth, the very same individual wielding the destructive mental force. Indeed, this holds true, as the surrounding grievances are irresistibly drawn to Ye Ming, converging upon him. Even the grievances that had recently latched onto the body of the azure dragon have detached themselves, rushing toward Ye Ming with fervor. "Fear not." Ye Ming smiles confidently. In an instant, he vanishes from sight, reappearing dozens of kilometers away from the grievances. They surge forth, hot on his heels. Ye Ming flashes again, traversing another vast distance in the blink of an eye. An increasing multitude of grievances are attracted, coiling toward him like a colossal serpent. After several more instantaneous movements, the terrifying behemoths of the deep void are now within sight. However, at this moment, a veritable ocean of grievances has gathered behind Ye Ming, enveloping him in a tempestuous force. The azure dragon's gaze flickers. He apprehensively surmises Ye Ming's intentions, filled with trepidation regarding the execution of such a plan. To unleash the beasts from their confinement is no trifling matter. Even the weakest among these beasts possesses the strength of divine manifestations, and despite Ye Ming's prowess, he remains merely at the lordly level, easily susceptible to grievous injury. Yet, at this juncture, there is no turning back. Ahead, the primal essence of the ancient wilderness envelopes the scene, where blood-red forms loom like mountains before him. Each presence is potent enough to shatter a peak, and now they are stirred by the sea of grievances stirred up by Ye Ming, their colossal forms slowly awakening, their vast, blood-red eyes opening like twin suns. Human. A fierce beast, positioned closer to Ye Ming, notices his figure against the backdrop of the blood sea. The hatred buried deep within their veins ignites a low growl. 5,000 years ago, it was the ancient humans who imprisoned them here. This beast resembles a hellhound, clad in a coat of grayish-brown armor, reminiscent of the earth demons. Yet, it boasts 2 blood-red horns atop its head, glistening as though freshly stained with the essence of life. A long, slender tail trails behind it, though slender is relative to its mountain-like stature, in absolute terms. It is so thick that 10 Ye Mings could not encircle it. The tail's tip is triangular, and as it sways, it rends the very fabric of space, only to heal anew, Rising to its feet, the hellhound towers over Ye Ming, who appears as a mere speck in the vast landscape, utterly negligible. This creature embodies the essence of a divine manifestation. Be cautious, for this is the hellhound spirit. The azure dragon's voice reverberates in Ye Ming's mind. Human. The hellhound spirit's voice is hoarse, its eyes widening as its consciousness sharpens. It has fully awakened from its slumber. Die. The hellhound bellows in a thunderous rage. Its body arching as its forepaws leap forward. Despite its massive size, it moves with astonishing agility, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it lunges at Ye Ming. Crack! Crack! The air erupts with a series of explosive sounds as countless spatial rifts manifest under the force of its strike. Just then, a colossal golden barrier abruptly materializes in the void, a cubic structure encasing the hellhound spirit within. Awah! The hellhound spirit howls in anguish. As the hellhound collided with the barrier, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing vast sections of space to collapse. The fierce spirit of the hellhound, as if struck by an immense force, rebounded twice, losing a significant portion of its head along with an eye, consumed by golden light. Dark blood gushing forth as it rolled backwards for several kilometers. It was only when another golden barrier appeared behind it that the hellhound spirit abruptly halted. Its remaining head glaring menacingly at Ye Ming, blood soaking much of its body, enhancing its malevolence. The hellhound spirit exhibited a terrifying resilience. Having survived the shattering of half its head, the golden barrier gradually faded away, as if it had never existed, plunging the void back into darkness. Yet, the hellhound spirit dared not move recklessly again. Ye Ming gazed intently. This golden barrier was a confinement set by the ancient humans. And it was astonishing that even the full force of the divine realm hellhound spirit could not shake it, underscoring the formidable power of the ancient humans. A series of powerful auras began to manifest from the void behind, as ancient fierce spirits emerged. Towering two-headed beast spirits. A serpent spirit stretching thousands of kilometers. A night demon spirit with wings, horns, and sharp claws. Divine realm. Sixfold void realm. Each of these realms eclipsed any masters Ye Ming had ever encountered. Countless fierce spirits were awakened by the battle's aura, their blood-red eyes filled with a sense of destruction and brutality, fixated upon Ye Ming, yet none dared to attack. Memories from 5,000 years ago flooded their minds, recalling the terrifying confinement of the ancient humans. The fate of the hellhound spirit had vividly illustrated this point. However, Ye Ming's focus was not on the front but rather on the sea of vengeful blood behind him, where nearly half of the world's grievances were summoned, creating a formidable presence that even the azure dragon found alarming. Yet, the azure dragon remained still, sensing an immense confidence emanating from this newcomer. For no apparent reason. It believed that Ye Ming could achieve whatever he desired. And it simply needed to wait. Human. Were it not for your race's tranquil golden confinement, would you still be alive? The two-headed beast spirit rumbled. Ye Ming laughed heartily. Each of you possesses a realm stronger than mine, I certainly believe that. But do not presume that I fear you. The Sea of Grievances was now less than 10 kilometers away from Ye Ming. You do not fear us? Dare you to open the tranquil golden confinement? The one-horned serpent spirit asked, its gaze cunning. The Sea of Grievances was now less than 1 kilometer from Ye Ming. And he could feel the boundless resentment, like needles pricking at his back. Dare? Why would I not? Ye Ming declared proudly, however. I fear you may not comprehend how I shall break through, so it would be best for you to draw closer. A flicker of delight crossed the one-horned serpent spirit's eyes as it exchanged glances with the other spirits. Moving forward, is this acceptable? Naturally. They would not venture into the tranquil golden confinement but would approach as closely as possible. Ye Ming's intention was clear. He sought to gather all the fierce spirits together to maximize their exposure to the surge of grievances. Ye Ming commanded, this distance is sufficient. The psychic piercing activated, and the destructive power of the mental shockwave instantly expanded. Ye Ming had long realized that although confinement spells were composed of energy, they contained the imprint of the soul within. This soul imprint, in relation to the essence of confinement, resembled a neural center. Despite the immense and formidable nature of the confining energy, if the soul imprint were to be destroyed, the entire confinement would become a headless dragon. The confinement would be lifted. While this might pose a challenge for others, Ye Ming was different. The mind-piercing thrust, imbued with destructive power, served as the most effective means of eradication. With a mere thought, the mind-piercing thrust was unleashed. An unfathomable wave of psychic energy radiated outward. Indeed. Upon encountering the psychic shockwave, the free golden confinement flickered with golden light before vanishing without a sound. How could the free golden confinement have disappeared? My heavens! This is inconceivable. Ha ha ha, heaven is aiding me. We are finally freed, and we shall devour this human before us. Swish! All the bloodthirsty spirits fixed their crimson gaze upon Ye Ming. With the absence of the free golden confinement's restraint, countless formidable auras locked onto Ye Ming with unwavering certainty. Chapter 44, Emergence of the Small World, the Baptism of Life Force. Even though Ye Ming donned the Earth Demon Ice Soul golden armor, fissures appeared almost instantaneously. Crack! 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 The fractures multiplied within a brief span, and for the first time, the seemingly indestructible armor was on the verge of shattering. At that moment, a surge of green radiance erupted from within him, seeping through the cracks. The Earth Demon Ice Soul golden armor seemed to be adhered together by an unseen adhesive. As the forces of tearing and binding clashed against each other, Ye Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the strain as his bones and flesh emitted creaking sounds. Yet he could not withstand it for long. Meanwhile, he remained distracted by the movements of the vengeful blood sea behind him. Only the heavily injured hellhound spirit, sniffing the air, wore a look of skepticism. Strange, indeed strange, a mere lord-level being could withstand the combined might of our forces. This individual must not be allowed to live. Fellow spirits, eliminate him. A dragon-like spirit shrieked sharply, its gray-brown wings unfurling as it surged forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake, with various spirits following closely behind. However, the hellhound spirit's expression changed dramatically as it howled in panic. No, retreat quickly. It is the vengeful energy, boundless and infinite vengeful energy. The blood sea of resentment has finally arrived. Now is the time. Ye Ming exclaimed softly. In an instant, he flashed through the void, teleporting dozens of kilometers away. In the place he once occupied, the vengeful energy collided with the spirits, producing a thunderous uproar. In the next moment, the spirits became ensnared by the vengeful energy, emitting earth-shattering howls. The dragon spirit's wings were entangled by the resentment. The two heads of the two-headed giant beast were shrouded in vengeful energy. The horned giant serpent spirit was directly bound by the resentment, unable to break free. The spirits and the vengeful energy were utterly intertwined. Each struggle of the primal spirits shattered the space around them, unleashing a series of black fissures that echoed through the heavens. Yet, the vengeful energy was limitless. As one part broke free, even more resentment coiled around it, forcing the spirits to retreat step by step. In essence, the vengeful energy had become a new form of binding, ensnaring these primal spirits. Ye Ming, standing 10 kilometers away, watched the scene unfold with a sense of astonishment. Had there been even the slightest deviation in that moment, it would have been Ye Ming who perished. Yet, since this had transpired, it was all worth it. The green light receded, and under the powerful regenerative force, the damage inflicted by the spirits was swiftly mended. Ye Ming flickered back to the side of the Azure Dragon. Senior, do I still warrant your esteemed regard? The immense eyes of the Azure Dragon could hardly conceal their astonishment as it nodded. New human, your actions have surpassed my expectations greatly. Although I do not know much about the new humans, I believe that with individuals like you among the human race, the restoration of past glory is imminent. You flatter me, Senior. I have merely done what any human should do. A noble deed indeed. Humanity is fortunate to have you. The Azure Dragon's gaze shimmered. Senior, regarding what I mentioned earlier, have you given it any thought? Ye Ming inquired. Ye Ming was naturally referring to inviting the Azure Dragon to depart this small world and return to the present Earth of humanity. With the Azure Dragon's assistance, humanity would find it significantly easier to fend off the invasions of other races. It is possible. I yearn to witness the current state of the human race, to observe how the alien tribes that once betrayed me now treat us. Yet, after millennia of grappling with resentment, my strength has diminished to the realm of divine manifestation. The arrival of the esteemed Azure Dragon to assist humanity is indeed a momentous revelation. Ye Ming bowed respectfully.
The inclusion of the Azure Dragon signifies not merely strength but also serves as a powerful symbol, a tremendous morale boost for humankind. Should the warriors of humanity learn of the grandeur of our past, it would be an exhilarating revelation. Ye Ming dared not dwell on it. Yet his heart burned with fervor. Thus, esteemed elder, please come this way. Ye Ming gestured with his hand. Hold on, as I return. I must bring a token of our meeting. The Azure Dragon summoned a cerulean orb, piercing through the void and landing within its claw. This is. Ye Ming felt a surge of life force emanating from within. He recalled that the Azure Dragon embodies the element of wood among the 5 elements. The essence of all life, the power represented by the Azure Dragon is indeed the force of vitality. The Azure Dragon gazed at the energy sphere for 5,000 years. I have yearned to break free from the confines of resentment and bloodshed, and this orb is the culmination of my efforts utilizing the power of wood over these millennia. The formidable energy contained within is sufficient to encompass the entirety of the human race's fallen domain, elevating their physical prowess. It will instantaneously propel them into the next realm, ensuring their future cultivation will yield extraordinary results. I shall bestow half of this energy upon you, while the other half shall be granted to all of humanity. Ah! Ye Ming was taken aback. To encompass the entire fallen zone. Only the Azure Dragon possesses the privilege to utter such words. Ye Ming felt unwavering conviction. One can only imagine the transformative impact this sphere of life force will bring to humanity. On behalf of all the human race, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Azure Dragon. There is no need for such formality, if I can contribute even a modicum to the resurgence of humanity. It is my utmost desire. Now, esteemed elder, please follow me. As Ye Ming stepped forward, the world spun around him. In the next moment, familiar sights emerged before him. However, a colossal Azure Dragon, stretching several thousand feet, soared through the sky. In an instant, Ye Ming swiftly traversed from the 20th layer of the fallen domain back to the 2nd layer. While the Azure Dragon could not teleport, its divine manifestation easily kept pace with Ye Ming. When the Azure Dragon appeared above Shi Qingshan and the others, they were all momentarily frozen in astonishment. An enemy attack. Deputy Captain Ji Feng shouted. No, it is the Elder has returned. Shi Qingshan exclaimed, having spotted Ye Ming's silhouette beneath the Azure Dragon. Ye Ming instantly flashed to the side of Shi Qingshan and the others. The great dragon roared, the azure orb of life force erupted, and vitality cascaded from its form, rapidly spreading outward as all flora surged with frenetic growth. All of nature bowed in reverence, the mountains and fields trembled. In the astrologer's clan, within the astrological hall, the elder in the starry robe gazed at the scene of the Azure Dragon soaring within the crystal ball, his eyes filled with incredulity. This is the Azure Dragon? Impossible, the Azure Dragon was sealed within a small world 5,000 years ago, how could it have returned? Continuing, he observed a diminutive figure standing upon the hill beneath the Azure Dragon. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, it must be that human, undoubtedly. This individual has released the Azure Dragon. In a remarkably brief span, his realm had astonishingly ascended to the advanced lord level. Summon the high extraordinary experts from my frontline legion post-haste to apprehend this person, regardless of life or death. Yes. The astrologian tribe, deep in contemplation, coldly declared, human. I shall sever any possibility of your rise. To the ancient humans, who dared defy the heavenly path, there was no reason for survival. The other ancient races, equally astonished by the anomaly, gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Nearby the central domain's fallen area, at the periphery of a human watchtower, a group of riders galloped fiercely across the wasteland, pursued relentlessly by monstrous creatures. This was a detachment led by awakened ones, aiming to launch a surprise attack and seek an opportunity for the human race to break through, but they had been discovered. Despite their utmost efforts, the distance to their pursuers continued to diminish. Leading the charge was a mutated vulture, accompanied by dozens of towering mutated beasts, the weakest among them already at the martial king level, with the strongest reaching the lord level. The humans had only the legion commander at the martial sovereign level, while the rest were merely martial kings, vastly outnumbered by the monsters. In the distance, the zombie clan watched with predatory intent. Captain, what shall we do? You all break through, I will hold them off.
The Legion commander abruptly drew his long blade and turned his steed.
If we leave together. Several martial kings bellowed.
To stay behind meant sacrificing oneself to fend off the formidable beasts, a blockade that would inevitably demand a life's price.
Nonsense. That is an order. The captain shouted furiously, to disobey is to defy.
Without looking back, he charged into the horde of monsters, his blade shimmering with the light of death. With a sweeping slash, he felled a high martial king, and with a swift turn, he dispatched several mid-level martial kings.
The might of a martial sovereign was indeed terrifying.
In the next moment, the captain had plunged into the enemy ranks, wildly striking.
Faced with foes of equal rank,
he remained undaunted.
Yet, there were simply too many monsters.
An arm fractured, yet he pressed on with the other, a leg broken, he crawled forward. One man's strength held against dozens of adversaries of the same realm, he was nearing his limits, sustained only by sheer will.
Captain!
The team members cried hoarsely. But they could only advance, this was the opportunity earned at the cost of their leader's life.
Each ounce of human combat capability was safeguarded at such a price.
The human race, through this crucible of life and death, had forged a combat prowess surpassing that of the same realm's alien races and monsters.
Human!
From the hoarse cries emerged a mutated rhinoceros of the Lord level, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity, thundering to a halt before the captain. The captain grounded his blade,
using his remaining arm to wipe the blood from his lips, sneering, Lord level? Have you finally lost your composure? After slaying so many martial sovereigns? I have already made my return on investment. Arrogant human, today I shall take your life. The giant hoof raised, ready to stomp down.
The captain lifted his blade to block, but glanced back with an expression filled with infinite affection.
There lies the central domain, the last bastion of humanity. A sanctuary fiercely protected. Ah! It is time to follow my long-lost comrades into the fray. Captain!
The voice echoed from afar, yet was drowned out by the cacophony of monstrous roars. At that moment, the sky was abruptly tinged with a vibrant green hue, as countless emerald motes descended from the heavens, merging into the captain's being.
A similar phenomenon unfolded for the other human warriors.
All the monsters turned their gaze towards the horizon, fixated on the enigmatic green light, yet it did not penetrate their forms, it seemed to favor only the human race. The awakened captain shuddered, his aura surging to unprecedented heights.
His injuries healed in an instant. Crack! A membrane within him ruptured, unleashing a formidable force.
He had attained the rank of Lord. Though the origins of this green light remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly fortuitous. A lord stands unchallenged by another lord. The awakened were undeterred. The captain let out a resounding roar, his blade radiating an overwhelming energy, cleaving through the air and striking the mutated rhinoceros's massive hoof. The blow sent the hoof flying, and the beast was swept away by the force of the strike.
Captain, we have come to your aid.
A thunderous cheer arose from the distance, as the remaining team members fought their way through the throng of monsters, carving a bloody path towards the captain with remarkable speed.
Martial King! Martial Sovereign!
They had all broken through a significant barrier.
Excellent! We shall escape the encirclement.
The morale of humanity soared, as the blade energy cleaved the firmament, reducing countless monsters to mere pulp. Swift as an arrow, they surged past the monstrous blockade, racing towards the central domain.
Just as the last of humanity vanished from view, the transcendent beings arrived, but the opportunity to pursue had slipped away. Damn it!
Chapter 45, The Legend of the 10 Divine Artifacts. The key to the Azure Dragon's restoration of power. Once again, events unfolded across the central domain and the Fallen Zone, where numerous human warriors turned the tide, achieving remarkable victories over their adversaries. For the first time, the human legions gained the upper hand, driving the demonic creatures and alien races into retreat and reclaiming vast swaths of territory. The human populace in the central domain reveled in a euphoric atmosphere. Before the Grand Hall, the golden-armored commander stood in deep contemplation, gazing at the vibrant azure sky filled with life. At this moment, his realm had ascended to the Taidonshu stage, his aura palpable and substantial, capable of extinguishing lives with but a mere thought. Above the realm of Ye Ming lies the Taidonshu, the primordial pathway, the ability to defy fate, the grandiose sacred realm, and the half-step divine beings. These stages are undeniably the pillars of strength. Beyond them lies transcendence, achieving the divine realm. He had already discerned that this surge of life force was exclusively conferred upon the humans, yet this peculiarity puzzled him. Generally, celestial phenomena herald breakthroughs in great realms. But he had never encountered an anomaly capable of influencing others' realms to such an extent, elevating them beyond their limitations. Even Shen Xiaoxiao had attained the martial master stage. And the members of the Cheng family had transitioned from mortals to martial practitioners, stepping into the realm of cultivation. This indicated that every individual among the humans now possessed at least the prowess of a martial practitioner, truly a populace prepared for battle. Even more astonishing was the fact that this elevation specifically targeted the human race. Perhaps only deities possessed such capabilities. However, he was acutely aware that the humans did not possess true deities, only half-step divine beings, and they had suffered grievously during the joint onslaught of the alien races. Currently lying in a state of slumber. It was the protracted 3-month decapitation campaign that had led to the loss of their emperor and many formidable experts, reducing them to their present plight. Extending his hand, he felt the life-imbued green light settle into his palm, gradually infusing him with the vast life force, nourishing his veins. What on earth was happening? The golden-armored commander mused. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the legendary Azure Dragon of the humans possessed this very life force? But was not the Azure Dragon lost to another realm 5,000 years ago? What could possibly be the reason behind this? The golden-armored commander turned his gaze into the distance, lost in contemplation. In the second layer of the fallen zone, where Ye Ming resided, the azure light of life appeared almost tangible. Including Shi Qingshan and others, they all sat cross-legged, their bodies shimmering with azure radiance, resembling deities. Their auras had ascended by a significant realm, and they were currently stabilizing their newfound power. The Azure Dragon had descended from the heavens, hovering 1 meter above the ground. Its keen eyes fixated on Ye Ming. Though its aura was somewhat diminished, Ye Ming had acquired the extraordinary regenerative abilities of the Treant elf race, rendering the life force of little consequence to him. Nevertheless, he still relished the warm sensation enveloping him. Have you encountered the vermilion bird? The Azure Dragon's voice resonated powerfully. Indeed, we ventured into the ancient world, and the vermilion bird resides there, Ye Ming replied. What is her condition? Ye Ming shook his head. Not well. The battles in the ancient world have inflicted significant harm upon her. She is ensnared within the spatial vortex of that realm, relying solely on the ephemeral dragons to convey messages. Indeed, it is as such. My 4 divine beasts have been significantly restrained, and without external assistance. It is exceedingly difficult for us to aid humanity. The Azure Dragon spoke with a hint of urgency. Can we still enter the ancient world? I long to see my old friend. Ye Ming shook his head. The passage to the ancient world that we once traversed has been sealed. Zhu Ke mentioned that she must recover from her injuries before she can reopen the passage. This was true. Each instance of breaking through space exacted a tremendous toll on her. Ye Ming inquired, what of the other 2 divine beast elders? Where might they be? The Azure Dragon's unwavering support for humanity was immense. Locating the white tiger and the black tortoise would undoubtedly bolster humanity's strength even further. However, the Azure Dragon shook his head. I do not know. After Zhu Chue's retreat, I, along with the white tiger and the black tortoise, led 3 factions of ancient humanity to breach the barriers of the minor worlds. I am unaware of their current whereabouts. The Azure Dragon continued, if my strength could return to the Taidonshu realm, perhaps I could sense their general direction. Is there a way to assist you? Esteemed Azure Dragon? The Azure Dragon currently resided in the Divine Law Manifestation realm, and ascending to the Taidonshu realm would require crossing 2 significant thresholds. With each elevation in realm, the requisite power increases exponentially. Transitioning from the Divine Law Manifestation realm to Taidonshu would necessitate an astronomical amount of energy. Ye Ming's strength remained at the High Lord level, which elucidates the situation. The Azure Dragon then declared, I merely need to acquire one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. Through the power of the artifact, I can reclaim my former glory. The 10 divine artifacts include the Eastern Emperor Bell, Xianyuan Sword, Pango Axe, Refining Demon Pot, Houtnan Tower, Fushi Qin, Shinnon Cauldron, Kongtong Seal, Kunlun Mirror, and Nuwa Stone. Among these, the Xianyuan Sword, Fushi Qin, and Nuwa Stone are artifacts of humanity. With their assistance, I could even surpass my zenith. Ye Ming's eyes glimmered with intrigue.
How might one procure these artifacts?
The artifacts are remnants of the 99 great worlds and 3,600 minor worlds, formed from the primordial chaos. Each artifact possesses the ability to annihilate worlds. Should you obtain one, merely a trace of primordial energy would suffice to restore your injuries to their entirety. I am uncertain about the other artifacts, but I believe I know the location of humanity's Xianyuan sword. It resides on the Nirvana Island at the borders of humanity.
The Azure Dragon stated. Nirvana Island.
That lies on the opposite side of the central domain's borders, at the very edge of existence, perilously close to the primordial chaos.
At the intersection of destruction and death, a forbidden zone for all life.
Neither humanity nor the ancient alien races dare to tread there. It was precisely because humanity nestled against it that they managed to avoid being besieged, concentrating all their power at the front to withstand the onslaught of ancient alien forces. Yet, this also planted a seed of peril for humanity. Should the forbidden zone expand, and ancient alien races fortify it for a millennium, humanity would find itself with no retreat.
Humanity is fervently seeking to break through and reclaim lost territories, eager to distance themselves from the forbidden zone.
Ye Ming had been aware of artifacts like the Xianyuan sword, yet he regarded them as mere legends from mythological tales in his previous life. Upon hearing the Azure Dragon's words, Ye Ming came to understand that these mythological narratives indeed hold a kernel of truth.
Ye Ming entertained a notion: could it be that the world he traversed before was merely one of the 99 grand realms? And were the legendary artifacts such as the Xianyuan sword, by some fortuitous circumstance, able to transcend the barriers of these grand realms, thus propagating from other worlds?
If that were the case, there might still be a chance for him to return to his original world.
Ye Ming clenched his fist. If the opportunity arose, he would strive to obtain the Xianyuan sword. After all, the presence of another master of the celestial void realm among the human race would propel their strength significantly forward. The perilous boundaries of the world, the zones of death and destruction, were beyond Ye Ming's current comprehension. Yet it was certain that they were far beyond his present capabilities to confront. Regardless, he was bound to venture into the central domain.
He could formulate his plans upon arrival.
Senior Qinglong, what are your forthcoming preparations? Ye Ming inquired.
He had initially intended for Qinglong to return to the safety of the central domain, but at present, he was merely in the divine law manifestation realm.
And to recklessly enter the confines of the ancient alien races would be exceedingly perilous.
Within these ancient alien legions, there were undoubtedly masters of the celestial void realm stationed.
Moreover, should Qinglong encounter misfortune, it would deal a devastating blow to human morale.
Qinglong was evidently aware of this. For the time being, I shall remain in the eastern part of this second level of the Fallen District. This way, I can guard the spatial breach while monitoring the movements of the ancient alien masters.
Additionally,
I can execute disturbances near the spatial rift to hinder the fortifications of the alien territories surrounding the breach.
Ye Ming's eyes brightened.
The spatial breach of the first level of the Fallen District had become a thorn in his side.
If a master of the divine law manifestation realm were to create disturbances, the expressions of those alien beings would surely be most intriguing.
Then I shall entrust this task to you, Senior Qinglong,
Ye Ming declared.
At that moment, Shi Qingshan and the others also emerged from their meditative states and,
upon seeing Qinglong, could hardly conceal their astonishment.
They understood that their enhancement in strength was entirely due to the majestic dragon before them, and they all bowed in reverence,
exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior Qinglong."
Qinglong's resounding voice echoed through the heavens. "New humans, I am here because of Ye Ming's salvation. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Ye Ming."
What? Such a formidable being was rescued by Ye Ming? To what extraordinary heights must Ye Ming's power have ascended? The admiration in their gazes towards Ye Ming deepened immensely.
Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality.
As a member of the human race,
I shall shed the last drop of blood for my people."
With Senior Qinglong's presence and the protection of the 7 absolute killing formation, this place was fundamentally secure. He then turned to Shi Qingshan. Which alien race occupies the 30th stronghold of the Fallen District? The Zombie Clan.
Shi Qingshan replied with indignation.
Are you planning to take action against the Zombie Clan, Senior?
Ye Ming had previously asserted his intent to push through the Fallen District. Now that the 20 levels of the Fallen District had been cleared, it was certain that he would turn his attention to the subsequent levels.
Ironically,
This 30th stronghold had not originally belonged to the zombie clan, rather, it had been seized by them to better combat humanity.
Now, however, it had become a reason for Ye Ming to cleanse it sooner rather than later. Ye Ming's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that the zombie clan's stronghold would be so close. The stronghold was equivalent to a base established by the alien race outside their territory.
Apart from the legions stationed on the periphery of the central domain, the remainder of their forces resided within the stronghold.
The zombie clan lacks a homeland.
Annihilating their stationed forces equates to vanquishing their general strength.
Elder, I yearn to go. I too wish to partake. The animosity towards the zombie clan runs deep within the very marrow of every human. To personally sever their heads is the aspiration of all. Ye Ming remained contemplative.
Although we could undertake this journey alone, it would be prudent to bring along Qingshan, Cheng Fei, and others, both to hone their skills and to bolster morale. If feasible, Ye Ming desired for all humans to witness the slaughter of the zombie clan. Qingshan understood Ye Ming's intentions and advised Duan Tian to endeavor to document the forthcoming battle with a camera, to present it to the central domain.
Excellent. Let us rest for the night and set forth at dawn, Ye Ming declared.
Qingshan and the others had just recently elevated their capabilities and needed to acclimate to their new realms. After waiting for 2 years, a brief pause was inconsequential. That night, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale silvery light over the ruins of the devastated area, enveloping the ground in a lustrous sheen. Clad in green, with a long blade in hand, Ye Ming stood alone, his silhouette elongated by the moonlight. While Qingshan and Cheng Fei stood guard. The rest engaged in cultivation, as per Ye Ming's wishes. This was an opportune moment to experience the newly attained realm. However, Qingshan and Cheng Fei instinctively chose to distance themselves from Ye Ming, for a petite figure was stealthily approaching from behind him. It was Xin Xiaoxiao.
Chapter 46, That Night?
Like a dream under the gentle embrace of the night, a pair of delicate arms encircled Ye Ming's robust physique, the sweet fragrance of the maiden brushing against his face. At that moment, the shadows of Ye Ming and Xin Xiaoxiao converged.
Ye Ming's body stiffened slightly. Xin Xiaoxiao, are you unable to sleep as well? Xin Xiaoxiao's delicate head rested against Ye Ming's back, absorbing his strong masculine aura, and she softly whispered, Ye Good, may I call you Xiaoxiao?
Ye Ming had never been one to articulate his feelings well, especially when it came to matters of the heart. The girl's enchanting scent enveloped him like a mist,
igniting a warmth within his body.
He felt somewhat at a loss, shifting awkwardly, yet Xin Xiaoxiao clung to him even tighter.
Please, don't. Ye Ming's face flushed slightly. In a gentle tone, Xin Xiaoxiao confessed, Ye Gu, do you know? During the time you were away,
I felt as if my soul had been lost. The thought of you battling formidable foes I could scarcely imagine fills me with dread. I would rather take your place in death. She lifted her graceful neck, the silvery moonlight casting a rosy hue upon her fair skin.
Ye Gu, do you realize?
I truly cannot bear to be without you.
Although you have always managed to turn peril into safety, what about next time? Or the time after that?
I am but a girl, and I cannot withstand such anguish. Ye Ming was taken aback, unprepared for the depth of Xin Xiaoxiao's dependence on him. He could only grasp her delicate hand in reassurance. Xin Xiaoxiao's voice quivered as she continued, I understand that all you do is for the sake of humanity.
And I cannot hinder you.
Yet, I hope that as you embark on your adventures, you will think of the girl waiting for you in the shadows, nothing more. Xin Xiaoxiao pressed herself against Ye Ming's sturdy back, her eyes fluttering closed, her body trembling gently.
The night was tranquil, and amidst the impending doom, a rare warmth lingered.
Ye Ming acutely sensed that Xin Xiaoxiao's body was growing warm, her embrace tightening around him, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy.
Ye Ming was no fool. He understood that if this continued, who could predict what might transpire? As a mere warrior, what merit did he possess to be graced with such pure affection from a young maiden? Suddenly,
a thought struck him. He had yet to share the ultimate temptation he had acquired from the Blood Elf clan with Xin Xiaoxiao.
In a bid to interrupt Xin Xiaoxiao's unusual demeanor, Ye Ming swiftly turned around, grasping her shoulders and giving them a gentle shake. Her eyes instantly regained clarity. Ye Gu. Just now. Xin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, realizing her previous indiscretion. Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively, it's all right.
There is something I nearly forgot. I have obtained a skill specifically for females, and it is just right for you.
What skill? Shen Xiaoxiao momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of the term. Ye Ming offered a brief explanation. It is a special ability. Quickly, open your hands. Shen Xiaoxiao responded with an O.
Ye Ming raised his palm, and a purple-black orb of light materialized, which, under Ye Ming's mental guidance, flew into Shen Xiaoxiao's hands, becoming absorbed within.
Ye Ming quickly inquired, "What do you feel?"
Shen Xiaoxiao curiously touched her face, suddenly letting out a soft whimper. Her complexion flushed unusually, with a strange energy surging beneath her skin, unable to be absorbed. The energy continued to swell, seemingly threatening to burst through her skin. It must be a matter of realm.
Ye Ming couldn't help but slap himself in frustration.
Shen Xiaoxiao was still at the martial master level, yet she had to endure the extraordinary talents of the transcendent realm.
No matter how exceptional the talent,
she could not withstand it. Even he had gradually ascended from the talents of a martial artist. It was akin to a bottle designed to hold only a cup of water. Forcing an entire jug into it would surely shatter it. What to do? What to do? Ye Ming felt dizzy with urgency, as all his skills were offensive, leaving him with no means to extract the blood spirit's innate energy from Shen Xiaoxiao's body. At that moment, Shen Xiaoxiao suddenly approached, wrapping her arms around Ye Ming and climbing onto him like an octopus. Her skin was alarmingly hot. Yet upon contact with Ye Ming, it miraculously cooled slightly. A peculiar energy was absorbed by Ye Ming, neutralizing the overwhelming force. An incredible thought flashed through Ye Ming's mind. Could it be that to counteract this alluring energy of the blood spirit, one must employ a masculine force to neutralize it? At that time, Shen Xiaoxiao's skin was on the verge of bursting, cracks appearing on the surface, with blood beginning to seep out. Gritting his teeth, Ye Ming resolved to save her, disregarding everything else. There was no time to return to his room, he had to resolve this on the spot. "Brother Yi, take me." Under the vast sky, with heaven as the blanket and earth as the bed, they spent a night in silence. The night was a silent entanglement, marked only by the raw, primal madness of humanity, unleashed beneath the moonlight. As dawn's light spilled onto Ye Ming's chest, they gradually awoke. Ye Ming's gaze was awkward. But upon seeing Shen Xiaoxiao restored to her former state, he finally felt relieved. He understood clearly that had it not been for him last night, Shen Xiaoxiao would have perished from the overload. After undergoing the filtration of the supreme slashing simulation system, the immense allure of her innate energy was gradually absorbed by Shen Xiaoxiao, ultimately being completely assimilated. At this moment, her strength had risen to the martial king level. To leap over an entire realm in a single night would surely astound anyone, yet with Ye Ming's strongest system as her support, it had indeed become reality. Moreover, having absorbed the innate skills of the blood spirit race, Shen Xiaoxiao not only appeared more enchanting but also exuded an alluring aura with every smile and frown. As long as her opponents were not too far above her in realm, they would easily fall under her spell and comply with her every command. Footsteps approached, and Ye Ming straightened up, rising to attention. It was Shi Qingshan, who stopped at a distance and did not immediately reveal himself. "Senior." Ye Ming cleared his throat. "What brings you here?" Only then did Shi Qingshan hasten forward, standing before Ye Ming. "Senior, everyone at the outpost is fully equipped." Stealing a glance at Shen Xiaoxiao, he was secretly astonished. Over the course of a single night, Shen Xiaoxiao's entire demeanor had transformed. Internally, he gave a thumbs up, indeed. A senior was a senior. Excellent. Follow me. As they moved forward, an imposing military presence enveloped them. Regardless of whether they are the newly initiated members of the Cheng family or the venerable warrior, Xifeng, Cheng Fei exudes an unwavering determination. Indeed. It appears that the training from last night has greatly enhanced everyone's abilities. As is customary, Duan Tian remains at the outpost alongside Xifeng, Shen Xiaoxiao, and the members of the Cheng family while the rest of us embark on our mission together. Remember, self-preservation is paramount, with the eradication of enemies being secondary. Understood? Understood. The voices resound in unison. Everyone comprehends that this is Ye Ming's utmost consideration for them. The true peril will be confronted directly by Ye Ming himself. This time, Shen Xiaoxiao refrains from voicing her thoughts. The events of last night have revealed that Ye Ming genuinely holds her in high regard. She has faith in Ye Ming. Between the 20th and 30th tiers of the fallen zones, there remain 9 additional tiers, which will naturally be cleared by Shi Qingshan and his companions. The massacre of martial kings by martial sovereigns is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Even an ordinary martial sovereign is no match for them. They also encounter some ancient alien tribes that have ventured deep into the trials, which are similarly obliterated. The human race's momentum surges like a tidal wave. The infamous reputation of the bloodthirsty demon once again spreads throughout the fallen zones. Various demonic creatures flee in disarray toward the rear. Of course, some are subsequently captured by the bloodthirsty guinea pigs that arrive later. At the zombie tribe's encampment, the leader cloaked in purple gazes intently at the retreating demonic creatures. This leader, known as Ye, possesses formidable strength, having already reached the advanced transcendent realm. Not long ago, he was in seclusion, attempting to break through to the divine manifestation realm, but ultimately did not succeed and has only recently emerged. Thus, he is not well informed about recent events. His rise to the position of leader is not solely due to his advanced transcendent strength. More importantly, he possesses the rare talent among the zombie tribe, the Shadow Mirage clone, enabling him to create 3 illusory duplicates and master combined attack techniques. Each illusion possesses 100% of his strength, and when engaging in combat, the 3 illusions, alongside himself, can elevate their attack power to an astonishing 400%. Such might is terrifying. He could even contend with those in the divine manifestation realm. Leader, it has been confirmed that a human known as the bloodthirsty demon is pursuing from behind, driving these demonic creatures to this state. Bloodthirsty demon? Why does that name sound familiar? Ye furrows his brow in contemplation. The last time the Hogu Gold Cavern was opened, it was this bloodthirsty demon who single-handedly slaughtered numerous ancient alien encampments, even slaying our clan's elder He, thereby allowing the humans to monopolize the Hogu Gold Cavern. After leaving the cavern, he single-handedly withstood the 7 absolute killing formation, shattering it with a single punch and turning the tide against all ancient tribes. The zombie at the lower end hurriedly recounted, anxious that Ye might be unaware of the details. This zombie had ventured to support the zombie tribe at the Hogu Gold Cavern, but to their dismay, the tribe had been annihilated before they could arrive. They had witnessed Ye Ming's carnage from afar, thus fully grasping the situation at that time. Ye frowned. What was the strength of the ancient tribes that deployed the 7 absolute killing formation? All 7 were at the advanced martial sovereign realm. The zombie at the lower end replied respectfully. The second formation of the 7 absolute kill array was not participated in by the zombie clan. Thus their knowledge was limited to the incident at the thick ancient golden cavern. Had they been aware, their judgments might have differed. With 7 martial sovereigns positioning the 7 absolute kill array, they were capable of slaying even those of the initial extraordinary realm. Yet, this individual managed to turn the tide, suggesting that their own strength was far from simple. Given the frailty of the human physique, they must possess a divine weapon or the like. Ye pondered, acknowledging the wisdom of his commander. It was rumored that this human possessed a spiritual treasure, a coveted object among the ancient clans. Ye's eyes gleamed. A spiritual treasure? If our zombie clan were to acquire such a divine weapon, our power would ascend to a new echelon. This treasure shall belong to my zombie clan. All members of the zombie clan, heed my command. Upon discovering this human, report to me immediately. Unbeknownst to Ye Ming had already reached the advanced lord realm. Even if he were aware, he would likely regard it with disdain. An advanced extraordinary could easily crush an advanced lord with a mere finger. Just then, a voice resounded through the air. There is no need to trouble yourselves. I have already arrived. Ye Ming stepped forward. Chapter 47, The Annihilation of the Zombie Clan, The Destruction of the Transcendent Realm. The zombie, upon witnessing the scene, plopped down on the ground, its eyes wide with fright. Only when faced once more with the bloodthirsty demon did it truly comprehend the depths of its own terror. Useless. With a flick of his hand, Ye severed the head of the zombie. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but chuckle. Was this so-called bloodthirsty demon merely a waste at the level of a high martial sovereign? Surely, you must be jesting. Ye Ming's expression remained impassive. Was the leader of the zombie clan merely at the high transcendent realm? Surely, the zombie clan had run out of capable members. Ye furrowed his brow. Can you discern my realm? Just a guess, Ye Ming replied with a flat tone. Hand over your spiritual treasure and die a swift death. Shall we? Ye glanced at the gilded blade behind Ye Ming. Its aura was formidable, yet it could hardly be deemed a spiritual treasure.
Withdraw from our human territory and forfeit your innate roots, how about that? Ye Ming retorted. Seeking death. Hedo could no longer contain his rage.
Had he known where Ye Ming concealed his spiritual treasure, he would have acted sooner?
Yet, it mattered not. Capturing this human would provide him with countless methods to extract the secrets from Ye Ming.
Swiftly closing the distance, he spread his arms wide, resembling a great bird,
and cast a massive shadow over Ye Ming. A foul stench assaulted the senses, with all vegetation along his path withering, as countless lives were drained.
The true terror of a high transcendent zombie lay in its formidable body coupled with the resilient characteristics of an undying creature, significantly enhancing its survivability.
Driven by fury,
Hedo unleashed 50% of his strength in this strike, capable of shattering even the toughest of rocks into dust.
Ye Ming offered a cold smile.
If his body was so powerful, then let them compare strengths to see who was more formidable.
Crack! 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 The earth demon's icy golden form enveloped him. The deep blue and gold combination rendering Ye Ming akin to a celestial deity.
With one hand resting behind him, he made no grand gestures. Yet his right fist met Hedo's charge.
Hedo's eyes lit up with joy.
He had heard of Ye Ming's unparalleled agility and feared that Ye Ming would evade a direct confrontation. However, Ye Ming chose to confront him head-on. With the support of his undying zombie physique, the zombie clan could easily subdue opponents stronger than themselves based purely on strength.
Ye Ming remained expressionless. Boom! The clash of fists produced an immensely powerful shockwave. Crack!
The ground fractured extensively, sinking over a meter around Ye Ming.
A figure was sent flying, it was Hedo. Ye Ming stood resolutely, unyielding.
The figure collided with a multitude of boulders, crashing into the mountainside before finally coming to a halt. The structural integrity of the mountain was compromised, and with a resounding rumble, rocks began to collapse, burying Hedo beneath them.
Below, the zombies were wide-eyed in disbelief. A being of the transcendent realm was injured by a mere leader? Was this even possible? Boom!
Hedo broke free from the rubble, leaping before Ye Ming.
His expression a mix of astonishment and doubt.
His right arm lay completely shattered, the fractures extending to his shoulder, as the black-red tissue writhed,
rapidly extracting bloodlines to reconstruct his form. In a matter of mere seconds, the rudimentary form of an arm took shape. Ye Ming was taken aback.
The resilience of this extraordinary body coupled with the regenerative abilities of the undead was indeed a perfect match. Although somewhat repulsive, it undeniably bore the characteristics of the Azure Dragon's power. Hedo, however, paid no heed to these thoughts. At the moment of impact, he perceived a layer of blue-golden light. He could not fathom that this was Ye Ming's most formidable manifestation, the Earth Demon Ice Soul Golden Body.
Instead,
he instinctively believed it to be a spiritual treasure weapon. His greedy gaze roamed over Ye Ming's arm, which, at that moment, had returned to its normal skin tone.
The Earth Demon Ice Soul Golden Body having receded.
Nevertheless, Hedo was convinced that Ye Ming indeed possessed a spiritual treasure weapon, as legends had foretold.
Typically,
such weapons could only reside externally, operating within a certain range from the body. Yet, this particular weapon seemed to be compatible with the body, an unprecedented phenomenon. If this spiritual treasure weapon could be placed in his hands, his physical prowess would surely ascend several tiers, effortlessly allowing him to challenge the divine manifestation realm.
In a flash of thought, Hedo's avarice intensified.
Ye Ming, aware of his intentions, nonchalantly remarked, "If you desire the spiritual treasure weapon, you may have it, come and claim it with your strength.
Rest assured, I shall not flee." "Very well. You have spoken." Hedo barked, soaring into the air.
Suspended in midair, his body twisted peculiarly, shadows shifting, and in an instant, he split into 4 afterimages, encircling Ye Ming from all directions.
Shadow clones?
Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Through the lens of his true eye, Ye Ming discerned that each afterimage possessed the entirety of Hedo's strength,
equivalent to 4 Hedos launching simultaneous assaults.
The might was formidable enough to rival even those of the divine manifestation realm.
Indeed.
Anyone capable of becoming a regional commander is not to be trifled with, and the undead clan is no exception.
However, with this tactic, attempting to slay Ye Ming was nothing short of a jest. Intriguing, Ye Ming mused with a faint smile. He do.
Positioning himself in 4 directions to obstruct Ye Ming's escape, was evidently intent on preventing his flight. Yet, Ye Ming stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of calm confidence. In their confrontation, He Du had not only failed to gain the upper hand but had also been subjected to disdain.
As though the dynamics of their realms had been reversed, much to his frustration. Raising an eyebrow, He Du felt an unnameable fury boiling within him. Human! You shall pay for your contempt. With a flash in the void, the 3 afterimages alongside his own self converged, transforming into 4 shadowy figures. Their enormous hands reached out, targeting the central figure of Ye Ming. The Earth Demon Ice Soul golden body enveloped Ye Ming, radiating a dazzling blue-golden brilliance. Boom! A full-force strike from the extraordinary realm collided with Ye Ming. Yet, the 4 figures were once again sent flying, crashing into the 4 corners. Ye Ming remained steadfast, utterly unmoved. How is this possible? He Du's voice echoed from all directions, laced with astonishment. He Du was acutely aware of the destructive power of that last blow. He had unleashed 100% of his strength, enough to compel even a novice of the divine manifestation realm to temporarily evade its edge. Yet, Ye Ming had withstood the strike, unscathed. What manner of monster is this? As the shadow clones dissipated, He Du's true form emerged from the front. His countenance a portrait of despair. His remaining arm, along with the one that had not yet healed, was shattered once more. This destruction was far more complete. Devoid of even the slightest trickle of blood from the wound. The path to restoration demanded an abundance of time and sustenance. This was entirely due to the recoil from his own attack. The greater the force, the more severe the backlash. Yet for the undead, as long as the head remained intact, all could be restored. Have you had your fun? It is now my turn. Ye Ming smiled faintly. No! He Du screamed in madness. His body moving swiftly as he employed shadow clones, creating 4 phantoms alongside his true self, each fleeing in different directions. The Eye of Truth activated, rapidly scanning the 4 figures, leaving only one panicked silhouette. This was the true body. Ye Ming instantly flashed to his side, drawing the gilded blade. The dark golden gleam staining much of He Du's face. The blade's aura surged like a rainbow, slicing through the air with the precision of a sharp sword. He Du roared in desperation, "Do not kill me. I can give you anything you desire." "I need nothing more." Ye Ming shook his head, and with a sudden downward strike, the gilded blade plunged into He Du's skull. With a forceful thrust, the blade continued its descent. A visceral sound echoed as He Du was cleaved in 2, dead beyond resurrection. Between the human and undead tribes, only hatred persisted, a rift that nothing could mend. Blood rained down, the undead bore no true internal organs. Their bodies filled with decaying black and crimson tissue. The crimson deluge splattered across Ye Ming's face, instantly soaking his garments. He extended a finger, dabbing it in the blood. Then licked it with his tongue, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, this is the taste of vengeance. Ding! Earned enhancement value, 20 million. Congratulations, Master. The skill Void Flash has acquired the additional attribute Shadow Clone. To elaborate, henceforth, when Master employs Void Flash, at every point of instantaneous strike, he can create Shadow Clones. These clones can possess up to 100 of the Master's strength, or be adjusted to serve as mere illusions, according to the Master's will. With the Master's current prowess, a total of 3 clones can be summoned. What if I were to enhance the entirety of my enhancement value into Void Flash? The system paused. It remains uncertain, but the number of shadow clones will undoubtedly increase. Enhance Void Flash. Ye Ming thought with clarity, this would surely be a qualitative breakthrough. If previously, Void Flash served merely for travel and ambush, the addition of the Shadow Clone attribute would bestow encirclement capabilities. Should Ye Ming amplify his strength fourfold? He could likely withstand even divine manifestations. A mysterious force coursed into Ye Ming's body. Congratulations, Master. The number of Shadow Clones has reached 7. A breakthrough in realm detected. Ye Ming rejoiced, with 7 Shadow Clones alongside himself, all unleashing their full might equated to 8 Ye Ming's launching an assault. More formidable than He Du's Shadow Clones. Breakthrough! Ye Ming declared decisively. Crack! Within him, an invisible membrane shattered. Ye Ming radiated a brilliant blue-golden light. A surge of momentum piercing the heavens. The seven-colored auspicious light reappears, swirling around Ye Ming incessantly.
In the sky, the clouds ebb and flow, suddenly revealing a colossal vortex. Within it, radiant lights shimmer, reminiscent of 30 million celestial swordsmen descending from the heavens. From the horizon, ethereal melodies faintly resonate. As the clouds part to unveil a magnificent golden cloud drifting forth. Amidst this colorful cloud, a bird with resplendent wings emerges, its sharp beak agape. For the divine music emanates from its very mouth. The vibrant winged bird spirals around Ye Ming 3 times before dispersing into the ether. Ye Ming sinks his heart into the depths of the sea, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the overwhelming aura.
Upon entering the extraordinary realm,
his mortal form metamorphoses into one of the transcendent, with strength, agility, and regenerative capabilities enhanced exponentially. In his current state, Ye Ming, relying solely on the might of his physique, can unleash punches that shatter the very fabric of space. Should he merge the powers of the Earth Demon's ice soul golden body, he could even fracture the spacetime of the ancient world. This illustrates the distinction between the extraordinary and the mortal form. Yet, this is not the pinnacle of Ye Ming's strength. By integrating the innate skills of He-Do, each instance of his void instantaneous flash leaves behind an echoing shadow. Should Ye Ming harness this ability to its fullest extent, he would wield power eightfold his own. In the realm of divine manifestations, he could slay even gods. Chapter 48, The Reappearance of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the world in a moments later. The auspicious clouds vanished, the celestial melodies faded, and the resplendent hues of the 7-colored light fused into Ye Ming's being. Abruptly, Ye Ming's eyes flew open. 2 beams of golden light piercing the air, causing ripples in the very fabric of space with mere gazes. Behind him, a golden halo flickered into existence. Its intensity far surpassing that of his previous ascension to the Lord Realm by countless magnitudes. Within the halo, 6 colossal golden gears rotated languidly, exuding an aura reminiscent of primordial might. Between the gears, countless lifeforms could be discerned, rising and falling in a rhythmic dance. Far away in the second fallen zone, the azure dragon sensed the ethereal presence, raising its noble head, its eyes brimming with astonishment. Is this the 6 paths of reincarnation? The mechanism once yearned for by the ancient human strong. What force has summoned the ancient powers back to the new human race? The shock of the 6 paths re-emergence eclipsed even the celestial phenomena caused by Ye Ming's transcendence into the extraordinary realm. For he understood all too well why the ancient humans had been ruthlessly eradicated by the heavenly path. It was precisely because they sought to reconstruct the cycle of reincarnation and reorder the cosmos. This was the true reason behind the ancient humans' purging by the heavenly path. Now, witnessing such a phenomenon manifest in Ye Ming, how could he not be astonished? The azure dragon's eyes glistened with moisture. In that moment, the azure dragon affirmed that Ye Ming was indeed the hope of the human race. Perhaps, within this youth, the glory of the ancient humans could truly be revived. Simultaneously, he comprehended that the resurgence of the 6 paths of reincarnation would inevitably attract the attention of formidable entities concealed within the void. They represented the interests of the heavenly path. Each of them was beyond Ye Ming's current capacity to contend with. In the presence of such beings, even the extraordinary realm was akin to mere ants. In the domain of the astrologers, an elder clad in celestial robes stood solemnly within the grand hall, gazing intently at the peculiar phenomenon within the crystal sphere. This extraordinary celestial omen, could it be attributed to the enigmatic human race? No, it was more than that. There was even the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation? How could this be possible? Had not the legacy of the ancient humans been severed by the heavenly path? This must be reported to the heavenly path urgently. Otherwise, the latent potential of this human race would pose a grave threat to our ancient lineage. The astrologers were a unique existence among the ancient clans. They could converse with the heavenly path through astrology, thus possessing a clearer understanding of the great battle from 5 millennia ago than other alien races. However, even they knew little about the mysterious heavenly path itself. Only aware that it represented the most powerful force in the universe, capable of obliterating even the mightiest of experts with a mere thought. Each conversation with the heavenly path was fraught with trepidation. Of course, the elder of the astrologers harbored his own ambitions. Revealing the secret of the ancient human soaring 6 paths of reincarnation to the heavenly path would undoubtedly earn him its favor. The benefits were self-evident.
Suddenly, the elder recalled something. Where did the high-level extraordinary beings we sent to eliminate this individual go? Summon them back at once. He understood well that for Ye Ming in his current state, two high-level extraordinary beings would only serve as messengers of death. One of the subordinates bitterly remarked, "They may have already encountered that human." Simultaneously trembling were the various ancient alien races. Though the identity of the one who transcended the extraordinary realm remained uncertain, the ancient races were not devoid of intelligence. With the breakthroughs from martial to sovereign realms and then to lordly realms, all achieved by the human race, it was highly likely that the same 7 auspicious lights heralded this human as well. If the martial sovereign and lordly breakthroughs had already left the alien races in shock, then this latest transcendence into the extraordinary realm had plunged them into sheer horror. A pervasive sense among all alien races suggested that allowing this human to continue growing would pose an immense threat to the entirety of their kind. This human must be eliminated. At any cost. In the central domain of the human race, the golden armored commander gazed with delight towards the horizon, where the 7 auspicious celestial phenomena were vividly visible to him and all of humanity. Moreover, the golden armored commander, a remnant from the ancient world, sensed a faint essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation emanating from the direction of Ye Ming, while others were oblivious. He had a vague understanding that this aura of reincarnation symbolized the most formidable power of the human race from ancient times, a power capable of contending with the heavens. With clenched fists, he murmured, "No matter who you are, you must survive. We, the human race, will spare no effort to protect you." Safeguarding Ye Ming is akin to securing the future of humanity. At that moment, the human race had dispatched awakeners to rescue Ye Ming, who had already ventured deep into the fallen zone. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the recent light of life had any connection to him. Having undergone the baptism of the light of life previously, the absolute strength of the human race had significantly surged. Under the fierce assault of the human legion, vast tracts of land had returned to human hands, with the scope of the central domain having expanded exponentially. This brought a sigh of relief to the golden armored commander. With the edge of the world, Nirvana Island, directly behind him. Recently, the frequency of spatial storm fluctuations around Nirvana Island had increased considerably, which was not good news for the human race. Should a spatial storm erupt, there would be no refuge for humanity. Only by distancing themselves as much as possible from Nirvana Island could they escape the impending doom of extermination. At that moment, a hurried human approached the golden armored commander, clutching a computer. The screen displayed an image of a blue dragon soaring. This was footage just transmitted by Duan Tian. Even in the face of apocalypse, technology still played a role, albeit limited compared to tangible martial prowess. This is. The golden armored commander's eyes sparkled. The image depicted the blue dragon in the sky, radiating waves of green energy from its form. Instantly recognizing it as the light of life he had witnessed not long ago, he realized that this colossal dragon was indeed the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon had returned. A surge of fervor ignited within the golden armored commander. Beneath the dragon, he spotted a figure. It was the human. It was our race that had rescued the Azure Dragon. Years of pent-up frustration within him burst forth. He yearned to shout. The Azure Dragon signified what? It was the totem of humanity. The emblem of our kind. In the second layer of the fallen zone, centered around Ye Ming, an infinite and vast aura permeated the air. The closer one approached Ye Ming, the more one could feel the influence of this presence. The aura emanating from Ye Ming does not instantly elevate the realms of those around him, rather, it serves as a baptism, paving the way for their future cultivation. Under Ye Ming's influence, the potential of Shi Qingshan and the others will see boundless enhancement. If they do not falter along the way, the heights they could reach in the future are limitless. Ye Ming rose, his golden gaze retracting, returning to a monochromatic state. Congratulations, esteemed senior, on your breakthrough. Shi Qingshan and the others knelt on one knee, their admiration entirely heartfelt. The cheers of the 100-strong crowd resonated like thunder. Ye Ming raised his hand, a gentle energy lifting all present. There is no need for such reverence. What I desire is for you to elevate alongside me. Together, we shall uphold the impending doom that looms over humanity. Ye Ming's voice was steady. We shall exert our utmost efforts to follow in your footsteps, esteemed senior.
The roaring response was as powerful as a great deluge. At that moment, a figure approached. It was Shin Xiaoxiao.
Among the assembly,
only she could face Ye Ming with the same familiarity as before, while the others regarded him with awe.
Shin Xiaoxiao had reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm.
Her delicate hands were about to encircle Ye Ming's waist. Ye Ming felt a twinge of awkwardness. After that night, this young lady had grown entirely reliant upon him. Though he had acted out of necessity to save her life, he was unprepared to confront the complexities of these burgeoning emotions.
Yet, Shin Xiaoxiao was utterly compliant,
willing to sacrifice anything for him without a second thought. This made it increasingly difficult for Ye Ming to bear the weight of such profound feelings.
Just then, two immensely powerful auras surged toward them from afar.
With no time to explain, Ye Ming instinctively pulled Shin Xiaoxiao behind him. Raising one hand, palm outward,
he braced for the incoming force.
She gasped, her face turning as red as an apple.
Ye go, with so many people, please don't. In the next moment, the space around them trembled violently.
A cacophony of tearing sounds erupted as countless minuscule fissures spread across the fabric of reality, shattered by the impact. Retreating from a single strike, two figures emerged in mid-air. One clad in martial attire, the other in armor, both adorned in deep celestial blue. As the Eye of Truth activated, their realms became vividly clear before him.
Advanced transcendence. And there were two of them. Ye Ming scoffed. At this moment, Shin Xiaoxiao comprehended the necessity of Ye Ming's actions and swiftly retreated.
Shi Qingshan and the others, having entered the Lord's realm,
also recognized that they could not partake in the ensuing battle.
To remain would only serve as an encumbrance to Ye Ming.
Yet, their faith in him remained unwavering.
The Azure Dragon, meanwhile, lay in wait in the eastern sector of the second layer of the Fallen Zone. Due to the considerable distance and the significant disparity in realms compared to the two assailants, they were unaware of his presence. The Azure Dragon was indeed aware of the situation surrounding Ye Ming, but he had no intention of intervening. With Ye Ming's strength, he could easily vanquish even the divine.
Two transcendents? Merely ants.
The formidable figure of the astrologer coldly remarked, "There is no need for you to hide, rest assured. I will ensure that everyone accompanies you to your demise."
"May I have the honor of knowing your name?" came Ye Ming's voice, as frigid as ice.
"Astrologer Tribe. Have you heard of it?" Ye Ming shrugged, "I haven't heard of it, it must be something of little significance." The head of the Azure Dragon lifted,
surprise flashing momentarily before transforming into a murderous intent. The Astrologer Tribe has finally made an appearance. After 5,000 years of enmity, it is time for reckoning. You seek death.
The astrologer's eyes flared with anger as he brought his hands together before his chest, then spread them apart,
revealing a celestial tapestry of starlight between his palms.
Ye Ming was momentarily taken aback. It bore a resemblance to the Illusion Clan's technique of dissolution. But he soon realized it was different. The dissolution technique focused more on cosmic simulation and deception, lacking significant offensive power.
In contrast, the Astrologer Tribe's starlight tapestry possessed genuine lethality.
The vast celestial might displayed truly embodied the power of the cosmic starlight and authority not belonging to this realm.
Astrology, star arts.
The astrologer swiftly retreated, forming an intricate hand seal, as the starlight tapestry suddenly enveloped Ye Ming, with flickering stars transforming into luminous projectiles hurtling towards him. Chapter 49, The Astrologers. No more than this, the astrologers had opened a rift to another realm, channeling the celestial might of that world into the one where Ye Ming resided, intending to strike. The ability to guide power across universes was beyond the capability of mere transcendent beings. It seemed the astrologers had mastered some arcane method.
Ye Ming's thoughts raced as he approached.
The earth demon ice soul golden body enveloped him. With a powerful thrust of his fists, he struck. Crack! The starlight was shattered, sending countless fragments of rock flying,
one after another. Ye Ming's fists moved unceasingly. Any starlight was but an easy opponent.
Ye Ming sneered, "Astrology is nothing more than this." In an instant, he flashed through the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages, each one embodying his full strength to shield him from the starlight. The armored astrologer's eyes gleamed. Afterimages. Afterimages that condense all your power.
Quite intriguing. But no matter how many afterimages you conjure, can they outnumber the starlight?
The armored astrologer extended his arms again, summoning even more starlight that crushed Ye Ming's afterimages to dust. Simultaneously, he directed the starlight to pursue Ye Ming, forming a dense curtain of starlight before him, warping space itself and attempting to impede Ye Ming's rapid movements. Yet, Ye Ming noticed that the starlight summoned consisted solely of small comets or meteoroids. The larger planets and colossal stellar systems in the distance remained utterly undisturbed. With his transcendent strength, he was insufficient to manipulate planetary-scale bodies. The smaller celestial bodies, no matter how numerous, provided Ye Ming with ample opportunity to find gaps and break through. At that moment, the astrologers were engulfed in profound terror. While it was not unheard of for someone to display their full power through afterimages, it exacted a tremendous toll, akin to a partial manifestation of the self, making it nearly impossible to maintain consecutively. Yet, this peculiar human had conjured at least 5 or 6 afterimages, and their number continued to grow, all while his own strength showed no signs of diminishing. It was incomprehensible. Ye Ming paid no heed to their confusion. Seizing the moment as the previous afterimages were shattered by the starlight, he willed forth several more flashes, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he closed in within 10 meters of the astrologers. The armored astrologer was greatly alarmed. If the starlight was unleashed at such close range, it would indiscriminately strike him as well. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether the Ye Ming before him was his true self or merely an afterimage. If he risked his life to channel the starlight and ended up only striking an afterimage, he would have no place to lament his fate. With a change of hand gestures, he retracted the starlight technique, opting for a physical assault, and hurled his fists toward Ye Ming. The astrologers excelled in long-range attacks, akin to mages, and were not particularly strong in close combat. Ye Ming did not even need to lift a finger. The earth demon ice soul golden body trembled lightly, and the astrologer's arms shattered simultaneously. He himself was sent flying. It was the true body. The astrologer was struck with dread. While the afterimages possessed energy, they could not activate the earth demon ice soul golden body. This discovery terrified him greatly. The presence of Ye Ming's true self signified what? It meant Ye Ming was about to strike him down. "Save me!" the armored astrologer cried out desperately. Ye Ming's gaze was sharp as a blade, the gilded blade unsheathed, forming a dark crimson arc of light that aimed directly for his opponent's head. Just at that moment, a slight distortion in time and space occurred. In the next moment, Ye Ming's blade descended with a fierce radiance, only to cleave through the remnants of the armored astrologer. Immediately thereafter, a profound sense of peril surged through his mind, prompting Ye Ming to instinctively shift a few inches to the side. Almost simultaneously, a surge of energy struck the very spot he had occupied, shattering the fabric of space itself. Black lightning flickered, only to mend itself anew. Had this assault landed upon Ye Ming unawares, he might have sustained some minor injuries. Subsequently, the atmosphere returned to calm, and the armored astrologer appeared 20 meters away, casting a capricious gaze upon Ye Ming. A ripple in the void heralded the arrival of another armored astrologer at his side. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. The previous strike had undoubtedly originated from this being. To his astonishment, you, a mere novice in the realm of the extraordinary, managed to evade my astrological technique. Astrological technique? Ye Ming pondered. The voice of the Azure Dragon resonated in his mind. This is the astrologer's astrology, which comprises divination and star technique. Divination relies heavily on premonition, allowing one to anticipate an opponent's attacks and movements, while star technique focuses on offense, capable of summoning cosmic forces across worlds to unleash a thunderous assault. Ye Ming grasped the distinction. The initial attack directed at him was a manifestation of the star technique, whereas the armored astrologer's strike was rooted in divination. The Azure Dragon continued, while each technique in isolation may not be formidable, their convergence renders them exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, both astrologers possess realms of power far beyond your own. Young human, do not be overconfident. Should you require my assistance, merely ask. Ye Ming replied with a faint smile, there is no need for such concern. To my eyes, the astrologers are not so intimidating. What the Azure Dragon spoke of hinted at the astrologer's hidden secrets, potentially entwined with the ancient humanity. Ye Ming contemplated that once he had vanquished the two astrologers, he would inquire further. Unbeknownst to the astrologers, Ye Ming was conversing with the Azure Dragon. Upon witnessing his actions, they were instantly filled with rage.
Human, you shall pay for your words and deeds. The armored astrologer pointed. And the fabric of time and space around Ye Ming rippled, encapsulating the profound mysteries of the universe's dynamics. It felt as though unseen eyes were perpetually observing him, foreseeing his intentions and movements. Divination. There is indeed some merit to this.
Simultaneously, the other armored astrologer extended his hands once more, and a dark celestial portal re-emerged, unleashing dozens of meteors, shimmering with radiant trails, hurtling toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming executed his void flash again, yet regardless of where he instantaneously appeared, streams of starlight awaited him, as if they had anticipated his arrival at that very location. The armored astrologer adeptly tracked Ye Ming as flashes, maintaining a distance that rendered his formidable physique unable to touch the astrologer's. This was rather vexing, though his shadowy afterimages rendered these star techniques ineffective against him. The unending nature of this battle was becoming intolerable. Should a meteor descend upon the humans below, the casualties would be catastrophic. This was something Ye Ming could not permit. As he continued to flash about, activating his Eye of Truth, he perceived a series of bizarre energy fluctuations around him, which seemed to cling to his body, foretelling his forthcoming movements. The practitioners of divination, belonging to the astrological clan, remained ever close to their counterparts, who wielded the art of stellar manipulation. One finger perpetually pointed at Ye Ming's side, the strange fluctuations emanating from the tip of his finger. This peculiar space was not inherent, it was infused with energetic vibrations. Since these were energy waves, the solution became apparent. With a mere thought, Ye Ming caused 7 phantoms to vanish. The astrological clan was taken aback for a moment before breaking into sinister laughter. Human, are you preparing to surrender? Ignorant! Ye Ming scoffed. In the next instant, the void flash activated in rapid succession, a series of phantoms dispersing around the 2 members of the astrological clan. Each phantom contained 100% of Ye Ming's energy. Thanks to their divination, the astrological clan could perceive Ye Ming's true form, the cosmic starlight pathway trailing closely behind him. Meteorites, shimmering like a barrage of fireworks, ignored Ye Ming's phantoms. This was precisely the outcome Ye Ming desired. If the starlight struck the phantoms, devoid of the protective ice soul gold armor, they would be obliterated in mere moments. The starlight surged densely, and more terrifyingly, every single beam of starlight struck Ye Ming with unerring precision. Crack! Crack! Several fissures opened upon the ice-soul golden body of the earth demon. Blood seeped forth. Even his steps appeared somewhat unsteady. Under the relentless assault, the human was nearing his limit. The starlight's vitality surged forth, the concentrated explosions completely engulfing Ye Ming's figure. Senior! Shouted Shi Qingshan and the others. They attempted to rush forward but were repelled by the shockwaves, their attacks dissipating into nothingness. The power of a lord was utterly insignificant in the face of the high-level extraordinary arts of the astrological clan. Brother Yi! Shen Xiaoxiao wept profusely, eager to charge ahead, only to be restrained by a hand. It was Chang Fei. Chang Fei shook his head, well aware of Ye Ming's strength after their ordeal in the lesser world. He had single-handedly rescued the Azure Dragon, surviving amidst the treacherous blood sea of resentment and the malevolent spirits, skillfully maneuvering between the two. Such cunning and prowess were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Ye Ming's current predicament undoubtedly had its reasons. Chang Fei's intuition was correct. The apparent injuries were a deliberate fade created by Ye Ming, whose state was remarkably robust at this moment. Beneath the protection of the Earth Demon Ice Soul Golden Body, the starlight bombardment could inflict no harm upon Ye Ming. While the astrological clan could open pathways to the lesser world through esoteric methods, they likely possessed similar means of escape. Pursuing him within this realm was feasible for Ye Ming due to his void flash. Yet venturing deeper into other lesser worlds posed the risk of encountering individuals from their clan, a gamble he dared not take. Ye Ming's intent was to ensure the complete annihilation of the 2 astrological clan members here, leaving them with no chance of escape. He stepped forth, leaving a final phantom, totaling 8 entities, all turning their gazes to the center simultaneously. At that moment, the armored member of the astrological clan felt a surge of danger flash through his mind. This was the instinct of divination. Something was amiss, retreat quickly. The armored astrological clan member gasped. The other, clad in battle gear, altered his hand seals.
transforming the starlight into an elliptical spatial portal, rapidly taking shape. Now you wish to flee? Too late. The 8 Ye Ming simultaneously swung their fists, striking toward the void. Crack! Crack!
The fabric of space fragmented, the nascent spatial passage was forcefully compressed into a flat form, shattering in an instant. Dark spatial lightning scattered in all directions. A single blow can conquer myriad techniques. By shattering the very essence of space, one can disrupt any transmission of energy, including divination and stellar arts.
Simultaneously, it severed the routes of escape. Ye Ming felt a surge of relief. While light, through its own might, could obliterate space and disrupt divination, it lacked the power to instantaneously shatter the spatial passage. These two astrologers were evidently masters of spatial manipulation. The rapid formation of the spatial passage suggested they might escape before Ye Ming's power could reach it. However, now, with 8 afterimages striking simultaneously, the space was explosively shattered. Shi Qingshan and the others were overwhelmed with joy, and tears glistened on Xin Xiaoxiao's delighted face. Only Cheng Fei gazed intently at the figure high in the sky. Resembling a celestial deity, his trust in Ye Ming was deeply ingrained in his very being. "Cursed human race, you resort to trickery!" shouted the armored astrologer,
attempting to conjure the starry dome once more, but it was futile. The space remained in a state of fragmentation and healing, insufficient to sustain the Stargate. The armored astrologers fixated on Ye Ming's true form, trying to predict his trajectory, energy coalescing in their palms. Yet, in the next moment, while his true form remained still, the 7 afterimages surged forward. With a fist of void, space shattered once more, the rippling energy enveloping the astrologers, ensnaring them firmly and interrupting their incantations.
Immediately, Ye Ming executed the void instant flash, appearing beside the two.
The gilded blade whirled, and the dark golden light of the blade flashed fleetingly.
In an instant, the two astrologers were bisected, a rain of blood cascading down.
Ye Ming reached into the deluge of blood, grasping 2 pulsating hearts. With a subtle exertion, the hearts were crushed, and Ye Ming sheathed his long knife. The wind manipulation technique was withdrawn, and he descended to the ground.
Chapter 50, The Stellar Tempest and the Ancient Titan's Trepidation Ding.
Acquired 40 million enhancement points, Thunderstorm has evolved into Stellar Tempest. The Master can now open the Stargate to summon the luminous forces from another realm, where the starlight is imbued with boundless thunderous power, capable of annihilating opponents on a grand scale.
With a mere thought,
Ye Ming felt an energy fluctuation behind him as an elliptical Stargate materialized. Countless small starstones from the unknown realm were at Ye Ming's mental command, shooting forth from the gate to devastate his foes.
What an impressive area of effect skill!
However, when Ye Ming attempted to sense larger celestial bodies in the distance, he found he could not manipulate them, indicating a limitation tied to his own capabilities. Ye Ming's gaze fixed upon the resplendent nebula floating in the depths of space.
System. Is it possible to harness the entire nebula with the stellar tempest? Theoretically, it is possible, but currently, the Master's realm does not permit it.
What realm is required?
At least the Taiyi Dongshu realm. Ye Ming nodded, acknowledging that he was several major realms away from achieving the transcendent state.
It was unlikely he could attain it in the near future. Nevertheless, he merely inquired. The ability to manipulate starlight had already significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Remaining in the early transcendent state, Ye Ming sensed the flow of his inner energy. After this battle, his early transcendent state was thoroughly solidified, and the path to the intermediate transcendent state no longer seemed distant. With a single hand extended, his formidable force instantaneously calmed the shattered space around him.
"Welcome back, esteemed senior!"
shouted Shi Qingshan and the others, their voices resonating like thunder, shaking the mountains and fields. Shi Qingshan and the others had long grown accustomed to the astonishment Ye Ming brought to them. Furthermore, during this time, the Cheng family and others who had previously had little contact with Ye Ming came to deeply understand that the one who had once saved them was an extraordinary being. Each word Ye Ming spoke to them had become a matter of pride, a topic they would cherish for a lifetime. Ye Ming waved his hand. "I shall pay a visit to Senior Qinglong." With that, he vanished in an instant. In the second level of the Fallen Zone, spanning hundreds of kilometers, he appeared in the blink of an eye. "You have arrived." Qinglong nodded. "Senior, could you enlighten me about the astrologers?"
Ye Ming clasped his hands respectfully. For one who had once sacrificed life for humanity, Ye Ming could only feel reverence.
The astrologers are one of the 5 most powerful ancient races in the old world. 5,000 years ago, it was these 5 ancient clans that first betrayed humanity, becoming the minions of the heavenly path.
In the conflict of the small world, the astrologers were the first to unite with numerous malevolent spirits, delivering a devastating blow to humanity. Qing Long continued.
Perhaps you are unaware that the original astrologers only possessed divination arts. At that time, they were relatively weak. It was only after the heavenly path imparted stellar arts to them that they grew formidable. The elders of the astrologers are among the few races that simultaneously possess 2 innate abilities. Ye Ming's eyes flickered. The heavenly path was indeed remarkable. The ability to pass down innate skills was something Ye Ming knew his own strongest slaying simulation system could achieve, and it appeared the heavenly path could do the same. It seemed that the heavenly path, much like himself, wielded more than one innate skill. If humanity is to survive, one day, they shall confront the heavenly path.
By that time, the battle is likely to be arduous. Strength, indeed, is paramount.
Only with greater power can this impasse be shattered.
The other 4 most formidable ancient clans are the Radiant Royal Clan, the Celestial Dragon Divine Clan, the Underworld Clan, and the Sacred Spirit Clan. Each of these ancient lineages possesses unfathomable strength.
Furthermore, it is rumored that each ancient titan wields one of the 10 divine artifacts, and when unleashed, they have the potential to obliterate the world. The Azure Dragon continued, all ancient titans possess the ability to commune with the heavenly Tao.
The astrologer clan's dispatching of 2 transcendent beings to confront you indicates that they have taken notice of you. Should you slay these transcendent beings, it is highly probable that they will report to the heavenly Tao. And the heavenly Tao has historically been merciless towards those of the human race who possess defiance against fate. Ye Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that this world is more intricate than he had previously imagined. He must hasten his pace of growth.
It seems the strongholds of the Earth Demon Clan, Ice Demon Clan, and the Undead Clan have already been eradicated, leaving the frontline legions a mere trifling concern. Now, it appears that the momentum of his advance must accelerate. In the domain of the Astrologer Clan.
What? 2 high-ranking members fell to the hands of this human, unable even to escape?
Yes, Elder. This intelligence was just received.
The Star Robe Elder inhaled deeply. My predictions were indeed accurate. This human is truly exceptional.
Summon the 3 protectors of our Astrologer Clan to convene before the hall immediately.
After the attendants departed,
he gazed solemnly towards the horizon. I wonder what has been amiss lately, as the spatial storms continue to erupt, rendering the Spirit Tao passage exceedingly unstable, making contact with the heavenly Tao impossible. It is said that the strongholds of the Earth Demon Clan, Ice Demon Clan, and Undead Clan have all been annihilated by this human, while the demise of 1 or 2 ancient clans is inconsequential. Should the order be disrupted by the human race, it would spell trouble. If not, we should reach out to the other 4 ancient titans to ascertain if they have any decisions to make. Similar concerns echoed in the strongholds of the 40th, 50th, and 60th tiers, where the tree spirits, blood elves, and storm demons resided. Ye Ming's extermination of the Astrologer Clan remained unknown to others, yet the obliteration of the Earth Demon Clan, Ice Demon Clan, and Undead Clan strongholds had become common knowledge. Not long ago, during the period of Life Force, although most of the alien races were unaware of the Azure Dragon's arrival, the infusion of life energy had undeniably elevated the strength of the human race, which was certainly not welcome news. It is said that the strength of the human race has ascended to a new echelon, causing the alien frontline legions to retreat continuously, with vast territories reclaimed by humanity. Moreover, the spatial storms surrounding the world have persisted for quite some time, even intensifying.
Historically, these storms should have ceased by now.
The various ominous signs have cast a shadow of foreboding over the hearts of the alien races, instilling a sense that something significant may transpire. In the 2nd tier of the Fallen region, after bidding farewell to the Azure Dragon, Ye Ming instantaneously returned to the outpost.
Prepare yourselves, we shall continue our relentless advance. What about you, Senior? Asked Shi Qingshan.
Ye Ming cast a glance towards the direction of the spatial rift in the 1st tier of the Fallen region and replied calmly, I shall return shortly.
With that, he vanished in an instant. Another fleeting presence? Shi Qingshan and others were taken aback. The last few times this phrase was uttered, It had resulted in the annihilation of the ancient demon tribes, the ice demon tribes, and the zombie tribes. Now, which ancient race was to be targeted this time? However, hadn't the surrounding alien races already been purged by Ye Ming?
Shi Qingshan and the others soon noticed the direction Ye Ming had instantly vanished towards, and it was, astonishingly, the first spatial rift.
Senior, is he intending to take action against the spatial rift? A smirk played upon Shi Qingshan's lips. In the past,
with Ye Ming's martial master prowess, he had barely managed to confront the spatial rift. Now that he had ascended to the extraordinary realm,
one could only wonder what marvelous events might unfold.
In an instant, Ye Ming had arrived at the first fallen zone. Initially intending to head straight to the central spatial rift, he diverted his path midway and proceeded to the first fallen zone, Zhengnan community.
Upon encountering the familiar scenery, a wave of nostalgia washed over him.
It was here that he had nearly lost his life, and also where he had awakened the formidable slaying simulation system.
Subsequently learning of the outpost's information,
with relentless vigor, he surged forth, having reached the primary extraordinary realm. Yet, just as he arrived at the entrance, a voice called out,
"Who goes there?" Followed by a glimmer of cold light. Ye Ming tilted slightly.
The voice was so familiar that he immediately recognized it as Li Jingrong's.
Clang!
The long blade struck against the stone, sending shards flying. The blade rose again, slicing horizontally. The force of the blade exploded, creating a sound akin to a flurry in the air.
Ye Ming smiled gently, extending 2 fingers. Ding! He caught the long blade.
The momentum halted abruptly.
The long blade attempted to retract, yet remained utterly still. Ye Ming chuckled, "Not bad.
In less than half a year, you've reached the martial master realm."
"Brother Yi!"
Li Jingrong exclaimed in delight. Ye Ming relaxed his fingers, allowing the long blade to return to Li Jingrong's side. Ye Ming noticed that the arm he had severed had fully healed, appearing quite robust. The elevation of a warrior's rank naturally facilitates some bodily restoration. Coupled with the prior life essence, it was no surprise that Li Jingrong's injuries had completely healed. With solemnity, Li Jingrong sheathed his blade and expressed, "I, Li,
am forever grateful for your life-saving grace back then.
I have waited here for you." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with moisture.
Half a year prior,
they had parted with a promise to reunite. Yet, everyone understood that in the face of apocalypse, such reunions could very well be eternal farewells.
To their astonishment, they met again 6 months later, just as before.
Ye Ming felt a swell of emotion, grateful that they were both alive and well. Li Jingrong, maintaining composure, brushed his waist and inquired, "Brother Yi, has your strength perhaps advanced once more?"
Ye Ming chuckled, "Have you not also broken through to the martial master realm?"
"Compared to you, I still fall short." The sight of the long blade immobilized in Ye Ming's grasp had left a profound impact on him.
At that moment, a timid voice emerged, "Brother, who is it? Look, who has arrived?"
Li Jingrong stepped aside slightly, and a girl's head popped out.
"Ah, it's Big Brother. Big Brother is here." The girl emerged fully, grasping Ye Ming's hand and dancing with joy.
Li Jingrong gently patted the girl's head, smiling tenderly.
"By the way, how have you all been lately? Everything is going well."
"We still have plenty of the flesh from those bloodthirsty guinea pigs we acquired last time. Enough to sustain us for another 3 months. Heeding your advice, we shall remain in this house, and fortunately, no malevolent creatures or zombies have taken notice of us,
allowing for a relatively peaceful existence.
However, several elderly individuals have passed away due to poor health and lack of medical care."
Ye Ming felt a twinge of sorrow.
"Rest assured, there will be no more monsters or zombies coming our way." Ignoring Li Jingrong's puzzled gaze, Ye Ming continued. "Our human race has established a temporary base in the 2nd level of the Fallen Zone.
I have come to escort you there."
The 1st level of the Fallen Zone is perilously close to a spatial rift, making it considerably more dangerous.
Especially since Ye Ming's strategy hinges on distinguishing between the 1st and 2nd levels. "Excellent. With you, Brother Yi, home is wherever we may roam,"
Li Jingrong exclaimed.
"What a splendid sentiment."
Ye Ming's spirit soared, "On the strength of your words, I, Yi, shall ensure your survival."
Chapter 51, Infiltrating the Territory of the Alien Race.
Slaying the Beastmaster's brotherly, you have now attained the martial master realm. Allow me to take you to a special place.
Once the matters there are concluded, we shall return to escort our fellow humans to the outpost. Big brother, may I accompany you as well? Ye Ming inquired softly. Not yet, we will return for you. All right? All right. The girl's obedience was heart-wrenching.
Big brother, please be careful, Xianyuan is waiting for you.
Her innocent eyes were filled with unwavering trust as she gazed at Ye Ming and Li Zhengrong.
Exiting the community gate, Ye Ming swiftly employed the technique of void flash,
transporting him to the entrance of the first Fallen Zone outpost. The scenery shifted rapidly, and Li Zhengrong's eyes brimmed with astonishment, though he remained silent. Before long,
they arrived at the outpost's entrance.
It was eerily quiet.
Ye Ming's expression darkened slightly, yet upon scanning with his true eyes, a smile broke forth. Zhang Lianduan was stealthily concealed within the grass, exuding a palpable aura of blade energy. Inside the outpost, Wang Tian and Ye Ming stood vigilant at the iron gate, having set aside their firearms in favor of long spears, ready for any external disturbances.
Have you not come to greet me? Ye Ming chuckled. Senior! Zhang Lianduan exclaimed,
his head popping out from the foliage in surprise. The blade energy dissipated as he sheathed his sword. Turning to the outpost entrance, he called out, "Quickly come out.
The senior has returned."
The ground cover of the outpost was lifted, and Wang Tian and Ye Ming scrambled out, their faces alight with joy upon seeing Ye Ming.
Wang Tian sheepishly scratched his head.
Apologies, senior, I thought it was some monstrous zombie that had arrived.
It's fine, this only indicates your vigilance, Ye Ming assessed them, nodding.
Indeed, one at the Martial King realm and two at the Martial Master realm, it appears your training has not faltered.
Ye Ming interjected eagerly, of course. We have been diligently training every day to ensure we can assist you in the future. Zhang Lianduan lightly tapped Ye Ming's head.
Do not be disrespectful in front of the senior.
Noticing Li Zhengrong behind Ye Ming, he inquired, who is this?
Though both were in the first Fallen Zone,
they had never met.
Allow me to introduce, this is Li Zhengrong, also a survivor from the first Fallen Zone.
Hello. Greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Lianduan asked, Senior, what brings you here this time?
Ye Ming recounted his conversation with Li Zhengrong to Zhang Lianduan and the others, eliciting expressions of astonishment. Ye Ming decided to bring them along as they continued towards their next destination, the supermarket.
Winter's sister is inside.
The first time he had met Shen Xiaoxiao, she had mentioned that Winter's sister was nearly recovered.
Now, after the baptism of the light of life,
it was conceivable that she might have broken through to the Martial Master realm.
However, upon entering, Ye Ming's heart sank. The second floor of the supermarket, once the domain of Winter's sister, lay in disarray.
Various essential supplies were strewn across the floor, vacuum packaging torn asunder, most of it now spoiled. Winter's sister's bed was vacant, marked by traces of dried blood scattered about. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed no sign of Winter's sister.
Sister Dong could never depart silently, nor would she recklessly smash food. The only plausible explanation is that an unforeseen event has occurred, activating the Eye of Truth.
An elusive presence materializes in the air.
Besides Sister Dong's aura, there are two distinctly different energies. The Beastmaster clan.
Having engaged with them multiple times, Ye Ming immediately recognizes this as the aura of the Beastmaster clan.
What is happening?
Li Zhengrong and the others sensed the tension in the atmosphere.
Follow me.
The tiger does not roar, and you think I am merely a sickly cat. Ye Ming's expression darkens, and with the wind control technique, he envelopes the group, swiftly traversing through the void, the rift to the central space coming into view.
Should Sister Dong be captured?
It is only towards the central space rift that she would be taken, for once one crosses the first layer of the Fallen Zone, they enter Ye Ming's territory.
Countless mutated beasts not present would promptly escort Sister Dong back to the outpost. Ye Ming comprehends this clearly.
The sight of the space rift astounds the group as they gaze upon this terrifying location so close to them. Ye Ming narrows his eyes, it is the space rift. The ancient extraterrestrial beings seek to enter our world through it. Since the last time Ye Ming disrupted the Eye of Truth, the rift has expanded and stabilized considerably. He can sense dozens of shadows behind the rift, continuously channeling energy to it, relentlessly tearing it open wider. The black, erratic space lightning has diminished significantly.
A consequence of the rift stabilization.
Stay here and watch how I fight. Those behind the black veil are our enemies, the ancient extraterrestrial beings. And will soon become your adversaries as well. Ye Ming casts a protective spell over everyone, then employs a swift movement to appear near the rift.
It's you! A furious roar emanates from behind the space rift.
With a surge of power, the rift vibrates, momentarily becoming unstable. Ye Ming quickly focuses his energy,
restoring stability to the rift.
He recognizes the being on the other side as the extraordinary member of the Beastmaster clan who had nearly been slain by him.
Later rescued by the one-eyed giant from the spirit-body fusion realm.
Oh, you're still alive, then I shall send you on your way once more.
Ye Ming scoffs. Presently,
he can contend with divine manifestations. A mere extraordinary being, hindered by the space rift, holds little significance in his eyes.
With an unremarkable punch,
Ye Ming strikes the area of the rift occupied by the extraordinary being.
Crack!
The balance is instantly shattered. Ye Ming's blow sends the black lightning swirling, the rift extending serpentine-like. A breach appears at the location of the extraordinary Beastmaster clan guardian, affecting the surrounding area. The immense force of the space tear blasts off the extraordinary being's arms.
Ah!
The extraordinary member of the Beastmaster clan screams in agony, tumbling backward. This is still due to the resilience of the extraordinary body. Had it been an ordinary physique, this strike would have crushed them entirely.
Impudence!
A furious roar resounds
as a mental shockwave surges across the rift, hurtling toward Ye Ming.
Another extraordinary member of the Beastmaster clan, and this one is of a higher extraordinary realm.
Ye Ming,
rather than being startled, felt a surge of joy, for the transcendent realm was an exceedingly rare treasure among the ancient alien races.
Each foe vanquished represented a diminishment of their strength.
Ye Ming advanced boldly, channeling a psychic thrust in response to the mental assault. The psychic strike, imbued with destructive power, swiftly shattered the mental barrage of the Beastmaster clan and penetrated the spatial rift. A cry of horror erupted from a high-ranking transcendent, blood streaming from their mouth and nose as they recoiled in terror.
How could a mere junior transcendent of the human race retaliate against the most formidable mental assault of their kin?
This was utterly inconceivable.
Suddenly,
a rumor flashed through his mind. There was a bloodthirsty demon in the fallen zone, wielding a treasure of spirit, capable of effortlessly slaying high-ranking transcendent beings.
Could it be him?
Ye Ming's lips curled into a cold smile, empowered by the earth demon's soul golden body.
He flickered through the void and stepped into the spatial rift.
Thanks to the desperate efforts of the ancient alien races, this rift remained remarkably stable, with minimal spatial tearing. Meanwhile, the high-ranking transcendent had just contemplated reporting back to their clan when they beheld Ye Ming materializing at the mouth of the rift.
Instantly, their face drained of color. "Save me!" they cried, summoning every ounce of strength to flee.
Concurrently, powerful auras emerged from the depths of space, akin to eyes opening in the dark abyss,
locking onto Ye Ming.
Yet, Ye Ming paid them no mind.
Now that he had arrived, escape was not an option.
He flickered next to the Beastmaster,
extending a hand to rest upon their head.
The Beastmaster's 8 tendrils writhed in frenzy, unleashing a desperate torrent of psychic energy, only to be swiftly extinguished upon contact with the annihilating psychic thrust.
Farewell.
Ye Ming exhaled forcefully. With a crack, the head shattered, and brain matter exploded forth. Ye Ming grasped the neck with one hand while delivering a decisive punch to the chest, reducing the corpse to mere fragments as blood rained down.
Turning his gaze,
another junior transcendent felt a chill run down their spine. Disregarding all else, they summoned their strength to flee toward their clan's territory. Ye Ming, expressionless, executed another flicker,
appearing before them. He extended his hand, a surge of energy binding them immobile. His voice echoed like a demon from the abyss. "Speak, is Winter Sister in your custody?" Not at all, yes.
The Beastmaster transcendent struggled to articulate.
"Is she or isn't she?"
Ye Ming tightened his grip,
causing the other's face to redden alarmingly.
Deep within the clan's territory, the slumbering aura intensified, but Ye Ming remained undeterred, his focus unwavering.
Yes. We just captured her."
The Beastmaster flailed in desperation.
Why?
Because we knew the bloodthirsty demon was acquainted with her. And we aimed to abduct her to employ our clan's psychic arts to extract her weaknesses. Breathless, the Beastmaster divulged everything.
Where is she? In the clan's territory.
Within the sacrificial hall. The Beastmaster laboriously raised a hand, pointing backward.
Very well, you may now perish.
At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated through the air, "Stop!" A colossal, 8-armed visage of Yama manifested in the void.
Strangely enough, this 8-armed Yama possessed only a single eye.
Undoubtedly, it was a master of the divine manifestation realm. In the divine manifestation realm, one condenses the laws of heaven and earth beyond oneself. The manifestation serves as the embodiment of energy,
as well as the confluence of the forces of the universe.
Ye Ming let out a cold smile, releasing his palm's power.
Crack!
The brain matter of the Beastmaster clan was obliterated, and the 8 tendrils drooped limply, succumbing instantly to death.
Ding!
A reinforcement value of 25 million was obtained,
along with a magic crystal.
Fusing it would yield an additional 8 million in reinforcement value, and an elevation in realm has been detected.
Shall it be confirmed? Confirmed.
Ye Ming indeed beheld a fist-sized pale orb floating where the Beastmaster clan's corpse lay. The magic crystal, like sand worn by the winds, merged into Ye Ming's body. A mysterious force permeating through his meridians. A barrier within his meridians shattered, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, propelling Ye Ming instantaneously into the mid-level extraordinary realm. 7 beams of light erupted from his body, forming a vortex that spiraled upwards.
The celestial music resonated once more.
And a golden silhouette of 6 gears materialized behind Ye Ming's head. The instant the 6 reincarnation apparitions emerged, numerous powerful entities concealed in the depths of space sensed it.
Many displaying expressions of astonishment that swiftly turned grave.
Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough to the mid-level extraordinary realm.
There was no time to ponder why another magic crystal had appeared. At that moment, a resounding roar erupted overhead. Damn it, a breakthrough at such a critical moment. Concurrently,
a red light flashed in the distance, and a crimson beam shot forth like a blood-red rainbow, abruptly crashing towards Ye Ming. Chapter 52, Slaying the Divine Being of the Law Avatar Realm. The celestial storm unleashes its might. It is the destructive death ray of the Cyclops tribe.
Ye Ming's gaze suddenly widened, radiating a golden brilliance. Crack, crack, crack. The earth demon ice crystal golden body enveloped him, transforming his form into a dazzling blend of blue and gold. Boom!
The destructive death ray collided with the earth demon ice crystal golden body, scattering the rainbow light, while the blue-gold radiance merely dimmed slightly. The destructive death ray from the divine being of the Law Avatar realm still possessed considerable power.
In the depths of space,
a Cyclops towering over 50 meters emerged, his single eye glowing ominously red. The attack had originated from him. Surprised that Ye Ming had not perished from the strike, the Cyclops felt a tinge of astonishment, yet it was not unexpected, for legends spoke of this human possessing divine treasures.
The Law Avatar concentrated the might of heaven and earth, infusing pure energy into the Cyclops.
Red light coalesced as a second destructive death ray began to materialize. If this is all you can muster, you shall not return today. Ye Ming denied him the opportunity, instantly shifting his position,
stepping across 7 distinct points before appearing beside his opponent in the blink of an eye. With each footfall, a phantom emerged.
7 remnants, embodying his full strength,
circled around the Cyclops.
When the 7 shadows were fully formed, Ye Ming raised one hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that crushed the Cyclops.
Simultaneously,
the true body of Ye Ming executed a shadowy stealth maneuver, concealing his presence to the utmost, as his gilded blade flickered with a subtle dark golden hue,
creeping toward his foe.
Though Ye Ming could contend with the master of the divine being of the Law Avatar realm, slaying him would prove a challenge.
However,
Ye Ming's intent was not to kill but to leave a mark on his opponent. The 7 energies collided with the Cyclops, erupting in a cataclysmic roar,
as if the heavens themselves were torn asunder. The dark space erupted with lightning in every direction.
As the smoke cleared, the Cyclops emerged with only tattered clothing,
unscathed by Ye Ming's assault. Such trivial skills.
The light of a firefly dares not compete with the brilliance of the full moon. The Cyclops scanned the surroundings,
searching for Ye Ming's whereabouts.
Just then, the void trembled, and Ye Ming stepped forth.
The gilded blade's dark golden light surged, soaring toward the Cyclops. Boom!
The destructive death ray shot forth, striking Ye Ming directly. He was hurled backward, bracing against the impact. As the golden light of the earth demon ice crystal golden body dimmed. Yet, Ye Ming awaited this moment. He discerned that the destructive death ray, after being fired,
required a fraction of a second to coalesce again. Though brief, it was ample time.
Extending his arms outward, a stargate opened behind him. Swirling with the power of thunder and the boundless energy of the stars.
The celestial storm. The sound resonated like that of a deity.
With a single finger raised, Ye Ming directed the starlight, which trembled and transformed into shooting meteors aimed at his adversary.
Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of meteors rained down upon the Cyclops, engulfing even his giant frame in starlight.
The power of thunder erupted wildly, with purplish-red lightning, as thick as a barrel, coursing across the Cyclope's body.
Crack!
Under the dual assault of thunder and meteors, a wound finally opened upon the Cyclops' form.
Sizzling!
The thunder, as if sensing blood, plunged into the wound,
wreaking havoc within his body. Ah!
The Cyclopean giant let out a mournful wail, collapsing like a mountain and thrashing about in madness.
Countless fissures marred the divine visage,
while the earth itself cracked and splintered, with innumerable crevices spreading forth. A stellar tempest raged. Yet, Ye Ming remained undeterred, wherever his consciousness reached. Beams of starlight continued to pour forth from the celestial gate, mercilessly striking the Cyclopean giant. The storm surged, transforming the scene into a battlefield of carnage. The giant's roars echoed for an extended period before gradually subsiding.
As the starlight faded, the Cyclopean figure was reduced to a mass of mangled flesh.
Ye Ming brought his arms together, sealing the celestial gate, and a streak of luminous energy cascaded to the ground.
Silence enveloped the air. Ye Ming's combat prowess astounded all who witnessed it, both overtly and covertly. Was this truly the power of a mid-tier transcendent? Or was he even still human?
The gaze of Ye Ming caused all alien beings to instinctively avert their eyes.
Those observing from beyond the spatial rift, including Zhang Lianwen, were left in a state of shock.
Never had they anticipated that the gentle Ye Ming could possess such formidable strength. This was the territory of the alien races. He had slaughtered his way through as if it were a realm devoid of obstacles.
Ding! Acquired 50 million enhancement points.
All enhancements to Stellar Tempest.
With the celestial gate opened,
Ye Ming could harness the power of another world, combined with the destructive force of thunder, sufficient to vanquish deities at the level of divine manifestations. Demonstrating the immense value of Stellar Tempest, if one day he could tap into the might of the nebula, he could only imagine the extent of his power. Ye Ming could not help but feel a sense of yearning for this potential. A mysterious force infused his body, amplifying the might of the Stellar Tempest.
Suddenly,
he sensed a familiar wave of energy ahead.
It was Sister Dong.
Ye Ming flashed through the void, covering the vast distance in an instant. Before him lay a bustling complex of edifices, adorned with pavilions and jade halls. Yet at this moment, countless individuals gathered outside, gazing upwards towards Ye Ming's direction. It was the aftermath of his recent battle. To his astonishment, he found himself in the territory of the Beastmasters. With the eye of truth, he discerned the presence of martial grandmasters, kings, and even numerous warriors, each bearing the visage of an octopus. This was the stronghold of the Beastmasters.
In the central hall,
a sacrificial altar was adorned with the form of a woman.
It was Sister Dong.
Several members of the Beastmaster clan surrounded her, 8 tendrils entwined with her being,
transmitting waves of mental energy into her body.
Each transmission elicited violent reactions from her, as she furrowed her brow, eyes tightly shut, seemingly enduring immense agony. A cold glimmer flashed in Ye Ming's eyes as he instantaneously teleported to the altar.
The Beastmasters were taken aback,
their tendrils retracting from Sister Dong as they hastily retreated. Ye Ming spread his arms wide, the celestial gate opening behind him. And beams of starlight rained down like a barrage of artillery upon the Beastmasters, instantly claiming the lives of several.
In the distance,
a torrent of mental waves surged towards him, each emanating from beings of transcendent and martial grandmaster levels.
Ye Ming's expression remained impassive, with a mere thought.
He unleashed a sudden mental thrust imbued with destructive energy, a powerful psychic shockwave that erupted in counterattack. Facing 100 foes, Ye Ming displayed no fear. The formidable prowess of the intermediate transcendent realm was vividly demonstrated at this moment, capable of vanquishing the spiritual essence of the divine manifestation realm. To slay these transcendents was akin to hunting dogs. Ah! A series of anguished screams reverberated through the air as countless beast tamers met their demise, their heads exploding. Lifeless bodies plummeting from the sky, only to be obliterated by the residual waves of spiritual force. In terms of spiritual power, Ye Ming's mental thrust far surpassed the mere spiritual shock of the beast tamers. Coupled with the disparity in realms, the annihilation of these beast tamers was accomplished with the utmost ease. All the beast tamers retreated in a frenzy. Just as Ye Ming was about to escort Sister Dong away, two formidable auras suddenly surged forth. No! Not merely two. In addition to those two, 3 more auras shot towards them with lightning speed. 5 beings of the divine manifestation realm. Alongside 5 manifestations of cosmic law, their presence was enough to shake the heavens. Ye Ming's rampant slaughter within the beast tamers' territory had finally drawn the attention of these 5 formidable beings. The ancestral ground was where ancient extraterrestrial masters congregated most densely. The 5 from the divine manifestation realm certainly did not represent the entirety of the beast tamer tribe's strength. Ye Ming was acutely aware of this. And although he remained vigilant, no other experts arrived. Human, you are quite audacious, but do you comprehend the significance of this place? Having slain so many of our kin, do you not think it unreasonable to leave without recompense? Although 5 of their clan had been dispatched, the prior devastating display of Ye Ming's might against the beings of the divine manifestation realm instilled some trepidation in these entities. While they could certainly crush Ye Ming, the possibility of him retaliating fiercely and taking 1 or 2 down with him weighed heavily on their minds. Everyone harbors a selfish desire. No one wishes to be among those few. Ye Ming cast a cold glance at the 5 beast tamers. How do you justify your capture of my kin? Another beast tamer retorted coldly, had you not slaughtered our kind within the ruin zone, we would not be compelled to abduct this woman, seeking to discern your movements. Ye Ming scoffed several times, slaughtering the beast tamers in the ruin zone? I must inquire, whose territory is the ruin zone? You, the beast tamers, have seized our lands, massacring my fellow humans within the ruin zone, and now you dare to bite back? The beast tamers fell silent. The truth was that they had indeed encroached upon human territory. Without that initial act, there would have been no subsequent bloodshed. If one were to trace back to ancient times, it was ultimately the beast tamers who betrayed humanity, rendering them in the wrong. Enough of this banter. Let us unite and eliminate him. Indeed, news had already spread within the tribe that as long as this human remained, he would pose a grave threat. Attack! Swiftly, the 5 beast tamers positioned themselves around Ye Ming, their manifestations of law looming behind them, waves of spiritual energy locking onto him. The spiritual force of the divine manifestation realm, unlike any ordinary power, warping space into a gelatinous form. Engage! At the command, the waves of spiritual energy surged forth as if tangible. Crack! The space shattered, countless black lightning bolts of spatial energy darting about, white fissures spreading towards Ye Ming. With spiritual energy refined to its utmost, it now bore lethal force. Ye Ming stood firm, stepping upon the 7 stars, his form fracturing into 7 afterimages, each releasing a mental shockwave to confront the spiritual force head-on. Boom! Crack! The divine manifestations of the Beast Master clan were utterly obliterated. As the collision of psychic forces served as the fulcrum for a complete rupture of space, with the essence of destruction spreading wildly. Simultaneously, Ye Ming's shadow shattered like a fleeting illusion, his complexion turned pale, and his vitality surged tumultuously, indicating his own suffering. Thus far in battle, this marked the second occasion he had sustained minor injuries, the first being from an enemy's self-detonation. In stark contrast, the several adversaries from the alien tribes appeared far more wretched. Their garments were entirely torn asunder, their bodies marred by numerous lacerations, blood gushing from the wounds, rendering some of them entirely crimson. Moreover, their mental state was severely impaired. After Ye Ming's destructive force penetrated their psyche, it obliterated a significant portion of their neural pathways, resulting in a disconnection in their ability to channel psychic energy. It was likely that many would be unable to execute psychic attacks for an extended period.
Ye Ming, undeterred,
unsheathed the golden blade and swiftly appeared beside the nearest Beastmaster, launching another mind-piercing strike. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as the Beastmaster was reduced to a state of utter confusion. The Stargate opened, and with a single finger pointed, Ye Ming unleashed a torrent of potent starlight, accompanied by the thunderous might of annihilation, crashing down upon the divine manifestation of the Beastmaster clan. The screams abruptly ceased as they were utterly vanquished. The starry storm, significantly enhanced through extensive reinforcement, now wielded over twice the power it initially possessed. Previously, he had required a combination of his shadow as full assault and the element of surprise to annihilate his foes. Now, the starry storm alone sufficed. After subduing his opponents with the force of thunder, Ye Ming cast a cold glance, prompting all members of the Beastmaster clan to retreat hastily. With ferocity gleaming in his eyes, he teleported to another divine manifestation of the Beastmaster clan. Employing the same tactic once more, combining the mind-piercing strike with the might of starlight to decisively eliminate his adversary. Each death of a master of divine manifestation was accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion of energy, signifying pure annihilation.
Ding! Acquired 100 million reinforcement points. Strengthen the mind-piercing strike and starry storm. Ye Ming roared, as the once invisible membrane within him became clearer.
Once breached, he would ascend to the realm of high transcendence. In a flash through the void, he appeared before another divine manifestation, poised to strike once more.
Chapter 53, The Convergence of Form and Spirit in Battle.
The annihilation of the Beastmaster clan's domain. The latter was taken aback, as the manifestation of their divine form unleashed a frenzied display of celestial might, launching desperate mental assaults. Yet, having just endured the cataclysmic onslaught of Ye Ming's 8 overlapping phantoms, their strength had diminished significantly. Even with all their might, how formidable could their attacks truly be? Ye Ming did not flinch. Instead, he welcomed the mental strikes head-on, surging forward with clenched fists that plunged directly into the opponent's lungs. With a fierce tug, the lung lobes quivered in his grasp, and with a crushing grip, they shattered, sending a shower of blood cascading forth. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick,
obliterating the divine form of the Beastmaster clan. Enhancement value acquired, 50 million.
Strengthened the stellar tempest.
Ye Ming bellowed.
The power of thunderous starlight surged further.
In that moment,
with the radiance of the stars, Ye Ming wielded the strength to cleave mountains and extinguish seas. He erupted into laughter, the starlight radiating from him, relentlessly bombarding the domain of the Beastmaster clan, reducing countless low-tier members to mere ashes. Even the formidable leaders could not withstand the brilliance of the stars. Only those at the transcendent level could resist 1 or 2 strikes, yet under the continuous barrage, many transcendent beings met their demise. The once inviolable domain of the Beastmaster clan had transformed into a veritable arena of slaughter. Blood and limbs were strewn about, rivers of crimson flowed. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the skies above the Beastmaster domain.
If annihilation was to be done, let it be thorough. Ye Ming's gaze darted.
And the remaining 2 divine forms of the Beastmaster clan had no hope of escape. The killing intent locked onto them, their faces drained of color.
In an instant,
Ye Ming's movements were a blur. None could foresee where he would appear next. The only recourse for the others was to unleash desperate,
indiscriminate mental waves in a futile attempt to defend against his advance.
However, under such potent mental exertion, their already wounded states worsened rapidly, their vitality visibly withering. Thoughts of stifling the future of humanity and treasures of spiritual weaponry faded in the face of their own survival.
Help! Run! The bloodthirsty demon is coming! Such cries echoed within the Beastmaster domain.
In the eyes of the Beastmaster clan, fear mingled with sorrow.
As an ancient race,
they had always been the ones to slaughter humanity. When had they ever been so ruthlessly crushed in return? Yet, the gruesome scene before them sent shockwaves through the collective psyche of the Beastmaster clan. Ye Ming understood that his dominance within the Beastmaster domain was largely due to his mastery over mental power. Within the clan's territory, devoid of mutated beasts to command, and with their mental prowess utterly countered by Ye Ming's devastating mental strikes, he was able to single-handedly face 5 divine form adversaries with ease.
However, seizing the opportunity to strike while they were vulnerable was always Ye Ming's principle.
His ability to dominate the Beastmaster clan stemmed from the unparalleled execution of his annihilation system.
A boon not shared by other humans. Moreover, should any of these divine forms arrive on Earth, their innate talent for mind control could summon mutated monstrosities, posing a grave threat to humanity.
A cold smile crept across Ye Ming's face as the gilded blade fell into his grasp, its dark golden light slanting towards the horizon.
The Beastmaster clan finds itself devoid of worthy adversaries?
If so, I shall gladly accept the fate of these two worthless souls. A thunderous voice resonated through the air, causing all members of the Beastmaster clan to tremble in fear. As Ye Ming prepared to execute his void flash, a mysterious wave emanated from the depths of the cosmos. It was as though a deity was awakening, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon them. The fabric of space quivered, and he found himself ensnared. Ye Ming, halfway through his flash, was forcibly expelled from the void. His demonic ice body provided some protection, yet under the might of this formidable presence, it cracked and splintered with audible snaps. Activating his true vision, Ye Ming swiftly discerned the realm of his opponent astonishingly. It was the fusion of form and spirit stage. This was a level surpassing even the divine law manifestation stage. In the fusion of form and spirit stage, the primordial spirit and the physical body become one. To annihilate such a being, one must obliterate both mind and flesh simultaneously. Both are indispensable. Furthermore, the power wielded by a practitioner of this realm is exponentially amplified. Their might is incomparable. Elder Yu Tianzi. Elder Yu Tianzi. The remaining two from the alien race displayed expressions of relief mingled with delight, reveling in the misfortune of Ye Ming, already envisioning his brutal demise. The clan's territory erupted in thunderous cheers. It is Elder Yu Tianzi. Elder Yu Tianzi has emerged from seclusion. With Elder Yu Tianzi taking action, that human is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, let us witness how the Elder brings an end to this bloodthirsty demon, remarked an elder of the Beastmaster clan. A master of the fusion of form and spirit stage possesses an inkling of the profound truths of the Tao with each movement. Observing the battle of such a master would be an extraordinary opportunity, greatly benefiting one's own strength. Meanwhile, those observing from outside the spatial rift, including Zhang Lianwan, turned ashen. 5 practitioners of the divine law manifestation stage were already formidable enough, and now a being of even greater prowess had arrived. The sight of all members of the Beastmaster clan prostrating themselves upon his emergence signified that Ye Ming was in grave danger. Yet, they were powerless to intervene, consumed only by their anxiety. Ye Ming's expression shifted. Indeed, the fusion of form and spirit stage was extraordinary. However, even should a master of this caliber emerge, he was resolute in claiming the lives of those 2 practitioners from the divine law manifestation stage today. Not even the heavenly sovereign could escape. Moreover, this fusion of form and spirit practitioner had only revealed their imposing aura, their true form yet to manifest, indicating they had not yet arrived. This brief moment presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate the 2 members of the Beastmaster clan. Ye Ming snorted coldly, his right fist striking fiercely at the void. Crack! The space concaved, and the void, previously frozen by the aura of the fusion of form and spirit, shattered in an instant. Yet, under the pressure of the aura, it rapidly healed. Seizing the fleeting fraction of a second, Ye Ming flashed forward 100 kilometers. The distance to the nearest practitioner of the divine law manifestation stage was halved. Even under the suppression of a master from the fusion of form and spirit stage, he was still capable of executing his terrifying movement technique, leaving the Beastmaster clan's previously calmed faces once again pale with terror. As they attempted to evade to the side, Ye Ming unleashed another powerful fist. The void shattered, and Ye Ming executed a sudden flash, appearing beside his opponent. "Elder, save me!" the adversary cried out hoarsely. The gilded blade was drawn, piercing through his chest, silencing him instantly. With a forceful exhalation, his innards were reduced to fragments. Dark crimson blood flowed from the mouth and nose of the Beastmaster tribe member, who then slumped to the ground, lifeless. Another divine manifestation extinguished. Is this human truly limited to the realm of the extraordinary? A demon, this is no human, but a demon. The Beastmaster tribe erupted in chaos. Acquired 50 million enhancement points. Strengthened the starry skystorm. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out, impudent. A beam of white light suddenly shot forth before Ye Ming, dissipating to reveal a robed figure. The intense aura emitted caused the very space to fracture.
A being of the fusion of form and spirit, solely through his presence. Rivaled the full force of a divine manifestation.
He stood there, imposing an immense pressure upon Ye Ming.
Elder, save me.
The last remaining member of the Beastmaster tribe frantically rushed toward Yu Tianzi.
I declared your slaughter, and you shall not see the next moment. Ye Ming struck again.
A punch resonating through the void, instantaneously appearing before him.
The gilded blade was unleashed, its dark golden radiance akin to a rainbow, descending upon the divine manifestation of the Beastmaster tribe.
However, Yu Tianzi merely raised a hand, exhaling a wave of force that struck Ye Ming directly.
He was hit. The human was struck.
The Beastmaster tribe erupted in cheers, for a blow from a master of the fusion of form and spirit was surely beyond Ye Ming's endurance.
But was that truly the case? As Yu Tianzi's force collided with Ye Ming, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Yet,
there was no sign of Ye Ming's corporeal form left, only an afterimage.
Yu Tianzi was taken aback. His gaze shifted, locking onto another Ye Ming in the air.
And he unleashed his force once more.
Boom!
The outcome remained unchanged. Looking up, he saw 6 Ye Mings suspended in the air.
Yu Tianzi's nostrils flared in frustration.
This Ye Ming had cleverly deceived him with afterimages. Then I shall annihilate every single one of your illusions, and let us see where you can hide.
Yet, Ye Ming moved first.
With arms outstretched, he opened a stargate, unleashing a barrage of starry light imbued with the power of thunder towards Yu Tianzi. While the starlight posed no significant threat to him, the paralyzing attribute of the thunder was rather irksome. The force within his bloodline was about to unleash when it was interrupted by the paralysis. Moreover, the area damage of the thunder similarly incapacitated the divine manifestation.
Its effects much stronger against him. Yu Tianzi roared, "Is this all you can conjure, mere child's play?" Ye Ming chuckled softly, "Sufficient to deal with you."
Ye Ming's fist struck the ground, shattering the constraining space, and he flashed to the side of the divine manifestation. The gilded blade was drawn with a solemn grace. As the divine manifestation was in close proximity to Yu Tianzi, Ye Ming effectively appeared right before him.
Given his current strength,
he could not possibly confront a master of the fusion of form and spirit head-on.
You seek your own demise. Yu Tianzi could hardly fathom that this human dared to approach him so boldly. In the depths of his eyes flickered a fierce light, and a large hand reached out, intending to seize Ye Ming.
However, at that moment, blue electric arcs danced around him, having rendered him momentarily paralyzed by the might of thunder.
Damn it! Yu Tianzi cursed, swiftly channeling his entire magical essence to dispel the paralysis. This brief interval was sufficient. In the clash of masters, a moment was all it took.
A blade of dark golden light descended, leaving the godly visage of the Beastmaster clan in a state of dazed shock.
Puff! Puff! Countless blood arrows erupted forth, and both body and divine form were cleaved into fragments under Ye Ming's single strike.
The blue thunderous power finally waned, but he had already fallen silent.
Ding! Acquired 50 million enhancement points.
Enhanced the stellar storm. Ye Ming laughed heartily, instantly flashing to Dong Jia's side, wrapping an arm around her waist. The wind control technique activated, and a gentle breeze lifted them, swiftly carrying them toward the rift in space.
Just as they were about to step through,
Ye Ming suddenly recalled something and pointed with one hand. The stargate opened, and countless starlights poured into the Beastmaster clan's territory.
Boom! 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 Explosions erupted into the sky, claiming the lives of numerous clansmen.
The jade towers and crystal pavilions were reduced to ruins.
The enhanced stellar storm was terrifying indeed. At that moment, a formidable aura surged through the air. You killed my kin and still wish to escape?
Yu Tianzi had finally broken free from the constraints of thunder. Now, his full power in the realm of corporeal and spiritual unity was unleashed, his eyes turning a blood-red hue from rage. Ye Ming smiled faintly, "Rest assured.
I shall return."
He stepped into the rift, and the world shifted, bringing him back to the first layer of the fallen zone.
Yu Tianzi's eyes widened in disbelief, wanting to retract, but it was already too late. Boom! Crack! The force struck the rift, causing it to collapse.
The ancient alien race's painstakingly formed rift was shattered beyond recognition. The chaotic spatial currents hurled all surrounding outsiders away, those of lower realms torn apart.
their forms and spirits annihilated. "You Tianzi, this is your doing. Destroying the rift, I shall report this to the clan." Several voices echoed, belonging to the ancient outsiders responsible for maintaining the rift. Yu Tianzi's expression turned grim as he fixed his gaze on the chaotic currents, his teeth grinding audibly. Clenching his fists, "Human race, I, the Beastmaster clan, shall not coexist with you." The remaining clansmen of the Beastmaster clan bore expressions of bitterness. Rushing into the clan's territory, slaughtering their kin, and then retreating unscathed under the suppression of a master in the realm of corporeal and spiritual unity was akin to slapping them in the face. The sound of slapping rang out. At the same time, they wore expressions of horror. When did the human race produce such a terrifying powerhouse? Chapter 54, The Return of the King, The Legend of the Long Yuan Secret Realm. Indeed, before the battle commenced, Ye Ming had already caught sight of other formidable beings from ancient alien races. These experts were tasked with maintaining the spatial rift. A matter of utmost significance to the ancient races, even surpassing the interests of a singular ancient lineage, as it pertained to their pivotal invasion of Earth. Consequently, they could not afford to engage in an assault against Ye Ming. Even if one or two of the alien beings could spare their attention to confront Ye Ming, they would refrain from doing so. Among the alien races, competition was not absent. They were more than willing to see the Beastmaster clan's strength diminish through Ye Ming's hands. Ye Ming acknowledged the element of risk in his strategy, however, he had wagered wisely. Even though he wreaked havoc upon the Beastmaster clan, they remained steadfast, citing their duty to guard the spatial rift as a reason for their inaction. Yet, Ye Ming found it somewhat peculiar that despite slaying numerous members of the Beastmaster clan, only one individual at the spirit-body integration level emerged to confront him. The Beastmaster clan, being one of the ancient races, surely possessed at least one genuine powerhouse. Did they not? Ye Ming discerned that the individual known as Yu Tianzi, at the spirit-body integration level, was likely of a lower tier. Had a being at the Six Harmonies Void Realm appeared, Ye Ming would have been truly doomed. There was certainly something amiss. Setting aside these questions, Ye Ming's expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful. He had slain 6 beings of the Divine Law Manifestation Realm, numerous extraordinary beings, and had thoroughly cleansed the Beastmaster clan using the Stellar Storm technique. His actions had inflicted a frenzied devastation upon the very foundation of the Beastmaster clan. From this day forth, the time and effort required for the Beastmaster clan to regain their strength would be unfathomable. Moreover, Ye Ming had ascended from the initial extraordinary realm to the intermediate level, now just a step away from the advanced extraordinary realm. The Stellar Storm technique had also been significantly enhanced. The greater Ye Ming's strength, the more formidable support he provided to humanity. As he soared through the air, Ye Ming was in high spirits, letting out a resounding roar. At that moment, he felt a movement at his waist. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Dong Jie awakening. Her eyes wide open, gazing at him with rapt attention, her sturdy arms still wrapped around him. Ye Ming gently patted her arm, reassuring her, "Fear not, all is well." Dong Jie nodded, falling silent. Her head rested lightly against Ye Ming's waist, her warm breath caressing his skin. "It feels wonderful." Concerned that the spatial tremors might exacerbate her injuries, Ye Ming refrained from using the void flash technique and instead employed the wind manipulation art. Even so, they swiftly reached the side of Zhang Lianwan and the others. "Welcome back, esteemed elder." The sights and sounds witnessed within the spatial rift had made it abundantly clear to the others the magnitude of Ye Ming's strength. To storm into the alien territory and slaughter their kin in plain sight had been unheard of until now. Yet, Ye Ming had accomplished it. Such a human powerhouse inspired admiration from all. To follow in the wake of such a strong figure was the pride of every warrior of humanity. "Brother Yi, Captain Zhang. There is no need for such formalities. We are all of the same race, united against the aliens. That is the mission of us human warriors." Li Zhengrong's eyes sparkled, his voice trembling with fervor. "Indeed. United against the aliens." Zhang Lianwan, too, was filled with fervent emotion, realizing that with Ye Ming among humanity, there was no fear of lacking a champion to support them. The battle led by Ye Ming has left an indelible mark on a few individuals, instilling within them a myriad of techniques, a harmonious blend of reality and illusion, and a strategic approach to utilizing the terrain. Although their realms have not immediately ascended, The potential for future advancement is boundless. Let us proceed.
With the wind control technique enveloping the group, they soared into the sky. A glance back revealed the spatial rift had been utterly obliterated. The once smooth, elliptical curve was now reduced to a flattened, irregular shape. An unending tempest of spatial lightning scattered chaotically, as the entire space collapsed, leaving behind only an abyss of darkness where the once clear passage had been.
The final strike from UTNC had completely shattered the spatial corridor.
In the foreseeable future, the ancient alien races would find it impossible to reconstruct the spatial passage, granting humanity a precious respite and simultaneously paving the way for Ye Ming to seal the first layer of the spatial rift with the second layer of the fallen zone. Upon returning to the Jiangnan district, accompanied by Xian Er and several survivors, Ye Ming employed the wind control technique to swiftly advance towards the outpost of the second layer of the fallen zone. On the other side of the fractured spatial passage lay the territory of the alien races, where the Beast Master clan had become the target of reproach from the other races. A series of obscure and formidable auras emerged, their power greatly surpassing that of UTNC at the harmonization of form and spirit realm.
UTNC seethed with resentment. If our Beast Master clan's powerful warriors were present, this detestable human would never have been allowed to escape.
How infuriating that I fell into this trap and unwittingly shattered the hard-won spatial passage. His face darkened with rage. How utterly vexing. From the void materialized a figure clad in crystalline armor, revealing the Ice Demon clan's Grand Elder. Bingling Tian, UTNC of the Beast Master clan, you are responsible for the destruction of the spatial passage.
Will your clan accept accountability?
Bingling Tian's presence radiated an overwhelming aura, far exceeding that of UTNC, rendering him speechless, even without the Elder's deliberate intent to exert pressure. You of the Ice Demon clan are mistaken. Our Beast Master clan shattered the passage in our pursuit to annihilate the humans.
If this blame is to be placed upon us, it would be unjust, UTNC retorted. Moreover, there were many ancient clan members near the spatial rift at that time, including members of your Ice Demon clan. You did not intervene to stop us, yet now you come to accuse us?
From the void, another figure stepped forth. An elder of the Beast Master clan, Yusu, whose power also resided within the harmonization of form and spirit realm.
With a tremor of his aura,
UTNC found himself relieved.
Are you implying that your Beast Master clan wishes to evade responsibility?
Questioned another member of the Earth Demon clan who had appeared alongside Bingling Tian, their garments billowing with energy.
I did not say that, Yusu scoffed.
Our Beast Master clan has suffered the loss of the 8th prince, Yushu, causing a great upheaval within our clan.
Is your loss greater than ours?
Yushu was the Beast Master who had been slain by Ye Ming, his death resulting in the explosion of a magic crystal. Our clan has declared that we shall capture this human at any cost, regardless of life or death. The words of Yusu brimmed with a murderous intent. Ye Ming once annihilated the 9th prince, Yulingzhen, who was merely a talentless dandy. Although Yulingzhen's death incited the ire of the Beast clan, it hardly reached the level of fury. However, the 8th prince, Yushu, was a stark contrast to Yulingzhen. Yushu's aptitude, strength, and leadership far surpassed those of Yulingzhen. In fact, Yushu was considered one of the formidable candidates for the next Beast King. This time, the Beast clan sent him into the first layer of the Fallen Zone ostensibly for training, but he unexpectedly encountered the Reaper, Ye Ming, who without a moment's hesitation took Yushu's life with a single stroke. The brutality of his methods and the decisiveness of his actions were indeed rare in this world. With 2 princes lost to Ye Ming and the massacre of a significant portion of their kin within their own territory, this was undoubtedly a disgrace for the Beast clan. At this moment, the Beast clan solely sought to take Ye Ming's life. Everything else was secondary. Bingling Tian could not help but laugh. Do you consider the human race to be fools? Their potential is immense. Would they not devise ways to protect themselves? Do you think they would allow you to kill at will? A towering one-eyed giant emerged from the clouds, booming. The current 4 leaders of the human race possess the strength of the 6th void realm, not to mention those ancient beings still in slumber. With your mere 6th void realm, what waves can you possibly stir? Just then, powerful auras surged from behind. What if we join forces? The voice rumbled like thunder, shaking the heavens. Tai E Caves Void Realm. Hunyuan Great Path Realm. The world trembled, and the clouds were swept away by the overwhelming auras, swirling in a vortex. Each aura felt as if it belonged to a deity.
Bingling Tian's expression changed. Have you of the Beast Clan abandoned your pursuit of the Dragon Abyss secret realm? Do you truly believe it exists?
Yu Su replied, our ancient clan, aside from the strong who maintain the spatial passage, has sent all our powerful members to the Return to Ruins realm.
Yet, has the Dragon Abyss secret realm ever appeared during this prolonged duration of the spatial passage? Believe it or not, we of the Beast Clan are withdrawing. Humph.
If the ancient clans were not coveting the Dragon Abyss secret realm and had devoted all their strength to reinforcing the spatial passage,
the human race would have been exterminated long ago. The various alien powerhouses fell silent.
The Dragon Abyss secret realm had been open for some time. Yet despite the countless resources and manpower invested by the alien races, they had found no trace of the secret realm.
Instead,
many powerful beings had carelessly been swept away by the spatial storms, losing their lives in vain. There was even a period when some in the ancient clans speculated that the human race had intentionally released false information to divert the ancient clan's attention and buy time for themselves. Under such circumstances, the opposition to exploring the Dragon Abyss secret realm within the ancient clans grew louder.
In truth, the ancient clans had only a vague understanding of the rumors surrounding the Dragon Abyss secret realm.
They were aware that it lay at the edge of the world. A realm filled with chaos and destruction, much like the Nirvana Island behind the human race, both being forbidden zones of life. A voice from the Tai E Cave's void realm of the Night Demon clan echoed from the void, since you of the Beast clan are withdrawing,
we shall naturally not interfere. But what will you do next?
The spatial passage has been shattered, surely, your Beast clan's powerful members cannot pass through either.
Humph.
There is no need for you to exert yourselves. We, the Beastmaster clan, shall summon all our formidable warriors from within the tribe to expedite the restoration of the spatial passage. Yu Su declared, at that moment. The other ancient clans may utilize the spatial passage, but this human and the treasures he possesses shall belong to our Beastmaster clan. I intend to employ the most ruthless methods to make him regret ever entering this world. This clearly illustrates the depth of the Beastmaster clan's animosity towards Ye Ming. The powerful beings from the Ice Spirit tribe and other races pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They still held a glimmer of hope regarding the Long Yuan secret realm, and the human side was reluctant to concede.
However,
with the spatial passage in such a state of disrepair, its restoration would necessitate a substantial investment of human and material resources,
requiring the return of powerful forces from the Return to the Ruins realm.
Thus, the Beastmaster clan's proactive request to repair the spatial passage was most welcome.
Offering the treasures to the Beastmaster clan was not out of the question.
Very well. When your Beastmaster clan restores the spatial passage, we shall do our utmost to assist, said the Ice Spirit tribe and others.
Since the human race is so detestable, I shall grant you an opportunity. In the void, a being of the Beastmaster clan,
a master of the primordial path, gestured with intricate hand seals, and a golden light flickered at his fingertips. Two streams of light descended into Yu Su's hands, and as the golden light receded, they revealed two jade stones, akin to those held by Huanyan at that time, yet more refined in energy. The voice of the primordial pathmaster resonated ethereally. The Xianming jade stones are condensed from my primal power, each possessing the ability to allow one to traverse spatial barriers. If you are eager to slay this human, you may use these jade stones to select two individuals at the soul integration realm to proceed to eliminate him. Yu Su was elated, kneeling on one knee, cradling the Xianming jade stones, and raising them high towards the heavens. Chapter 55, The Arrival of the Harmonious Fusion Realm.
Xin Xiaoxiao's intentions at the second outpost, Shi Qingshan and the others had been waiting for some time.
The commotion from the spatial rift had already attracted everyone's attention. The overwhelming aura, capable of obliterating everything, instilled a sense of uncontrollable anxiety among the crowd.
It was only natural. Now, witnessing Ye Ming's safe return, it became evident that he had emerged victorious.
In other words, the ancient extraterrestrial forces behind the spatial rift had collectively succumbed to Ye Ming's prowess.
Such an outcome was utterly astonishing. Welcome back, esteemed elder. The cheers echoed like thunder.
Ye Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, I have nearly dismantled the spatial passage. For the time being, the extraterrestrial beings should not be able to cross over. We can confidently push through the fallen zones.
Subsequently, Ye Ming introduced Li Jinrong and the others to Shi Qingshan and the rest, formally incorporating them into the human army at the second outpost. Thank you for your efforts. Esteemed elder, Shi Qingshan murmured. Everyone understood that had it not been for Ye Ming's presence, the plight of humanity would have been exponentially more arduous. A fragrant breeze wafted through as a delicate figure leapt into Ye Ming's embrace. Without needing to look, he knew it was Shen Xiaoxiao. Ye Ming smiled wryly. Ever since that day, she had grown increasingly uninhibited. In front of so many people, she had boldly thrown herself into his arms. Naturally, he could not voice any objections. Considering his own motives, even if it had been to rescue her. You are so bad. Shen Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into tears. Ye Ming was taken aback. Am I bad? Shen Xiaoxiao pounded her fists against Ye Ming's chest. There was such a commotion over there, I thought. I was worried sick about you. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with her sobs, and she wiped them all onto Ye Ming's sleeve. Not only was Ye Ming stunned, but Shi Qingshan and the others were also left speechless. Previously, regardless of how intense the explosions or how potent the energy dispersions, Shen Xiaoxiao had merely observed Ye Ming in silence, biting her lip without uttering a word. It turned out that beneath her composed exterior, she was deeply anxious. What a girl possessing both inner strength and outer tenderness! She was truly worthy of the esteemed elder. Ye Ming felt a jolt within. How could he be deserving of such a girl's affections? Cheng Fei tugged at Shi Qingshan, prompting everyone to gradually withdraw, granting Ye Ming and Shen Xiaoxiao some privacy. Brother Yi. Ye Ming enveloped Shen Xiaoxiao in his arms. After a brief moment of intimacy, Ye Ming stood up. Are you leaving again? Shen Xiaoxiao's delicate face reflected concern. Ye Ming affectionately stroked her hair and replied softly, I need to pay a visit to Qinglong, wait for me here. He wished to spare her any worry. Shen Xiaoxiao nuzzled her head against Ye Ming's chest once more and said, Go ahead, whatever you do, I will support you. Just remember, there is a girl waiting for you in the rear. Ye Ming nodded. With the wind control technique enhancing him, a gentle breeze enveloped Ye Ming as he prepared to ascend into the air. Wait! Shen Xiaoxiao suddenly called out. What is it? Shen Xiaoxiao retrieved a round object wrapped in red velvet from her embrace and carefully unwrapped it to reveal a jade bracelet. Shen Xiaoxiao gazed gently at the jade bracelet. As if revealing her thoughts to Ye Ming, or perhaps whispering to herself, her eyes filled with wistfulness. Ye Ming tenderly grasped Shen Xiaoxiao's hand, cradling the jade bracelet close to his heart. He softly assured her, Do not worry, I shall treat it with the same care as I do you. Shen Xiaoxiao nodded, gradually pushing Ye Ming away, saying, Go meet the Qinglong, I shall await your return. Ye Ming nodded, soaring into the air, then vanishing in an instant. In a mere 3 minutes, Ye Ming appeared before the Qinglong. The Qinglong remained in the realm of divine manifestation, its aura somewhat unstable. The wounds inflicted by resentment could not be mended through ordinary cultivation. Ye Ming resolved silently that once this matter was settled, he would journey to Nirvana Island to seek the Xianyuan sword, to aid Qinglong in healing its injuries. You have arrived, the Qinglong inclined its head, its immense dragon eyes regarding Ye Ming with approval. Ye Ming acknowledged with a nod, I just destroyed the spatial rift and took a detour to the Beastmaster clan's territory, teaching them a lesson. The Qinglong's gaze grew even more approving, I increasingly believe that you are the new master of the human race. The Qinglong had once remarked that the master of the human race stood alone against all heavenly paths, alien tribes, the sea of resentful blood, and malevolent spirits at the entrance to the small world. What an imposing presence! Such strength was far beyond what Ye Ming could presently fathom. Perhaps only upon entering the realm of divinity could one truly possess it. Ye Ming humbly smiled, how could I possibly compare to the master? Regardless of titles, I shall do my utmost to protect humanity. The Qinglong rarely smiled, the master of humanity in your age was not nearly as powerful as you. Furthermore, with your prodigious growth rate, surpassing the master is merely a matter of time. Ye Ming inquired, I have come with a question. Speak freely, the Qinglong replied. Why does the Beastmaster clan possess only one expert in the combined spirit and physical realm? I suspect this is also the case for other ancient alien tribes. The majority of their powerful beings reside at the world's edge, the Guishu realm, where the Dragon Source secret realm is rumored to exist. What is this Dragon Source secret realm? The Qinglong gazed into the distance, I am not entirely certain, but I estimate that the Dragon Source secret realm is one of the 3,600 small worlds the alien tribes covet it for the treasures within. Can the human race enter the Dragon Source secret realm? If one possesses the strength, why not? Yet.
The Dragon Source secret realm has yet to be discovered, it may forever remain a mere legend. Ye Ming followed the Qinglong's gaze, looking towards a direction opposite Nirvana Island. This Guishu realm, the Dragon Source secret realm, perhaps I too shall venture there. If there are treasures, they must not fall into alien hands. The Qinglong continued, by the way. I witnessed your recent battle. If I am not mistaken, you slew a divine manifestation of the Beastmaster clan and obtained a magic crystal, correct? Indeed, Ye Ming replied. Elder Qinglong, do you know why some alien tribes possess magic crystals while others do not? Ye Ming had long been curious and found the perfect opportunity to inquire of the Qinglong. In the realm of the Azure Dragon Path, it is only the royal lineage among the alien races that can produce magical crystals, a symbol of the imperial family.
This implies that the Beastmaster clan indeed possesses royal blood, and moreover, they are of divine law manifestation level. It seems the Beastmaster clan will not rest easily.
Ye Ming scoffed coldly, declaring, as long as they dare to come, I shall not hesitate to slaughter.
At that moment,
two intense fluctuations suddenly erupted from the direction of the spatial rift, accompanied by formidable auras that pierced through the air. The essence was alarmingly familiar. It belonged to the Beastmaster clan, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Just as one might say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Ye Ming pondered.
Having thought he had destroyed the spatial rift, questioning how the Beastmaster clan could still breach Earth. Upon delving deeper with the eye of truth, he discerned that apart from the two members of the Beastmaster clan, no others were present. He surmised they had traversed the spatial barriers through some secretive method. This investigation revealed their formidable levels to Ye Ming. They were both at the stage of spirit and body integration. Buzz. The air trembled as their true forms had yet to arrive, yet their law manifestations were already upon him.
One of them was none other than Yu Tianzi, whose law manifestation was that of a dual-faced Buddha, one side benevolent and the other fierce. The other manifested as a black night demon with a trident glimmering ominously. Humans, prepare to meet your end.
The resounding declaration shattered the stillness, their overwhelming auras causing the very fabric of space to rupture. Within the confines of the Beastmaster clan's domain, Yusu sensed the powerful auras of the two spirit and body integration beings, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
He was not alone.
All of the Beastmaster clan wore expressions of delight, for these were two beings of remarkable strength. Victory was assured.
With the bloodthirsty demon slain,
it was merely a matter of time before the spatial rift mended, and the Beastmaster army would sweep through and annihilate the humans.
At the second-level Fallen Zone outpost,
Shi Shan and his companions gazed anxiously toward the east.
Despite the distance, the two auras pressed down upon them, making it difficult to breathe.
One could only imagine the magnitude of pressure Ye Ming was enduring at the epicenter of those auras. Among the two Beastmaster clan members was the very one they had seen across the spatial rift, and now another of equal prowess had joined the fray.
Even with unwavering confidence in Ye Ming, a flicker of worry crept into their hearts.
Ye Ming responded with a chilling smile, instantly vanishing into thin air. The earth demon ice crystal body encased him, and his fists were adorned with blue golden armor. With a single punch, the space cleaved open along the trajectory of his fist,
unleashing unmatched